Working. Maybe. Kind of shows it. Here. Yeah, Brio. Post. Tweet. Share. Now, as we wait. Do.
Jaffragitty, no. Get down.
Take over lightning.
Jaffragitty, no. Get down.
Yes, it was Cobra, according to him, anyways.
Jaffragitty, no. Get down.
Good word.
Jaffragitty, no. Get down.
Hey, look at that. I caught, but I muted the microphone instead of starting into it. Yay. My allergies has been fucking killing me. Alright, I guess that's enough of a pre-stream, guys. Here we go with Marathon React video of him blaming everything on Howard.
And welcome to the Pre-Stream Podcast. Today is Saturday, the 4th of June, 2022.
Mind you, he started his stream within like a minute and 30 seconds. He didn't even play his music first. Congratulations, DSP.
What a day we've got in store, everyone, obviously, with a lot going on today that we're going to talk about here on the Pre-Stream Podcast. We've got an interesting segment on the podcast today. We're going to be talking about the leaking of the entire, well, possibly, the entire Street Fighter 6 roster. That's funny because it happened in the interim of me doing content kind of yesterday, and then Capcom confirmed it, which blows my mind that they even talked about it. They literally confirmed it on their social media. We're going to go through that today, because a lot of people already in the last 24 hours...
Yeah, this video is 11 hours, 17 minutes, and 38
and
seconds.
This is a great way to talk about it, because now we can kind of see what they're doing with the game.
I'm going to try to get through it faster than that, obviously.
Now, obviously, my friends, today is a big day, because today is my Marathon React event, reacting to the John and Howard video from 2015. It was never really had a title. We'll talk about it a little bit as it starts.
Hey,
Snow. From and all of that. But this is pretty much, I would say, the most unique content that I've kind of ever done. And the reason I say that is because this is something that's personal to me. This is something that people have wanted me to do.
But the Down the Rabbit Hole video wasn't personal?
For years and years and years. And I always said, no, it's not worth it. It's going to cause drama. It's going to do this. It's going to do that. So, waited about 7 years. 7
years for John and Howard to disappear from the internet. Good job, DSP. Howard.
Years to do anything with this, okay? And I've already explained previously, but I'll explain again, that I'm not monetizing any portions of today's stream.
Tips goal. Top tip. Last super chat. Looks like you're monetizing to me.
nor am I monetizing any of the on-demand videos regarding reacting to the John and Howard video.
Oh shit,
All
they
right?
got super
There'll be no
thanks
ads.
on them.
There'll be no leaderboard. There'll be no pop-ups. All right? None of that. All right? If you wish to support my streams and my content and my videos, please do so now during the pre-stream, or in the middle of today's stream. There will be a segment, Feasting with the King, which, by the way, we're going to order the food for Feasting with the King shortly, right here on the pre-stream, okay? Or at the very tail end of the stream, all right, excuse me, where I'm going to kind of do like a, you know, ending video to say, you know, thanks for watching today and all of that, and give you a preview of what's coming tomorrow. Those are the only portions of today's content that I will have any kind of monetization on. So please understand that if you willingly decide, oh, I want to contribute to Phil's stream today with a membership or gifted memberships or a super chat or a super sticker or a tip, there will not be any mention of it. There will not be any shout outs for it.
So you're hiding
pop-up
it.
messages on the screen, and I will not be updating the leaderboards whatsoever while I'm doing the reaction.
So
to John
you're
Howard,
hiding
all right?
it.
One of the major is that they feel that I monetize them, and to that day found new ways to monetize them on the regular. All right, we're definitely going to talk about this today. We are going to address it fully. Going to let you know exactly from my perspective all the talk and arrangements. And
Oh,
everything.
he's
You know,
just
again,
blatantly
again,
hiding the
myself.
fact
I
that
keep
people are
getting ahead of myself.
donating.
Every day I start talking about it. I'm like, wait, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to actually do it today. Okay. So that's the deal, and that's very different. I don't think I've done a since I became a full-time streamer. I don't think I've done a stream where I said I'm purposely demonetizing it. I don't think that I've had a video, right?
For those who don't know, that's one of the videos he uploaded from the response video. And, oh, super thanks. Not monetizing it, guys, but he's got super thanks on.
It's always kind of been what I do is my job. It's my fair game to monetize. And by the way, it is fair game to monetize. If I so chose, I would not be legally in the wrong to monetize today's content. However,
Illegally, guys, it's not illegal. DSP, I get it. Whenever you make money, it's not illegal. When everyone else makes money, oh my god, PewDiePie made money off this video. That's illegal, guys.
I would probably feel awful, since this is the subject matter of some of the video issues that they had with me over the years. To further monetize them 7 years later would probably be pretty hypocritical and or pretty tone deaf to the whole point of
Oh, we
reacting
just
to the
started,
video,
Dust Bunny.
right?
Don't
So,
worry.
I'm not going to do it. I don't want to do it. And by the way, quite frankly, I don't need to do it. Channel or a business, all right? That being said, again, I'm not going to shut down everything on the channel. It's hilarious. I got messages overnight. You should completely demonetize DSP Gaming for the day. Why don't you just turn off every kind of monetization possible for the entirety of your channel? For the entirety of my channel. So I should not have any rights to make ad revenue today. I should not have any that channel.
It wasn't the
That
real
I would then
Howard.
immediately be able to turn the monetization back on. I don't trust it in any way, shape, or form. I think that, you know, with the track record YouTube has, that would be completely stupid of me to trust it to work. So I'm definitely not going to chance hurting myself and my business. Again, this is my job. This is not my hobby, and I mess around. Who cares if it gets fucked up? This is my job. And if I were to do something
This
that
is your
drastic,
business. He
and then
says in
turn
his
back on right away,
Zelda
pretty
shirt
screwed. All right. So I'm doing
and his
the right thing here in
sweatpants.
my eyes by not monetizing the portions of this stream and or the on-demand videos after the fact. All right. And I hope that people feel the same way. And if you don't, sorry. Because here's the thing. People always move the goalpost. Oh, well, if Phil monetizes that video, he's in the wrong. Okay, I'm not monetizing it. Oh, well, then what Phil should have done is he should have monetized it, but he should donate to a charity and he should do this. Bullshit. This is where you get into the horrendous bullshit of the internet. These people who say shit like that will never be satisfied. Because then, oh, okay, let's do a charity. Oh, that's not a good enough charity. He should have done it. Fuck you. We're just not going to monetize it that way. There's no...
He is a
doing
charity,
anything.
guys.
There's
He is
no
a charity.
bullshit. I'm turning off the ads. I'm not going to be doing anything regarding any kind of income or revenue while I talk about the John and Howard video today, okay? And that's that, all right? That's that. So, all right, Eternal, you're gone because you have been being fucked up for days and you're gone. You're not coming back. Okay, and that's what I mean. I have no tolerance for this shit today either. This is something, just to clarify and be transparent with everyone, this is not exciting for me. This is not a fun day for me. This is not, oh, Phil's doing an exciting playthrough or a cool react event. This is not that for me today. This is meaningful in a different way. This is hurtful to me.
Hank
There's a
Leaks,
reason
how's it
why I have
going?
not said much or anything official about this particular video in 7.5 years. It's because it's personal shit. And quite frankly, this is the kind of stuff that should never be on the internet. This is exactly the kind of stuff that hurts relationships, that hurts people personally. All right? It's one thing, hurting
It hurt me
someone's life or
personally,
whatever,
guys, having the truth
neither
come
here nor there.
out.
This is something that personally is very hurtful to me to even listen back to. Okay? We'll talk about that. Again, I'm getting
How much
ahead
of a
myself.
piece of
It took
shit
me a
you
long
are?
time to even listen to this
Wah.
thing in full. All right? So anyway, all that being said, this is not exciting. This is not fun content. This is not that kind of crap. And by the way, I said this previous, and I'll state this again.
So it's not that kind of
Okay.
crap. It's not your video gameplay, huh?
I will
It's not
not
that kind of crap.
be doing drama content like this. Again,
More
anytime soon.
bands.
After today, after this is put to bed and we finally get this at rest after many, many years of it being kind of a lingering issue and thing that people wanted an answer on, from now on, when people say to me, Phil, what do you think about John and Howard? What happened with that situation? Will you ever do stuff in the future? Yada, yada, yada. I will say, watch the John and Howard reaction. I did a whole giant project on it. All right? And that's my response to that.
You watch a
and then
video.
We're just gonna move on.
Hey, Arizona, how's it going?
Dwelling on the past. With this any further, this is meant to essentially put this in the past. And by the way, I'm well aware there are a ton of people watching today who have not watched my stuff in many, many years. I've already been contacted by quite a few people behind the scenes saying, I haven't watched your stuff in ages.
Behind the
This
scenes.
has always been a lingering thing for us, like what happened with you and John and Howard, and we want to know, and we're going to be watching. So understand that this is not just about me, it's not just about them. This is about a whole community of people on the internet who, back then, during
I
my
thought you didn't care about the
content,
community on the
essentially
internet.
watching me share my relationship and friendships that were private publicly with people on the internet, and thousands of people all over the internet liked that.
I'll be skipping the
myself and
feasting
John
with the
and
king
Howard and our
part.
interactions and the way that we got along and the content that we made, and it was very hurtful not only to us but to you guys too when it all fell apart.
And obviously, I
Which
got
is
this
part of
sped
all
up
the
because
things we're
holy
gonna be
shit, does he
discussing
take
today,
forever?
Because this is one of the major running themes of my history of content creation. When you make the private public, sadly, it hurts and it can backfire and it can spiral out of control. And that's exactly many cases in this situation where this should have been stuff that was always private and behind the scenes, but instead we ended up having a public-facing relationship where when we weren't talking anymore, when we weren't doing content anymore, oh my God, what's going on? Oh my God, ask Phil. Oh my God, ask Rambo. Oh my God, ask Howard. Ask, Pester, ask. And I'm not blaming anyone. I get it. But that's definitely a huge part of this
Blame the
equation.
trolls even though it was
that
your own fans
if
doing
things
it.
had gone differently, and if maybe we hadn't been so public-facing with everything that we had done and made as much content as we did and shared as much as we did, then maybe that would have never happened, and we would have continued to this day.
Terrible
to still have a
Arizona.
friendly relationship. I don't know. I mean, it's all what they say. Hindsight is 20/20, and there's all what ifs and everything. We're not going to do all that dwelling shit today. What we're going to do is focus on the video they put out, and I'm going to go through it piece by piece, and essentially give you frame of reference and context, and let you know what I think about each part.
And
let you know
bullshit.
from my perspective if what they're saying is truthful or not truthful, or maybe even not truthful enough because there's more to it. And I'll be honest, a lot of this today is going to be very damning to me. All right, it's not going to be pretty. There's going to be many portions of this video that we're going to go through.
That make you
I'm
look
gonna
like
be
the
fessing up to
shit
some
that you
pretty
are.
bad behaviors
Congratulations.
and or being a pretty shitty friend. Because in reality, looking back at the situation, I don't think I was very unfair to them business-wise. I think I was a shitty friend. All right? I'll publicly say that, and I'll talk about that when we get to it. All right? And I think that's really the issue here. The issue wasn't ever really business. It was the friendship. Problem is, they made an hour-and-a-half video about me. A lot of it's about business. And that we'll address. Okay? Okay. I just dribbled all over myself. When I opened this bottle of seltzer water, it exploded all over the place. So anyway, just
Can't
to
even drink a
clarify,
bottle of water
and just to
without
say
making a
upfront one more time,
mess.
the only portions of my stream today that will be monetized is right now this pre-stream podcast, the Feasting with the King episode we're going to do somewhere in the middle, and at the end I'm going to do kind of a night ending, you know, thanks for watching, summary, have a good night, talk to you tomorrow kind of video to end the whole marathon event. Fair enough? I will not be doing shout-outs, I will not be updating a leaderboard or any of that during the portions when we are addressing John and Howard's video. Fair enough? I hope this makes sense.
So it is
I hope no one's gonna be
monetized.
upset. Someone's going to come in the middle
You
of
just
the
won't
day
be giving
and drop a
shout-outs.
like, oh, he didn't
So
shout
we'll
it
be
out,
hiding
I'm upset,
everything.
I'm gonna charge it back and everything. I tried to do my absolute positive best to be transparent with all of you. If you want to contribute, do it now or do it during the other part. Don't do it during the John and Howard segment. All right? Okay, I hope this makes sense. All right, but I don't want to talk about that the whole pre-stream. We got other
Fucking
shit to talk about,
allergies.
all right? First of all, I once again want to say thank you guys for the positive reaction to my very first DSP Reacts live event that I did a few days ago to the State of Play that Sony put out. As of today, this morning, I want to say I think it's gotten over 4,000 views. I haven't really checked. Not to say that that's giant views. I don't pull in giant views on this channel and probably never will ever again. But for what it is, for the people who are
Womp
interested
womp.
and wanted to see me do a live react, the general consensus is it was a pretty good thing that I did, and people now are kind of geared up to see me do more. There will be more coming up. This coming Thursday, which is the
He's
9th,
becoming a
June 9th,
React channel.
11 a.m. Pacific time.
You know,
the
the
Summer Games
laziest
Fest.
content
And
ever,
by all accounts,
guys.
it's
So
gonna be a 2 to 3
say
hour
if the
long
big
live stream
roach.
digital event, and I'll be covering it in full live here on the stream. So essentially what I'll probably do is watch it live with you, do a live reacts, take notes, then take a quick break, and then come back and do my recap reactions afterward, okay? So there you go. And then there's another one. I think it's on the 12th, so 3 days later, and that's the Microsoft and Bethesda showcase, and that's at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And I will be reacting live to that one as well, okay? So those are the two that I'm planning on doing. Now, I'm well aware there's tons more coming up, but I'm not doing those. I'm not doing a PC game showcase, a future game showcase. There's all these little ones and things. I don't really have any vested interest in those. I don't, I'm not going to be making content on PC gaming, so why am I going to react to that? You know what I'm saying?
Still HPC
Now, here's the
Gaming,
thing.
even
Those
though he
streams,
wants
I
a
can't
brand new
do gameplay.
PC.
Like, how would I? I'm going to be reacting most of the stream and then doing recap reactions, and even if I have a little bit of extra time at the end, what will it be, like an hour? So don't expect gameplay on those streams. Yes.
An hour,
those
only an
definitely
hour of
kind of push
gameplay,
back my
guys. We can't do
reviews.
only an
That's
hour of
okay.
gameplay.
You know what I mean? We're okay. We're in a good position. It's not like, oh God, I'm in the middle of Elden Ring and people are going to be so upset with me. It's not a big deal, I feel, to have a couple days where we're going to be doing that react style content. All right. But thank you for supporting it. Thank you for all of that. All right. Okay. Let's see. Outside of that, I'm trying to think if there's like anything else. I guess what we'll do is we'll briefly go through the schedule for the rest of the week and talk about the schedule coming up this week. And then I want to talk about the Street Fighter 6 roster leaks, which we're going to go in depth about. And then we're going to order food for Feasting with the King. Okay? All right. So first off, the schedule for the week. You already know what we're doing today. I don't feel like I need to reiterate that. tomorrow we go back to regularly scheduled gameplay. It's going to be Skyrim Anniversary Edition on the first stream, and we are going to be doing the Stormcloak's political plotline. I did not do that plotline in my first playthrough many years ago. So I'm actually going to see that plotline for the very first time.
And apparently had an issue where he broke the Dawn Guard DLC.
I don't know how long it is. We're going to be doing
So
the
he
Dawn Guard
freaked out
DLC.
for like 10 minutes.
Okay, so excited for this because it's basically we're heading into the end game / kind of epilogue content for Skyrim when you really think about it. We've got the Dawn Guard, then we've got the end of the story. There's really not much left in the game. We've done almost everything. We're over 120 hours into the playthrough. I've been playing this since freaking December.
Because you take forever to play any
When I
game,
talk about
DSP.
run, this is pretty much as complete as it can be with the game. Of course, the game glitched in some cases, and I can't finish certain quests, which really sucks. There's certain creation code content that my wife Kat told me, oh, it's good, you gotta do it, I gotta do it, it doesn't work. The fucking mission's glitched. Bullshit. But what can you do? That's Skyrim in a nutshell. Bunch of glitches, right? Anyway, that's tomorrow. Then tomorrow night, the late stream will be the continuation of The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Very fun playthrough for me. Blast from the Past. One of my favorite, is my favorite Zelda game of all time. One of my favorite retro games of all time.
Sounds about right on the street. Sorry about that.
Dungeons like 5 and 6.
That sounds exactly like something he would do.
Then on Monday, WWE 2K22 My Rise, and we're heading into the end of it. And what I mean by that is we're currently in the plot line to go up against Seth Rollins for the WWE title, which is the big title on Monday Night Raw, the show that I'm on. So once I get that title, essentially there'll probably be like defense plot lines, and then I've done everything. So we're very clear to the end, or very close to the end, I should say, of that playthrough. Okay. And then Monday night, Uncharted 2 Endgame. We're actually starting chapter 23, and the game only has 27 chapters. We might beat it on Monday night. We'll have to see. Okay.
No,
I
you
will
won't.
not be here on Tuesday. When I return on Wednesday, we'll go back to Skyrim as the main stream, and then that night, Wednesday night, will likely be
Hey, Kumo,
kind of like
that
the overall
sucks.
Endgame content of Zelda. I don't know if we'll beat Zelda that day, but we'll get pretty close, I feel. Thursday is what I just mentioned. Thursday is the day when we're going to be doing the live react to Summer Games Fest. Okay. So Thursday night is kind of up in the air. If I haven't finished Uncharted, we could do that. If people wanted to see maybe a late night stream of Skyrim as a one-off rarity, we could do that. I'm kind of leaving that open. And then Friday is a double new release day. That's June 10th. We got The Quarry, which is the new horror game from the makers of Until Dawn and the Dark Pictures Anthology series, followed by Mario Strikers Battle League, obviously the new Mario Strikers game, which is soccer, football, whatever you want to call it. First-party game that apparently has a really good campaign and all that. So we got a double
And I
new
love
release
a man
day
who
that
hates
day.
sports,
So that's
plays
gonna
all
be
the
the
sports
entire
games,
day.
though.
Now, obviously, what this means is that
I
this
gotta
is
play
going
the
to
sports
bump our
games,
usual Friday
guys,
fight
even though
we
you
usually
hate
fight on
sports.
Friday night. That's going to be bumped to Saturday night. So essentially, Saturday will be more of The Quarry, maybe even finishing up my first run of the game on the first stream, and then the late stream will be Street Fighter. Then that Saturday the 12th is the next React event, which is the Microsoft and Bethesda Showcase. Okay, so I know we're going through all this, and we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but this is a unique week. This is a unique week where I'm going to be doing.
It's so unique,
playthroughs I've been doing for
guys.
a while and trying to finish them up. There's
I'm
gonna be 2 new
splitting my
playthroughs
friends
and a double
again
event. So
to make
crazy
money
kind of a week with
again.
content all over the place. But hey, that's the cool thing about being a variety streamer. Every day you tune in, you don't know what the heck I'm going to be doing. Something different every single day, right? Awesome. The one final thing that I would like to talk about before we talk about Street Fighter 6 is this right here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this has been astoundingly positive this month. And I just want to give a major shout out to anyone who either became a channel member or gifted memberships to DSP Gaming this month. As you guys know, it was just under
And
2
mind
weeks
you,
ago
he
that gifted
got
memberships
paid
were
in
made
memberships
available
to
me
do
on
this
the channel.
react, so he's already
Since then,
monetized it.
we went from around 350 memberships to over 600 within like a week and a half. Okay? This is ridiculous cool and fun and positive, and thank you for that support. I was not expecting that much. I was expecting people to gift memberships because I was looking at my track history from over on Twitch. On Twitch, I started off on the regular when I started full-time.
It's all
streaming around
organic growth,
2017. I was
guys.
300 and 400 subs. And then what would happen is, as the gifted subs were made available, some people started gifting. And what would happen is every month, I get a couple hundred gifted subs. And out of those gifted subs, some people would keep on with the sub. So even though in the short term you could consider it artificial growth, there was long-term growth that came from it. And take a look at me streaming on Twitch from 2017 all the way till last year. It was about a 4-year period. I went from around 300 subs upwards to around 900 a month. And climbing. I was still on a
And
growth
500 of those
trajectory when it all fell apart over there.
were donated.
Okay? So
Not real.
all the good news about this is, I feel, the beginning of something great here on DSP Gaming. This is the beginning of growth. This is the beginning of people having a feeling of community. It's not just about, I want to support Phil. It's, I want to support this community of people who all collectively enjoy Phil's content. We want to feel like we're helping each other out. It is a feeling of camaraderie almost, right? We all love games. We all like
Well,
sharing
you have
our
no
opinions on games.
comrades.
You like watching, you like watching me play games.
This
I love
entire
watching
video is
sharing
about how
games
you have
with
no
every day.
comrades.
And when people gift memberships, all right, that is something that it feels like a community event. It really does. People get so excited for it. And it becomes this feeling of hype and excitement. And it's been really cool. This last week and a half, it's been like, oh, well, someone gifts some memberships today. And by the way, it's just such a weird process because you have to manually set it up that you will accept gifted memberships on YouTube, which is just so weird because on Twitch it was such an easy process. And here it's like you have to purposely tell YouTube, yes, I accept it ahead of time for you to get it. But even with the hoops that people have to jump through to do it, it's still, look at the growth, right? So it is official. We hit all of the monthly member goals for this month already. And it's only what we did last night. So we did it within 3 freaking days, right? How crazy.
Thank you,
How freaking
YC,
crazy
for hitting the
that this
membership
happened.
goal.
You know? So let's talk about that.
Yeah, we
Goal
love
number 1
games.
means that
We
we're
play
going to be doing a
games on
viewer's
our
choice
off
playthrough.
time,
So
unlike
next
you.
week, I'm going to set this up where you guys are going to be able to start nominating games for a full playthrough you want to see me do right here on DSP Gaming. And yes, there will be qualifying criteria. I'm not going to be playing any 80 to 100-hour JRPGs. I'm not doing visual novels.
Earthbound 1.
So you know well what qualifies and what doesn't. It's not going to be that constricted.
Doing alright, Jay Kramer, except for dealing with my allergies, but Earthbound 1. No lengthy JRPGs. Choose Earthbound as the winner.
Sin 2s or anything like that.
So
I
SNES.
completely agree, Swagonito. A horror goal would be neat. That would be cool. Like a horror game being thrown into the mix. Like for viewers' choice, that would be great. If it was like a horror
SNES,
game, anyway,
RPG, that's fine. But no lengthy
that's number
JRPGs,
one. Again,
guys.
There will be opportunity for both members and non-members to nominate games. The members will have priority. Those all 600 of you will have priority because what games you nominate and vote on will then hit the final poll. You're a step ahead of everyone else, essentially, because you're a member. Those who are non-members, don't worry. You also have ample opportunity to nominate and vote on a game for this event.
For me to ignore and just choose Earthbound anyways.
The Tier 2 goal, and the Tier 2 goal has locked in that we're doing another React event likely in 3 weeks to a month, because I don't want to do these that often. I feel like when I do these, they're special events. We talk about them, we hype them up, we set a date so people know to be here for them. And if I do React all the time, I feel like it's going to get played out. I'm already doing.
He could wings because remember, it's money not going to him.
You see, it's going to be too much. If I keep doing them all the time, it's like, well, not.
If the money goes to him, it's all right. But if money doesn't go to him, he gets pissed off.
But the next React event, I am not doing drama shit. I'm just not. We've already done Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil. Today we're doing the John and Howard video. Sorry, the next one is not going to be, this is how you don't play Metal Gear Solid or whatever it is. We're not doing that. We're doing something different and fun. We're going to talk about it over the next few weeks. We'll talk about it on pre-stream.
It's going to be another Down the Rabbit Hole video. Yay.
Next React event. In particular, I would be leaning towards something such as maybe
he played a demo and hated it, Flame Hainer.
Documentary or June the King does documentaries. I got permission to do his content. Or, as I said, there is a channel on
YouTube. Oh, the trolls voted for this, so I'm not playing it.
Permission to react to that stuff too. So we'll talk about this in the coming weeks, and we'll start talking, about it and everything, and go from there to figure out what it's going to be. So there will be a viewer's choice playthrough and a new React event coming up. Now, you may say, well, wait a minute. Now we're 4 days into the month. You already hit all your goals. So what's the potential for growth? Why would someone want to become a member now? Well, fair enough. When you hit your goals so quickly, right? I mean, I didn't expect this. I never expected we were going to be hitting the 600 member goal in 2-3 days. That's crazy. Like, think about it. We were just at 350, right? Like, what the heck? I flapped my jowls in surprise. What? How do we do that so fast? So,
oh, I see. That's how I did it so fast.
If you guys are interested in having another member goal for the month, I would be open to that. But I have no idea what it would be. I really have no clue what it would be. Like, I think about
go a whole day without begging.
Like, what would be
no, I need to beg, guys.
Reward to give that's feasible, and I mean that. It has to be something feasible. It can't be, oh, let's completely interrupt Phil's normal content, right, and do something that's going to take ridiculous amounts of time away from him doing his live streams and gameplay and other stuff. It has to be something that makes sense and is kind of in line with everything else. All right. So let's talk about it.
Easy for me to make money off.
Today we're kind of busy, but this is something that we'll talk about, I'm sure, over the next week or so, and we can kind of figure out another goal you guys would like. I'm all for it. However, I'll just throw this out there. All right. About a week and a half ago, within 1 day, I was gifted 100 members. Okay. That means another week and a half to 2 weeks, we're going to lose 100 members. So if I'm going to set up any kind of member goal, we have to do it relatively quickly before the membership goes boom, because those 100 gifted members expire. So we got to think about it. Okay.
Organic growth, organic death.
We'll brainstorm about that coming up. All right. Well, let us talk about Street Fighter 6 because this is the hot topic. This is ridiculous. Street Fighter 6 is announced during the Sony State of Play. Within 24 hours of Street Fighter 6 being announced in the Sony State of Play, the entire friggin' roster, or at least what everyone is assuming is the entire roster, is leaked on the internet with full character art. So some employee.
Uh-oh. What are you doing, internet? Don't die on me now.
But why did this happen, and how, and how does this stuff keep happening? We keep getting leaks from these games. It's like, how the fuck does this happen like this? And another interesting question: why did it happen right now? Isn't it interestingly enough, they announced the game and then the leak happened? Why didn't the leak happen before the announcement? It's very weird, right? By the way, if you haven't noticed, no, I didn't drop everything in my schedule.
You're not wrong, Wings Relatively Abuse.
The gameplay continued as normal. A lot of people did. There's people out there who are primarily fighting game content creators, and I'm not kidding you. They had the most views ever in a day that they've ever had yesterday. That's how hotly anticipated.
How do you know that? You always say you don't watch other people.
Two factors. Number one, people really, really want a new Street Fighter game, and we haven't had one in a very long time. Street Fighter 5 was really, 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 really long running there. If you remember, the beta came out in like 2015. The full game, I want to say, came out either 2016, 2017, and it wasn't very good at launch. And a lot of people, well, anyway, the game's been running very long and basically been milked for a very long time.
People liked it.
People have been
not you, though. Hey, Luis.
The other thing is, I think a lot of people are going to actually be coming back to play Street Fighter who essentially didn't like Street Fighter 5. All right? What's hilarious about Street Fighter 5 is the community kept kissing its butt for the longest time. And I've talked about this at length. Street Fighter 5 got way too much hype because people were afraid if they didn't hype Street Fighter 5, there was nothing else that Capcom was putting out fighting game-wise, and it would essentially kill Street Fighter forever. So even though a lot of people did not actually like the game, they said
you're only
they
talking
did,
about you saying that.
Enough to be putting out constant content. Oh, I don't like this game, but here's a ton of content on it. Wait, what? You don't like it? Go play something else. There's 4 billion other games on this planet you can play if you don't like Street Fighter 5. Nope, gotta play it. That was a lot of people's mentality during the run of Street Fighter 5. Me, I played it for about
Amazing
4
how
months, didn't like it.
I didn't like it.
Then
That means
someone
no one
offered
else
me
liked it,
Season Pass, like a year later,
guys.
they did, played it, still didn't like it, and decided to never go back to it. I was like, dude, there's so much more in gaming than just Street Fighter, and if I don't like a game, I don't have to force myself to play it. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't.
Rallies, get the rallies for
and a lot of people give me shit for that. They're like, Phil, you're the guy that we go to
I
for
love
Street Fighter
rally
coverage. You
fries.
feel like you're independent and you cover things fairly, and the fact that you're not talking about Street Fighter 5, you're not playing the DLC characters, you're not doing this and that is disappointing. And very honestly, yeah, you're right, because I was known during Street Fighter 4 as one of the independent guys covering the game, not a tournament level player, but someone who was fair and honest about it. I know a lot of
tournament
things,
player
like, people
because
don't
the
care about
tournament
fighting
kicked
games
your
anymore
ass
when it comes to
out.
Dark Side Phil. Like, they don't associate
one
DSP
likes
and
you.
fighting games anymore. At one point, I had a whole fucking channel on YouTube called DSP Street Fighter, right? And now it's like, barely even, think about that. Once a week, I play Friday Night Fights, which is my old school Street Fighter channel, and that's about it. When a new fighting game comes out, I cover it for a bit, and I'll do if there's a single player campaign, I'll do some online gameplay of various characters, and usually within a month I drop it, right? I'm not hardcore invested in any fighting game these days. So anyway, Street Fighter 6 announced. I mean, I already gave you my opinions on it yesterday. In a nutshell, I think so far it looks good. All right. I can't tell you until we actually play it. Having the whole, what do they call it? Drive meter, having different abilities. You can parry, you can do a counter, a reversal, or another cancel move, or whatever they are. That's good. Just having an ability to do various moves like that, instead of being set to one V skill, like it was in Street Fighter 5, gives you variety of gameplay and control over the match that you didn't have in Street Fighter 5. Street Fighter 5, one of my major complaints was, the whole game's pattern play. You pick your character, you pick your V skill, that's it, you're done. Now you know how to play that character, you play your pattern, you play better than the other person, or you guess better, you win. No variety of gameplay, nothing, it's all the same. Anytime you watch a competitive match of Street Fighter 5, you see the two characters, it's like you know what the match is at the select screen, right? Other fighting games were not like that. It was like, wow, you could pick Dalsim, but you could play him as completely zoned. You could do a hybrid of zoning and mid-range combat. You could rush down with Dalsim and do throw loops. You know what I'm saying? It was always like that in Street Fighter, and then Street Fighter 5 kind of ruined that. That's why I didn't like the game. So now, if you're going to have a drive system, where all these abilities are different, so one person might like parrying, one person might like canceling and being more offensive, one person might do a hybrid. That's good. That means variety of gameplay, which is what people fucking want. That's what makes a competitive game exciting. Not only for the viewer, but the player as well. That's what Street Fighter 5 was lacking. So if that actually does end up being how the game is played, great, okay? But today we're going to talk about the roster leak.
He's going to hype it up, and then he's going to play it. He's going to hate it because he can just smash buttons.
We're going to start off with some of the staples. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through this kind of, characters and tell you, here's what they look like or whatever. That's all we really know. We know how they play. We know how they look. So we start with the classics, meaning the original Street Fighter cast of Street Fighter 2.
Terrible Johnny.
Ryu and Ken. Ryu was from Japan. I never knew that. I thought he was from Tibet. No. It's funny, though, because the way he's dressed here, it almost looks like he's like a monk or something like that. Like he lives in, like he's a hermit and he lives in the hills. Because isn't that like a hide, like a pelt or something he's wearing over his shoulder? I mean, it's hard to tell, but it kind of looks to me like this is him living the lifestyle. In the original Street Fighter games, he was supposed to be like a guy wandering the streets with a bag with all his clothes in it and his belongings. The true wandering world warrior. Here it looks like he's kind of settled down, maybe, living in the hills or something. I don't know. Ken is wearing what appears to be a lengthy bomber-style jacket. He's still wearing his notable red pants, but that's about it. He's not wearing anything else. Oh, see, really? Legend Killer says Ryu is essentially wearing Oro Street Fighter 3. You know what? You're right. Now I'm kind of noticing that. That's what Oro is wearing. So maybe he moved out to the mountains because Oro, the character from Street Fighter 3, is a hermit. He lives in the mountains by himself. He's such a powerful warrior that he lives by himself in the mountains and he only fights with one hand because if he fought with both hands, he would apparently kill everyone right away. Yeah, that's the actual lore of Street Fighter 3. So it looks like maybe he's been living with Oro, right? Ken, who knows what he's doing in a bomber jacket. It's not really too clear here. What I would hope is that Ken, for once, will not look stupid because in Street Fighter 2, Ken was just a palette swap of Ryu. Only difference is they put this yellow hair on his head, but essentially it was exactly the same look as Ryu. Over the years, they've changed Ken dramatically, okay?
Take a sip.
But it's not really clearly in this what he's all about or what his plotline will be. Zangief looks pretty
He
cool.
just
looks
bragged
Zangief
yesterday that,
it looks like he returned to the wrestling
guys,
circuit, right?
I can
Now,
actually
instead of wearing
walk
the tights, now he's
down
wearing
to my
wrestling
mailbox
clothes.
to get my mail without
Ken's
running
kind
out
of
of
locking his
breath,
arm. It looks like
guys.
he's wearing like a wrestling elbow pad.
Like, holy
So
shit, I
maybe
can't
he
imagine being that out of
actually
shape.
Return to pro wrestling, and that's his plotline now. He's a pro wrestler again. Because remember, Street Fighter 2, he's not. He's like a former pro wrestler. That's cool. Like a Saturday Night Slam Masters vibe to him, right? Okay, let's continue on here. Hold on, I gotta select each picture. So now we kind of extrapolate upon that. We zoom back a little bit. And we continue on, and what's revealed here is that it's all 8 of the original characters from Street Fighter 2 World Warrior will be in Street Fighter 6, which initially I'm happy. That was one of the things that was stupid about Street Fighter 5, is that they didn't have most of the original cast, and then they slowly released them as DLC. Like, no, just fucking put them in the game or don't. They're the staple characters of the franchise. Either they're there or they're not. Don't then people charge. You're charging people for something that's been in the game since the start. Do you not think that's going to piss people off and or be really fucking stupid? So I'm glad that they're in there from the start. You got Dalsim, looking like an old man with a big bushy beard. I like that. Although I don't know how the hell it's going to affect his yoga fire. Is he going to burn his beard off his face every time? I guess he's got to be really careful. Honda, arguably looking his most muscular
At least
from
he
any game
has
ever.
facial hair to burn off, unlike
at
you.
the character art of Honda from Street Fighter 2 series, he always kind of looked buff. Like, he looked like, even though he's a sumo, he looked like he was built like muscle. But the game itself didn't really portray him like that. Well, he looks crazy powerful. Like, maybe Honda isn't a sumo wrestler anymore. and he's become a different kind of fighter, or I'm not saying that his fighting style will change, but you know the lore of the character. Blanca's Blanca. I don't think Blanca's ever gonna change. He's a mutated freak, right? What are you gonna do? It is, you know, we'll see. But that's Blanca. Guile, I don't even know what's going on with Guile. Like, he kind of reminds me of fucking Van Damme. He does. He reminds me of Van Damme from the Street Fighter movie. He's in like this
That's
like
kind of who it was based off of. So,
right? And I don't know. Like, I guess we'll find out. But it looks to me like maybe he went back. Because keep in mind, the plot. I should say this. The plot of Street Fighter 6 takes place after the plot of Street Fighter 3. Shadaloo is done. Shadaloo is actually completely defeated. There's no more Shadaloo terrorist organization. Bison's defeated. Bison's gone. No one even knows where he is, if he's dead or whatever. So that whole plot is over with. So, you know, there's no Interpol isn't going after Shadaloo anymore. So these characters are off doing their own stuff. You know, we don't know what Guile will be up to in this, but it looks like he went back to the military officially with the way he looks here. And Chun-Li, out of the entirety of the original cast, Chun-Li looks the best. Why? Because for the first fucking time in any Street Fighter game, they cut the bullshit.
Yes, he does, but he never will because he needs the money. He really does to pay his bills.
Chinese. Which she should have looked like from the first game, but they never, it's like they had the inability to make them look how they're supposed to look from the cultures they come from. For the first time ever, she looks authentic.
Please explain to me how she looks Chinese, but she didn't before. They had the ability to do that in Street
Fighter 4, and they just didn't. They wanted to go with their kind of anime-ish, cartoony look. And I'm happy that finally they're giving her a look that looks like that people from that country. Thank God. Why not? I actually found it more offensive that previously everyone could look cartoony and anime-ish. Now they're finally looking kind of authentic. Like I said, it looks like they're actually going for a more hyper-realistic look. Take a look at the proportions of their bodies, right? They're actually, like, properly proportioned. I'm not saying that Zangief is, you know, not humongous. He is. But the point I'm making here is, look, there's not a giant
and Bison totally
that's twice the size of her head coming up over here. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they don't. 93. If they ever did a subscriber purge,
it took a while for them to figure out.
You'd lose 100,000 easily.
Insanely gross proportioned characters, but it looks like they finally figured it out. This camera's going crazy right now, by the way. I guess what I should do is turn off the white balance again, because it's going nuts. I will.
Yes, he is, Kumo. Remember, he's an anime fan, guys. He's watched anime before.
Let's go crazy on the webcam. There we go. Okay, that's the original cast. Okay, now what we go into is returning characters who are not the original cast. Okay, we start off with Cammy, and it's funny because it says she's from Great Britain, which is correct. The character originally is from Great Britain, but I guess if you follow the plot of Street Fighter, she joined Alpha Flight, right? Not Alpha Flight. Alpha Flight is fucking Marvel Comics. She joined a group of, I believe they were supposed to be like a military group, but then she got kidnapped by Bison and brainwashed to be one of his Killer Bee dolls. But now she's returning.
Alpha Flight was a core group in one of the Marvel Gacha games on mobile. Gee, DSP, is that why you were thinking about Alpha? That's what I thought.
Back to her. Delta Red, that's what it is. Delta Red, thank you guys. It was Delta Red, not Alpha Flight. I don't know why I got that mixed in my head. But anyway, yes. So she's returned, and it looks like she's kind of fully representing where she's from now. And completely redesigned character from the ground up. She's no longer wearing a
how's
outfit.
it going?
She's no longer wearing a Killer Bee outfit. She's kind of her own thing. She's kind of cool. I like that. All right. DJ. Now, obviously, I'm excited about that. DJ's one of my favorite characters in the original Street Fighter 2 series. He's actually one of the characters that I'm really good at in competitive play. And to see him return is actually surprising. Because he is, how can I say, like, he wasn't ever a fan favorite. You know what I'm saying? He never was. Like, he was always kind of like, oh, there's Guile, but then there's DJ. And Guile's the better character, and DJ's kind of the downgraded Guile. What I'm hoping is that in this game, they will give him his own unique identity and or moveset that makes him stand out. In a way that, and I also hope he's good, because, like, I hate to say it, when he was in Street Fighter 4, when they first put him in there, he sucked. And then they tweaked him in later versions, but the way that he was played was not, let me put it this way, for someone who likes DJ as a character and played him in Super Turbo, playing him in Street Fighter 4 was not fun. He was just, even though he was decent later on.
I could have spammed buttons and win, guys.
It was kind of frustrating, okay? So I certainly hope that he'll kind of return to his roots of how he was played in Super Turbo. Rashid, returning character for Street Fighter 5. Fan favorite, right? I think a lot of people like Rashid. Personally, he was one of my favorite original characters for Street Fighter 5. Remember when I played the game, I actually played with him and really liked him. I thought he was a fun character with a good build. And Jury, fan favorite from Street Fighter 4, who then later on was added to Street Fighter 5. Unique moveset for sure for Street Fighter character. And since people liked her so much, I'm not shocked to see her return. Although I'm very interested to see what will her plot be, because the whole Shadaloo and the whole plot line with Seth and all that, it's all over. So what is her relation to the plot now that all
we don't
that's
know
done?
M. Bison's
I have no
coming
idea.
back.
I guess we'll find out. Okay, continuing on. The second half of the returning characters.
No matter what Capcom says, he's coming back.
I guess I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked Ed is in this. Ed is such a boring, generic guy that was added as a DLC character in Street Fighter 5. He worked for Shadaloo. He was one of the agents of Bison. Okay, now Shadaloo doesn't exist anymore. So who's he working for? And what's weird is if you take a look to the upper left-hand corner of his upper left shoulder, is that a Shadaloo symbol? There's no fucking Shadaloo. Unless that's the plot. They're coming back. After Street Fighter 3, they're gone. There's no Shadaloo. So what is that?
Take a sip.
And by the way, I mean, I looked at it. I didn't like that character. I just didn't like his build in Street Fighter 5. He was pretty much one of the most boring characters that I saw in Street Fighter 5.
Reminding you of you,
not
huh?
interested in this character at all. I kind of didn't even pay any attention to him in Street Fighter 5.
Reminds me of me, me, guys.
Frankly, but maybe, I don't know. Was he a fan favorite? I don't know. I didn't play Street Fighter 5 during that time. I thought he was one of the most unimpressive, uninspired, boring, oh look, blonde hair, blue eye, generic, stereotypical, fucking Logan Paul looking motherfucker. He's boring. I don't like that guy.
Exactly, Nerd. No matter how much money he
And then, of
gets,
course,
he'll
Akuma,
never
I
be
already shot that
happy.
Akuma's back. Akuma will never not be in Street Fighter. Seriously, since the day Akuma was put into Street Fighter, he's always been one of the most popular characters. He will, you know what I'm saying? He will always be in it, even if he has nothing to do with the game. Like literally everything could be going on in the game, and you open a door and Akuma's in there in a stall taking a shit. He'll still be in it, even if he has nothing to do with the plot. He'll
Gotta
be in
bring
it
it back
because
to
he's
shit,
that popular
doesn't he?
He'll never let go of Akuma.
No matter
I want
what,
Akuma to be in the
shit's
game
got to
because
be
he's in it.
involved.
How does he look? I mean, his design
Of
is kind of
course
a
it
hybrid of a
is.
million other versions of Akuma. Personally, I thought his design in Street Fighter 5 was laughably bad. It looked like he had a fucking lion's mane. Have you ever seen a human who grew a lion's mane around their head? I haven't. But anyway.
I have actually those.
There
What
you
is
go, Akuma
it?
baby.
Mexican,
All right, let's continue.
whatever.
Now,
like there's 4 of
We
them.
move on to new
Pretty much
characters.
look like werewolves.
And this is really
because
where
of
the big
whatever
spoilers
weird
are
ass
happening,
disease they
because
got.
no one knew about these new characters except
So
for
I
Luke,
have
who's
actually
the
seen
DLC
something like
character
that.
from Street Fighter 5. So everyone already knew about him, but no one knew about these other characters. So Luke from the United States, I guess he's the Jake Paul, right? He looked exactly the same as Ed.
Although they
Stupid,
call them werewolves,
dumb,
not line mains, but still.
badly designed character. Did no effort at all put into him, and now not only is a DLC character for Street Fighter 5.
It was like Jake Paul, guys, so that means it's
I'm going to
bad.
laugh hysterically if they try to make him the main character of Street Fighter 6. I'm telling you right now, no one's going to care. People do not care about fucking Luke. They just don't. And they will not. So if this is the route they're going, just prepare for Luke to become the next Alex. Because remember in Street Fighter 3, they tried to change the plot of Street Fighter 3 to be about a new character named Alex. Nobody cared. They wanted Ryu and Ken in the class.
You didn't care.
People were upset that in Street Fighter 3 there was only Ryu and Ken as returning characters. And Alex failed miserably as a character. No one really cared about him. So even if they tried
Oh, he's
as hard
gonna
as they
skip
want,
them, Mitch. Unless someone gives him the
no,
game, he's
I don't think
skipping
this character's gonna be
those.
successful. And by the way, Japan, not every American is blonde hair, blue eye. Just so you know, because you already got fucking tons of them here. Okay. All right, just throwing that out there. Okay. The next character is called Marissa, or is it Marisa? Marissa, I don't know. A muscular fighter from Italy. Looks to me like she's kind of wearing MMA gear. Some people have referenced that she's wearing gladiator gear. I
I
don't
said
see
she's
that.
clearly
It seems
wearing
like she looks
gladiator
like an
gear.
MMA fighter to me, and I feel like they're almost going for like a Ronda Rousey, Zangief hybrid, because obviously she does not have
Gladiator.
a feminine frame.
She's from Italy.
Let's put it
She's
that way,
gladiator gear.
which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you know this is just going to cause people to start now talking about gender issues and shit and stuff that should not be discussed in Street Fighter. You know. So who knows? I mean, we don't know. This was just a character leak. We don't even know the character. We have no idea. All we can do is kind of speculate. But it looks to me like it'll be an MMA style fighter with a big frame, right? Like I said, like a Zangief proportioned frame. There is his name? How do you pronounce it? Jamie, right? That's Jamie. Yes. So interestingly enough, Jamie is a fan of Yun and Yang from Street Fighter 3. That's in his character bio. And he brings that style to his fighting. If you saw the Sony State of Play, you would actually see that he does like breakdance fighting, which is weird because the way he dresses
That's
reminds
awesome.
me of Thing from Tekken. Okay? So I don't know how he'll fight, besides those little like breakdance kicks, but he looks pretty unique to me. The next character's name is Mimi. M-I-M-I. Mimi. Supposed to be a French fighter. A lot of people are saying she looks like a French version
That's
of
not
Abel.
Mimi
Remember,
from
Abel
Drew
was
Carey
a
show?
French fighter in the plot line of Street Fighter 4,
dated
who,
reference.
to some extent was meant to be kind of the new character in Street Fighter 4 that was a main following in the plot. I have
Stop it, internet.
He looks very tall, but again, we don't know if these are properly proportioned. Don't know. Can't tell. Okay? And then finally, the last character leak here. Trying to see the height proportions. So it looks like two of these characters are short. One is tall and one maybe is mid. You can't really tell. So this character, I believe, there's actually disagreement about the name of this character. Some people are saying her name is Riri, and some people are saying her name is Lily. Because people are disagreeing because they're like, I guess the translation, you can't tell. It could be a major character from Tekken. So people
Okay, so
aren't
it's
sure
not the
of
internet,
name of
it's
this
just a
character,
video, alright.
Okay, but she is from Mexico, and it looks like she's wielding a pair of ball-headed war clubs. Kind of reminds me of a few things. You see Mortal Kombat, the character Kotal Khan, in one of his builds, he's using a giant club that's supposed to be like a ceremonial war club of like indigenous peoples of like America, and I think it's supposed to be a reference to like maybe Mexican
I was waiting for him to
indigenous
say
peoples and
something
things like
racist.
that. So I think this may be a reference to that cultural history of Mexico. I have absolutely no idea if there was ever Mexican fighters who used claw clubs. You know, who knows? I don't certainly not oh, exactly Aztec or Mayan inspired, perhaps. Right? Looks like a unique character. Have no idea how she's gonna play. I'll be honest with you. I hope she's not a complete cultural stereotype like fucking El Fuerte was. El Fuerte, quite frankly, could be considered quite offensive when he's jumping and saying tortilla pop and fucking burrito kick and shit. It's like, the fuck? Like, Japan, hey, Capcom Japan, hi. Can you not be that ridiculous? Like, can you, like, at least give some respect to the culture and not go, like, taquito roll and fucking shit? Like, come on, like, taco punch? Jesus Christ. You have a fucking clue here.
Wow,
So,
DSP, really?
Okay, let's continue. The next
Really,
character,
DSP?
he's called JP. Does it
How are you
stand
gonna
for something?
get anyone
I have
on
no
being
idea.
racist or whatever when
But he's
you have
supposed to be from
entire
Russia.
collections
Well,
of racist
interestingly
shit
enough,
you've said and done?
Take a look at his shoulder up there. There's a question mark on his shoulder.
Jesse, how's it
Why?
going?
What does that mean? I have no idea. Obviously, they put it there for a reason. I don't know if it means anything in particular, but it's kind of interesting. Will he have something to do maybe with the plot of the game? Could he be the boss of the game? Perhaps. Maybe. And so maybe he's running an organization or something. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. He certainly looks like almost, you know who he reminds me of? Rugal B from King of Fighters. That's exactly who he reminds me of. He's got the long hair. He's in like, you know, very, very fancy attire, formal looking attire. And Rugal originally looked like that. Rugal Bernstein.
That's the video, not the internet, because you can see the timer down
Originally,
below.
that's how he looked. And that's kind of antagonist of Street Fighter 6, perhaps. The next character is Kimberly.
Go for?
All right, a fighter from the U.S. with colorful street clothes and a Walkman. Do you see a Walkman? I'm reading some notes that people took about these characters online. This one, I'm actually reading, just for clarification purposes, I'm reading some notes from Polygon. I don't want anyone to say, oh, he read right off of Polygon and he didn't say he did. I'm reading some of the information off of Polygon.com. Shout
Almost
out to Polygon.
2 hours of this
Go
shit.
read the full article if you'd like.
You know what?
Okay.
No one fucking cares about
Anyway,
this DSP. We're skipping
a Walkman,
this.
I mean, I guess. Thank you, Hollywood J. Hale, for $25 tip.
Oh, but I thought you weren't keeping
Thank
track
you,
of this
Hollywood
shit,
Reference.
DSP. You're not
Hollywood J.
monetizing.
Hale for the tip. But as I've told you guys, I'm leaning way more towards getting a banh mi sandwich because I've.
Oh, this is him ordering.
So we got chicken, pork, tofu. This is set. That's one perspective. What we need to do is do the other perspective. So let me swap over here. Get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, this is correct. This is the right spot. But I got to get rid of the leaderboard. All right.
Get rid of the leaderboard so we can hide what money he's making.
Looks like I went to piss and order food and we lost 100 viewers. That's spectacular. Too bad. You're just going to have to miss the whole event now. Ending it early. All right. So let's tweet. And so I have kind of briefly answered and addressed it over the years. Quite frankly, never satisfactorily. I don't feel like I should have done it that way. I think if I was going to address it, I should have fully addressed it in a full-fledged professional manner, which I have not to this point, okay? And that's what we're doing today, all right? Today we're going to go through this entire recording, piece by piece. I'm going to tell you about a lot of stuff, all right? Essentially, what this video is a way for them to vent, because they never did that before. The two of them never really came out publicly, or in some cases, even privately. They never really came out and said this stuff. And because of that, a lot of this stuff, quite frankly, I wasn't even aware of, all right? When this video came out, this was like, wow, news to me that some of this stuff was actually happening, okay? At the same time, it doesn't mean that just because I was ignorant of it, that it's okay, all right? One of the major reasons I'm doing this today is to kind of give some closure to this subject. 6.5 years later, I have not spoken with these guys since then, okay? We'll talk about that. That will actually be one of the subject
We'll talk about how you haven't had friends in 7 years.
We'll talk about it, okay?
Remember, these were his only friends. When he says this happened 7 years ago, he's admitting he hasn't had a single fucking friend for 7 years.
Okay? But what I want to do is not only clear the air, but fess up to a lot of stuff. Because I'm a different person now today in 2022 than I was in 2015, than I was in the years before 2015 when I was actively friends with these guys and doing content with them and hanging out with them behind the scenes and all of that. I'm a very different person now. And if anything, one of the things that really prompted me to do this was because recently I did a different React event that was DSP Reacts to Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil. And in that documentary about me that's only about 30 minutes long, it really goes through my history of content creation and the ups and downs and the things, the really messed up stuff that I did publicly back in the day. Okay? This is an example of the messed up stuff that I did privately back in the day.
Yeah, he
And
never
as much
has
as
and
you can
never
say, well,
will
public-facing
admit
stuff
to
is
doing
the stuff that
anything
everyone
wrong.
deals with and cares about.
It's all Howard's fault,
Obviously,
guys.
The fact that all of a sudden these guys who had been a part of my content, in particular John Rambo, I will emphasize here, was a major part of my content for years and years. He was in multiple shows, playthroughs, travel vlogs, and for him to just suddenly not be there anymore, and then to have less and less contact, less and less mentioning, and to the point where now it's like we don't talk about each other anymore. The viewers, you guys, all right, over the years, started to question what the heck happened here, what is going on?
Maybe because you've been doing
very,
reactions to your old comment videos and all that.
Basically,
with
there's
John
two
Howard
sides
in
to it,
them.
and what I mean by that is there's the public
If
side
you
and the
didn't
private
constantly
side.
use
All
them
right?
for more
You
money,
guys know what was
maybe
made
people would
public.
forget
You saw the
about 'em.
recordings, you saw the playthroughs, you saw the travel vlogs, okay? But there's a private side as well, right? There's a whole friendship behind the scenes that you guys aren't aware of. There's discussions and things that happen behind closed doors that are not broadcast. But you guys became a part of that with the public side. And what ended up happening was, I feel like over the years, the public became
Holla holla Warren, holla
of that
holla for the
relationship
dollar.
because they wanted to see that relationship continue. They wanted to see the content continue to come out. And you will see one of the running themes in this video is that the public were urging us on to say something.
When the new animation works,
we had promised, or to say
like
something on one
DSP,
side or the other. That was always a fact.
I just
okay.
tested the new animation to see if it would work, and it did.
What I'd
Yay.
like to do to start today is just let everyone know one of the running themes in this video is that I unfairly monetized John and Howard. All right.
You still
And
do,
there's a
even
theme
to
of
this
money,
day, even with this
there's a theme
video.
of I wasn't fair with money, but then I was fair with money. It's very confusing. But one of the major points, it's actually said like during and then at the end of the video, is that I tend to find ways to monetize them. And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all. I've disabled all pop-ups, any kind of leaderboard. There is nothing going on right now in the realm of contributions, all right, actively. I've decided that any portion of this should not be monetized. If this is a concern of theirs, that I unfairly monetize them over the years and I'm continuously monetizing them, it would be pretty dastardly of me 2 years later, okay, come back to react to this video and monetize it. So I'm not.
But it is. You're still accepting tips. You're still accepting super chats. You're just not shutting them out and tracking them. You just don't have the pop-ups showing up. So 1 Minute Man or Planet Gem can show up, drop 10 grand, and no one would ever know. This is the perfect way for him to be like, all right, guys, if you're worried about tipping me and the trolls finding out who you are, now's a perfect chance to tip me as much as you want, and no one will see, guys. But it's still fully monetized, you just don't give shoutouts. Also, you were doing the retrospective events, where you did retrospective events of the videos with them in it. So you're still monetizing them.
Not doing that, okay? I could. It's within my legal right to do so if I wanted to. I've decided against it, all right? Maybe back in the day, again, one of the things that's changed about me, maybe back in the day I would have. I would have been so stubborn, like, it's my right, I'm going to do it, I'm going to make a buck on it. I'm not going to do that today, all right? I want to do the right thing. If I'm going to address this, okay, I'm going to do it in a proper fashion where it's not about that. It's about me, finally, after 6.5 years, telling you the full story from my perspective and allowing you to
From
objectively
my perspective,
make your own
i.e.
decision.
lying
Many of you
your
have
ass
no
off.
idea what this even is about because you've only been around for the last 7 years. In fact, looking at my history as a content creator, I have actually made way more content since I've lived here in Washington State than when I was back in Connecticut with these guys. Okay, so from
That's not really something to brag about, Mr. 80,000 videos, 198,000 subs, 400 views.
many of you watching this, you're like, I don't even know the situation. So we're gonna start from the beginning. Okay.
Yeah, I muted
Back
the
in the
microphone
day,
before I
in the
snorted.
2000s, I was
Learn
a
from that, DSP.
pro Street Fighter player. I say
Allergies.
pro because pro entails that you do it for a living. No one was playing Street Fighter for a living back then. It wasn't possible. There were no sponsorships,
Exactly,
no
Leyland.
partnerships, no tie-ins with anything. There were no teams, no esports leagues. It was just grassroots. Okay, and being grassroots, basically you could play in every major tournament you wanted, and you would never make enough money to make a living. So I was a competitor. I played in tournaments. I placed in tournaments, but I was never a pro because there was no pros back then. All right. Around the mid-2000s, I began to be known for being a very prominent and high-ranking Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo player in the United States. Although we can go through the whole story of that. I've already addressed that in my Down the Rabbit Hole video, and you can go watch that video to get the full explanation. Go watch DSP Reacts to Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil. You'll get the explanation about my Street Fighter days. Okay. But during this time frame of, say, 2005 to 2007, people on the East Coast of the U.S. started to respect me for the first time as a high-ranking Street Fighter player. And when they did,
You've never had
the word spread
respect.
that Phil was so good at Street Fighter, you want to play with him. You know, you play with Phil, you're going to see a top-ranking player in person.
No,
You know,
you're not.
Here's the thing. Today, things are very different with Street Fighter. Today, you can go online and play people from all over the world, including sometimes, if you're lucky, top-ranked players. You can do it from the comfort of your own
Cheers,
home.
squeak.
Back then, that was not possible. If you wanted to get good at Street Fighter, you had to play like crazy against as much variety of competition as you possibly could. All right, and you essentially had to put your butt physically next to someone to play them. Okay, so during this time frame, I was very friendly.
What
with
about the
all
rest of your
players in
body? Or
Connecticut who I'd known
just
from
about
over
the
years.
butt?
And I come home from like Evo that one year when I did really well, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, you represented Connecticut in such a huge, great way." This is when I lived in Connecticut, by the way. And so I continued to play Street Fighter regularly. One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK,
You're not wrong,
2 together.
Fox.
said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's a game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? Sure, why not? So he took me to someone's home. I believe their name was Jamie, and John Rambo was there as well. And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. And immediately, you know, you could tell the guy was super friendly. He was kind of, when I first met him,
way better than you.
I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment. Like, oh my God, this is a guy who just came back from Evo and placed. Again, me, I'm the kind of
That'd
person
be
I
awesome,
never
Warren.
saw
Just
myself
kick
as
his
kind of
ass.
a celebrity. Even in my days as a prominent YouTuber, I never saw myself in that light. I'm just a normal guy doing my normal thing. But these guys are like, wow, I get to play a guy who just did really well at Evo. This is cool. And that's how our friendship started, where it was just us essentially playing Street Fighter together, and practicing and trying to get better. And, excuse me, we basically had kind of a, I don't know if you want to call it like a brotherhood or camaraderie, but essentially we were the players from Connecticut. We would travel
Ciao,
to
how's it
tournaments to
going?
play video games. I would play
How's it
Super Street
going?
Fighter 2 Turbo. I was still playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and other games. John primarily was playing Super Turbo and also Capcom vs. SNK 2. Okay? And I remember those years, we just hung out playing Street Fighter casually, and then we would travel to tournaments together. Share hotel rooms, split the cost, support each other in tournament, you know, root for each other when we were playing competitively. Those were the formative days of our friendship, okay? And,
When Rambo
you know,
drove you
for
everywhere because
me,
of your bad
at
back.
that time in my life, I didn't have many or any real close friends. It was more, all my time and effort was put into competitive Street Fighter. I've talked about this in the past, that I didn't even really play.
He had no friends when he was in school. No friends in college. No friends after college. Finally meets Rambo. Finally gets a friend when he was in his 20s. Actually, no, he would have been in 30s. Holy shit. No, wait. He's 40 now. I don't know. He met him. Well, yeah, because he stopped being friends with him 7 years ago. So he had a single friend for about, what, 10 years of his life? 40-year-old man has only had one friend for approximately 10 years. Can you imagine being 40 years old and only ever having one friend and only having them for 10 years? Fuck, I'm still best friends. We're so close we call each other brothers because we've known each other since diapers. The other one we met in 3rd grade and been friends with him since. I was just hanging out at his house yesterday. Went and got Mexican and went back and started watching some stupid YouTube videos. And like, no, 3 hours later. Oh shit, it's 10 o'clock. I need to get home. Oh shit, man, I got work tomorrow too. Fuck. Because you can sit there and just watch stupid YouTube videos for hours. Yeah. Been friends with these guys for over 30 years. DSP had one friend. 10 years out of 40. Womp womp.
Play console video games outside of Street Fighter. It was just focused on Street Fighter. So the relationship and friendship that I had with John was primarily Street Fighter related stuff.
Cookie's
okay?
Jump Scare
Now,
Mansion? Ooh.
Fast forward to years later, you can see footage of us at tournaments together, right? You can actually see this from this time, like Evo East 2006 and Evo East 2007. Us playing, I'm rooting for John, John's rooting for me. You can find some footage of this, very rarely, because back then it wasn't a prominent thing, but you can find some of this kind of footage from old school YouTube and stuff like that, okay? Now, years
muted
later,
before I cough.
2008, I started doing YouTube videos,
Uh-oh.
okay? And
Where's that showing as-
at that point, John
there
is
we go, we're
involved
back.
in them in a limited capacity whenever I'm covering Street Fighter stuff. If I'm going to a Street Fighter tournament, or if I'm covering the launch of Street Fighter 4, or if John's coming over to my place and we're playing some okay, that was the game that was kind of prominent at the time, and we played a lot of that together. You could find sets of that, and we'll actually talk a little bit about that. He'll talk about it. But really, John didn't become a staple part of my content until, I would say, probably mid to late 2010, when I lost my office job and I started doing YouTube full time. And
Where's this
John,
one that is red?
at that point, we basically kind of skipped from being just Street Fighter buddies to actual friends. Like, I would say that was the time in my life that I felt like John was like one of my best, if not my best friend. Because when I lost my job,
When I lost my job at the helicopter company, oh my fucking god, he's going over it again. Let's watch.
in my office job, I had an office job for about 4.5 years, worked for a helicopter company. And after working there for so long, they laid me off completely unexpectedly. It was so shocking. They had given me awards saying, thanks for going above and beyond at this job. And 2 months later, they laid me off. Completely
Womp womp.
shocking. I didn't know what to do. I had a condo, I had car payments, I had all this debt in my name, and there was no other equivalent jobs in Connecticut I could get to make that much money. I thought I was going to lose everything, all right? And it was this time when I remember having a call to John Rambo, and John was incredibly supportive to me. He was like, dude, don't worry about it. I know you're the kind of guy you're going to recover from this. I remember him being so supportive on the phone.
And he never did. He just
And
got worse
I was like,
and
you know, John, I'm
worse
doing some
and
gameplay
worse.
today. Dead Space, excuse me. Dead Rising 2. I'm already doing this playthrough, and I'm sucking at it. I can't get any further in the game. This tiger's kicking my fucking ass. Would you want to come over? The game's co-op. Would you want to come over and join me for this? And kind of like right now, everyone on the internet knows I just lost my job. I'm making a video about it and everything. But it would be really nice to have
you told them to click the ads.
Gameplay with me. That's not Street Fighter.
And then you lost monetization.
And that's actually when our co-op gameplay began together. Was that fall of 2010 when it was a regular thing. Before then, yeah, sporadically, we would do some co-op things, but primarily it was always Street Fighter shit. And by the way, I should emphasize, none of my content was monetized at this point on YouTube. I wasn't making money on any gameplay.
You had PayPal links.
At this point.
You had PayPal links. Shut the fuck up.
I was doing YouTube for fun from the years of 2008 all the way to early 2011. It was all for fun, okay? So John and I start doing regular cooperative gameplay. And at this point, we basically kick off what I would consider a real friendship. It wasn't just Street Fighter.
And then a year later, I got laid off from my helicopter job.
He would come over.
You know what, Fox?
We would have meaningful conversations about our lives. We would hang out for about an hour or more before we ever turned on a camera to record any style of gameplay or any kind of comment.
We would hang out for an hour before I was finally able to convince them to turn the camera on and make money off of it, guys. Every now and then, I'll have a friend or whatever in one of my videos. Like the one friend recording me and the other one wrestling on the wrestling mat, calling me Fat Grizzly Adams. It was hilarious. Or when my friend was, for some reason, grilling inside of the garage, setting the shit on fire. You know what? That's maybe a 30-second clip here and there. And they know. Like, I'm like, hey. Like, oh, you better give us all the other. And it's like, dude, these videos are going to get me maybe a penny or two. Or the shorts don't get anything because they're not monetized, but... Oh no, over the course of a year, you might get 2, maybe 3 minutes of video with my friends in it. And just doing super random shit like the one after playing golf all day, getting hammered, and then, oh, we got a children's club, or let's see how well you can hit it in the dark after drinking all day with a children's club. Alright, and, well, at least it didn't fall over.
Because we actually had a running
Chris, how's it going?
On professional wrestling. Professional wrestling was something that was meaningful.
Good for you, Rune.
We're both lifelong fans of wrestling.
Hey, you didn't have to beg the
we
internet.
Had different perspectives that we could add when we were doing commentary on a pro wrestling show.
Take a sip. And I think I will too.
John and I were Street Fighter buddies, turned into what I would arguably say good friends. Over the course of several years, you know, that 2005, 2006, we knew each other, Street Fighter, all the way through like 2009, and then 2010, the friendship really kicks off to a real friendship when we start doing things that aren't Street Fighter related.
Oh, so I was wrong. They weren't friends. They knew each other. They hung out for 5 years, but they weren't friends. So he had a friend for 5 out of 40 years. Out of 40 years of his life, he had a friend for 5 years. DSP, that is just sad and pathetic. That is just sad and pathetic. The fuck is wrong with you?
Okay?
Well, I mean, there's
John
lots of
then
things wrong with him, but...
became a staple part of my content. Whether it was Smart Guys or gameplay once a week, if we traveled and went to a trip for a Street Fighter tournament or we went to a gaming convention, he would come along the way. John was inspired to start making his own content for YouTube on his own channel, John Rambo Presents, where he would make not only initially gameplay, but he would branch out to a podcast series called John Rambo Presents The Show. In addition to that, he did a highly edited, really highly stylized and produced series called Strasman Hole Punch.
Like people in the chat, why didn't he use the pre-stream podcast for this shit?
Along the way, I turned my YouTube presence into a job. Now, I never intended for that to happen. It was always just a fun thing to do. But in 2011, I got partnered with Machinima. I started getting the ability to monetize all of my videos on YouTube, okay? And John was a part of that content. So, at one point we had the discussion, well, I'm making money on these videos now. What's fair is fair. John should be making a cut of all the content that he's in, okay? So, yes, and we're going to discuss that in detail. But he did start getting paid for his work with me, okay? Over the years, this continued. You know, this continued all the way from 2010, all the way through trips, through all kinds of different series. We went to WrestleMania together. We went to conventions together. We did all this stuff together. It all came to a head, essentially, in 2014, because in 2014, I made a life-changing decision that I was going to leave Connecticut and move across the country to the state of Washington, to this home that I live in to this day, okay? Obviously, this was a life-changing decision. It was going to change any kind of arrangement or content that we were doing together.
Come on, Rambo. Pay for your own flight to come out here and then pay for a hotel room because you can't stay at my place. And make content with me.
After a period of time where I would get settled in, and we would basically continue to do content together remotely over the internet, okay? We'll talk about the details about that in this video, so I don't want to get into that, all right? Now, that's essentially where we're going to kind of leave it with John, all right? Because that's really, this video will discuss our further relationship. Okay, I don't need to go any further than that. That's the history of me and John Rambo. Howard. Howard is a completely different situation, all right?
Now remember, this video is supposed to be a react to the John and Howard video. We're over 2 hours into this stream. 2 hours, 7 minutes, 27 seconds. And he's not actually reacted to anything.
Just to give you guys some perspective, and you may not know this, because I've never really talked about it over the years, but Howard, I would say, was a Street Fighter buddy of mine, absolutely. An acquaintance of mine a little bit outside of that. I never had what would be considered kind of a full-fledged private or close friendship with Howard. That never...
You only hung out, did stuff, went on trips. Holy shit, DSP. What, because he wasn't giving you money, he wasn't your friend?
existed. Maybe that came across that way in the videos that we made together because we kind of played off each other really well, especially in co-op gameplay or a lot of the interactions when we were doing Street Fighter stuff. But Howard was way more of a friend and always a close friend of John Rambo, not of mine, okay? I will give you the history. So during the time when I was already friends with John Rambo and we were already traveling and playing Street Fighter together, this is before I did YouTube videos, one day I decided to do a backyard barbecue cookout party at my parents' house. I bought a big tent and I had tables set up to play video games, Street Fighter, outside, and we had a big cookout with liquor, beer, food, everything. I posted up on, at that time, the website shoryuken.com, which was the big hub of where you would post up for Street Fighter stuff, and I said, Phil's big backyard blowout, I don't know what I called it. I said, come on by, if you're you know, someone from Connecticut and you're a player, and you want to just come and say hi for a few minutes, grab a burger, play a game, or you just want to come chill with us all day, come on by. We're doing this.
Did your parents agree to this? I don't think your parents would have agreed to this.
My longtime friends, I invited all my longtime Street Fighter buddies over, but some newer people who I never met before. And one of the people who came by, and I met for what I thought was the first time, was Howard. He comes by with a giant plate of burgers. I remember, because he was the only one who came with a ton of shit. And he's like, hey.
Stop pausing, bitch.
My name's Howard, and you might not know me, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And I used to go there and play Street Fighter while you were there, and you were always in like the higher echelon of players. Like it was you and your buddy T and a few others. I went and played, but I was never like competitive like you guys, so I casually played with you guys all the time. But you probably don't remember me because I wasn't part of like your circle of friends back then. Okay? Cool. That's, I mean, that guy history. I don't remember the guy from back then. I mean, then again, I don't remember much back from back then. His formative years as a teenager, you know. I was like, come on in.
Whoa.
Super nice guy, and basically we hit off.
Formative years as a teenager. You are 40 years old. Unless this happened 22 years ago, you weren't a teenager. Even then, you would have been, 19. Like, 2005 was 17 years ago. You would have been 23 years old. DSP, you were not a teenager if you're 23 years old. Or remember it was okay for me to scream racial slurs, guys. I was young and immature back then. You were 29 years old. You were 31 years old. You were 35 years old when you finally learned how to do laundry. Like DSP, you weren't young and immature. You weren't 12, 13, 14. You weren't being an edgy 14-year-old, whatever. No. At that moment, you would have been 23 years old. Not a teen. Not formative years.
A Street Fighter friendship, meaning, as, again, we were traveling to Street Fighter tournaments or whatever, Howard would come along with John and I to these tournaments. He became part of our group, all right?
If DSP ever had to run a legitimate business, it'd be bankrupt in a month.
And that's really kind of where our relationship stayed for the longest time. When I started doing YouTube, Howard became a part of some of that content. Some of the earliest content I did was called East Coast Customs. We went over Howard's home, and what did we do? We made Street Fighter joysticks. We bought joysticks. We ripped them apart.
And then Capcom sued you to stop that.
Joysticks we had ordered. We put artwork on top. We printed it out at like Kinko's. We printed it out, and we had these cool joysticks that we sold online for a profit. Okay. We had joint ventures like that over the years. And Howard was always welcome whenever he wanted. If he wanted to be part of a playthrough, or if he wanted to be part of content that we did. Primarily, he always was interested in Street Fighter stuff. So if we're going to a tournament, he'll go with us, you know, or that kind of stuff. All right. You'll notice over the years, every once in a while, Howard was involved with a playthrough. Okay. Usually that happened if it was a game that needed more than one person to play with. So if it was like 3 players, or we're doing a party game with motion controls, it makes sense to have Howard in that with us because he's the third guy. He's a cool guy. We know him from Street Fighter. He's a friendly guy and all of that. Why not have him involved in our content?
Yes, he is.
Now, by the way, he's not the only person. There's other people who've been involved in our content over there. Joe Joe is actually a close friend of Rambo's.
Oh,
who
Jay.
Rambo brought in to be part of cooperative playthroughs that we did. You can see Joe in several different playthroughs that we've done over the years, including Family Guy is one of the notable ones. Okay? So there's other people along the way who've been involved in our co-op content as well. Howard was one of them. Joe was one of them. Okay? What I would say is where Howard really became prominent in my content and where this conception of that Howard is a close friend of Phil's started happening when we started doing a series called Project 7. We will talk about that series in detail.
Oh my God, Project 7.
In this video, all right? But if you're wondering, why am I doing this background, all right? Why am I going into the history of me and Rambo and me and Howard?
So you can
Why?
stall.
Because in the context of this video that they made about me, if you just watched the video, all right, you would be of the impression that we were this close-knit group of friends who were constantly doing stuff together, who were constantly involved with each other on an equal level. That couldn't even be further from the truth.
You, motherfucker, you didn't see them as close-knit friends. They, being normal human beings, not pig roach e-beggars, probably thought that you guys were always a great group of friends. You guys probably thought, oh wow, we're all such great friends. We do content for him. We do content for us. We're going to WrestleMania together. We're going to conventions together. We're hosting panels together. Like, we're a great group of friends. DSP. We were never friends, guys. Never friends. They were just supposed to make me, more money. Holy shit, DSP. Our only friend's a car guy. When I saw Walter, I'd be like, hey, it's making a noise. I'm bringing it over. Check it, like, oh, it's this. You can just go get the parts from AutoZone in a 24-pack. I'll fix it. All right. Or, yeah, it's going to be that. That's going to need a lift. I'm not doing that shit. But if they try to charge you more than $300, tell them the pound sand goes somewhere else. But at the same time, hey, I'm trying to get a new computer because my old one is, well, from back in high school. We're 20 years old. Can you help me? Yeah, sure, I'll get you a good one. So, like, now you don't want. So, yeah, we will do stuff like that. But you know what else we'll do? We'll go golfing. We'll sit around and watch stupid YouTube videos for hours. We'll have bonfires. We'll go down to South Carolina, Myrtle Beach together. We'll have a good time. We hang out because we're friends. At no point did I ever think, these guys aren't really my friends. Just wait for me to make money. More money for me. Unlike you, DSP. Can you imagine going on the internet saying, I've never had friends. I've only had people to make money off of. It's not my fault that they thought that me were friends with them. I was never friends with them. There's just means for me to make more money. Like, holy shit.
I was in my content every week. John was the guy
Yes,
who
it
I
is,
had a
Rocklight,
business
even better.
relationship with, to pay him for appearing in my content.
I say
Right?
DSP doesn't
John
wake
was
up for
the guy
another
who I
hour, so it
considered
can't be a
close friend.
restream.
That never happened with Howard, ever. Okay, I never had a close friendship with the guy. I was friendly with him. I knew him. I knew some of his family members, and from going to over his house, you meet people or whatever. But it was never like we were all three close friends. It was like I was friends with John. John was closer friends with Howard than I was, and Howard would be involved in our content from time to time. Okay, so you might say, why am I bringing this up? Here's why. Because this video was the John and Howard video, and that shocked the shit out of me. Because if anything, I expected that if there was going to be anyone who would come out and say something, it would have been John. That John would have come out and said, listen, the reason why I'm not talking to Phil anymore is this. Here's the reasons, here's my gripes.
Sorry, Squidward, but this new message is going to get pinned. Place pin message. He was never my friend. This is what DSP just said. He was never my friend. We only ever traveled together, played games together, vacationed together, hung out, made projects, and had fun. He was never my friend. Holy shit.
This video originally was about an hour and a half long, and most of the stuff is from Howard. If you listen to the video, which we're going to, you're going to hear all these gripes that Howard has about me, all these issues he has with me, okay? Which is fine. I'm going to fess up to a lot of this stuff because it's true. But the point I'm making here is I wasn't close friends with Howard. Yet it seems like this video, the way it was made, is to spin it in that direction. Like, oh, look, both John and Howard were good friends with Phil, and now they're really...
There's someone I used to work with. We hang out maybe 5-6 times a year. Usually go see a movie, get something to eat, go golfing, get something to eat, whatever. We don't hang out that much. But you know what? When I got invited to his Christmas party, I made sure to go. And I brought food. You know what? Because we're friends. DSP, You spent years with this person, traveling the country, going to tournaments, doing convention panels together, doing projects. I have a guy that I consider a great friend. We see each other 6, maybe at most 8 times a year. Still a great friend. He loves God of War. Like, when the God of War came out for PS4, he got the special edition, so it has like the big statue and all that. I think it's really cool, but maybe 6 to 8 times at most in a year. Still a great friend. In fact, he's the one that I did the No Way Out live stream. Well, not live stream, the No Way Out video with. We did a No Way Out video together. You know why? Because we're friends. And yet this guy, yeah, we just hung out, went on vacations together, did panels together, did projects together, played video games together, went to WrestleMania together, but we're never friends. How are you not friends with someone you're that close to? I just don't get it.
Destroying him in a public video.
Howard was never in his chat. It was someone pretending to be Howard.
I never was a close friend with Howard. Some of the things he says in the video, you'll see him like, oh, well, Phil never contacted me. It's because I never contacted you ever. Most of the time that I had contact with Howard was through John. Okay? So we're going to get to that. All right? But I needed to kind of give this pre-viewing information because it has to put it into a frame of reference. All right? John, I feel, had every right over the years to complain, had every right to slam me for shit. All right? He's the one who I had the close personal friendship with. But when people told me, hey, Phil, did you hear that there was a big video that John and Howard made about you today? I was like, John and Howard? Howard? How is Howard involved?
Terrible, John.
You know? Okay? Why am I doing this now in 2022 when the friendship fell apart?
Because they haven't been on the internet in years, so you know you're safe from them reacting to you.
When this video came out, all right, it was so hurtful to me that I couldn't watch it. All right?
I'll say.
Most of the
what's
information
going on my group
that I
chat.
heard about from the video was through third parties who had watched it and would either come to my streams and tell me what was said. Some of my friends
Mostly
who
memes to
were
each
moderators
other.
at the time watched the video and came to me and told me what it said.
My one friend's a huge Friday the 13th fan, so the last picture I
basically-
sent was from ClausicCon.
When it came
with
out,
someone dressed
all
up
right,
as Jason.
I was already in a really bad place in my life in 2015. I mean, again, if you want a full explanation of all of this, go watch the DSP reacts to the Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil video. That year,
And what if that was about Frank Gore
I had been
being
swatted,
immortal?
DDoS. Why did this just beep? Oh, because I'm not using it, so it auto turned on. I was losing money.
You had it on for so long without using it, it turned itself off, DSP. That might be telling you something, because it's been 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 42 seconds, and you still haven't done any reaction to this video.
On my business. By the way, I had a personal relationship with my ex that was falling apart at the time. I was living with my ex, and we were supposed to be in this relationship, and it wasn't. Okay?
Yes, it is, Finn.
All this storm
He
of
loved
shit
Rambo more than he's ever
happening
loved
to me.
anyone else in his life,
So
except for
when this
maybe
video came
money.
out on November 28th, 2015, all right, I couldn't watch it. I heard about it, and I was like, I can't. It wasn't until I couldn't even specifically tell you exactly when I watched it. I don't even
You watched as soon as it came out, got home to Machinima, and Machinima took it down for you. Shut the fuck up.
remember. I just know eventually I watched it. You know, and when I did, like when I even heard the video came out, you know that feeling you get in your chest? It's not necessarily panic, but it's like true pain. You get that heart-crushing feeling right here, like your whole body just droops, and you're like, oh. When I heard this video came out, I was like, wow, a video like that came out, and they really hate me to do something like that.
Yes, he is, Leland.
Right?
He's
Because
giving
we're
us
gonna talk
hours
about
of
this,
backstory
again,
before he even
video.
starts the video.
Over the years, absolutely, I spoke out of turn. I said things publicly I should not have said. I was an asshole. I'm going to fess up to all of that today for the very first time, okay? But I was always in the hopes that these guys would contact me privately and we could talk about it, okay? I was trying to contact John in particular, not so much Howard, but John in particular. I was trying to reach out to him over and over a course of about a year.
Because you only cared
a
about
year and a half,
John, sad
and he
face.
decreasingly responded to the point where he started ghosting me, basically. No response at all.
Womp womp.
And I was hoping that eventually they would reach out and say, all right, enough is enough. Let's talk about this, you know, respectfully, like friends,
Yes,
like
eventually the
men,
video's
whatever you want to
edited.
say.
The actual video is 1 hour and 38 minutes long. This is 2 hours and 18 minutes long. So it's going to be a shit show. We already know that.
And let's hash it out so we can put it to bed.
Yes,
Even
he
if we
does,
can't be
Rock Light.
friends
It's what he
anymore, At
does.
least we can hash it out.
No, it's
That's
definitely
not what
pig's
happened. They
pain.
chose
Very
to
much
make
the
a
pain.
90-minute long hit piece, I guess you could call it, about me. Most of it I wasn't even aware of it. I mean,
He has to see it. You can't wear headphones anymore. It gives them ear infections.
Not that I didn't know the situations, but I didn't know that they had issue with it.
Balls.
There are a few things, and a few certain situations they'll call out here where absolutely John told me about them, and he'll even talk about that. Oh, and Phil, apologize for this situation or that situation. But a lot of this stuff, I didn't know about at all. And it was the first time hearing it. And having the whole internet hear it at the same time as me was like, wow, that tells me they didn't want an apology. They didn't want a change in attitude.
Wish there were 1,000 people watching him during this part.
Right? Because they could have, behind the scenes, reached out to me about to talk about it, and they never did.
They had reached out to you behind the scenes, and then you read off their text messages. That's one of the things that Howard gets pissed off about, is that you read off his text messages. So there was no contacting you behind the scene unless they're going to call you, because if they texted you, you would just read it off on fucking video.
So I didn't watch this video right away. It was at least months, if not maybe even a year, till I actually watched the video myself, just hearing hearsay of what it was. And basically, I never really wanted to. I basically acted like it didn't exist. All right. Never
he
really
has maybe 5% fans.
Sometimes I would just casually mention it.
5% fans. The rest just did a point and laugh at him. Hopefully.
Should have. And then, you know, as time passes and all that,
take a sip.
My life changed. My life got better. I always will say, like, 2017 was one of the worst years and best years of my life for various different reasons. But
because you met
I changed
Kat.
the content I was putting out. I changed the format of the content. I met my now wife. I began a life-changing series of events. And since then, I kind of got a different perspective on life. And after years and years passing and all of that, I feel like today, as a different person, a changed person, that I can come back and do this and give meaning to it as a way to not only clear the air and apologize for the things that I did wrong, but also to clarify some of the situations here that aren't.
Try it and actually accomplish it a couple times,
what I would
Rocklight.
consider half information or misinformation that is not true. When people saw this video for the first time in 2015, some longtime fans of mine were shocked to the point where they said, "I'm never watching your content ever again," and they left. And there was nothing I could do about that. I was of the impression that if I immediately
not the cherry juice, man. They changed where it's
publicly,
located in the grocery store,
it would
man.
do more harm than
And a
good
conspiracy
for
to hurt
everyone.
him.
Not just for me, but at that point, John Rambo had his own channel and shows and things that he was doing. And the last thing that I wanted, if these guys already felt like my relationship with them had caused them pain over the years, the last thing that I wanted to do was react to this immediately, and the next thing you know, they're hurt even worse. We're going to talk about that because I really feel like it was the public. People asking, what's going on with this, with that? Is there content coming out? Is there this? That constant kind of nagging.
Yeah, it was your fans doing it,
about
DSP.
What's going on in our private lives was what led to me giving into the pressure and saying things I shouldn't have said. A mistake.
Blaming the fans for what you did.
Okay? So imagine me immediately reacting again, right, to this video would have just made it exponentially even worse. And I said, I'm just not going to say shit. And for clarification purposes,
crossing arms.
no, I've not spoken to these guys since this video came out.
Anyone who has even a modicum of body language video expertise knows that crossing your arms is a defensive stance. He is very defensive right now of what he did.
We'll talk about that. Why? Okay? But that's why it's 7 years later or 6.5 years later, and now I'm doing this. Why? Today, John Rambo no longer makes content for the internet. He deleted his Twitter, and he doesn't post on his channel anymore. He's been gone for years. Howard very sporadically posts up anything on his YouTube channel. Me talking about this today is not going to...
So you've been stalking them. Thank you for admitting you've been stalking your former friends.
Hurt those guys. All right? If anything, all this is going to do, it's going to hurt me. All right? But the reason I'm doing this today is because recently I've been looking back at my past, okay? And I've been saying, here's mistakes I made, here's fucked up things that have happened. Let's address them so we can move past them. I did that with the Down the Rabbit Hole video, and we're doing this with John Howard today. So this way I can finally say, hey, you got questions, you know, you want answers.
It's not safe for me to talk crap about them.
You can watch that in its entirety and get your answers. And that's it. After today, I have nothing more to say on this subject, okay? After today, if you want to know about John and Howard, watch this, okay? All right. Without further ado, ready? Let's get started with the video.
All right, we're over 2 hours and 23 minutes.
Now, a little bit of background about this video. Okay? Because
oh my God, he's gonna drag it on even more.
some people are confused about it. I am too, quite frankly. All right. This video was not released on John Rambo's channel. This video was not released on Howard's channel. There was a new YouTube channel created in November of 2015 called The Uncanny Not Men.
And yet you found it immediately and had it taken down. Congratulations. You know what? I think it's time for a commercial break.
Oh, what that aroma can do, brighter day for me and you. The best part of waking up is in your cup.
All right, back from commercial.
Okay? This was the only piece
Easy
of content
news.
apparently released on that channel. It was released. Actually, there's disagreements on what it was. Some people claim they've seen a video. There's video footage of this of the two of them sitting there, like on a Skype call talking. Others disagree and saying, no, it was always just audio. I don't know because I didn't see the original. What ended up happening was this apparently was posted to the internet on November 28th. And within a day or 2 days, was deleted completely from the internet. Not just the video, the channel. The YouTube channel. Gone. So I don't know if these
Thank you,
guys
Michelle,
released
for
the
taking down
video
that video
and
for
immediately
me.
people started contacting them about it, you know, in a negative way, to the point where then they said, man, this was a bad idea, and so they deleted it. The problem is with the internet, they don't forget. The moment they released this video, people archived it. And within days, there was re-uploads, left and right, up and down everywhere. Here's the really weird thing about this video, okay? It jumps around, and if you listen to the audio closely, there's audio cuts. So what I don't understand is if this was them having a conversation and talking, why are there audio cuts? Did someone edit this? Was it John? Did someone else edit it after the fact? I've never seen or heard the original, because as I just told you guys,
The original was an hour and 38 minutes. The second video that people talk about being edited eliminates about 6 minutes of John and Howard talking about a turkey recipe for how to brine it. But it's a lot of work, so a lot of people don't do it. That's really all. It was just them cutting out the turkey recipe talk. Because it was just after Thanksgiving. Also, John and Howard were friends. So like, oh yeah, no, I still got something if you want to check it out, man. It came out really well. I got leftovers. Oh, that'd be great. Because again, they were friends. Not 10 hours. I've already skipped part of the pre-stream. I'll be skipping his break. I'll be skipping his Feasting with the King. And we're at 1.25 speed right now, so it should go a lot faster.
when it was released, it actually hurt me so bad to know that they did this publicly that I didn't watch it right away. I ended up having to watch, just like everyone else, I had to watch a re-upload of it at a later date. Okay? And so, I don't know if what we're about to hear today is the original or not. Since then, John Rambo has, like I said, deleted his Twitter. The original Twitter post was deleted, but you can find it on the Wayback Machine, you know, on the internet, excuse me, along with evidence that this Uncanny Not Men channel did exist. It's just confusing. Now, just for full disclosure before we hit play here, this recording is the fullest version available on the internet with a small portion cut out. There's a couple minutes at the very beginning where they talk about their own Thanksgiving. They get, oh, I had a good Thanksgiving. Here's what I did. Here's what you did. And then immediately they get into the stuff about me. So there's maybe just a couple short minutes missing off the beginning of this that is not pertinent to anything we're doing today. There's no reason to include it, okay? We're going to go right into it, right where they start talking about me, and we're going to go from there, okay? So we're going to hit play, but there's a couple quick things that I'd like you to keep in mind. A few running themes that are going through this, all right? The first theme is that the timeline in this video is all messed up, all right? Even me trying to listen back to this recording and do this react for you guys is incredibly difficult because for some reason they're jumping forward and back in time. So there'll be
They're talking. They're not jumping back and forth in time. They're talking.
saying, oh, I want to talk about this subject of what just happened at Thanksgiving, but then I want to talk about something that happened in the past, but then I want to talk about something that happened last year, but then I want to talk about something that happened in the past again, but then I want to talk about something that happened yesterday.
Last year would be in the past, DSP. What the fuck?
But then they'll
God
say
damn,
things
that's not
like,
Jin.
oh, but I told Phil twice about this. Like, but wait, what, when, where? It's very confusing. I'll try my best to clarify, but even for me, like, I get my head rattled listening to this because it jumps all over the place. And it's hard for me to put my finger on what they're talking about at certain time periods, okay? Another running theme that you're going to hear is about money, and John and Howard saying things like it's not about money, okay, which is fine, but then they go into money over and over and over and over and over again. Multiple
How you made money, they showed up after you told them you can't get the money, and you showed up in a fucking BMW.
times, multiple subjects. So if it's not about money, why do they keep bringing it up? Okay, that's a full lie. Already I'm catching myself in a lie. I almost said I never talked about money with them. That's bullshit. I did. That's one of the major problems is I, over the years, was accused by the public of being bad to these guys. And people would think of reasons why these guys would not like me anymore. Didn't you pay them? Well, then I would say, well, actually, yeah, I did. John in particular got paid this and that. I never should have done that shit. You know, stupidity. We'll address that. But the running theme here is money. And
Here
man,
comes
if
the
anything by the
money,
end of this video,
money,
we'll
money,
learn something
money.
about friendships and money.
All about
They
the
don't mix,
money.
okay? Holy shit. One final theme: trolling, troll bait, and responding to people who are just trying to get a reaction from you. Yeah, that's a problem that I've always had. I get baited like crazy by people, whether
'Cause you're
it's
an idiot.
on social media, in the comments of my own videos, the stream chat, my forums, anywhere. People hounding me, asking me the same question, trying to get information, and I should have shut it all off, and I didn't.
His BMW, his
Those are
fancy
kind of the running themes.
toys.
The timeline's very confusing. Money isn't an issue, but it is. And Phil falling for troll bait, okay? Keep those in mind as we watch this, and it'll make a lot more sense. Now we can begin.
He has over 1,100 people watching. We're 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 38 seconds into the video, and we still haven't actually watched the actual video.
Actually, before... I'm just kidding. Let's do it.
Oh, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Basically, this is a response to a lot of things, including a video posted by one Philium 2 days ago.
So what we tried to do here...
And he immediately paused it.
And by the way, I have to give a giant...
So they're 2.5 hours into the stream. We're just now getting to the video, and he's already paused it.
shout out to a viewer and fan who basically put this whole background thing together here, as you can see. This person, who will remain anonymous because they do not want to be trolled for doing this, put together all of the supplementary information we need. So whenever John and Howard reference something that can be found on the internet as a direct reference, we have the information and we watch it together.
Yes, a
That way
fan
we
of
can
his
get
did
the
all the
results
work,
we
not
see,
him.
okay? So
He
John
absolutely
is
did
about to
zero
reference
work.
something from an Ask the King episode, November 26, 2015, part 3, that I posted on my channel. Here we go.
Who decided to record himself scolding us like a high school gym teacher, saying that you're immature and you need to learn how to be men.
First question from Eric. He says, Phil, I admire your honesty and hope you can answer my question since you're quite open about this. I know you'll probably get this a lot, but what's up with you and John Rambo? Did you have a falling out? Is it because you two are far away? I'd like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
And I should have said, I have nothing to say on the matter. It's a private matter. If we ever decide to talk about it publicly, we will. And that's
I wonder if someone also wrote him the script. This is all script. All his responses are scripted. But did he write it, or did someone else be like, hey, instead of yelling, oh my god, this is all wrong, fuck you, give me money, here's what you should say instead.
that. Here's what I did do.
The bottom line is this. I will tell you completely 100% honest with you. And, people will...
I say that a lot. I'm going to be completely 100% honest with you. I also say I'm going to be transparent.
And
There's
then you
mannerisms
lie.
in my speech. When I say that, essentially what I'm trying to do is emphasize that what I'm about to tell you is a serious matter. It's not me joking. But some people over the years have misconstrued it as meaning other things. All it means when I say that is I'm about to tell you guys something really important.
And you're gonna lie.
And it's meaningful to me, so please listen up.
probably try to make shit up or say they don't believe me because they want to believe drama queen shit. The bottom line is this. When I lived in Connecticut for years,
The
John
bottom
and I
line is
did
this.
co-op commentary, co-op gameplay. We did this show Smart Guys. We traveled together. We did Street Fighter gameplay together. We did a lot of stuff, projects and everything together. In all of that time, all right, in all of the time that we did that stuff together, I could think of maybe 1 to 2 times ever that we ever had a disagreement on something, and even then it was something that was minor and that was handled quickly.
I have not seen the
It
Black
wasn't
Adam
that we
trailer
ever let
yet.
it get to the point where business would hinder friendship. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of the big risk that you take when you go into business with someone.
And what I just said, oh, maybe 1-2 times we had a disagreement. Funny enough, those will be brought up in this video by John and Howard. So we're going to get to all that stuff.
That it might negatively affect the relationship that you have the person outside of the business. And even though we treated the whole YouTube thing that we did together as like just a casual, silly thing, there was money involved and there were other factors involved. The bottom line is, never in that entire period of time, before I moved out of Connecticut, did I ever get any, ever have any ill will or feelings toward John. Never did he have any real major ill will or feelings towards me that I knew of. He never said anything about money. He got paid for everything that he was involved in. He never said anything about money or anything like that. And we had great agreements that were going on. And when we left it, when I left Connecticut, where we left it at, was that I was going to move here. It was going to take me a couple months to get set up, everything with work or whatever. But I was going to contact him in early fall, let him know when I was fully up and running again, and that I wanted to continue to do stuff, whether it was Smart Guys via Skype.
I love that. That's King. He's wearing the cowboy hat that he got when him and Rambo were in, I think they said Kentucky? No, Tennessee. They were in Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, when Rambo bought him the hat. And he's loved that hat more than anything else ever since.
And
Hey, Chanter, how's it going?
Cooperatively over the internet. And obviously, John didn't have a PlayStation 4 or an Xbox One, and we were going to try to coordinate it and figure out what could he or couldn't he do for gameplay. Would we do stuff last gen? Would there be other stuff? We were going to figure it all out, okay? And that's where we left it. Now, John came, he helped me pack all the stuff up. when I was leaving in June of last year. He came and helped pack up and help me move out of my place in Connecticut, okay? And we stayed in contact. I talked to him via text a lot. We were talking about different things going on with the move. I talked to him about TV shows and stuff going on. I was asking him about what was going on with Schnozman a Hole Punch, and we stayed in contact regarding that. And the way we left it was that later in the year, once he was done with Schnozman a Hole Punch, we were going to talk again about the possibility of coming back together and doing, content over the internet again. And then in late 2014, finally we had a conversation. He says, listen, I'm going to make this abundantly clear, so there's no misconceptions. At this point, I'm kind of burnt out on the whole YouTube thing. I really don't even want to put a lot of effort into my stuff. I put all this effort into Schnozman a Hole Punch, and that's really where I exerted all of my effort, and that's what I focused on, and that's really all I really care about at this point. I mean, it was cool that we did all the YouTube stuff previously, but I don't really care to be, involved with anything from your YouTube channels at this point, and if that changes, I'll let you know. Okay, fine. I won't even, great. I won't even bring it up if you don't, right? There's no reason for us to really bring it up or anything any further. And now I remember as last year progressed even further, I would text him, and every once in a while he would text me back. It was like we were almost losing touch. We didn't have as much contact. Now, if you remember, traditionally I would be on John's podcast for the Black Friday episode. Every year he would have like a special Black Friday episode where they go through ads and stuff about Black Friday. And last year in particular, I hadn't heard from him, so I actually texted him and said, FYI, John, I'll be available if you want me to be on, but I haven't heard from you yet, so I'm assuming maybe you don't want me to be on or whatever. That's fine. And he never really responded. I didn't really hear from him much. I wished him a Merry Christmas later that year. He did respond to that. And then less and less I heard from him. It wasn't like there was any argument, there was a falling out or anything. None of that happened. So if anything actually happened behind the scenes with John or Howard or whatever happened with the people back in Connecticut, right, who I used to do stuff with all the time, it's 100% on their end.
It's never my fault, guys. It's their fault. If they text me back, I immediately read it off on stream, guys.
And it was never actually brought to my attention at all. So I am completely in the dark in this situation. What ended up happening...
Almost 100% true. I'm going to call out my own bullshit here. But there's a good reason why there's some bullshit here. There is a situation that John will address in this video where, along the lines of me trying to contact him in 2014 and get answers like, hey, what's going on? Are you all right? Are we going to do content together? You said we were going to do the content, and now you're not, responding about it. And I'm curious because people are pinging me about it. So basically, I'm feeling all this pressure to make content with John because everyone
I watched
wanted
it fully
John
once.
said he was going to do it, and
myself.
he basically kind of just
I've seen a bunch of bits and pieces here and there over the
okay?
years.
At one point, I spoke out of turn, and I did reveal something that...
Exactly, Anime Gun. They told him to call them. They got tired of their shit being read on stream, so they, hey, call us. I'm not calling you guys. Remember, this is the same man that, hey, you will make $800 a month every month if you call us. No, I ain't calling you. I'd rather just lose out all that money on my Connecticut condo instead of renting it out through a company that will do all the work for me. They do all the work. All I gotta do is call them. And he said no. He did not call them. He said no. He was just gonna lose all that money on his Connecticut condo instead of renting it out through a company with one phone call.
We talked about privately in a text that I should never have talked about publicly, and it will be in this video, I promise you. But here I say in this video, oh, I never have any idea why John would be angry with me. Bullshit. He was very angry with me when I did reveal...
Because you're a
private
fucking idiot.
about him, publicly that I never should have. So this is bullshit. This is me at this time trying to save face because from my perspective,
trying to save face
the
right
friendship's
now?
already over. These guys are ghosting me at this point. This is late 2015. This is Thanksgiving 2015, okay? These guys are completely ignoring me. They're not responding to any messages I send to them. So to my
Because they got tired of you reading their shit on
over,
video.
So why would I act like there's lingering shit? Just tell everyone it's over. That was kind of what the point of this video was I'm trying to tell everyone it's over. Stop bothering me about it, right? Because from my perspective, they're done with me. They want nothing to do with me. So let's just leave it at that, okay? But I lied. I outright said there's no contact and no reason why he'd be upset with me. I knew he was upset with me for that situation. I absolutely knew it. But I lied in this video. Okay.
Happening was I did continue to once in a while contact John on stuff. And sometimes he would respond and sometimes he wouldn't. And I actually remember the last major time that I actually had any kind of interaction with John Rambo was in early 2015. He launched the DVD, the Blu-ray release of Schnozman a Hole Punch. And when he did release it, I retweeted him. I let everyone know, gee, you should maybe buy some of this. I bought a DVD myself. And he even signed it. I guess every DVD he sold, he signed it. And he actually wrote on there, thanks for all the good times that we had together. John. So that was the signature he put on the DVD. Does that sound like anything negative? No, that sounds great. Like he's like, it sucks that we don't do stuff together anymore because you moved, but thanks for the good times we had. That's literally like what he wrote on the DVD. And then after that, I have no clue. I've not heard from John since then. He doesn't ever write me. He doesn't call me. He doesn't text me. Nothing. And I did try actively
told you to
contact
call
him
him
and
and
talk
you
to him over the course of
refused.
the year. And basically, I heard nothing whatsoever from John Rambo at all since then. So I have no idea what happened. If something happened in particular that turned him off or got him angry at me. The bottom line is it's never been brought up. And I'm going to say this, and I hope that people don't take this the wrong way. But in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it. Bring it up. Hash it out. Don't let resentment build up behind the scenes for whatever amount of time or whatever. Because that's what happens, is then if something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right? And the bottom line is, did I ever hear or even get wind of anything negative from John or Howard or anyone from that camp who I used to do stuff with?
Oh, he's made sure to keep
until I moved. No,
monetizing
not
all
once.
the videos
And
with
in fact,
John
we even had the
Howard
big,
in
remember
them.
the big going away party
Whether
in
it be
June of
Private
last year. They all
Seven, whether
came.
it
They were all
be,
there. We had fun. We had a blast together. We were
retrospective
drinking, we were
events,
playing
his road
games,
trips with them.
having a lot of fun. And it was like nothing's wrong. And then all of a sudden, once I moved, it was like, that's it. Well, Phil's gone, so now he's out of our lives. It almost feels like to me like they're saying, well, he abandoned us. And we used to do all this fun stuff together. He's not here anymore, so now we're mad at him or something.
So, wow. Pretty messed up what I'm saying in this video. All right, for multiple reasons. First of all, yes, there were disagreements that we had in Connecticut before I moved. However, those disagreements were pretty much kept private and were never aired publicly. So you guys didn't know
Until
about
you
them
aired them.
until John and Howard put out this particular video that addresses them. So there were disagreements, but basically since they weren't public, why do you want to make them public, right? And by the way, any disagreements that we ever had that we talked about behind the scenes were settled. It wasn't like, oh, here's an unsettled argument we had and there, we just left it linger forever. It was kind of like, all right, you're mad at me for something, let's talk it out. Okay, sorry, we'll fix it, done. And then move on, right? When I was living in Connecticut, keep in mind, John
But
was in
you
my
never
content
move on.
from, the Street
You're
Fighter
the
days,
Gouty
all the
Viper.
way
You
through the
wait to
very end
strike.
of me being in Connecticut, okay? There was no point where John said, I don't want to be in your content anymore, or I don't like you, or, all this pattern of bad things, you're a bad friend. None of that ever happened, okay?
Howard never
So,
hurt me, guys.
From my perspective, yes,
Oh,
there are
Howard's
things
fault
went
that I got
wrong in
hurt.
Connecticut. Yeah, any friendship, you're going to have disagreements. You're going to have things that you feel like were messed up, or one person didn't do the right thing. That always happens. You're never going to have a perfect friendship. But from my perspective, I'm thinking everything's good. When I'm moving, I'm being told by everyone everything's good. John, says everything's good. Howard, not so much. We'll talk about that in a bit. We will, okay? Because actually, in particular, that going away party has a story behind it that will be discussed in this video. Howard brings it up, and I will fully
There's a
tell you
lie
the story
behind
that.
it, guys.
But anyway, with John, seriously, I had no idea that he was angry about any of the shit that had happened in the past. From the way that we had talked about it, everything was water under the bridge. No issues, no lingering problems, okay? So that's fine, but why am I talking about this in the video, right? Why am I addressing this? Why? This is so stupid. It really is. It's the dumbest thing. And again, for me, 2015 was a really bad year where there was so much pressure on me from every direction. For some reason, 2015 was a year everyone hated me. I don't know why everyone hated me so much. I never really
because of
faced that
shit
much
like
hate in that
this.
year, all the shit that had happened to me in that year. And
Literally because
one
of
the
shit
major
like
things that people
this.
were constantly on me, all right, about was in particular that I didn't do stuff with Rambo. Why aren't you talking to Rambo? What's going on with Rambo? Not Howard, Rambo, okay? And there was so much pressure, I just kept talking about it. Completely wrong. I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut. And if ever there was a resolution between us, great. But there was this lingering thing going on behind the scenes that was kind of breaking me down. I'll talk about that as well today because they address it. So that's all going to come up, all right? What I have to ask from you guys is tremendous patience. This is a very long process to get through, but there's going to be a ton of shit that has
An
never been
11-hour
publicly revealed that I'm
process
gonna
to
reveal
get
today.
through.
All on my side. Shit about me, okay? All right, let's continue.
I don't know, but it is, again, it's speculation. Anything that I could possibly say about a John Rambo situation is pure and utter speculation.
That's true.
Because I've been completely in the dark
I
over the
didn't
whole
know anything.
situation since it began, if it even began. So that's why people want to start all this fucking shit, right? All this drama and controversial shit. They must have had a disagreement about money. Phil must have revealed something really personal or something. Nothing.
Which is hilarious because that's exactly what happened. That was one of the reasons why John was mad at me, is because of that text conversation we had, and I had revealed some of the information about that conversation to the public. He even yelled at me for it. I apologized, and now here I am saying, oh, that never happened. Great. Really transparent there, Phil, you fucking asshole.
Ever happened. At least from my side, zippo. I was never contacted, never told, never ever got an inkling that there was something wrong. So if there was anything that ever went wrong between my relationship with John or Howard or anyone back in Connecticut, it's on their side. They let it build up. They let the resentment build up on their side without ever speaking up. And I hate to say it,
No,
but
exactly.
in real life, if
Chanter,
you're
only they made a video
mature,
about why they hate
if
you.
you are a man,
Oh,
you will
great.
speak up about an issue. You will not let it linger and resent and build and fester into some kind of a negative thing where you don't want to talk to someone again, and then you're going to even at some points talk shit about them and stuff.
you
See,
couldn't
I would never
even
do that.
go
Because
after
I have
Christian
no
for
reason
not
to talk
being a
shit about
man.
people who I have always had a great relationship with. So for me, I have no clue if there's any negativity, any resentment. I have no idea, and I'm still in the dark to this day.
Now, before we continue, wow. 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 This is how you don't talk about your friends, right? Holy shit. What a stupid fucking fucked up, messed up, undefendable thing to say. Okay? Now, yes, I didn't really know exactly what had happened behind the scenes. Yes, I felt like there was a lot of passive aggression against me from John and Howard, and particularly John. Again, Howard interjecting himself into the situation here, but it was primarily John because he was ghosting me, not responding to anything. So obviously there's an issue. Wow, what a great idea. Why don't you say that they're not real men? That'll get on their good sides, right? I will talk about this further later in the video. Why it all came to a head at this particular date, why it all happened this way. I will reveal later on when we get to some.
I was drunk, guys. It was my
stuff
depression.
That was going on behind the scenes that made me act like a complete and utter fucking asshole. All right, not act like a complete and utter fucking asshole. I was a complete and utter fucking asshole on this date and time making this video. This never should have happened. You know, I wish we could erase.
Oh, he blames Howard for everything. It's hilarious.
But then here's the thing:
if Howard didn't exist, Rambo would still be my lover. I mean, wait. I mean,
so I felt like if John immediately in this video was going to say this is a fucked up thing Phil did, I had to show you exactly what I did and how fucked up it was. It wouldn't have been fair to just assume. Let's see. I look at this today. I'm embarrassed. I'm fucking sad. I'm really upset.
You're not embarrassed by anything.
And this is the kind of way that I used to behave back then. I was so hyper defensive about everything, right? That I would literally just sit there and fucking talk dumb shit to try to make it so that I looked good. That is the worst possible thing you can fucking do, especially with your friends, man. Like, what did I think was going to happen here? Well, actually, I do know what I thought was going to happen. And again, we're going to talk about that later in the video. But this is indefensible, okay? Right? Like, I look at this now, geez. I mean, there's not even... Is there a single perspective you can take that you can say, oh, this was okay? No, I don't think so. At least now I can say that. I don't think so. That was just fucking stupid shit. Now, let's get back to John and Howard.
So that's when people ask me straight up, what's up with John Rambo? I said, ask John Rambo, because I have no clue. I'm literally in the dark. Nothing was ever brought up, and unless John kept mailing me letters and they went to a dead address, but he didn't realize it, so I didn't know he had a problem with me. No, obviously I'm just being silly. No, it just never happened, so I have no idea. I mean, I'm literally in the dark. That's the bottom line. That's the whole situation. There is no situation. I don't know.
That's the bottom line, because Big Roach says so.
That was a long-standing relationship that I had. You know, the mid-2000s, I met John, and whether we were Street Fighter or us just doing other stuff on YouTube, I always had a blast with him. So I don't know what his problem is, and I have no control over it. He doesn't talk to me anymore. He won't even respond. If I text him or call him, I don't get anything back. So from my situation, from my perspective, it's not even a relationship anymore. It's over, and it's 100% on him because I had nothing to do with it.
But Kumo, if he wasn't a greedy dick, you want to be the Big Roach.
So, you know, there you go. And the main things like people really want to know why we don't do anything with him anymore. And he himself oddly is saying that he wants to know why, you know. But that video that he put out, I think is a perfect example of why.
Now, okay, fair enough. Touche, he's right. But from my perspective, okay, they were talking to me for an extended period before that video came out, okay? And yes, absolutely, I fell into the trap of being goaded by the public, goaded by the internet to keep talking about it. But that right there, that video, who would be surprised to say that ended a friendship? No one. But up to that point, again, I was never really told about issues. The issues they're about to bring up, 99% of them I'm not even aware of, or we talked about them already and we're already hashed out. So I didn't know that these were lingering issues and things adding up for reasons why they wouldn't want to talk to me or be my friend anymore. Okay? So he says, oddly enough, Phil doesn't know why we don't want to be his friend. No, not oddly enough. They never said anything. They never said, Phil, listen, your behavior is toxic. Your behavior is detrimental to us and our well-being, and we would like to not be your friend anymore if you're going to continue this way. That conversation never happened. So when that conversation never happened,
they were supposed to email me with their complaints, guys.
Prompted me to do something like that stupid video, basically saying, "Why won't you just tell me what's wrong so we can address it?" Right? It's called passive aggression. You're not actively being aggressive with someone. You're being passively aggressive with them by not talking to me, by not responding. Excuse me, to my attempts at communication, by saying that you were going to be in my content, and then I can't do it, and now I'm the one with the public face.
You're welcome.
The public getting all the requests. Where's John Rambo? Why isn't he in your content? What's going on? Right? That's passive aggression against me. Okay? I'm not saying that they were wrong to do it.
How dare they be passive aggressive against me? Me. Only I'm allowed to do that.
It boiled to a point where people absolutely demanded answers. Personally, I was ready to move on from it, but people were all over me every day about this. So it kind of boiled to that point where finally I'm doing an Ask the King, and I basically made that segment that should never have been made completely incorrect that I did that. Okay.
You know, so if you really like examine it, it's a video he puts out on Thanksgiving Day, which I don't really understand. And last year Thanksgiving, he decided to unfollow me.
Okay, now, here's where the timeline already is skewed. He just started a video that's basically going to explain the things that I did that were messed up, okay? That caused them to not want to be my friend anymore. Let's start with the video he just made on Thanksgiving. Oh, wait, let's talk about last Thanksgiving. Wait, what? But you didn't, can we get to the video about Thanksgiving? No, he goes back a time of year. And this video is very confusing because he does this a lot.
Can you imagine DSP trying to watch the movie Pulp Fiction? There's a react video I'd love to see. All right, guys, I'm gonna watch Pulp Fiction. What? Wait a minute, but then this. But wait, where'd that guy come from? I thought he. Wait, guys, someone tipped me $10 and explained to me what the fuck just happened, guys. Oh, they walked into a restaurant. Oh, okay.
They jump around the timeline, and it's like, so what? In what order did this happen? Did this piss you off first that led to this, or did this happen, or this? I'll do my best. I really will. But this is the first instance, and it keeps happening, that they jump all around. So now we're going back in time, Thanksgiving 2014. Okay?
How dare they give context, guys? It should all be out of context like
Some
me.
issues. So something with Thanksgiving. I don't know if he's eating something that doesn't agree with him. Maybe he needs to follow your turkey recipe.
Yeah, it really, I think for me, it really started with that because not only did he unfollow, like the way I noticed it was when I was on Twitter, I looked at his people that he was following and he unfollowed both of us.
The way I noticed it is that I was on Twitter, and I just happened to be looking at the people that Phil was following on Twitter, and I noticed that he had unfollowed both of us. Huh? That's confusing. So you just randomly go to @TheyCallMeDSP and look at who I follow randomly and noticed? No. I don't. Do you do that? Do you go to someone's Twitter profile and just check who they're following constantly and like see, you know, that's confusing to me. I know exactly what happened. I unfollowed them, and the internet trolls messaged them about it, likely spamming their comments, leaving tweets on their Twitter accounts, etc.
I love it. Howard just told you exactly what happened. Howard tells you exactly what happens. That's not what happened, guys. This is what actually happened. It was the trolls. Howard just told you exactly what happened. I guess Howard's wrong. DSP knows better.
etc. And it bothered them. So then they went and looked and noticed, oh, Phil unfollowed us on Thanksgiving. Now we're getting harassed by a bunch of people on the internet about it. And that's not fair. Okay? So, fair enough. Okay? Here's the deal on that is this is kind of a pattern where I do something that you would think unfollowing someone on Twitter, anyone, doesn't matter if it's your friend, a celebrity, one of my viewers, you know, would have zero impact on anyone, right? But in the scheme of things, when you are online stalked by people 24/7, like, seriously, if I misspell a word on a forum post or something, they'll call it out. Something as innocuous as that, oh, that'll never do anything. There's a negative repercussion no matter what, okay? So was this, oh my God, Phil is doing a horrible thing. He's unfollowing his friends on Twitter. What a huge dramatic... No, I never, ever thought of it like that. You can argue, oh, maybe it's passive aggression or whatever. I never thought of it like that. It's actually directly addressed in this video later on, the whole situation around it, which we'll get to that when we get to it. But
yeah, reality is not his strong
to
suit.
me, I
He ignores it
thinking
and
of
substitutes
like
his
that. And by
own.
the way, I didn't just unfollow Rambo and Howard. I unfollowed a bunch of stuff that day. I remember sitting down and
While drunk.
was getting bombarded with negativity about them for not being on John Rambo's Thanksgiving show. And with that, he addresses that later, so I don't want to jump the gun on that. But I was being bombarded by a bunch of negativity, both from my viewers and trolls. Why aren't you on John Rambo's Thanksgiving show? You're always on John Rambo's Thanksgiving show. I don't understand. And so I was getting bombarded in all kinds of shit, all over the place, on social media, in comments on my videos about this. To the point where I was like, you know, this is so fucking stupid and frustrating. Like, I don't want to deal with this dumb shit. This is so stupid. And I went on Twitter that day and I was like, this social media thing is fucking dumb. I'm so annoyed at it because people can spam me about bullshit like this. Who cares? You know, to my knowledge, there was
You
no
obviously
animosity
care.
between us for me not being on this show. So not only did I unfollow John and Howard, I unfollowed a bunch of other shit because at that point, I remember I was looking at my Twitter feed. And here I am. I'm trying to follow news. I'm trying to follow gaming trends. I'm trying to follow shit going on the internet. And I got a million posts about John Rambo and Howard and how John Rambo didn't have Phil on his Thanksgiving show. What you know, wow. Phil must be a real piece of shit. And he really must have insulted John behind the scenes. I'm like, I don't want to do any of this at all. I want none of this. I don't want to be involved in any of this bullshit, toxic nonsense. So I unfollowed them. But
how does unfollowing them change
anything?
anything?
I unfollowed them. But there was other shit too that I unfollowed that day. I just remember that Thanksgiving, I was sitting around having a personal day, kind of relaxing with his day. I didn't make a lot of content. And I'm like, I'm just going to go randomly, on Twitter and see what's going on in the world. And all I see is a bunch of toxic, dumb shit about me not being on John Rambo's Thanksgiving special. Now, I don't want to deal with this. Unfollow everything. Just unfollow all of it. Fuck this. I don't even want to follow any of it anymore. Okay? And what happens? I get made to be like a villain for unfollowing people on Twitter.
Because you are.
To me, like when you say that to someone, you're a bad person
You are a
because you
villain.
unfollowed someone on Twitter. Do you want to talk about first world problems? If being unfollowed by someone on Twitter is a problem for you, that's a pretty good problem to have, I think. If that's a problem for you. Oh, God, I was unfollowed by someone on Twitter. All right? I don't ever look
You're supposed to be friends.
Who follows me, who doesn't follow me. I couldn't give two
You've traveled the
shits
country together,
about
and then
any of
you...
that. It means nothing to
Oh,
me.
shit.
It never has.
Holla, holla,
never will.
Warren.
Okay?
7-month
So,
member. Ghosty
This
wins.
part,
Holla, holla
you
for the
wanna
dollar
say, Phil made a
dollar.
video, out of turn. Speaking
Dang,
of
Phil is
saying messed up
fantasizing on
stuff,
John Rambo
100%
and Howard.
I agree with you. When you say, wow,
Up next
Phil
is
did
for
a
down
really
Cherry
awful
Juice
thing,
Crybaby
unfollowed me on
rants.
Twitter, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Ah.
Like, what?
Holla,
I'm
holla
sorry,
for the
that
dollar
one- that one I
dollar
don't
from
get.
both.
That one throws me for a loop. All right? That's an issue for anyone being unfollowed on Twitter. Now, being harassed by trolls about it, I can understand. But you notice, that's not said here. Howard's like, oh, I noticed it when I was just casually checking who was following me on Twitter. And Phil had unfollowed. What? Like, no. That's not, I know what happened. They got harassed. And this is, as I said, this is a running theme. Because these guys are friends of mine in real life and are associated with me and make content with me, they are now the subject of the ire and the focus of thousands of internet trolls. At a moment's notice, they do something and they're criticized. They're slammed on for it. I do something. They're criticized. They get attacked. That's
It
not
was your
fair.
fans doing
No,
it, though,
They
DSP.
should not be bothered on Thanksgiving because someone unfollowed them on Twitter on Thanksgiving Day. That should be the last
Jacko,
thing they're
how's it
protected
going?
about. That should be the last thing they're bothered with. But this is you're going to find the trolling gets both sides, me and them. It leads both of us to kind of do stupid shit, I feel. And this is one of the situations where I just think this is completely off base at all, that this is something that was even an issue. Someone unfollowed me on Twitter and a troll messaged me and told me, fuck them, block them immediately. Don't deal with them. Why are you addressing? It's nonsense. It's internet nonsense. It should not be bothering you. And I'm sad to know years later that dumb shit like this, that who would have thought? I didn't think that unfollowing someone would be something that would affect them. And it did. That's fucking terrible that it did. I never
Yep,
intended
Rambo
it.
even says it
Okay?
was his fans, not trolls doing
And
it.
there was no really no rhyme or reason to it, which I thought was, I think that was the first shot.
I just explained the rhyme and reason.
I'll be
to it.
honest with
It's
you.
weird stuff. Like,
Yeah.
especially when you work and you work hard and stuff.
Wait. Did you just respond to them saying there was no rhyme or reason with, I did just explain it. This video is over 7 years old, DSP. What the fuck are you doing? God damn, you must be drunk.
You look forward to certain days off, and like Thanksgiving is a certain day, like with your family and whatnot.
Not a day off for DSP.
And like to do these things on Thanksgiving, it sounds silly. It is just a day, but you're showing no concern like for the other person. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna cause shit. Like suddenly you get inundated with messages.
So here we go. It's Thanksgiving. I want to spend a day with my family and friends, but I'm inundated with messages. So ignore them. I get messages every day from a million different sources.
Going to Keemstar, which you
Bullshit.
ignored.
I ignore it.
$50,000
Now, I'm much better at
he
it
ignored
today.
from
Back then,
Keemstar.
not so much. Admittedly, this kind of shit would get to me. But it's Thanksgiving. You're spending it with your family, your friends, you're having a meal, you're sitting down. Why are you on the internet reading messages about people saying that Phil unfollowed you on Twitter?
You just said you were on the internet.
Like, what? Why is it? It doesn't make any sense. Again, these guys, sadly, were bombarded with trolling and didn't know how to handle it. They weren't like me. Unlike me, they didn't have this public face where constantly they were attacked in a negative way. In fact, I would say probably the years that I moved and everything, that was when the negativity started, where my trolls would go after them as a way to get at me, and they just couldn't take it. And again, that's bad. It's nothing I intended. It's nothing I wanted to happen. I'm very sorry that it happened. But sadly, that's something that I couldn't have helped. You know what I'm
All I
saying?
can do,
No matter
guys.
What? These idiots. We're going to go after these guys. And that sucks to know that just because they were my friends.
But it
because
wasn't
we put
trolls, it was your fans.
They're going to get attacked for stupid bullshit like that. No, I didn't want them to be bombarded on Thanksgiving with messages about Twitter. At the same time, they shouldn't have cared. Like, you ignore that shit. The moment you give attention to a troll is the moment that troll feels
So
recognition.
that's the guy who loves giving attention
and
to
now continues
trolls.
troll. The best thing they could have done is said, what is this dumb shit? Delete everything, block every moron, and move on with my life. Don't pay any heed to this. If I had entertained every troll that ever harassed me with shit like this, I would be in a nut house, But again,
You probably
this is
should
my
be in a
fault.
nut
This
house.
is directly my fault. It's me, my internet presence, my friendship with them that's causing them to be harassed. And this is the kind of shit that I don't know. I don't know that these guys are being harassed because I unfollowed them on Twitter. If that were the case, I never would have followed them on Twitter.
Why
to
did you
begin
say
with.
Twitter's so
Seriously,
weird?
if I knew it was going to do that kind of shit, fuck Twitter. Who cares about fucking Twitter? But sadly, it happened. Okay.
If you, while you're family.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand completely. I just yeah, there's a lot of there's going to be a lot of things talked about, you know, and again, we're not here, and we just want to reiterate this. We are not here to defame anyone.
Huh.
This is just
I
to let people know
didn't go
our
laugh.
side of the story, because people have a tendency to just view one thing and not look at it from another way and trying to understand the other party's view
Yeah,
on
and
it.
I'm not angry.
I agree with Howard. Okay, absolutely, they have the right to make a video that's
Yes, he is,
not
Warren.
defamatory,
Terrified of human
and give
interaction.
their side of the story. Good, please do, because they weren't giving me their side of the story, right? They weren't speaking to me at all. So by all means, do that. Okay. However, as you will see as we get further and further into this video, we delve from the realm of the public to the private. There's many things discussed in this video that have absolutely nothing to do with the public. And every once in a while, the public would try to pry into our private arrangements or whatever. And then a lot of times, I was the one who misspoke and brought that stuff to the public.
You're always the one who
Shouldn't have done
misspoke.
it, okay? At the very same time, there's definitely some stuff in this video that they made that I would feel is completely hitting below the belt. And in fact, there is one segment that I can't believe they
You're
made.
not wrong, Ghostly.
There is one segment in this video that is incredibly hurtful to me, and I don't know how I'm going to get through it publicly with you guys.
Wah,
because
wah.
it's really fucked up, like beyond belief fucked up. Like, we're gonna get to it. I'm not gonna skip it. We're gonna do it, okay? But that's the thing. He said, "Oh, we're not here to defame him." Okay, fine, but understand that when you made this video, it doesn't matter what your intentions were. That's exactly what's going to happen. Okay?
They're not
When you're
defaming
going to
you, they're
make a
telling
video,
the
instead of
truth.
addressing it with
That's
the
not
person
defaming,
privately,
that's telling the
you
truth,
are going
jackass.
public with information that is defamation.
No,
It
it's
doesn't
not.
matter what your intentions were. Oh, I just want to stick up for myself. Fine. And you have the right to do that, but you're also defaming the person at the same time.
No, you're not. That one is the truth.
Absolutely, that's what happened.
Defamation
This
is
video
only if
was
it's
viewed,
lying
here's
or
the evidence
bullshit.
from all the years that he
That's
said
never
that
heard
Phil's a
about
piece of
that.
shit and Phil's a scumbag and Phil's an asshole. Here's the definitive evidence. Even his closest friends hate him. And that's exactly how this video was presented on the internet for many, many years.
Because your friends do
Again,
hate you.
I knew that if I responded to this video, all right, it would just hurt these guys. At that time, they had internet presences and everything, and I didn't want to do that at the time, okay? Now it's different. Times have passed. They don't have internet presence anymore. They don't really care about it. They moved on, thank God. I'm happy for them. I hope they have great lives outside the internet. But to this
Oh, I
day,
see.
I
Probably
am
would.
the one
Gross.
who gets questioned about this every single day. Why they make this video? Is what they said true? Yada, yada, yada. And again, some of the stuff in here, absolutely, I will fess up to. There's some stuff, there's one segment that I feel is so below the belt, so actually like ridiculously fucked up and off base that I don't even know how to respond to it. But we'll get to that.
You
Like,
respond
I
with it
don't know
with
about you, I'm not
lies.
angry with the guy. We've said before publicly, like, we wish him the best, don't wish him any ill. You know, I hope he, like, makes a ton of cash and has a great life.
Which he
man.
did.
You know,
Yeah.
why would I not feel that way? What is it? How does that affect me?
Yeah, and going back to what we were saying before.
There's a weird running pattern in this video as well where John basically says, I just wish everyone the best, everyone rich and famous and make money and do well. How does that affect me? He doesn't say it about me, he says it about others too. And we're going to get, that's coming up actually, but let's continue.
I don't make money off of this, and I don't know about you, John, but it's not something that bothers me. It's just something I enjoy doing.
Yeah, man, until this point, which is a good,
Where I feel like a boy does his cookie
a long
dance.
time. Until this point, we've not said anything against him because, like I said, I wish him the best. I don't want to hurt him. And saying anything negative about him, I feel could hurt his livelihood. And the other thing is, there's a lot of history. There's a lot of good times, man. There's a lot of really good times. And you kind of you'll piss on a lot of that stuff by doing this. And then I feel like things should be kept in-house amongst friends. You know, a circle of trust amongst friends, Howard. Do you believe in such things with people?
No, I wholeheartedly believe in that, and that's why I'm a little ticked off about this, because
DSP read private messages.
Howard, why are you ticked off? Howard, how are you involved? Howard, hello, Howard. You're not even in this. This is between me and John. When I moved, it was about me and John having an ongoing relationship. Me and John having content we were going to make together and still be friends and contact and all of that. Howard was not in our circle of friends. Howard's...
John Rambo and Howard. We had a circle of friends. We had a circle of trust. DSP. You weren't a member of our circle? Fuck you. Just shut the fuck up.
was friends with John, but he was not a direct friend of mine who we even discussed having any kind of ongoing relations of any sort. Seriously, like there was none of that. And again, I think people assumed this from this. Here you go. Here's the example. A picture of the three of us together from a video we made, a picture from the three of us together from a video we made, and you would see this on the internet, and you would think, oh, you know, Howard is just massively involved in this. But Howard is not massively involved in this in any way. This is me and John's relationship, and Howard interjecting himself into this situation.
He sounds like a jealous girlfriend. So much like a jealous girlfriend.
Likely for the purposes of this video, to try to accentuate reasons why they had a falling out with me. Because, quite frankly, there's several times here you will see another running pattern in this video. Howard seems to get very upset with me over things. He gets very, very over the top, extrapolating, exponentially angry. Okay? And that's fine. If, you know, if he feels that I wronged him. But this is supposed to be in reference to why is John not Phil's friend anymore? Why is John not showing up in Phil's content? That was the discussion. When this video came out, it was all of a sudden it's John and Howard. Wait, what?
Because you were friends. John and Howard thought they were friends with you. Just because you didn't think Howard was his friend because you didn't love him doesn't mean you weren't friends. In their opinion, in their eyes. And all your fans who are bugging you to do video content with them. You're the one who told Howard, if you don't come to my going away party, you were never really friends. Then he came to your away party, so I guess that means he was your friend. Jackass.
Hey, what are you talking about? Why are you in this video? Really? If he could have made his own video. But it's like double piling on of it's so the circle of friends, the circle of trust. Yes, between me and John. Correct. Correct. When did I even ever publicly talk about Howard? Go ahead and you know, maybe I'm wrong, and you can call me on this. I want you to call me on this. Go back and look during that time frame of me moving in 2014 and in 2015 and trying to talk to John, get an answer from John, right? Where did I even talk about it? It was me, always me and John. So this is like weird that this video is John and Howard reacts to Phil or responds to Phil.
DSP's not
Phil
live
wasn't
right
talking
now.
about Howard.
It won't
Phil
be
wasn't looking
for
to
about
have contact with
another
Howard. Phil wasn't looking to
11, 12
have an
minutes.
ongoing friendship with Howard.
That'd be just this
He was
goddamn
a Street Fighter
music.
buddy who we brought in for certain projects and events and you know, parties and things. And basically, and again, I'll tell you this, we're going to get to this point. We basically kind of had a falling out at the end of when I moved, all right? And I never expected to even talk to the guy ever again. That's me being real.
I never expected to talk to him again because of the shit that happened at my party. I mean, the party where you told him if he doesn't show up, you're no longer friends? That party? Shut the fuck up.
Real talk with you guys. Like, I never thought that he would ever want to talk to me again. I really didn't have a desire to talk to him again because of the way
He
that
shouldn't
things
be
went
live
down
right
at that
now.
last event that we did together. And that's going to be pulled out here and extrapolated upon later on in this video because he brings it up, okay? So, again, it's weird to me. And by the way, I'm not trying to dump on Howard. I'm just saying this is weird. That when this video came out, people were like, wow, Howard was really mean to you.
Wait,
Wow.
he is live right now. What the
Again,
fuck?
What are you talking about, Howard? Like, I never heard a negative word from Howard. I'm serious about this now.
Never starts this early.
Did Howard call me and say, I'm
It's
mad
not
at
even
you.
his music.
Never did Howard text me and say, why did you do that? Never in person did Howard say, man,
Oh,
you
he
did
must have
something
started
fucked up.
way early
Any
for,
complaint I ever heard was from
Summer
John.
Game Fest React.
And it was always, and
All right,
John
that's
Howard.
why he's live
It was
right
never,
now.
oh, Howard is mad at me. This is literally the first time that I heard everything from Howard was this video, okay? So let's make that clear. This whole situation was between me and John, not Howard, and it's weird that he...
It's that Howard was part of Project 7. Howard was part of the conventions that you went to. He was part of the tournaments you went to. He and Howard were friends. You went over to Howard's... You even admitted. You went over to... Cut over right now? I mean, I guess I could.
for asking. Thank you for that. Parasolo did a super chat and says, hope the stream goes well. Have fun. The body has natural reactions to being pumped with adrenaline, being stricken with pain that you can't avoid. You're right. If you get punched in the face, likely you're going to tear up and start crying. Snot will run down your nose, and there's nothing you can do about it. In the movies,
How would you know? You've
punches
never been in a fight.
To it, they should. If they do such a poor job on Sunday of relaying all their information, you know, I can't help them. Do better. Do it all in one presentation, not having to split it over 2 days. This is a funny thing. Like a week ago, there was nothing. A week ago, we only knew about Summer Game Fest and the Xbox Bethesda. Now all of a sudden, it's like, oh, there's a Capcom show. Oh, there's another Xbox show. Oh, there's another show. And by the way, there's a rumor there'll be a Nintendo State of Play. None of these were announced. Now all of a sudden, we all announce it within like 2 days. Well, tough shit. I got, I'll do my best.
Wow, what a piece of shit. Anyways, back to this.
He interjects himself so often apparently into this when he was not involved. He just wasn't. Every once in a while, he'd be in it. And it's just so odd to me that this was put out like this. Okay? Okay. By the way, I need to split the part soon, probably another 10 minutes.
You know, it's one of those things where, like, you know, you can't even trust him.
We're 12 minutes and 57 seconds into the video. After 3 hours and 12 minutes and 42 seconds.
In terms of, like, sending a message.
You know what it
like a
says?
text message, because you don't know if that's going to get publicly put on, like, YouTube.
Howard. Hello, Howard. You never see, which will be addressed in this video.
He ran off my text messages live. There was never any text messages except for 1 or 2. Those were the text messages, DSP. DSP. He says no one wanted to send you text messages because you would read them off on stream. And they say, that never happened. There was only 1 or 2 text messages. That means it happened at least 1 or 2 times.
Okay? We never had conversation like that behind the scenes ever. I never revealed a text from yours ever public. This is all John. He's literally talking and projecting John in what he's saying as if it happened to him. It didn't. This is John he's talking about. John, we would text back and forth. John was the one who I should not have, and I revealed some private information on one of my streams. Not Howard. But he's talking like it's him. It's not. This is a complete...
So John probably told him about this. John probably told him, like, hey, I don't want to text him anymore. And you probably shouldn't either, because when you do, he's going to read this shit off on stream. Because guess what, DSP? Friends talk to each other. Holy fuck.
Misrepresentation of the situation that happened to try to make me look worse, and I don't appreciate it. I just don't. You can say I'm bad because I did bad things, and here's the bad things. He's saying I did things to him that never happened.
Except you already said there's only 1 or 2 texts. And they said he did it to Rambo. Rambo and Howard friends, so they probably talked about it. Just saying. Exactly, so John Rambo probably warned him, like, hey, don't send him a text or he's going to read him off.
Okay?
Or if he's going to make a video about it. Because it's something, you know, if I send you a message, I don't do the next day or 2 days later or whatever, make you know, during your regular vlog sessions,
didn't.
you go ahead and you publicly read the message.
That happened once with John,
Yeah,
not you.
That's a great point.
That happened once with John. Yes, and Howard is talking to his friend, John, about this. What the fuck? I'll be right back. I'm going to blow my nose. Guys, was my allergies ever bad? Fucking awful.
Because, like, what we're going to be doing today is kind of maybe revealing some things. And I've kind of really held against doing that because it does make you such a hypocrite to be doing the same thing that has caused you pain or caused you, you know, to be pissed off.
Now, you guys might give them a hard time for this. You may not. You say, well, it's true. If they were angry at Phil for doing this, right? Then why did they make the video? Okay? There's a lot of theories on this. What they say outright in the video is the reason they're doing this is to save face, to basically protect themselves. I said a lot of things that are false, and they want to clear the air and defend themselves. And you'll see by the end of the video, they seem to say that they want me to contact them about this to hash
It
it out.
seems
okay?
like it, guys.
But again, the video has a lot of stuff in it that's not true or half-truths. This Howard stuff is wrong, okay? That, again, there's one thing in this video that is so hurtful to me to this day that I'm going to have a hard time getting through it today, okay? And they know that.
Is Howard
It's not that
telling
they
the
didn't
truth?
know. They knew that was going to hurt me, and that's why they included that in the video, okay? This, you could, as much as you could say this is for them to defend themselves, all right? From my perspective, I feel like this is a final goodbye. As much as you could say this is them saying to defend themselves, listen, all right? We tried to ghost you for a year, man. You're not getting the picture. Here's our side of the story. Stop bothering us. We're tired of you. The toxicity of your trolls is ruining our lives. The shit you're saying is hurting us.
But it was your fans. Your fans going after them.
Just fucking move on and leave us alone. That's how I take this. To this day, when I watch this, I still feel that way. Maybe you guys will watch it and feel different, but again, you don't understand the perspective that I have because you haven't heard it yet. You're going to hear it, okay? All right.
But it gets to the point, like, enough is enough, man. At this point, it's really jumped the shark. And things have got to be put out there, man. Sadly.
Yeah. Yep.
And the thing that's like, another thing that's sad about it is no one listens to this kind of stuff, and then, or listens to like him talk about us or us talk about him, and then goes, "Oh, these guys are fucking."
Yeah, all
cool."
these Lean Emanuel
You know what I mean?
bands.
Yeah.
It's disgusting stuff. It's sad. It's not. You're not creating content. It's freaking
Yep.
garbage content for the bottom of
right.
the barrel, man, and that's what it is. But you get dragged into it.
Why do you think I avoided doing this for 6.5 years, right? For as many people that
Because you're a coward, and Rambo and Howard might have heard about it if you did it any earlier.
are watching this right now and just want to have clarity on what happened, how the hell did this friendship fall apart? There's another half of the people here who are just drama hound idiots who just want to fucking laugh at the situation.
Drama
and make fun of us and say,
hounds,
"I
how
feel
dare
a scumbag,"
they.
and this and that. It's fucked up. He's right. This is not. There's no winners in a situation like this. There's just never is. All right. That's why I'm trying to approach it from a point of view to let you guys know I know I was wrong with the stuff that I did, but I also do have to call out the things in here that are pretty ridiculously unfair, of which we will address, and we've already started.
You know. So, you know, getting back to his video, it's really full of which, as I said, it's an example of the problem itself. You know, it's full of what's been a long history of him saying things publicly, out of turn, exaggerating things, and or saying just saying shit that's not just not true.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna split the video here. Okay. By the way, now we're gonna make headway because
So, split the video. So he's hit stop recording. So this is gonna be stuff that you wouldn't know if you only watch the videos he uploaded. It's only here because of Raw DSP and Dark Dave Mirror. Shout out.
I don't have to give that giant half an hour to 45 minutes of, backstory. We're gonna start making big progress in the video, but I want to split it. I don't have a 7-hour video, so for the purposes of YouTube, if you're watching this on demand on YouTube, there's gonna be more parts coming. If you're watching this on stream, just stay put. I'm about to just split the part. Here we go. All right, guys. Really briefly, I just want to use the restroom, and then we're gonna resume. Okay? I'm just gonna run here, use the restroom quick. I'll be
Told
right
you.
back in 1 minute, not even. Okay, I'll be right back.
1 minute, guys. We'll do double speed. That's like a good time for a commercial.
Oh, what that aroma can do, brighter day for me and you. The best part of waking up is in your cup.
And he's still not back yet. 1 minute's already passed. Petty drops $300 in bathroom on poles. After all, he gets to hide all the tips he's been getting in. So it's only maybe 2.5 minutes. Congratulations, DSP.
All right. Ready? Let's jump right back in. So just so you guys know, the food's coming around 4 p.m. Pacific time, about 90 minutes from now. So we're going to do 90 minutes, and then it's time for Feasting with the King. And then we go back to this, because there's no way we're done with this in 90 minutes, okay? But
The first time hearing it?
Alright,
Oh, you got a treat today then,
ladies and
Barrett.
gentlemen, welcome back to DSP Reacts to the John and Rambo response video from 2015. So far, we haven't gotten too far into it, but that's because I talked a
Best
lot.
part of
But now we're
waking
going to
up
get
is
heavily into it,
Starbucks
all right?
in
If you
your
have not seen part
cup.
1 already, I strongly recommend you go check it out first, or else you're going to have no idea what's going on. That has all the references you need to get up to this point. Thank you for watching.
Amazing how he was able to turn an hour and a half video.
If you see it, it's not me.
Mind you, this video is an hour and a half that he's reacting to.
Okay,
It's over
let's continue. Here we go.
3 hours and 21
Well,
minutes.
about others, man. So, and again, if people get pissed listening to this, as a consolation prize, if you really think about it, if you're a fan of Phil's, you have to agree that I did, and I know you did to an extent, everything you could to help him over the years. Now, and so much so that to this day he makes money off of videos that we're in to this day, every day.
Yeah.
Whether it's 10 cents, whether it's $10, whatever the hell it is, he's making money off off the work we did for him every single day.
Retrospective events.
He's
And
right.
still finding new ways to monetize us.
Well, not today.
Based on that video.
Not today, John. Maybe up to this point, but not today. I was gonna.
He's still monetizing them. Look at that super thanks on his React video. Over 5,000 views at the time of taking that picture. That's super thanks. Congratulations, DSP. And you are accepting tips and super chats. You're just not shouting them out. So you're hiding them. Good job.
Going to do this React. There was no way I was going to monetize it. For good reason. Like I said, that's the major point he says. No, not monetizing this whatsoever. And it's too important. It's too important to monetize.
You're not wrong, Mitch.
Okay.
Video and other things that go on.
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
by the way, again,
Uh-oh. That's his video, not me.
oh, I don't care about the money. It's not about the money. But then if there's no issue. Okay.
Yeah.
Oops.
And then I think I really think that like it's really like a testament as to what he held our friendships for, because it seems that the money was more important than us being his friend.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you feel.
Yeah.
I'm
So
sad that they feel. I'm
that's-
really sad that they feel that way. I really, 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 really am sad that they feel that way because, as I said over the years to you guys,
I said over the years, you bought a fucking, you leased a BMW while telling them you couldn't pay them anything. Holla for the $. Warren. No, I have post-nasal drip as well. The difference, over the kind of medication to deal instead of snorting all day. Because I'm currently on Benadryl, 24-hour relief. At night I take this Claritin extra strength 12-hour that makes me drowsy. Right before I go to bed, take this so maybe I'll be able to breathe while I sleep. DSP, God, my allergies acting up. No, I'm not going to take any allergy medication. Well, then don't bitch about your allergies acting up.
to me, it was like we were friends. We would hang out. We were gonna hang out.
Also, you can see their unlisted DSP Gaming, 9 views. You watched this video 9 times already, DSP? Getting your script ready, writing down all your little notes. How you gonna lie and twist things around?
Regardless and have fun. So if you can put a silly camera down and record what you're doing and make money doing it, why not? Right? Like, to me, I was doing YouTube as a hobby for 2.5 years before I could even put ads on my videos and make a living doing it, right? John was in my content before I could monetize it. We were having fun already. So to me, it was like, let's hang out, let's have a good time together. Hey, by the way, we can make money doing it. Why the fuck not? Right? To them, it seems to be like that's not a case. That because there was money involved, that wasn't like friends hanging out. To me, it was. The entire time we did Project 7, was it work? Yes. But was it a bunch of friends working together and having a shitload of fun doing it? Hell yes. That was
So it was a bunch of friends. You just spent the past 3.5 hours of the video. Howard wasn't my friend. I was never friends with Howard. Me and a bunch of friends were making Project 7. DSP. What the fuck?
that was a really cool experience. So what's the issue with the money-making part of it? That I didn't understand. And again, never brought up. It wasn't like they complained and said, Phil, we really don't have enough stuff that happens without the cameras on. Phil, it would be great if we could hang out today and you didn't record. And by the way, that did happen a lot. We went to a convention. I wasn't recording every moment that we were there. When we went over to Howard's house to play Super Turbo frequently because he had cabinets there, he recorded and broadcast all of that, not me. I didn't record while we were there at all usually. That was just me having fun with those guys, okay? So it wasn't like every single interaction I had with these guys the camera was on. They definitely are saying that in this video.
1K
many
viewers,
times.
50
That
active
wasn't the case.
chatters.
But that's definitely like how they're spinning it. Whenever John Rambo came over to do a weekly co-op with me, which we would do Smart Guys, our wrestling commentary show, and then we would actually do gameplay co-op, we would have like an hour to 2 hours of conversation before we ever even took a camera out. Just shooting the shit, hanging out, having a good time, talking about our
So across 2 days of a weekend, maybe 2 hours wasn't recorded. Good job, DSP.
lives, right? Like I said, I felt like I was
using Howard for his
actually really
possessions.
close friends with John Rambo. I don't know if he felt the same way, or that it was reciprocated, but I felt that way for sure. Like, he was the guy who I kind of opened up to about stuff. Was that on camera? No. A lot of stuff was on camera, but that was the fun part. Was, let's play games and dick around. Let's talk about wrestling and make a buck on it. But not the other stuff. And
The other stuff wasn't fun because it wasn't making money on it.
None of us have ever talked about publicly, private shit about me and him about him. And we would never talk about that publicly. Like, we were friends. To me, when they say, oh, it was only about the money for Phil, that gets to me badly. That hurts because That's not the case with John. With Howard, again, we never had that close personal friendship. He would come over to be in other co-op shit we were doing or Project 7, but John, I don't know how he could.
Or he would go to Howard's house and
that's
play
hurtful
on the
to me
cabinets that
when
he
you say
had.
something like that. When John and I feel, did have a real friendship. We were hanging out playing Street Fighter together before I ever turned on a camera for YouTube from 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. How can you say we didn't have a friendship? And it was only about the money. When we had that friendship way before YouTube was a thing. That blows my mind. You can go watch the videos that are out there, but understand that there's history behind it that you didn't know, you know? And it seems like he's just saying, oh, we were only friends during the YouTube years. That's completely false. It's completely false, all right? But what I will say is
getting
this.
ready for his future there, Barrett.
When I became a full-time YouTuber, I became a workaholic, and I worked my ass off, constantly making videos, 7 days a week. I did not have a day off when I started monetizing my videos on YouTube in 2011, 2012. It was Mr. No Days Off. I'm just here to pump out videos for the internet.
He's already
and make
broken
money.
$155 in
Right?
tips today on his current
I
stream.
love gaming and everything, but that was absolutely.
But tonight, when he begs for money, did he already break $100?
Was there time?
He's up to
that I
170
needed
now.
to hang out with
Damn.
these guys outside of that, every once in a while, if I went over to play Super Turbo at Howard's house and we were all there together, or going to a convention. We went to several conventions and events together, and even though yes, I filmed there, the vast.
Exactly. You went to a convention. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to a convention with a completely random stranger I've never seen before. I'm not driving to a convention, see someone hitchhiking, picking them up. All right, we're going to this convention. No, you go to conventions with your friends.
Vast majority of the time that I spent at those events was not filming. It was spending time hanging out with these guys. Okay? So, again, this is, I feel, a misrepresentation of the situation. Absolutely, there was a ridiculous amount of filming and monetization of the time we spent together, but there was definitely friendship behind there as well. Again, Howard, whatever. Say whatever you want. We weren't close friends. John, we were. And that's incredibly hurtful to me that he says this. Like, all we ever did was record and make videos together and make money.
Must be your payday.
And sadly, after I moved, it just got worse because now he's not there to be in person with and have the conversation. So instead, it became text messages back and forth.
That you were
He didn't
reading
like
on
that. He
stream.
wanted me to call him, and I really couldn't. And we'll talk about that because he's going to bring that up later specifically, and we'll address it at that point why there were no phone calls between us after I moved. All right, we'll get to that. But anyway,
Because you hate phone calls.
let's continue now because they're going to get to a certain point.
That's how I feel because, you know, I don't know. There's like a whole bunch of things that we got to talk about, and I don't want to go ahead and go out of turn.
All right, I got you.
Yeah.
Yep. How dare John tell
So
the
keep
people he
this,
was an asshole?
Keep this rolling here.
Yep.
In that video, he says, this is the Thanksgiving video I'm talking about. He
That's
says,
his
"Just watch
excuse,
out,
that's
they
funny."
talk shit about me. I don't know if you caught that part.
I didn't say that. You could go back in this very video, or actually it was part 1. I didn't say that. What I said was, you know, if you, and this was me being very stupid. I said,
If you could be a man, telling someone they're not a man because they didn't come to you beg and grovel for your forgiveness, that's shit talking them.
essentially what I was saying was, don't be passive aggressive. If you have an issue with someone, come out and say it. Don't talk shit.
He says it's
Don't
being
hide
passive
the truth.
aggressive.
I never said that they did talk shit about me. Okay? I never actually outright say that in the video. Can you say that I insinuated it? Yes. Can you say that I said it? No, because I never said it. What I was saying was, I'm not the kind of person who would do that. That's actually how I phrased it. I said, I wouldn't talk shit. I wouldn't do that. If I have an issue with someone, I tell them to their face about it. Okay? That's the point I was making in that video. However, John did talk shit about me. And we're about to watch it because he glosses over it in this video without actually showing the actual evidence of like what he's talking about. And now you're going to see it because, by the way, this is really where this video is where the big problem started with my trolls getting interjected into the situation. It was this very video you guys are about to see that started all the problems with the trolls harassing us on both sides. Let's do it.
Yep.
And I'm not exactly sure what that is in reference to. Now, there was a video I put out, Paintytons parody, right?
Yep.
Hi,
Here it is.
My name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. While you're following the average path of working a traditional job, attending school, or perhaps both, I'm following my dreams and busting my ass. Talking over video games, posting breakfast pics, and vlogging about movies that I hate. Creative things. And as we all know,
Clown mode,
creativity
activate.
is fueled by pure cash. This is why I've opened a Paintytons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of
Goddamn those-
creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your
sweatpants.
bank account into my Paintytons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50. And then together, we'll make sure
Oh,
that the
dear
world,
God.
well, my world, is a much more creative place.
Wow, out of clown mode.
I'm not sure where we talk shit about him. I mean, we made that Pay Me Tons parody that says Dark Side in it. But I'm not sure where we talk shit about him, okay? Now,
DSP, do you think you invented Darkseid? Do you think that before you came out as Darkseid Phil, that the lines in Star Wars were, "Come to the not light side, Luke. Join me, for I am your father. The not light side. Together we will rule the galaxy." And then when George Lucas saw you putting up videos, he goes, "Wow, Darkseid. That is an amazing line. I'm gonna go back and use CGI to re-edit all my movies to say, 'Come to the dark side, Luke,' instead of the not light side, Luke." Fucking hell, DSP, that ego.
for the record, I think this is
And of course,
funny.
Dark
I
Side,
do.
DC
I laugh at it.
Comics,
I think this
fuck.
is fucking hilarious. This is a razzing, okay? But this is a razzing that happens, okay, in early 2015. It might have been late 2014, but I'm pretty sure it was early 2015. This happened on John Rambo's podcast. This was an open, like a cold open to his podcast, okay? At the time, no, and now I know it was early 2015 because that's when I opened my Patreon. So it was early 2015. At this point, it's almost a year has happened, okay? Almost a year has happened.
I want to get arrested because you show up, you beat the shit out of him, you go home. What's he gonna do about it? Call the cops? John Rambo, Howard, OJ, they attacked me. Really? A guy named Rambo attacked you, huh? Sure, kid. No, I'm serious. His name is Rambo, I swear. Actually, his last name is not Rambo. It's way more talented than DSP will ever be, but don't know if DSP even remembers what it's called.
All right, or since I moved. I've been trying to have constant contact with John and have conversation, figure out what's going on with him. Is he okay? Figure out where we're going to make content. And every time that I texted him, I felt like he felt like I was always about asking about videos or content, and that wasn't the case.
You
I
were.
never felt like every time that I would reach out to John, it was about, let's make videos. I was genuinely...
Hey, how you
interested in what
doing?
he was
I'm doing good. How about you?
He
Ready
was
to make
in
videos?
A very stressful time where he was making Schnozman a whole bunch and a lot of other stuff was going on. He actually talks about this in this video, so it's okay for me to say this is not private. He already talks about it in this video, okay? So this was the time frame, like mid to late 2014, early 2015. John stops directly responding to me. He stops responding to my texts and everything, okay? People are constantly asking me, Phil,
Could have been about
what
any
is going
streamer,
on with
but the
John?
shoe fits.
Why,
Wear it.
are you going to do content with him? Is he talking? What's going on? All right? I should have said, fuck off. None of your business. That's where, okay, maybe not fuck off. That's kind of harsh. Maybe I should have said, none of your business. Don't ask me that question. It's between me and John. But instead, I would constantly, oh, I don't know. Everything's fine. Maybe we're going to do content later this year. I'll let you know. Oh, John. And then sometimes I would, sadly, reveal information. If John did text me back, I would say something out of turn I shouldn't have said. That was private. My fault. All that I'll take responsibility for. Okay? John's not talking to me actively at all. Everyone suspects there's an issue there, but I'm not being truthful. Truth is, I don't know what the issue is, but he's not talking to me anymore.
And his
After months
eyes
of
are
not
always
talking,
starting
he
around
puts
all
this
over
out.
the place,
So
so
what
he's
do you
always
think the
lying.
people on the internet think
Not
this
a
is it? This
surprise.
is? Even if he's saying it's not about me, even though it says dark side in it, it's about me, okay? What do you think people think?
There was never a character named Darkseid in DC Comics until Darkseid Phil started uploading comics and went, you know what? That'd be a great name for a villain for our heroes to fight in DC Comics.
Wow.
From the DSP anyways.
John out of nowhere, out of left field, just slammed Phil. Phil hasn't said anything bad or insulting about John, but John just slammed him. Wow. He fired the first shot. And that's the funny part because they said in this video, Phil fired the first shot. Okay? Me unfollowing them on Thanksgiving was firing the first shot, according to Howard. No. I was not trying to hurt them by unfollowing them on
God,
Thanksgiving.
I'm glad I muted that
This
one.
is a
Holy shit, that was
direct,
bad.
intentional, concerted effort, a produced segment of a show slamming me for opening a Patreon. Has my name in it. You can't dispute it's about me. Sorry, you just can't, okay? Now, the funny part is, in that Thanksgiving video that I made in 2015, I never said that they talk shit about me. I said if I was someone in a situation that had an issue, I would be public about it, confront someone to their face about it, and not talk shit. I never said they did. They did, but I never said they did. All of a sudden, they're bringing it up in this video. They're even referencing this Pay Me Ton segment. Why? Because either one of two things. They're feeling guilty because John made the segment and it absolutely was about me, so this is a way for them to try to deflect that and say it wasn't, or because everyone construed it as thus and messaged the shit out of them saying, why did you make this about Phil when he hasn't said anything negative about you? Why are you slamming him in this video?
DSP hasn't had a job in over 10 years. He hasn't had a friend in over 7 years. The only interaction he gets used to be with a girl, what? I want to say 14 years as junior, 15 years as junior, which, let's say you're 40 and you meet a girl who's 26 and she's college educated, she's working hard, and she's tired of all the guys her age because, like, oh wow, they want to invite me over to their place, but their place is a 2-bedroom apartment with 5 of their best friends. You're a guy who has his own home. You're also a bit older than I am, but you also have hobbies besides smoking weed and not taking a shower for 3 days in a row. So you know what? I might just hang out with you for a bit. Even if it's just a fling, it's just a fling. DSP, however, was, what, 32 and Panda was 17, so kind of different. Like, 14 years can be a huge age gap if, it's 17 and 27, 28. But if you're 50 and they're 36, nah, it's not that big a deal. But again, she dropped out of, from what I understand, from what I've read about it, she dropped out of high school to be with him. She never finished high school. She had to get her GED later. What the fuck is up with this? Like, can you imagine being able to talk someone into dropping out of high school, moving across the country, then getting a job so you can sit there and drink gin all day while playing video games? It's fucking amazing. Like, if he had put any effort into starting a cult, he would have been bigger than Jim Jones. He would have made Charles Manson look like a Boy Scout. He could have had 10 million people giving him money every day. Remember, guys, it's noon. Time to send me $12. All right, guys, so we use military time. It's 13 o'clock. Time for you to send me $13. He could have had a call with tens of hundreds of thousands of millions of people. If he ran as a politician, he would have had them eating out of his hand. Thankfully for us and the world, he has no ambition. He has no energy. He's just, I don't want to have millions of people giving me money. I'd rather one person give me $1 million.
I don't understand. Okay? Now, personally, I didn't take this as a direct insult. And they're actually going to talk about that. So let's continue. Let's switch back over here. Okay. Here we go.
And it's a parody, man. I've done parodies in the past. Just to give you...
It's a parody that has my name in it. If it has someone's name in it, it's not a parody. A parody is a caricature of a person making fun of something. Not.
It does not have your name. Your name is Darkside Phil. They said Darkside. They did not say Darkside Phil. They did not say Phil. They did not say Burnell. They did not say DSP. They said Darkside. You know, like the DC character. Like fucking Star Wars.
So you directly reference my name. So it is actually a slam on me. It's not a parody. A parody would have been
You're not wrong, Dust Bunny.
Content creator who isn't me, but maybe could be construed as me. You said dark side in the video. That's not a parody anymore. You've passed the realm of parody when you name drop someone.
The
Okay?
whole idea I've done parodies about machinima. I did a YouTube parody where YouTube was a talking vagina robot.
With parody, the one way people get away with parodying real people, if you're a public figure, you can get made fun of. You might get buttered about it, but you can get made fun of. But the most common trick, if it's a male person you're making fun of, is, oh, Donald Dump went to the pump to get himself some milk, but his arms were so weak he couldn't hit the pump anymore. And then he went home and played with his 3-inch penis. It's the 3-inch penis rule. If you make your character that you're making fun of, even if it's clearly based off a real person, Mo Biden got on his plane, and then when they landed, he didn't know where he was because he's old and senile. So he went into the bathroom and played with his 3-inch penis. As long as you say the character has a 3-inch penis, make it clear that the person you're using has a 3-inch penis, the other person can be like, oh, they're making fun of me. That's clearly me. Really? You have a 3-inch penis? Well, well, this character that I'm using, clearly, even though his name is Mo Biden, or Donald Dump, clearly has a 3-inch penis. Do you have a 3-inch penis? No, then clearly my character's not about you. and I can get away with it. And again, well, like with Saturday Night Live, public figures like DSP can be made fun of pretty regularly because they're a public figure. That's why you can have people pretending to be Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden on Saturday Night Live giving just random ass speeches. Could you give me the definition of is? Oh wait, no, that's actually something he actually said. Which proved that real life is better than anything Saturday Night Live could ever write. I still think it's funny, like, when they parody people like that, and it's like, oh yeah, no, I met Bill Clinton at this party. He's like, oh, you're the guy from Saturday Night Live that makes fun of me. Dude, those impersonations are great. I love this one skit when you did this. And then you get other guys that are just absolutely fucking hate it. Palin hated Saturday Night Live making fun of her. George W. Bush thought it was hilarious. John McCain, from what I've read, said he didn't care. It's like, that's some young people stuff right there. I'm not too worried about what the young people do. Obama thought it was fucking hilarious. Clinton thought it was fucking hilarious. And I said, like, George W. Bush thought it was hilarious. And you know what? If someone gets made fun of on Saturday Night Live, and then the person gets burned about it, it's like, you know what? I think less of you now. If someone gets made fun of, Janet Reno apparently hated. Janet Reno hated her impersonations on Saturday Night Live. It's like, well, I think less of you now because it's a joke. Get over it. Then you get the ones like W and Obama and Clinton to come out like, no, that shit was fucking hilarious. I loved it. But you know, I like you better now because you know how to make fun of yourself. You don't take yourself so seriously that you can't make fun of yourself. I like that. Anyways.
That random tube.
Yeah, it's Modern
His
Chewbacca
parodies in the
Defense
past,
for Modern Times. There you go.
The partner network that everyone knew that I was with for the longest period of time. YouTube, the website that I put videos on for a living. You see the running pattern here? Oh, I've done parodies in the past. Oh, by the way, every parody just happens to also be related to Phil. What a coinky-dink, right? What a shocking coincidence that they all actually are related to things that have to do with Phil. Those others didn't name drop me, though. This one did. Okay.
Done GameStop, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Comes out, man.
Oh, now you missed that. He said GameStop, et cetera, et cetera. He did do a parody on GameStop. GameStop unfairly fired him because he was in my videos. We were at a tournament way back when.
Can you imagine being so toxic a company fires you for being friends with someone? Oh, you're friends with Darkside Phil? You're fired. Like, holy shit, can you imagine someone being that toxic in your life that you get fired because you're friends with them?
And I think it was, I want to say 2009, 2010. We're at a Street Fighter tournament together. I'm filming. He's working for GameStop, and in the video, we're in a different game store, and he's basically saying things like, this is the best game store. They used that video, my video, as grounds to terminate him. Now, it's completely wrong. Shouldn't have ever happened. They were in the wrong for doing that. He made a giant, later on, he talked all about this in his podcast, and he did a big parody segment about GameStop, okay? So, what does he do parodies about? Things that he feel have wronged him, or things that you know, are bad in relation to him. And all of it has to do with me somehow, right? Okay.
People get a little crazy about it. So 2 weeks later, you know, you and I were doing the show, and we explained it wasn't singling him out. You know,
has my name in it.
It was about many things, and not necessarily in a hateful manner. Like I think you can make fun of something
that I agree with,
and really not feel negatively about it at all. Actually,
completely agree.
Yeah.
Like Saturday Night Live, you know, Phil Hartman would dress as Bill Clinton. I don't think he wanted to assassinate the president.
Very, very bad analogy.
Very bad analogy, because when people talk bad about me, they actually want to kill me. I had to get a gated community so that way evil AJ wouldn't be hiding in the bushes. No, DSP, shut the fuck up.
Okay, because he's saying Phil Hartman impersonates Bill Clinton. He doesn't want to assassinate the president. True. That's absolutely true. But in this case,
as far as we know,
this
anyways,
was a different situation. No one was asking.
Totally different situation. These guys actually want to kill me, guys.
Bill Hartman, hey, Bill Hartman, didn't you used to have a friendship with Bill Clinton? Phil Hartman, excuse me. Did you have a friendship with Bill Clinton and you're not talking to him anymore, even though he keeps saying he wants to talk to you, you're ghosting him, and now all of a sudden you drop this video on him? This is a different, it's context. The context is there's a sketch comedy show at night that makes fun of everything equal and isn't ill-intentioned at all, versus someone who everyone wants to know why you're not talking to Phil. You won't tell Phil or anyone else, and now you make a video that could be construed as a negative video about Phil. It's a completely different situation that he fails to really understand why it was construed by the internet like that. Again, I don't think it was actually intended, all right, as a video to be hurtful to me. I think he thought it was funny. I think it's funny, but you have to put it in context of the time. If he had released that video 2 years prior when we were still active friends and he was in my content or whatever, that would have been different. This is a situation where he's ghosting me. He's not in my content like he said he would be, and then he puts that out. Of course, the internet is going to say, that's a hit piece on Phil. Why'd you do it? And he got harassed for it. Basically, he got a lot of trolling for it at that time. Okay?
Right.
Yep.
It's having a good time with something. And that was really my, what it was about, man. Now, was he like an inspiration for the character?
Yes, he does. Rip. Press F and chat for Phil Hartman.
Yeah, sure, to an extent, you know. But again, not in a malicious, hateful way.
I believe that.
It's having some fun with something. But it's not, again, I think it's hard to say it's directly about one person.
Except this is dark side in it.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. The whole thing was about that pay me, wow, Patreon
Right.
website. You know?
And now here comes Howard with a little segment I like to call Howard Deflects. Because this is going to happen many, many times during this video. Let's see how Howard can deflect this one off of them doing something wrong.
What people do, and you know, and then what it is too. It's when you look at it, it's to basically shed light on some of the negativity that revolves around that site, and not only that site, but Kickstarter. Look at all the shenanigans that has transpired in the past like few years, where people like raise up all this money, promise a product, and then basically everyone's SOL. They took the money and people are fucked. You know, look at what happened with, you know, look at the disaster that Inafune is going out with that Mighty Number 9. That's still not out.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that one. Looking for
You
it,
know.
hopefully it comes soon.
Howard feels that a Pay Me Tons parody about Patreon, the content of which directly name drops me, makes fun of someone who basically is a content creator who does video content like playing games, commenting over food, etc., and asking for monetary compensation for said work, is the equivalent of a Kickstarter campaign where a company does not provide a product for a contractual basis that is agreed to in said campaign for fundraising. Patreon is not Kickstarter. They're not even close to being the same, all right?
Oh, they're so much alike. They're both crowdfunding sources. And with most Patreons and Kickstarters, like, all right. 1 second, I'm going to cough. See? DSP, mute the microphone. Anyways. Super Troopers 2 was partially funded by Kickstarter. If you donated enough, now, oh, you donated this much, you get to come with us out to Beer Fest. You donate this much, you get a role in the film if you donated like $25,000. People actually did it. Patreon, oh, if you donate $5, let's say it's a lady, I'll send you a picture of me in my bra. Oh, you donate $10, you get a topless. You donate $20, you get me in a bra and panties. Donate $30, you get no clothes on. At $50, you get a video of your choice. But then you get the Kickstarters of, all right, we're going to make this game if we reach $10 million. Which is $10 million. Guys, we need more. So we're just not going to come out with the game. We're just going to keep the money. Or on Patreon of, all right, guys, I'm going to do Project 7 if we hit to go. Yay, we hit to go. Well, I'm going to play Street Fighter 5 instead. Fuck you. They're exactly the same.
He brings up a game, Inafune's Mighty Number 9, which did eventually come out, did live up to all expectations. Of course, at this point, it didn't. So he didn't know that was going to happen. But he's essentially saying, if you have a Patreon, you are taking someone's money and running and never producing said content that you promised to produce. That's what he's saying, okay? That Pay Me Tons
They would,
segment
that's
was
funny,
made
and I don't
in
need that
early
image in my
2015.
head.
There was no controversy around my Patreon at that point. This video was made later on in 2015 after that had happened, okay?
Yes,
You
and
wanna know
God,
the
that was such a
skinny
good
on
movie.
that, again, you can go
Still
watch
don't think it was good as the first
Down
one, but it was
Rabbit Hole
great.
video,
I loved it.
Darkside Phil, we go into that whole Patreon situation, okay?
And
Over
they
the
had a
course
live
of the year
bear.
that this is out,
We had this goal, we get a live
they
bear in
changed
the film, and they hit that
narrative.
goal,
This
so they had
wasn't
a live
about us
bear.
just making fun of filmmaking content. You see, this is us.
But see, DSP, when they hit goals for the Super Troopers 2 movie, they delivered. We hit this goal, we get a car chasing. We hit this goal, we get a live bear in the movie. Guess what? They hit the live bear goal. Guess what they had in the movie? A live fucking bear.
Criticizing Kickstarter as a whole and saying that people aren't living up to the goals that they're promising or whatever, which is actually incidentally one of the controversies that I was embroiled in at the time with Patreon, okay? So, he's completely deflecting. My name is in the parody. You can't deny it's about me. If they had not put Darkside
Not Darkside Phil. Darkside.
in there, you can argue that. My name, Darkside, is in
parody. It's about me.
But your name's not Dark
Personally, do I think
Side.
that it was an actual mean insult. No. People told me about this. I watched it back myself, and I responded publicly and said, I don't think that's an insult towards me. It's kind of a funny joke. Yeah, it's razzing me, but they're not directly insulting me in this video. I don't believe it is. Okay? So if that's the case, why are they bringing it up in their video? Right? I outright said it's not an insult. I didn't say in my Thanksgiving 2015 video that they had talked shit about me. I said if I was someone who had an issue with someone else, I would say it to their face and I would not talk shit or anything like that. I'm telling you what I wouldn't do if I were in their situation. I didn't say they did it. You could say that I insinuated it, but I never said it. They are actually, in my opinion, guilty. They're feeling guilty that they made that, or John feels guilty that he made that. And to the point where so many people
How do you
contact
try
me and
that
say, that's kind of
sentence?
mean-spirited. You made that about Phil at a time when you were kind of not talking to him and you were supposed to be in his content and you're not. And this is kind of messed up. You did it. And he's got this underlying guilt that he made it. And now he has to talk about it to defend himself in this video.
Yeah,
I
the
never brought it up.
sequel's definitely better than a lot of
outright said,
sequels
he'll even say
get.
this. I outright said it's not about me. He's not insulting
Like,
me.
it could have
Why
been
is
a
John bringing
Godfather
it up in
3
his video?
situation,
I
but
don't
it wasn't.
understand.
It was
And
actually
then why
pretty
did you
good.
have Howard deflect the whole situation and say it was about Kickstarter? Patreon is not Kickstarter. They're two completely separate businesses with different intentions. It's
No,
even
they're not. They're
close.
the exact same
Absolutely.
thing.
Massive deflection and an epic fail of a deflection right there.
So
Yeah.
people make promises and they don't, go through with them, and that's basically what the parody was about.
Yeah, because I mean, I hate,
Wrong.
I hate
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with
Patreon, I hate
Kickstarter.
people that use it or something. No, I really, honestly, if everyone on there, hope you like everyone gets $1 million a month.
Yeah.
Like what it doesn't affect me in any.
John, if you say things like, I hope that everyone out there makes $1 million a month, it doesn't affect me, then why are you saying it? If it doesn't affect you, why are you saying it? Because it affects you. Listen, I'm guilty.
Trolls don't affect me, guys. Goes on a 10-minute rant about trolls. So, anyways, back onto this. Oh, I got a super chat for. Oh, that's a troll thing. Another 10-minute rant about trolls.
Of this too. Why do I sometimes name drop other content creators that are bigger and more successful than me? Because I'm jealous. That's why. Yes, I'm
Here we
jealous
go.
of PewDiePie. Yes, I'm jealous of Markiplier. They're rich. I'm not. I'm jealous of them. Why do you think I bring them up? Right? Why would you even
They have people in their
have
lives
a
like
parody
friends
of
and
that
family
in
that
your
actually
show
care
unless you're
about them.
somehow affected by it and feel that it's meaningful to you? It's a false narrative. He is affected by this. Money was a factor, or else none of this shit would have been brought up ever. If it really didn't bother him, he wouldn't make the parody about it. He's trying to bring light, a humorous light, to something that he feels maybe is kind of wrong. Not outright hurtful or criminal, but wrong. He doesn't agree that people make content and have a Patreon so people can support it with finances like that. He doesn't agree with that. That's why he made that clip. Don't then say, oh, it doesn't affect me. I hope you're all rich. No, you wouldn't have made the clip if it didn't affect you. It's complete bullshit. I know, because I'm a bullshitter too, and I've done it over the years with these other guys. Yes, you are 100% you're affected by this, or you wouldn't have made it. It's cause and effect, man.
way. But again, my main thing was like looking around YouTube and seeing that no one has done a parody of this, which is interesting. Is
No
that
one ever made a parody of Patreon, according to John here. Okay.
because people want to have one, they don't want to make fun of it or something, or or they'll be called a hypocrite if they have one or something.
Holla holla.
So I felt.
I'll stop again next time you're streaming, brother. I gotta get back to my yard work. I was just having lunch.
I'm
Well,
looking to really make money on this.
hopefully you don't have
the
much
option.
work to do.
I'm not really looking to make money, or I don't really have the option. It's all in the way he says it. It's not that he doesn't wish that he could make money. He doesn't have the option to do it.
He probably does have the option, but he doesn't want to beg. He doesn't want to get on his hands and knees and beg people for pennies like you do. God, what a face. I want to punch it.
And that's why he's making parodies about Patreon, people trying to make a living doing it. He doesn't feel he could be successful doing it. He
Let's
says
see.
it
I
right
mowed
there.
my lawn last Thursday, so I should be good for
So
another
I put
week.
it out, and here's a little
I'm going to have
secret
to mow it again.
for you. I
Maybe
don't
by
really
then my
matter
allergies
much
will
on
be better.
YouTube. It's not a video that got 1 billion views.
Now, here
or
we go.
something.
Now he's downplaying himself on you. Oh, I'm not popular on YouTube. This is again going with his narrative. I can't make a living doing it. It's okay for me to make the parody. He's punching up, essentially, is what he's saying. I can make that parody because I'm punching up. True, but you're punching up at me, who's supposed to be your friend, right?
There are plenty of actors and comedians who make jokes about each other. They punch at each other. And you know what happens? They laugh about it. When Chris Hemsworth makes a joke about and everyone thinking it was Tony Stark now. Robert Downey Jr. He's doing an interview like, oh yeah, I was on set and my trailer was on the other side of the set. I had to walk 10 minutes to get to my trailer. Along the way, I passed by Robert Downey Jr. He had a mansion built. Like, he's Robert Downey Jr. Of course he had a mansion built with servants and all that to take care of him. My trailer's all the way back to the lot, and I gotta walk past all this other stuff, dodge rats and all this stuff to get to my trailer. Do you think Robert Downey Jr. comes out with a 11-hour video bitching about Chris Hemsworth making fun of him for being Robert Downey fucking Jr.? No. He laughs it off and goes, it wasn't a mansion. It was only 3 stories and didn't even have a pool. Like, see? Robert Downey Jr. is someone who can make fun of himself. Like, Chris Hemsworth is talking about how trailers and how you had a mansion and servants. Like, I had a servant, not servants, a servant. Get it right. And it didn't even have a pool, so it wasn't that good of a mansion. Like, these guys, they make fun of each other because they're friends. My friends call me a fat piece of shit all the time. You know what? They're right. But, as I say, I have 5 fat friends. You're 3 of them. I make fun of one for always being bald. Make fun of the other one for, guys, I had to work, like, all day today. So you showed up an hour late and went home 2 hours early? No, I didn't. I showed up an hour late, but I saved them a lot of time. So you still miss an hour of work. Shut up, guys. That's what I thought. Like, we make fun of each other all the time. Because we're friends.
My name is in the video. You're punching up at someone who's your friend. You're punching up at someone who...
Ooh, good point, Since. He never had a friend before, so how was he supposed to know about friendly jabs?
You want
Exactly.
to the first shot. I mean, okay, maybe you say unfollowing someone on Twitter is shooting the first shot. I say this is the first situation. This is the first...
Not legal advice.
Outright kind of aggressiveness. When you do this passive aggressive, it's still aggressiveness towards me from John, okay?
It's aggressive,
It really should have
guys.
affected you in a negative way.
Yes.
And despite all that,
Yes. I was mass messaged by people constantly. Phil, why did John insult you? Phil, are you weird? John insulted you? Here it is. They were tweeting me. They were emailing me. It was on my video comments. It was on my stream comments. It was everywhere I went. John hates you. And it was toxic shit, and it made me feel like shit. Not that John made it, but that everyone's harassing me about it. Yes, it did absolutely, positively, negatively affect me again. 2015 was one of the worst years of my life. All this negative shit was piling up. This was just the cherry on top of the shit Sunday. All this other shit going on. Do I really need someone who's supposed to be my friend piling on as well? Of course not. But it happened.
we came out and said it wasn't directly about him. Wished him the very best. And
Well, the 3-inch penis rule may not apply if the
Nope,
person actually has
that didn't
3-inch
happen.
penis for sure.
We said it wasn't about him. We wish him the very best and said we're not going to be a part of his stuff. That never happened. Did they say it wasn't about me? Yes. Did they ever say, all right, we're outright saying to the public we're not going to be a part of Phil's stuff? No. That was part of the problem, that they never did that. They were doing that, and they'll actually admit this later on in the video. They were doing this behind the scenes. They were talking to people in person that they ran into, and people were like, hey, whatever happened to you and Phil? You going to do anything with him? And John would basically tell, no, we don't associate with him anymore. But they didn't tell me. Again, it's the passive aggressiveness, and it's being half truthful. Yes, they did tell people we're not going to associate, but not publicly. So everyone was constantly pounding me with requests as to why aren't you doing something with John? What's going on with John? And I had no answers.
That was that. So I don't see how that's talking shit about. We're talking shit about him. On top of that, after the Pay Me Tons video came out, he publicly said, if John does a skit making fun of Patreon, it doesn't mean he's
Correct.
talking shit about me.
Absolutely correct. I said that.
I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Where was the shit talk?
Right.
It's like one of those things where
But
you
I
can...
didn't say you shit. You shit talked to me. I never said it. We just watched the video. I said if I was in that situation, I would shit talk. I didn't say you did. You can say there's an insinuation there, but that's a jump. And no, I wasn't.
If it was me, I would have shit talked. So you're saying they were shit talking? Dumbass.
Wasn't saying that they had shit talked me. They are feeling guilty about this Pay Me Tons video. All year long, people said, hey, you basically insulted Phil with this. And now they're projecting that onto me when I didn't say something that they're saying I said, you see? I outright said that they didn't insult me. So why is this even an issue?
Only
Why is it
21
being
minutes
discussed?
into
I have no
his
idea.
video,
Just say
after
something
3
in the
hours and
video,
52
you don't
minutes.
talk
Holy
but
shit,
you have no
DSP.
Didn't say they
examples
talk
of
shit.
this?
Yeah, he
Some
did.
people just kind of go, oh, they talk shit. They must have done it.
But I didn't say that.
Yeah, and you know, it's just one of those things that people like. I feel bad because he doesn't know how to let go of things. I guess people like, you know, and this happens with anything. You know, people jam you with stuff.
Yep,
On like
he's right.
Twitter, and they prod you and prod you and
Yes.
prod you. So right now, just on top of it, and he fell
Pay me
right
tons,
into the
instructions
shenanigans.
unclear,
Yeah, you
funds.
know what? And we're falling
You're right
into
at
it
the
now, because
JTL.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I think
we're falling into it right now too
Holla, holla,
because
Barrett.
he threw a shot, and then we didn't want to throw the shot, but now we have to throw the shot.
yeah, it's weird. It's weird timing. Why did
Yeah.
you pick that day at that time? And you know,
So it's weird because now I don't even know what they're talking about. Are they talking about when I unfollowed them on Twitter in 2014? Or are they talking about the video I put out in my holiday Ask the King that I always do on Thanksgiving in 2015? I actually have no idea which they're even talking about because, again, they've already jumped from 2015 to 2014 to the Pay Me Ton segment, it's where's the timeline? What are they even talking about? I don't know. I actually have no idea.
He would be
okay?
so confused by Pulp
But
Fiction.
I agree with Howard. I have always been terrible at damage control. I have always had an issue where if I get attacked from multiple directions, and back then it was way worse, by the way. Today, we got our shit under control, right? We do. Today, you got a ton of people in the chat being dicks to me right now. I'm not paying any attention. I don't care.
How
It
did
doesn't
you
bother me
watch
anymore,
this and you're
you know?
so confused?
But back then,
Good point, Emilio.
Came on me at Twitter, at me, came at me in my video comments, came at me in my stream chat, on my forums. I fell for it. Hook, line, and motherfucking sinker. Motherfucking sinker, bro. I just yump like a big fish. There's a worm. Eat that shit. I fell for it all the time. I always took the bait. I always got angry. This is what people were doing. They were troll baiting me constantly. Ultimate taking of the bait. I was such an idiot. And I would get upset about shit for no fucking reason that I never should have got upset about. I let these trolls get to me. That is why, for sure, that is why things got so bad with the internet and me, with this is how you don't plays and shit. Like, the worse that we get, the more we get to fill and the better reaction we get. And Howard, 100% correct here. All right? I was the public-facing figure, not them. Did they have their own internet shit going on? Yes. But I was the one who made a living on the internet. So I was the one who saw it.
Yes, you were the public
single day.
figure.
Every video, every stream, every comment, everywhere. Where's John? What's going on with John? Why isn't John in the video? Why isn't he making the videos with you? What did you do to John? Why? Why, Phil? Why did you ruin John's friendship with you? And I'm like, what the fuck, man? So then I would say dumb shit. I would completely say dumb shit that was out of turn, that was insulting, that was dumb, that was revealing private information, and it's all wrong. I have no defense against that at all. Zero. I did it. It's wrong. They're going to bring up instances of it. Can't defend it.
Oh, CW
Right?
must be
At least
behind.
today, if you
He's
haven't
got the
noticed,
Phil Hartman
we do
part.
have things better under control when it comes to things, comments on the streams and things like that. It's not a constant toxic universe anymore. I would argue that the universe of Dark Side Phil at one point was a very toxic place to be. We have definitely improved that over the years, okay? But no, I can't defend it. Howard, absolutely correct in this statement. I was completely guilty of this shit.
Not like we did the show Wednesday and we were like talking shit or there's anything that has to do with them. It's like it's
not wrong, Barrett.
it's a attempt at trolling.
Yep.
It's let me say something. Hopefully they'll respond. Then I can come back with something else, and I create a whole situation of drama around
That's
myself.
not true.
You know, and I think this is what he wanted us to do. This is why I haven't done this ever until now. Despite him, running me down on his forums, on Twitter, and his chat.
Talk about that.
And like try to do stuff on the sneak. But I catch wind of all this stuff, man. People send me all this stuff.
Yeah,
For the most part, I don't look at it, but when things like this happen, I'll go through and see what's going down.
So he's saying there's a campaign against him. Like, I was constantly trying to like talk shit about him and bring him down and stuff. Again, that wasn't the intention, but again, it's troll bait. Trolls baiting me into saying dumb shit or trying to get emotion out of me.
The troll's
about
fault.
the situation. Specifically, he doesn't bring up any specifics, so I can't directly react to what he's saying and say, oh, here's what I meant or whatever. So I don't know. I can confirm it happened. Happened on Twitter, happened on my forums. My forums, my God, there was like 2 or 3 assholes on my forums who would constantly pelt me with shit about this and try to get this out, and I would fall for it. Every
And
time I
yes,
typed
you
a
would fall
paragraph,
for it
I'd fall
every single
Oh my
time
God, I did it
somehow.
again, I did it again. But here's the thing. He's trying to kind of say that like I'm doing it behind the scenes. Everything I did was public. My forums are public. You can see them right now. I didn't delete the posts. My Twitter's public. My videos are public. Everything's public. It's not like Phil is trying to do a underhanded backstabbing campaign
Except for
with
when he is.
John behind the scenes and shit. I did it in public. I mean, maybe that's even worse, right? But it seems like he's trying to say like, oh, I got wind of it. Now, John, you got wind of it because my trolls baited me and then they sent you my responses. They did it on purpose. It was a concerted campaign. They tried to get me to react badly so that you would see me react badly and be angry with me. I mean, I fell for it, and then you did too. This was absolutely them trying to create friction between us, and I was guilty because I was the one with the public face. Again, I was the one who got attacked with it every day. How are you going to reach John? Hit him with a video comment, tweet him. He doesn't even check his Twitter that often. You don't have other ways. I had to be public every day.
How
with
do
my
you know?
job. He didn't have
Are you
to.
still stalking
Okay,
John
but in
Rambo?
reality, I'm guilty of this. Again, I fess up to it, but absolutely.
Wait a minute, you
John
still
bit
stalk
hook,
John
line, and sinker,
Rambo?
too. With the trolls sent him, I got wind of it. How did you get wind of it? Because the troll sent it to you, dude. I mean, how did you not realize who it was? They were getting me to say stupid shit so that they could show it to you and you'd be mad at me. That was the point. That was what they were intending to do to begin with. You see? Okay, let's continue.
You know.
Did you ever tell
it's an
John
attempt
about
to-
this?
it's an
This
attempt to get
Dirty
something
Round
going.
Trolls.
Oh, and by the way,
Yeah.
he says this is an attempt to get something going. The reason he's talking like this and the reason he made that Thanksgiving video that we watched at the very beginning is because he wants to say something, then we'll say something, then he'll say something. It'll be drama going back and forth for attention on the internet. Wrong. All right? I'm going to reveal this later in depth, but the reason that I did that in that Thanksgiving video was because I needed to prompt an action because in my life I had a lot of fucked up stuff going on. This was one of them.
It
I
was my
actually having a lot of
depression.
problems behind the scenes mentally
Calling it now.
because of what a bad year it was for me. we'll talk more about that because there's a specific segment of this video that addresses things you're like, I don't understand, and when I explain, you'll understand. But I never,
Or he's gonna go with the
in my
alcoholic.
wildest dreams, expected they were gonna do a public video like this. First of all, Howard at all. Howard has nothing to do with it. But John, I never expected it. I thought
Howard was a friend, even if you deny it, was part of your life, went on road trips and conventions, all this other shit for years. So yes, he was definitely a part of it.
this would be the straw that broke the camel's back, that he would either call me or start responding to my texts again and say what was going on. Because
So you
again,
read him on
he had been
stream?
ghosting me essentially for almost a year at this point when I made that Thanksgiving video 2015. Okay? So that's what I thought. I thought, all right, if there really is an issue, which he always said there was never an issue. He never said there was an issue. He would ongoing tell me, oh God. All right, everybody, what's... Okay, that's the
Goddamn
wrong video.
DSP.
I just got to get out of there. There we go.
I was
Oh,
trying
God,
to
now we're at the end of the video. Anyway, he would outright tell me when he did respond, there was
Holy
no
shit,
issue.
DSP.
Don't worry, there's no issue. If there's an issue, we're going to work it out. I'm going to be in your content. It's things on my side and yada, 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 that kind of shit. And then,
Yeah, just
he
like a
just stopped responding
16-year-old.
entirely. When he stops responding entirely, it's like, dude, come on, at least be honest or truthful or upfront and transparent with me, you know? And he wouldn't be. He would just ghost me. So I thought making that Thanksgiving video would prompt him to finally reach out. And even if it was, Phil, I've had enough, okay? I seriously had enough with you. I don't ever want to be your friend again. At least if he had done that, there would have been closure, okay?
Closure
That's what
for
I was
you,
looking
but not
for,
for him.
because there wasn't. It was
He
open-ended.
just wanted to
People were
ignore you,
constantly
dude, 'cause he doesn't
hounding
like you
me about
anymore.
this and wouldn't leave it alone. And I was like, the only way I'm ever going to get closure is to force the hand. Is that fucked up? Yes. Is that wrong? Yes. It is. I shouldn't have ever done that. It's fucked up to put him in that stressful situation that he was in because of me. Absolutely, that was wrong to do. And I shouldn't have done it. But I did it because a lot of things going on in my life.
Because you were drunk.
That will be explained later in the video. Now I got to find where we are.
Option.
Yep.
So I put it out, and here's a little secret for you. I don't really matter that.
No, here we go.
It's like it's a attempt at trolling.
Here we are.
Yep.
It's let me say something. Hopefully they'll respond.
I didn't
Then
want a
have to come back
response
to something
publicly. I
else,
just wanted him to
and
respond
create
to
a
me in
whole
general. Been a
situation,
year
drama
since he
He'll
was
never
out.
say sorry.
You know,
I just wanted
and,
anything.
Or,
I didn't
sorry,
really
I
know
was
that
dealing with
this
my
is why
depression,
I've done this,
guys.
ever
I'm the closest thing to get
until
to an
now.
I'm sorry.
Despite him, running me down on his forums, on Twitter, on his chat,
We already did this.
and
So
try to do stuff on the sneak. But I catch wind of all this stuff, man. People send me all this stuff.
Yeah.
For the most part, I don't look at it, but when things like this happen, I'll go through and see what's going down. It's an attempt to get something going.
Try to be a
and he
dictator to them,
falls
and he's a
victim to
no
it on a
dick.
consistent basis.
Yeah.
And he has an issue, like a really big issue with damage control.
Yeah,
Like he
I
doesn't
agree
know
here.
how to ignore things.
I agree here. 100%.
So this is why we're in the situation that we're in now, is because of that.
Yeah.
There was no need for him to address this. He could have just let it go, and that was it. But we'll talk. I don't know if you
Let it
saw
go.
it.
3 months
Let it
after we last
go.
spoke about him in a positive way that
The
we spoke
gin
about him.
never bothered me
Just use this 3 months
anyway.
randomly and just say some stuff.
And
But again, that was 3 months. John didn't ever think about me, hear about me.
Oh,
I
he
was
didn't
getting
think
constant-
about
my
me,
trolls were all over
guys.
me constantly about it.
He hurt my
Phil, you
feelings
really
because he
fucked up
wasn't
that
thinking
relationship.
about
Rambo.
me.
That was a good thing you had going. He was your friend, and look what you did. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You don't know anything. There's no public information about this at all. But that's what I got every day, And it just festered, and it got toxic inside of me that I felt like shit over this. All right. And again, why did this come up? It was Ask the King on Thanksgiving. That's my Thanksgiving thing that I do every year. I don't know if I specifically do it
Because you
anymore.
had no
It's 7
friends or
years
family
later.
to spend it
But,
with.
I used to do it every Thanksgiving at the holiday Ask the King, and it's a
I get
question that came
Thanksgiving
up,
with my
and I thought that
family.
this
I
would
get
actually
Thanksgiving
give it
with my
closure, 'cause
friends.
From my end, it was one of two things was going to
Separate
happen.
days.
Either they ignore it completely, they never
Your
respond to your
Friendsgiving, I
space. I
usually
say
bring
that was
the
my last word on the
desserts.
subject. Never talking about it ever again. Or they respond behind the scenes. I find out what's actually going on. Maybe we have a resolution. We work things out, and we're friends again. Or maybe not. And if not, at least there's closure. Closure is better than
Closure
nothing.
for you, but
In
not
my
for
opinion,
them.
like that's what was my mindset back then. Was even if the closure is a negative closure, and this is the end, and this is John saying, I hate you, don't ever talk to me ever again, you're a scumbag. I'd rather have that than, oh, I just ghost you forever, and who knows what happened, right? So, in reality, what happened was I got my answers, just not in the way that I was expecting, and in my face, because now everyone publicly thought that I was a scoundrel, a scumbag, a piece of garbage.
Because you
Which is fake.
are.
Again, I'm not going to dispute that there's things I've done wrong, all right? Let's continue.
then, not only that, every single time we've been out in the field and people have asked us about him, all we do is we don't associate with him anymore, but we wish him the best of luck. Remember that guy that we met at the YouTube studios?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
asked
yeah.
us the same question that we always give the same answer.
Yeah, man.
We're not.
They would go out in public and tell people we don't associate with Phil anymore. We wish him the best, but they wouldn't tell me. They're telling other people, but not me. So again, I'm the one left with the public face to the internet. Thousands of people who want answers. I have none, and they won't give me the answer, but they'll tell someone at the YouTube studios, "Oh, we're done with Phil. We're not going to deal with him anymore." How about me? You know?
Or
baby, no one told
but at the
me.
same
Really,
time, we're not here
me.
to take shit from anybody either.
Yeah. There's enough is enough, and we always talk about it. You know, as I always say, hopefully we don't have to do this.
Yeah, we talk about this on a
It's sad.
consistent
It's
basis.
disgusting. It's sad, but here we are, man. So,
Yeah.
and again, I'm gonna like spill this out. This isn't an attack. This isn't like just an attack. Like this is all the shit that went down. There's things that are out there that he put out there, things other people believe that are not true.
Yeah.
So I have to defend.
All right, he's going to bring up the subject of money now.
Money.
He's right, but it's because. All right, I'm not even going to get ahead. I'll let him talk, and then we'll address it. Okay. So really, my last feelings on the subject of, because now they're going to move on. My last feelings on the subject of the Thanksgiving 2015 Ask the King, which is how this whole started. All right. I was completely in the wrong for saying what I said, and doing that. At the same time, they had been ghosting me for about a year. The only contact I have with them is John making a Pay Me Tons parody that essentially has my name in it, so it is a slam against me. Even though I thought it was funny, it's still a slam against me, and everyone sees it like that. All right? They continue to ignore me for the rest of the year. All the viewers and fans are asking why. I don't know. But they're telling everyone publicly that they run into, "Oh, we don't associate with Phil anymore. We don't like him. But we wish him the best." I don't know that, right? Things are just getting worse and worse for me in 2015. Again, piling on of shit.
Depression,
the DDoSing, the
alcoholism,
swatting, my relationship falling apart, my YouTube channel getting destroyed. And this was just the other fucked up thing behind everything. You know what I'm saying? And it just kept festering to the point where I wanted a closure. And what I did got a closure, but sadly it was a public closure. I just wanted them to say, "Hey, enough is enough. We don't want to be your friend anymore. Leave us alone," which they never did. And they still didn't, because in this video they don't say that either. Although obviously if you make a 90-minute negative video about someone, that's pretty much what you're saying. Okay,
Myself, we have to dispel some things. So I want to get into a couple things here, man.
here we go.
So, the first one I want to talk about, which is disgusting, man, is money. Okay.
Big,
You ever
big
told like, you
go.
shouldn't talk about money? You ever
Oh yeah,
ever
all
tell
the
you
time. All the time.
Yep.
This is not me complaining
Oh, I
about
hear it every
money,
day.
because honestly, from my side of things, I know some other people in our circle don't agree, but I believe I was treated fairly with money. But the problem is, info that's been presented to you is not exactly true. So it's something.
Okay. John feels that he was treated fairly with money, but people in their circle don't agree. Who? What are you talking about? This is about
Well,
you and
play
me.
the
This is not
video
about
and you
people in
might
your
find
circle.
out.
And what did you tell them? So you told people in your circle what money you were making in our videos. Other people knew, okay? It wasn't just me on one side. He was telling people all around him what kind of money he was making, apparently, and they said it wasn't enough. So there's the seed of, oh, you're not happy. You shouldn't be happy with that. You should have more, right? Again, John said
And
earlier,
someone shows
this
on
isn't
the
about money. I
BMW.
don't care what everyone else makes around me. He says
They
here,
probably
I'm
have enough
treating
money to
fairly
pay you
with money.
more.
But now he's about to have a whole segment about money. So why?
Just
If
like you
feel
have
were
entire
treated
segments about
fairly,
money on your
right?
streams
Why are
every
you doing a
day.
segment about money? He says, "Oh, because there's some misinformation." Even if there was misinformation, who cares? You were treated fairly with money. How is this an issue? Right? And then he says the circle of friends. I again, when I watch this video, and I've watched it many, many times over the years, this is a 7-year-old video, there is this reference to a circle of people behind
That
the
is not a
scenes
react,
who
it's
are
an
basically,
analysis.
which sounds to me, they're poisoning the well. They're looking at the situation as outsiders, right? And they're telling John, "Hey, John, you were treated badly. This was bad. Why were meanwhile, John and I are having a blast. We're making content. We're making money. We're having a good time together. There's no
Emphasis on making money,
all right?
as always.
But what is this circle of friends telling you didn't make enough money? Why are you listening to them if you feel like you did? Right? This comes up later. There's other topics where they start saying, "Oh, people in our friend circle said this and that." What? Why is this discussed in your friend circle? This is you and me.
Let's say you work IT for a company. You're friends with someone else who works IT for a different company. Eventually, you find out that your friend job. Oh, yes, well, I'm a IT for GM, you're IT for some other company, so that could explain it. But what if I'm IT for GM, he's IT for Ford, and then you find out he's making $25,000 less than you? Be like, dude, they're underpaying you. Make us think about this. Like, they're underpaying you by $25,000. Of course, there could be so, no, I was there for 3 years longer, bonuses, whatever. But let's say, again, I'm working for IT for GM, they're working IT for Ford. We got out of college at the same time. We went to the same college. That's how we met and we became friends. I'm playing around. I got GM, he got Ford. So we've been there, our companies, for the exact amount of time, doing the exact same job. All of a sudden, I find out he's making 25 grand less. I'm like, dude, that's fucked up. Why are you making so much less than me? You might want to ask, like, hey, can I get a pay grade or stock options, better benefits, something. Make up for the fact that I'm making $25,000 less than my friend. Works the exact same job at a different company. Just saying, you could try that.
Our friendship, our business relationship, why is this being poisoned by others? This is weird to me.
It's being poisoned by Howard, guys.
There's other stuff going on that you don't know about until this video comes out, okay? Anyway, let's see what John has to say about money, which he said you shouldn't talk about.
That he says quite often, John got 50%, got half of everything that I made, that we made together, or videos I was in with him, right? And again, Howard, like, why is this something that's said publicly?
This should have
come up with any kind of reason.
There is no reason to say this unless he's lying, or B, he's trying to save face.
I'm trying to save face because at this time, again, when did I start talking about that shit publicly? 2014, 2015. Because people started, again, maybe mostly trolls, but people saying, Phil,
yeah,
why
they finally fixed it, which is awesome.
Phil, John said he would be in your content and he's ignoring you. Why? Did you not pay him? And that was a big thing. People always wanted to make it about money when John never had an issue with money. Never once did he say to me, I'm not getting paid enough for my work. And so I never thought it was an issue. Now, no idea when I started talking about it publicly, nor do I know the context because I couldn't find it. I'm sure people will find it now, and that's fine, because I'm going to tell you, I know I said it. I know that I said this, that I paid John 50%. I know I should I have said that? Probably not. At the same time, do you feel that if you were getting paid 50% of the money being made on a project that's a co-op, is that enough? Right? I'm trying to be fair. People were constantly attacking me, telling me that I was not paying John. Like, this was an ongoing thing with my trolls, that Phil was a scumbag who ripped off John and never paid him, or didn't pay him enough. And he was pocketing all the money and being the big guy who was rich and everything, and John was getting nothing, and I was basically using his work and profiting off of it and all that. And it couldn't have been further from the truth, as we're about to discuss, but this became a common meme. Much like all the memes about me today that are stupid bullshit, the more that people say something,
not the memes,
the more they will believe it, whether or not there's any evidence at all. There was no evidence of any of this.
Not the
John
memes.
didn't talk about it publicly, nor did I. So there's no way they could say that, but that was their line of reasoning, is that, oh, Phil doesn't pay John, okay? So one day, I'm sure I got annoyed, like Howard says, I take the troll bait. I got annoyed, and on a stream I say, listen, I was fair. I paid John 50%. Was it a lie? No. It was saving face. Howard is correct. I was trying to save face. I was trying to justify that you can't tell me the reason John doesn't want to be in my stuff today is money. He was always paid fairly. I shouldn't have done that. Another mistake I made.
There's no reason to even address anything about money publicly on a YouTube video.
Yeah, this is done way before there was any kind of, before there was major problems. Just something's thrown out like, oh, look, I'm a great guy. I'm giving him half the money.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the truth.
We only give him half the money for the first month. After that, you kept it all.
Stuff in 2008. I do.
There's some of it.
You know, I start doing videos with him.
That's Street Fighter vlogging.
We've been hanging out for a couple years before that, playing games. So just kind of transitioned into now we're going to be playing games, but recording games. You know, and I did this stuff from 2008 when we started YouTube. I did this for probably a couple years for nothing.
He says he did it for a couple of years for nothing. That's correct. Any videos that he appeared in before I was able to monetize those videos, he didn't get paid for. I was only able to monetize the gameplay videos in early 2011 when I got partnered with Machinima. So any videos he appears in prior to that, he didn't get paid for. Also, I didn't get paid for them either.
I was on with Machinima a few years later, and I had to come to him and ask, because we're still doing videos. I was like, since you're getting something for this, do you feel that I should get a percentage of that for my efforts on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we make an agreement.
By the way, I had to come to him and ask. He says it like he was doing these videos for an extended period of time, and I was not paying him. And then he had to ask for the money. No, once I got partnered, it was pretty quick. I can't exactly tell you when. I can tell you it was relatively quickly after I got partnered, and he was regularly doing the co-op with me. And then we started seeing the results. Oh, the views were good. There's money coming in. And they say, hey, can I get paid for that? I said, absolutely. You are 100% entitled to getting paid. You're part of this content.
But he had to bring it up.
Oh, I did it.
He had to ask for it.
I didn't ask him and beg him for money. That's not what happened.
Hey, how's it going?
It sound like that, and that's not what happened at all. The fuck.
Which will be basically half of the month. Half of the month's co-op income. So what happens is he takes out taxes from that amount and cuts it in half.
Then you find out he doesn't pay taxes.
But, for instance, like if it's March, and we do videos in March, I will get a percentage of what was made in March. That does not include residuals like for months coming up. Like for instance, if those videos make more money in April or June and July, okay? Like, that doesn't include that. So whatever was made in April for that month, that's what I would get. Does not include streams or whatever other money comes in, right?
Yep.
This went on for a little while.
Okay, so let's address this, because this is for part 1, then there's a part 2 to it, where the agreement changed, okay? Here's the full story for context. I was working with Machinima as a partnered member, and that means that I would put out videos. Depending on the views the videos got, I would make a flat rate of money per number of views on a video. Machinima would keep all the ad revenue and give me that flat rate. Most cases, they were making more money on the ad revenue than what they were paying me. That's how they made their profits, and they made a living, basically. They were making the money on the ads. I was getting the flat
He
rate.
would not, you know that, Sins.
So, John is correct. What we would do a month of content, okay? Now, by the way, people seem to have this very weird conception or notion that YouTube is this big corporate entity that runs crazy amounts of tracking and reports and has all this data that is completely false, okay? Especially back then, we're talking like 2011. Here's how I got paid, and here's how I figured out any data. I got paid by a PayPal payment, one lump sum a month. There you go. There's your money. Okay, what is this? Is this revenue from one channel, other channels, all channels? Oh, that's just all your revenue. So I don't even know the money coming in. What's it from? Is it from DSP Gaming? I had other channels running? Or is it from the other channel? I don't know. Here it is, lump sum. Okay, so how do I figure out what made what? Especially back then, there was no way to figure that out on YouTube. There was no analytics tab on YouTube. It didn't exist. There was no way to figure out how much money a video made, okay? What you would have to do is manually sort videos and start counting views and shit. So it was a nightmare. I was like, dude, with the amount of co-op videos we're pumping out, right? Every week we're doing a co-op. That's what, 20, 30 videos plus smart guys. Like, we're talking, we'd have to track 100 more videos a month to figure out what we're making on these specific videos. So I started contacting Machinima behind the scenes, and I made a request of them that they thought was
behind the
ridiculously
scenes, dude.
outlandish. I said, hey guys, you're the ones who have all the data. You're the partner network. You're tracking videos. You have access to all that data. Can you, on a monthly basis,
And that
start sending
BMW
me
would have
reports
flat tires real
on
quick.
videos, and, you know, can I use those reports to pay? Well, here's what I told them, which is kind of stupid. I said, I need these reports to pay my employees. I got some people here working with me, and I have a business agreement with them.
So they weren't friends, they're
okay?
employees. Good to
And
know.
I need to be able to pay them, and if I don't know what videos they're making, I can't pay them. So Machinima, on a monthly basis, starts sending me reports that are the most stupidly ludicrous reports I've ever seen. Is it a Excel file that I can sort and search and do stuff with, right? Is it anything that I can do anything with actively? No, it's a fucking PDF file. Uneditable, unsortable. It's just like as if someone right now handed you a piece of paper with printed text on it. That's what they're sending me, okay? So
Oh no, and you actually
here's
had to
what we
read
did.
through it?
We would
How
wait for a
terrible.
month to pass, okay? And
We actually had to
the
do
next
work.
month, we would sit down and they'd send me the monthly report.
Hey, Robert.
And we would say, what were the co-ops we did last month? And we would figure it out. Okay, here's what we did. And I would, not John, I would go there line by line and count up the amount of money that those videos made, because that's exactly what the report was. What I was paid for that video by Machinima that month. So I would go through all of that and sort it myself, add it up, subtract taxes, which we knew what the taxes were. I knew what I was paying my tax guy and everything, you know, for the taxes. Here's the profits.
Well, then you
And I
didn't
put it
pay your
right down the
taxes,
middle,
so what the fuck are you
50%.
talking about?
And I would give that to John on a monthly basis, okay? Now, he's absolutely correct. There was no residuals paid, okay? And there was a reason for that. It was actually a discussion that we had. It wasn't like, oh, we never talked about it or whatever. We did have
Hey,
a residual
thanks for
discussion.
watching,
He
GT.
said, is there any way to figure out residuals? I said, well, John, the only way we can figure out residuals is literally if every month, not only am I going to sit down and look at the new videos we make, but now I have to request reports on previous months from Machinima, and I have to sit down here and crunch those numbers too. And we did this actually once and found out that the residuals, unless it was a giant playthrough, the residuals were essentially nothing. All right, a few dollars. Okay. Now, you might say, well, it's a few dollars is a few dollars, right? I mean, hell, if he's coming over your house every week and doing co-op, what's fair is fair. Pay him what you're owed. We had this conversation, and the conversation was, okay, well,
Because there was,
we're going to do
fuck
this
you,
co-op
give me more
content,
money.
but also there's going to be things that come up, right? Sometimes we're going to do other things. We're going to go on trips. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. And not to
They
say
went on
that
trips,
this-
but they weren't friends.
a contract we made. We didn't. This contract was never, by the way, no contract was ever made between us. There was no written contract. He didn't sign, I didn't sign. This was just our agreement that we did. We just did it. We were friends. We didn't think that anything could go wrong. And my God, if any, ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me. No, really. Please listen to me right now, okay? If I can give you one piece of advice out of this whole situation, this whole fucked up situation, this
Just
is
make
it
sure
right
you
now.
keep
This
all the
moment.
money. Fuck your friends.
Stamp, clip this part, okay? It doesn't matter if you're friends with someone. If you are entering a business arrangement with someone, you must document it and you must have a contract. Period. Because this is not the first or last time that an entire friendship has been negatively affected and in some cases torn apart by a business relationship. All right. I know examples of this. For example, screwattack.com, which doesn't exist anymore, was a very prominent website on the internet for people who make content about video games. There was 2 guys who were in charge, Stuttering Craig and Handsome Tom. Sadly, the same thing happened with them that happened with me and Rambo, where they had kind of agreements and they weren't necessarily contract. And then after years of working on this content together, they had a massive disagreement of falling out. They split, and now they hate each other, essentially. Okay? It's fucked up. They were like,
But he needed a
closest
gated
guys,
community,
you know?
Robert,
And
to keep Evil
the
AJ
public
from
saw
hiding
them
in the
unfold,
bushes.
saw them have their relationship be broken, fractured, and split over the business. You know, I don't necessarily think that's exactly what happened here. I think that's one of the factors. Obviously, John would not be bringing this up if it wasn't a factor, right? He'd be ignoring it. It's a factor to him, or he's not going to address it. But we didn't ever have a contract, so he can say all of this, and I can say all of this, but there's no evidence of any of it, right? It's all hearsay. All I can tell you is I'm corroborating what he's saying. Yes, it's true. There were no residuals. Why was there no residuals? Because there was no way to figure them out. There was no, oh, can I have someone...
I had to spend 5 minutes looking at a piece of paper, guys. It's too hard.
Figure out this and this and actually pay him. What we had was kind of an unspoken agreement. Okay. And the unspoken agreement was that for the extra stuff, here's the thing on YouTube, how it works. When you first upload a video to YouTube, especially back then, maybe today it's a little different. Back then, you would upload a new video to YouTube. That video would get a ton of hot new ads on it. You make tons of money on the ads. As soon as that went away, the ads would stop running and you make almost nothing on the video. So if a video is not monetized, you make no money on it. So we would do a playthrough, a hot new co-op playthrough. The first few weeks, we'd make tons of money, right? After that, the next 1, 2 months, almost nothing. Because the ads aren't running on it anymore. Those ads are now running on all your hottest new uploads, okay? Always. Why do you think I pump out so much content? Right now, if I were to not make any new content this month, I would make almost nothing on ads on YouTube. That's how it's always worked, okay? Don't care what anyone else wants to tell you. In my experience, that's always been the case.
For you, yes, because you're a piece of shit.
We had a situation here where
no
I would
past
have loved to
views.
pay him residuals, but we didn't know how to figure
Unlike
it out. We had
PewDiePie,
an insane
Markiplier,
amount
and
of
so
number crunching
forth.
and work for what essentially was going to amount to very little, all right? So the unspoken rule, I mean, it wasn't that we put it down on writing, but we talked about it, is, all right, well, there's going to be situations where we're going to go on trips, right? I'm going to arrange for us to go to a convention. I'm going to arrange for us to go on a trip that I'm going to vlog or whatever. And the arrangement was that even though he wasn't getting paid any residuals for the content, I would try to pay for as much of that as possible, whether it was a hotel room, whether it was gas for his car because he was driving, but I would pay for the gas, whether it was plane tickets in some cases. That was kind of the rule that we had. I was the one making the money here.
As it
right?
should
I
have
would pay
been.
50% of the co-op income, and anything else that came of it would be in another form, and maybe intangible form, but you'd be able to go on trips and stuff. Like that's what the agreement was. Okay. He never complained. He never had a problem with it whatsoever. And this started essentially in early 2011 when I was partnered with Machinima. I can't tell you the exact date, but I believe it was about mid to late 2013 when this changed. And he's going to reveal how it changed, all right, right now. So let's continue.
Again, it's not exactly 50% if you throw that out there, but this goes on for a little while. Then he says to me, Machinima isn't sending me reports anymore, so I have no idea. I have no idea of the amount of money that we're making on the co-op. I have no way of figuring it out. So I can no longer figure out this percentage that we agreed on. So I basically just go, okay, listen, throw me $100 every time I come down.
I'm going to let him talk.
Okay.
Say the whole thing.
And the way I come to this number is because round trip is about 2.5 hours of driving, right? I'm there the entire day, and I have to buy a meal at some point. So give me $100 to kind of cover my expense. You also have to consider, these are days like I'm not going to work because my job, I'm an independent contractor, so I'm not going to work these days. So if you really do the math, with gas and food and wear and tear in your car, $100 every time you come, you're not exactly profiting there. And including not going to working at a job which will actually make you more money than this,
Yep.
So just to flat out say you got 50%, far from true. It's far from the truth there. Like I guess it's half truth. It's a half truth. Is that what you would say?
Yeah, that's a half truth.
So when people
Cheers,
throw
Squeak.
stuff out there, man, like going to conventions and we paid for things. Again, like you go to conventions, you got to take time from work, which is I'm not getting paid for work. And we went to conventions. He's got an injury. He has a back injury. So I would go and I would carry things. I would film things. I did all the driving, as you know, and do whatever I could to help. I was coming as it's not just like, hey Phil, take me on this trip, and I'll fuck around and I'll sit by the pool. Came as basically to assist him in his business, as he likes to call it, right?
A lot of passive aggressive stuff, and all that stuff he just said. A lot of passive aggressive stuff. The business, as he likes to call it. He has a back injury, or so he says. His back, right? Yeah. Everything there. Everything I ever said was true. I had a back injury. It was severe. The thing is, I'm very, very good at hiding pain, right?
I'm very good at hiding pain, guys.
Half the time, I was
No,
sitting
you're
down,
not.
I wasn't shooting pain up my leg, numbness.
You're literally the guy. Guys, I got a paper cut on my thumb. How am I supposed to play video games with this horrible injury on my thumb? Let me take a picture of it and post it on Instagram, guys. You can't hide pain worth shit.
It was bad. All right. I had a business. I was paying taxes. I was doing everything like you have to do with a business. But it's funny, all these insinuations, right? Oh yeah, what he calls a business. Ah, that back injury he has and stuff. That's basically what he's saying by saying that stuff like that. Okay. Now, I will 100% confirm everything he just said. Yes, what happened was in late 20. I want to say it was late 2013. I can't confirm that, but after over 2 years of me paying him that 50% cut, our arrangement changed. Now, just to give you guys a little bit of perspective. Okay. 1 month, okay, we're texting back and forth, I believe. And John's like, hey, I'm just curious, did Machinima send you the report? Because actually, I'm kind of hard up this month. I need some help. Can I get the money a little early? I was like, yeah, no problem, man. Let's try to figure this out. So I get the report out, and I'm doing it. It was like the middle of the night, okay? I'm doing it, and I don't know if I fucked up, all right? I don't know if we just had a really, really good month that month. I can't remember. But I remember doing it in the middle of the night, and it was like an exorbitant amount of money for both of us, split down the middle. It was like a ridiculous amount for a co-op. It was the most we had ever made on a co-op by far, by like, I'm not kidding, like double. All right. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, could this be real? Did I fuck up? So I mean, it's the middle of the night. I'm tired. I'm probably fucking it up. Who cares, right? I'm doing the math again. I do it again. It's the same. I was like, so I don't think I fucked up. I just think something happened. Maybe that particular playthrough got giant ads on YouTube for some reason, giant views for some reason. I don't know what it was. You know, I don't know why. There was a time when we did, it might have been, I don't know if it was. But I know that we did a Family Guy playthrough, and that playthrough had inflated views, and we got overpaid for it. But I don't know if that was it. But anyway, there's this one time where he really needed the money, and I said, okay, I'm going to send it to you, okay? So I send it to him, all right? 5 minutes pass. I get a frantic phone call. He goes, Phil, I think you made a horrible mistake. He goes, I think you sent me too much money. This is ridiculous. There's no way. I was like, no, John, I just did the math like 3 times. And that's really, you know, what you're owed for this month's work. He goes, no. He's like, there's no way. He goes, there's no way that's the amount. And I was like, no, it really is. And he's like, I feel guilty taking this much for the work, for the playthroughs we did this month. You know, and what we're doing, we're fucking around. We're sitting around playing video games. He's like, we made this much money. I was like, John, listen, I want you to know something. I don't even care if I fucked up. I make good money here. You know, not only are we doing this co-op that's making crazy money, because these were the great years of YouTube when ad revenue was rolling. I told you how much money I used to make back then, insane amount.
And you made way too much fucking money.
There's so much money. I'm making, dude, I don't care. Just keep it. I don't even care if I fucked it up. Just keep it. You need it, dude. I'm your friend. I know this is kind of fucked up that it's a business relationship. We even have to talk about it. Just keep it. And he was happy.
This
you
is
know?
such
so
bullshit.
To me, when he's bringing
There's
this
no
shit
way he
up
paid anyone
in a
more than
video
he
like
had
this,
to.
It's like, it couldn't have been further from the truth of this. He's making it sound like it wasn't a good situation. It was a crazy good situation, man. He was so happy doing that co-op. I know he was. We had so much fun, and he was actually able to do things financially because of doing it, you know? And it really irks me. It really irks me that he even talked about this in the video. When he says, oh, I was treated fairly, but now I'm going to talk about this for a long time like I wasn't, okay? Now, the second half. He's talking about the $100 a week, okay? So, in late 2013, I think, I can't confirm this because I don't have the data anymore. Machinima tells me they can't send me the reports anymore. They don't give me a justification as to why. They just say they can't. They also told me no one else under the partner network made those requests. I was the only person asking for that data, and they don't have to provide it. So this is just one of the many cases over the years where Machinima's attitude towards me completely changed for no seemingly good reason. We had a good relationship. They were sending me these reports all along, no problem. All of a sudden, oh, we can't do that. Why is he being so demanding of us that he wants this data? So they wouldn't give it to me anymore, okay? So if you don't have the raw data, all you can do is guess based off of views on YouTube, which is not reliable. And we were trying to guess how much money videos are making or whatever. And John, after like a month of trying to guess and you know, having difficulty doing it, said, all right, forget it. He's like, here's what we're going to do. Just pay me $100 a week. And I even said to him, I said, you sure that's what you want?
I'm sure this all totally happened for real, guys.
$200 a week to come do what he did, because it was Smart Guys, the commentary show. And it was all the co-op.
Don't forget the bankruptcy, and at this point, way more than $40,000.
He lived in New York, the state. I live in Connecticut. There's exorbitant amounts of gas costs. He was paying $20, $30.
$1,000 in credit card
weeks
debt
for gas just for the trip. Okay. So I wanted to pay him more. That was the ballpark number I had in my head. It was around $250 a week. Okay. And he said, no, I just want the 100. All right, that's our agreement. We're gonna do the 100. By the way, I never offered him the 250. I gotta clarify because now I'm misconstruing it in the wrong way. Bullshit. Bad on you, Phil. Bad Phil. I gotta call myself out on bullshit from now on. Bad Phil. I didn't offer him the 250. I asked him what he wanted, and he said 100. The 250 was a number in my mind. I never said it. I feel bad now because I said that. That's a lie. That didn't happen. He wanted 100. I said I will give you what you want. Okay. I should have paid him more. I didn't. Okay. So from like late 2013. Up until the time when I moved in mid-2014, he was getting paid about $100 a week for the stuff that we were doing. Keep in mind that all those other things like he just mentioned behind the scenes, conventions, I paid for the hotel rooms, I paid for gas to driving to those. When we went, just to give you some perspective, we went to E3 together in 2012, right? I basically bullshitted Machinima. And I told Machinima, listen, I need John to come with me to E3 because I need a cameraman because I have a debilitating back injury. Now, did I have a debilitating back injury? Yes. Did I need John to come to E3 with me to film and carry my shit? No. I could have done that myself. I bullshitted Machinima to get him into E3. I paid for his plane ticket myself because Machinima would not pay for it. They said all they would do is they would get him a pass. So I paid for his plane ticket to and from. Okay? We went to WrestleMania. Okay? We knew going to WrestleMania in 2013 would not garner a lot of content for the internet because WWE was classically infamous for claiming content that you put out there from any of their live events. So I knew that even if I recorded footage at WrestleMania, that it wouldn't make money. It wasn't, in my mind, that was not a business trip. That was a fun trip for friends. Okay. I paid for the gas. He drove. I paid for the hotel.
But it was a business trip.
I paid for the WrestleMania
and you made money
tickets.
on it.
Those were over $1,000 each WrestleMania tickets. Okay. I didn't care. This was fun stuff I was doing with my friend. I wanted him to be along for the ride with me, okay? I didn't want him to feel left out because I was the one with his name on the channel. I wanted him to come with me and share these experiences with me. The WrestleMania trip was not a business trip at all. It was a friend trip.
But you recorded it and you uploaded video.
And sure, on the back end, come back and do a smart guys about it, right? But it absolutely positively.
You made money on it. That makes it a business trip,
every
jackass.
trip we ever went on, he was my work guy, carrying my stuff and filming. That is completely false. The only trip ever that happened was E3. Do you want to know why that happened at E3? Because we had to bullshit Machinima to get him his pass. So they needed to see him following me along, carrying my bags and equipment. They needed to see him recording some stuff that I was doing so that we wouldn't get in trouble for getting him into E3. Okay? Outside of that, it's actually completely untrue. Whenever we went to a convention, John could do whatever he wanted. I mean, yeah, he would be on the panel that we did at the convention to promote his own content that he was doing on his channel, whether it was his podcast or Schnoz Man.
They had to come out with platinum
I didn't
medals
demand
just for his
that
mental
when he came to a
gymnastics.
convention, he could only talk about our content. That wasn't the intention. It was he could get free promotion for his own stuff. I got his foot in the door of all these conventions and onto these panels.
I thought so long it went blank. Ah.
There was a convention we went to, Screw Attack Gaming Convention in 2013. Okay, I think it was 2013. I'm pretty sure it was. During this convention, I think I interacted with John Rambo a grand total of 2 hours. It was probably when we arrived, said hello, saw each other at the table that we had there a few times, and then when we were leaving. We didn't have the same hotel room. At that point, I was with my ex. We had our room, and he had his own room with Howard, okay, and OJ. I was doing my own content.
And your bed went unused because you had no dick.
For the Iron Man of Gaming competition, I filmed, okay? Yet, he was there. I got him in. He had a table. He had a panel with me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he went and made so much content for his own channel. In this video, he acts like, oh, you got to understand that even though the money was good and people can justify that the money maybe even if it wasn't good, well, Phil paid for all those conventions and things. Well, I was working the whole time. That's a lie. He worked definitely during E3 and everything else was us having fun as friends. Okay. Everything else was, like I said, that WrestleMania trip, there was zero work. There was no work.
The hot X. Yes.
So he is spinning this in a way that's, all right, not completely untrue because there's one time when he actually did do a significant amount of work because we had to, or else Machinima might say, hey, what, did you fucking lie to us about this guy, filming for you or whatever? I told him he was my cameraman. Now, I needed that because I had a back injury, right? Outside of that, it was always friendship.
Unless he has a stroke and can't use one of his hands anymore,
making all the money on the channel.
It's going to be
and
the same thing until that happens.
This statement he's making here is incredibly hurtful to me. Incredibly. Because it couldn't be further from the truth, at least from my perspective. Maybe that's how he saw it, but that wasn't what was happening.
Lies, lies, lies. All he does is lie.
I can't believe he says this. Really, I can't. Oh, every trip that we went was full work for me and I was taking days off of work. Dude, it was just hanging out. And I paid for everything because you were taking time off of work. to do it. You wanted to go. You agreed to all of it. Like, why is this an issue later? Right? Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. I'm actually really hurt by that statement that he makes there, because that
Aw,
really
he's
makes me
hurt.
feel like all those times
His
he had to get
feelings are
friendly, and I was
hurt.
doing my best to make sure that he could share in the fun of everything that I was doing as a result of being a YouTuber, that he would be part of it because I want him to be part of it because he was my best friend at the time. I really felt like this is like him just saying none of that mattered.
And only
None
friend.
of it ever mattered. It was all bullshit. He didn't care, and I don't believe
Oh, that'd be
it. I think that
hilarious.
this is a video of him.
Come on,
trying
Mike Tyson, I
to,
ain't tell you how to go for your legs.
Howard create kind of hit piece against me, and this is a messed up situation where he's trying to downplay all the great times we had that were not about being monetized. We're not about him filming, doing work for me. It was about us being friends and me paying for those fun times to happen. And he's like, oh, that's not a factor. Okay, you know, whatever. You can believe me. You can disagree with me and not believe me. I don't care. I'm just getting it off my chest. Okay.
So again, it's not me. That wasn't me complaining about like I should have gotten this, I should have gotten that.
Because he never
anything
did.
else. It's just like again, it gets out there. He got half of what's made.
He needs
Well,
those
there's
tips. He
many more
really does to
details
pay for his
in
pizza.
there that you know are not given.
One final thing about it, because they're going to move on and start talking about Project 7 now, I believe. By the end, those last few months that I was
We're only 30 minutes into this video. It's been 4 hours and 42 minutes of this stream. Fuck, Phil, you're slow.
in Connecticut, and I was paying him the $100. Not that this even matters, but just doing basic math. Okay, our co-op stuff had completely fallen off. We basically had done all the big games. There wasn't many.
If
Big
he has
games
lip
out. We were
left.
weekly doing co-op between smart guys and you know, the co-op stuff we were doing, and the money that those videos were essentially making from Machinima. I was paying him more. That $100 I was paying him a week was actually more than what was being made on the videos. So he was coming over, and we were doing content for the sake of just doing content and having fun. And I was paying him more money than I was making. I was losing money on the co-op for about 2-3 months there at the end there. Rough.
Bullshit.
Okay? All you gotta do is look at the decline of my channel over the years, and you'll see the viewers go boo all the way down. And yeah, those views monstrously declined on that.
You would have
stuff
lost money on
around
it. You never would have
2014.
done it.
But I wanted it to keep going. And that's why I kept paying him.
Let's get into this, man. I'll spend all day on this. Probably
Here we
go
go.
8
Project
hours
7.
on this topic. Try to keep it down as much as we can. Well, we got to touch on Project 7 because again, it's
Yeah, it's
so
Project
publicly
7.
that kind of need to be, you know, addressed. So Project 7, man, the version we were involved in.
Oh,
Tell us a little bit like how it started, Howard, man. 'Cause those are your guys, you know.
actually, guess what? The food is here early. It says order complete. Oh. Yeah, it just got delivered. So, I guess we're taking a break. A really early break, because I ordered the food to show up at like 4:30. It's 3:51. It's already here. So, I guess let's just end the video. If you're watching
Okay,
this
9 minutes
on
early.
demand on YouTube, apologies, because I was not expecting to end it there. But it's actually time to end this portion of the video.
Which means we can
further
skip
parts, we'll
this.
Check them out. Thanks. All right, to you guys, the viewing audience here on YouTube, we're swapping over to Feasting with the King. Okay? So, since we're now swapping over, very briefly, let me do some shout-outs for anyone who contributed. I don't think many or any people contributed at all. But let me take a quick look.
You've had a ton of shout-outs to
No
do.
tips came in. On the
Oh,
side of things, 672 did the super
4 hours and 44 minutes into this video, not a single fucking tip. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit.
chat. Says back from Costco. What did I miss? That was it. So I missed absolutely nothing. Okay.
Sorry.
Let's get the leaderboard up. Let's get 672 on said leaderboard. Oh my god, this mouse is not working. It's pissing me off.
Hit us some more.
Let's get the pop-up notifications working again. So if you guys do contribute in any way, starting now, there will be pop-ups on screen if you qualify for the pop-up. All right. I am going to go downstairs and get the food, and we're going to do Feasting with the King while it's warm. I actually wasn't expecting to do it this early, but this is good. We'll get out of the way, and that way we'll have a good solid 2-3 hours left to continue with the video. Okay? Hold on. Ouch. A simple misclick. Throw it into the fucking lava. That sucks. A simple misclick. Throw it into the fucking lava. That sucks. He broke my nether portal. How? He broke
We'll skip
my
ahead
nether
a
portal.
bit.
How? Dude, I'm stuck here for...
Shout-outs to Barrett,
Okay, guys,
Ghostly,
I'm coming back.
Chanter,
We're going to do the
Warren,
shout-outs, update the leaderboard. And then we're gonna get back to
GT53,
it. So please
Kumo,
take your seats. Please
Mitch,
get back in order, everyone.
Barrett,
We
I
got
mean,
a lot
just
more to get
everybody
through.
who's watching
Trust
me
me,
right
we got
now,
a lot
hopefully I'm
more to get
entertaining you at
through,
least a little bit.
All right. Go.
Yep, he said ouch. It was too much effort for him.
Okay. Good here. Let's do quick shout outs. So, Pinocchio had tipped $6.56. He said, I just got finished with a stressful week working. Now I get to relax with the king. Godspeed. Thank you, Pinocchio. I'm glad to hear that you're here to relax and enjoy, although I know how much you can enjoy drama shit. I'm not enjoying it. And it's good to address it and get it out of the way so we never have to talk about it again, but I don't know if it's necessarily full on.
There's still like 5.5 hours to
Okay,
go on his stream. Are you fucking kidding
Thank
me?
you to Straight Cash Homie, who took me $4.20 and said, damn, Phil, the oxtail sounds disgusting. I hope it doesn't fight back later. I only have one sip.
I love
I'm
those
sure I'm
videos,
okay. If I
Barry, and
don't
how
fight later, I
upset
probably
people
really
get
regretted it. But
when they put them in the wrong slot.
sadly, I hate to say it, I'm probably gonna be really hungry later tonight. 'Cause that was supposed to be my one major meal for the day, and I had what, two fresh rolls, half of a sandwich, and that was it. And that was like supposed to be 3 courses. Of
And you
meal,
threw the
I had,
rest of it away.
half of one
Good
course.
job.
So I'll probably be very hungry tonight. Okay.
Snort.
Okay. Also, shout out to Navi Axe, as I said earlier. He said, you're getting nice viewership. Keep up the good work. Kevin Bernstein dropped a 5-member bomb on the channel. Congrats to Reverse 750, Cybernetic Sentinel, Sewer Squirrel, Foul, Git, and Izzy XR2, who are all gifted memberships. Did we increase in members? Because I don't know, because we might have very well lost members during the course of the day. People so disgusted with me and my behavior that they canceled their memberships. We're at
Smoke
611.
break.
So, no, we actually went up a lot today. We're at yet another record, 611. Thank you guys for the channel support. I really appreciate that. And there was another super chat. Fat Wizard did a super chat. He says, thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Fat Wizard. All right. I washed my face, by the way. I took a washcloth. I scrubbed it like this. I was like, trying to get the flavor of the sandwich out of my face, but I can still fucking smell it, so. I gotta take a shower. I gotta take a shower to get it off my face.
Threw it all away.
All right, guys, so here's the deal.
What a
We're about to
waste.
resume. I'm gonna
But he's
tweet
broke,
post about
guys. He needs
resuming.
that money.
All right, now here's the thing. I'm not gonna have any monetization again until the end of the stream. So we've got hours. I'm not exaggerating. Hours to go to get through this. When it's done, there will be kind of a final thoughts summary. Thanks for watching, segment, and that will be monetized to say at the end of the night. But I'm not monetizing any of this actual reaction portion again.
Stop it
so,
in your microphone.
this is going away for now. Say goodbye, everyone. Thank you for everyone who contributed in any way today so far. Like 350 likes and climbing, which is crazy. Say goodbye to the leaderboard. Say goodbye to the pop-ups. Okay? Let me actually get this going again. Okay? Switch over here. Say goodbye to the leaderboard. Say goodbye to the pop-ups. Say hello to the video. Because it's back. Oh, that was disgusting. I'm sorry, guys.
Turn to the microphone.
It
Thank
doesn't happen
you.
all night now. Oh, Lord. Okay. All right, you guys ready for this? Dude, this is hours. This is at least 3 more hours. Seriously, we're going at least 3 more hours to get through this. Absolutely. We're going to be here for a while. I hope you guys are ready. All right? All right. Now, Kevin, no, it wasn't that you're not supposed to give support today. I wasn't taking in any support during the segments about this. So you gifted that membership bomb during Feasting with the King. Thank you. That's perfect. All right? Now I'm not doing anything until the end. After we're done with this, there'll be a final segment, and then if anyone wanted to support the channel, they can do it then. They're not doing it during this. Okay? All right.
But they still are. You're just hiding it.
All right, ready? So let me tweet. So we are now back and continuing with with my
So clear right to
reaction
the microphone.
the
Thank
John
you.
and Howard video.
Little cannot be any closer unless he was eating the
Get
microphone.
through this, so swing by if you can. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me post that on the community tab. Undoubtedly, we're going to see more people come in right now. Okay. Hope we're ready to go. All right, final reminder. All right, final reminder. No shout-outs, no pop-ups, none of that until the end of the stream, which is going to be, I'm not kidding, probably 3 more hours from now, okay? All right, you guys ready? Here we go. I'm going to start recording again.
Actually, 5 more hours.
Hello, everyone. This is part 3 of DSP Reacts to the John and Howard response video from November of 2015. If you haven't seen the first 2 parts, man, lengthy, pretty detailed, going through a lot of stuff. I strongly recommend you go check them out here on this channel before you watch this part. This part will be starting off to deal with Project 7 and then moving on to other topics as well. But we're going to go ahead and let's get started. You guys ready? Here we go.
And he could take those to GameStop and traded them in.
The very beginnings of this thing.
Well, basically, we got together and
Well, how do you know Audrey and Paul?
Andre and Paul are childhood friends of mine. We grew up together.
Yeah.
And basically, Paul, as we got older,
Look at all
Paul
those
ended up going to a
toys and
film
that.
school, and Andre as well.
I
Andre
know.
went to a film school in California. Paul went to a film school in New York. And right around the time, like I had lost contact with them, and then like one day I ended up showing up to. I just met them. You know, I go to church with them and everything else. And I showed up at the church and we were talking or whatever. And he, they were, we're talking about YouTube and stuff. And I made mention about that I started doing YouTube stuff and talked about a little bit about you guys, you and Phil, and they were interested. So prior to me introducing.
So that's Andre up top, and that's Paul down below. Andre, primarily, the vast majority of the workload of the video editing, while Paul was more of the guy who set up the shots. He was the guy who had the physical camera, the lighting, the audio, and like the microphone. He was the one who did that stuff, okay? So together, they formed a group called Respect the Pact. It was a YouTube channel, and these guys had been making edited style content for about a year. They had 2 videos that got very popular. One was Real Life Pac-Man, where it was basically Andre being chased around by a bunch of ghosts as he followed 3D dots down an actual filmed like sidewalk. And then he would grab a power pellet and he chased the ghost like he was Pac-Man, okay? There was a second video.
We all know how Pac-Man works.
Real Life Street Fighter. Like what they did is they put all these effects over like people. I don't remember if it was them or not, but it was like Real Life Street Fighter with the energy bars and fireballs and things. It was really well done. So they had a little bit of traction, all right, on YouTube. But what it was they were trying to break out. They were wondering if maybe they could actually turn their hobby into maybe something that would be popular, get them some income, etc. And as Howard's about to outline, well, they were friends with Howard. Howard, knowing me, and he had started doing stuff on YouTube as a result of being in my stuff. There was interest to see Howard do stuff with him and his family. So he started putting videos on YouTube, and then they spoke with him. And
never forget the pound of ground beef he threw away. Because he didn't need any more guys.
Introducing you guys to them, I did a couple of videos with them under, I think was it Respect the Pact at the time? Or,
yeah,
Respect the Pact.
that was the name of the channel.
I remember this is how I remembered, okay?
Yeah.
I remember you came to me, and you go, I got these 2 guys, they're my friends.
Yeah.
You know, grew up together and whatnot. They want to make some videos. Are you interested in doing anything with them? And then I go think about it. I go, let's bring Phil in on this.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, but I think when we so when
you initially was like, let's do something with these guys.
Yeah.
And I was like, let's bring Phil in on it. My buddy, you know.
That gets me when he says
and then
that.
it was like,
That gets me when he says that, when he calls me his buddy, because that's exactly how it was. It was like we had this fondness to each other. How it all felt so fucked up.
His first true
Yeah, I had
love.
nothing to do with the initial
John Rambo.
contact or idea when it came to doing anything edited style at all. Remember, I was just a guy who was pumping out raw, unedited gameplay content, and every once in a while, like a video review or a vlog. That was it. I didn't have any kind of high-level expertise in video editing, filmmaking, and nor did I really aspire to do anything like that. It was actually John Rambo and Howard who approached me to be involved in a project with these guys. I had internet clout, I had a following, and hey, we get these guys involved with something on your channel and it gets popular, maybe it can rub off on them and they'll get something out of it, which is what they're looking to do. They would like to maybe long-term do something on YouTube that's profitable for them. Okay.
to do, and you want to be in the Project 7 thing.
Yeah, because that was like he started Project 7 when, like 2009.
It was I don't know, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think it was like a year before, and then we said, oh, let's why don't we just reboot it?
Yeah.
So that's a really, really short version. What happened is in 2009, I was dicking around on YouTube doing shitty edited videos like skits and stuff, just experimenting. And I had a series called Project 7 that was supposed to be me playing Final Fantasy 7, but I was kidnapped and forced to play it by a character called Deathface. I'm not gonna get into the ins and outs of that. Doesn't matter. Okay? There's nothing to do with this really. But when these guys approached me, all right, John and Howard approached me and said, hey, we got this team of guys called Respect the Pact. They want to do these edited videos. What do you think we could do? And I said, well, out of all the things that I've ever done that might make sense to do an edited style, I wanted to do a highly edited series called Project 7, but I didn't have the know-how or the expertise. I dumped it after like 3 videos. I didn't even bother with it anymore. And I feel like maybe that could be something we bring back.
Mind you, I'm at 1.5 speed. He has 789 people watching, and his chat is so fucking slow.
But let's do something completely different, right? Instead of it being the original idea for Project 7, me stuck playing a video game like Final Fantasy 7 that apparently I don't like, and let's do something different, a different premise. Let's get us all involved instead of it just being me. Let's have all of us be in it as characters. That way we all feel, like we're all part of this project together. And that's really how it hit off. Was we wanted to do something, we didn't know what it was going to be. I said, hey, I got this thing on the
James,
shelf
how's it
for like 2
going?
years I haven't touched that I always wanted to do, but I didn't have the expertise to do it myself. Maybe this is the opportunity to do it, and that's how the idea started. Okay.
So I was in a process of that, and they were on board. Everybody was on board. We were having a great time.
Yeah, it was a great time. And honestly, it was like an experience.
I agree.
Not necessarily the videos themselves, but the experience of doing it was like a real big thing for me. Man. Like I learned a lot from
that
Paul.
big
I
frown on his
got
face.
the bug to like, oh shit, I want to make like movies and stuff like that. Thanks to those guys, just seeing what they were doing. So it was a great experience in that end. Then it kind of started to slowly erode away. And fall apart, man. I'd say what really punched me in the face, man. That's what it basically was. Right before episode 3 is going to come out, doing my thing. This is going to be a common theme on this recording here, where I'm just kind of doing my thing, doing what I got to do in my daily life.
Just him trying to explain that Project 7 was his
what the hell
idea.
is this?
Trolls. The trolls. It's messages from trolls who are trying to goad each other into doing stuff. And even back then, because this was 2012, to clarify, the issues that we have are from like 2014, 2015. This was back in 2012. As far back as them, internet trolls were trying to pit us against each other and get us to say dumb shit against each other and get us to insult each other and get it, it's always
And you
been
did
an
it.
evident
They
thing
didn't.
on the internet since I've been making content that trolls are trying to fuck around and trying to interject and trying to get us to kind of be at odds when we're really not, And so there's a situation that's going to come up right now that's a
The
direct
Amber
result of
Turd
internet
fake
trolling.
tear section,
Here
I
we go.
can't wait.
So, right before episode 3 comes out, Phil puts out a video.
Here it is.
He's talking about Project
April
7,
2012.
whatever, man. And he basically, it's just something he often says. He says he'll set it up. I don't mean to badmouth. Don't take this the wrong way. He says, I don't mean to badmouth John Rambo. Don't take this the wrong way. And proceeds to talk about me. Talking about how John was given the best lines, and we gave him things to do. because basically he's upset that people were in the comments saying that, oh, John, John's the best part of this, or things like that,
Because he was the best
so, yeah,
part,
he's
because he's
just saying-
entertaining, unlike DSP.
John was given things to do. He's given the best lines.
One thing I would like to say, which really pisses me
Oh
off,
god.
this is
All right, hold on. This audio is bad. You can tell this is like April, and for some reason the audio is terrible on this camera. Oh god, that was loud and annoying, right? Shit. It didn't sound like that to me before. I guess I'll down. Or how did it sound to you guys? Terrible, right? That was bad. Anyway, I'm gonna play it, and this video is not defensible. This video is me once again, along with what Howard said earlier on, me falling for trolls trying to trick me into saying and doing stupid shit. What happened was this was actually a calculated attack to try to get me to say something dumb about John. I know for a fact, I found out later on, it was all orchestrated. They were literally... They were all trying to say this shit to get me to basically piss off Rambo, okay? And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker, 100%. It's my fault. I'm embarrassed at what you're about to watch. I will explain afterward what I intended to say, but look at what I actually said. Here we go.
not me trying to badmouth John Rambo in any way, but in Project 7, the series so far, John Rambo's character in the series gets a lot of the funny parts. He's supposed to be like the deadpan comic that all of a sudden does crazy shit or does silly stuff, and it comes out really funny. And I want to let everyone know that we've been seeing comments on the videos that are kind of stupid, uninformed, and disheartening. Things like, well, DSP sucks and Howard sucks in this series. It's all about John Rambo, John Rambo, John Rambo, and that's true. A lot of the funny stuff was given to John Rambo. But here's the deal. We all write the episode. Just last week, myself, Howard, and John Rambo got together here in my condo, and we all collectively together and wrote all of episode 4 of Project 7, okay? It's a group effort, and it evolves over time. In fact, a lot of the funniest stuff kind of just becomes improv, stuff that there's a scene in episode 3 that you're going to see, you're going to piss your fucking pants laughing when you watch it, I shit you not, and you're going to know what scene it is when you see it, and it was completely improv by Howard, by OJ, by a couple different people on the fucking spot. So for people to say, oh, this one person is completely the funniest person, you're a complete fucking idiot. You don't understand the creative process of how this stuff comes together, the fact that we all put our heads together and write it. It's actually insulting for you to say one particular person is the best person in the series when we all write the series. Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer, and I even saw a comment saying, wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing. Guess what? I wrote that scene. It was my idea to put that scene in there. I have no problem that it was John Rambo acting it out. In fact, for a lot of the Project 7 series, I've kind of been on the back burner. I've been the character that drives the story, meaning, uh-oh, I'm kidnapped. Uh-oh, now I'm emotional because I've lost my gaming powers. Uh-oh. I'm kind of a tool to get the story moving, but I haven't really been at the forefront. I haven't been the leader of the guys or anything like that as of yet. That will change in future episodes, as you're going to see, but for now, I'm doing the role that I need to do in these episodes. I don't need to be absolutely fucking laugh out loud hilarious. John Rambo's had lots of opportunities to be laugh out loud hilarious so far, and so he comes across as maybe the funniest character. It's a difference between saying John Rambo is the funniest character in the series versus, oh, John Rambo's the only good thing about this series. Because then you have no idea how the series works, how a creative process works, and you're insulting everyone else who works on the fucking episode. So shut your fucking mouths or get blocked.
Wow.
Okay.
He was not happy there.
First of all, why did I make that? If you take a look, it was the Week in Preview. For those who don't know, the Week in Preview used to be a weekly series that I would do that would explain what else is coming up that week, gameplay-wise, and if there was anything else, like a special event, a trailer, an episode of Project 7, a review. I would tell you in the Week in Preview, this is what's coming. Then later on, I phased it out because now I do a daily schedule every day up on Twitter and my channel page. You don't need a video to tell you what you're doing for the next week, okay? Why am I ranting about this in the Week in Preview, right? Because I got baited. Trolls orchestrated a situation.
The trolls.
Not
the
What they did is they went in there and basically
trolls.
started making posts on purpose to try to piss me off, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. The posts were things such as, Project 7 sucks. And you go to read it, and it's like, wow, this entire show is trash. The effects are trash. The jokes are trash. The acting is trash. The editing is trash. Trash, trash, trash. And then they would literally say, oh, but John Rambo's really, really good in it. If John Rambo weren't in it, there'd be absolutely nothing good about this show whatsoever. Okay? So it wasn't one post. It wasn't two. It was like a whole thread of these idiots coming over on my forums, baiting the shit out of me. Could I have ignored it? Fuck yes. I could have just said ban and close. Why back then I was so easy to goad into doing something stupid, okay? This is only one of many examples, all right? So, here's what I was trying to say, or what I should have said, or just never said at all, and versus what I said. What I was trying to get across here is that Project 7 very much was a group effort amongst all of our friends, including Respect the Pact and all of them, effort into those shows, okay? Everyone. And I was actually offended, not necessarily as much for me, but more for Respect the Pact in general. Because Respect the Pact was working a lot of time and effort on these shows, like tons of time. I knew they were working dozens of hours or more a week sometimes, editing these things and getting it together. And it was actually really starting to piss me off. I was wanting to see it once, twice. There's threads of this on my forums about it. And like, these people are just dicks because these guys are busting their ass to try to get these episodes out. And here's some, oh, the editing sucks, everything sucks, John Rambo's funny, everything sucks, all right? Now, in particular, again, it is true that the John Rambo character portrayed in the show is not completely written by John Rambo. I will tell you this, a lot of it was, okay? Not every single scene, but a lot of those scenes were written directly by John Rambo. And John Rambo had a lot of creative control, not only over his character, but a lot of input on the other characters in the show as well. I will today publicly say this. I feel that John was the best writer on the show. I feel that John was the biggest creative influence on the show. And I feel like the show would have never been anywhere as near as funny, if funny at all, if it weren't for John Rambo. His input was insanely.
And yet back then you shit on him. And now you're stunned. Why was he mad at me for shitting on him, guys?
If you don't believe me, go watch his own show, Snodge Man and Hole Punch, which was the next project he worked on after Project 7 ended prematurely. He wrote that thing himself. He directed it himself. That's a show 100% Rambo and friends, but mostly him. And that show is only about 47, 48 times better than Project 7, I would say. Okay, when it comes to the writing, I'm emphasizing the writing because I'm not trying to downplay what Respect the Pack did with Project 7. The effects and shit in that show are way better than the show deserves, okay? But the point I'm making here is, John absolutely is insanely creative, and I said it before and I'll say it again, I feel like he's not only so creative, he's way more creative than I've ever been, and I wish that he would have been successful with his creative ventures, and what I mean by that is, I wish more people would have watched them, I wish that he would have maybe gotten popular for them, and I wish that he would have actually been able to make a living doing it, because you could tell he loves it. You could tell that's passion for him. He loved doing filmmaking things, but by doing that, he took away from the things that were, you know, part of his real life, which actually he kind of addresses later on in this very video, okay? So again, I'm not spoiling, I'm not revealing anything. Eventually, he ran himself into the ground working on Snodge Man and Hole Punch because he wasn't making any money doing it, okay? So, I made this video insanely stupidly. Instead of saying that, right? I say, oh, you know, everyone says John's the funniest thing, but we all wrote those scenes for John. And by the way, there's a particular scene with John that I wrote. I wrote that scene. So there's no way you could say that that was just John, because I was involved in that.
But it's still him, man.
There was absolutely...
Gotta admit, guys, it's still me, guys. It's all about me. Me.
For me to say
I did it, guys.
At all. I should have ignored the trolls. I never, ever should have said any of that stuff. There was no point to it. Who was I fighting? A bunch of trolls on my fucking forums. Who cares? It was a waste of my time. If I'm going to argue with the trolls on the forums, whatever, why did I say it in a video to my public audience? That was just stupid and wrong and dumb and not even correct, okay? So, just clearing the air. John, you could have considered him kind of the head writer of Project 7, even though we all collectively had a major part of that process, okay? There was other parts that other people had the heavy workload. For example, the filmmaking, the editing, that was all Respect to Pat. For me, I was the promo man. I was the one who took the footage and I made promo trailers out of it. I pushed it on my channel. I heavily advertised it to my audience. I was the one to sell the product to a viewing audience. You see, we all had a role to play in this. But undoubtedly, I was feeling very insecure. I was feeling attacked. Like basically people were saying, everything you're doing is shit, you know, except for the parts with Rambo in them. I'm like, yeah, but the parts with Rambo in them, we all kind of worked on too. So when you say everything's shit except for those parts, well, those parts were a collective effort. So the thing is, the way I say it, not that I outright say John didn't do these parts, but John took it that way. Like John saw that video and said, Phil is basically in his video saying that I didn't do any of those things, and that's untrue. I basically did the scene that he's talking about. And he'll say, he's going to bring it up. All right, he's going to bring it up. So let me press play, and then I'll see if I want to have any further comments, but I just want to clear the air. Completely bad video. Should have never made it. My fault. I shouldn't be baited by the dumb fuck trolls. I mean, I'm really stupid that I did that. And this was actually, in reality, this event of me making that stupid video was the first time John Rambo ever got pissed off at me. Ever. And he's going to talk about that. So here we go.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a flat-out lie.
Yeah.
Flat-out lie.
I don't get why they're mad at me,
He goes on
guys.
to talk about, still referencing that same video, he talks about a scene that he came up with. He's like, there's a part of the trailer everyone loves with John. I came up with that. And it's interesting because, you know, the sentence before that, he's talking about how it's a group effort.
And so
The
what,
next sentence is, I came up with that.
yeah, which is themselves. He,
Yeah,
he addresses it
Sorry,
publicly,
guys.
which makes it
That's
even
not me,
worse.
that's on
He's
him.
right, because here's the deal. I felt like I was the front man. I was the one representing the Project 7 to the public. The Project 7 didn't get uploaded to John's channel, to Howard's channel, didn't go to Respect the Pack's channel. It went to mine. So for me, I'm the front man. I'm the guy who's supposed to be the PR guy. I'm supposed to be dealing with this shit. I don't want to bother them with it. Why do they need to be inundated with this shit, right? They have their own lives and shit. This is my job. It's not theirs. They're the ones who are taking time away from their busy lives to work on this project, and then they want to go back to their lives. They don't want to be bothered with the trolls, the bullshit. So I felt the responsibility to be the man to handle it, and then I botched it completely by doing shit like that, okay? By the way, the scenes that they're talking about are the scenes where John Rambo in Project 7, I think it's episode 3, acts like Rambo, the character from the movies. He's stabbing viciously enemies. He's going, oh, with the guns, shooting everywhere, okay? Now, those scenes, I was the one who suggested, let's have a montage of scenes where John is acting like Rambo from the movie. But then John took it and ran with it, and he's the one who kind of brainstormed the ideas. We all had input. Don't get me wrong, we all had input. But John was the one who brainstormed those ideas into what that montage became, okay? So the way that I say, oh, I came up with that scene. Well, I came up with the concept. That doesn't mean that I wrote it, planned it all out, filmed it. I had nothing to do with that. I just said, hey, let's do that as the idea, you see? Again, I was feeling insecure. I was feeling attacked. I was feeling like this is something that, it was my baby because it's under my channel, right? It is. It's my project. I mean, yeah, they're all involved for sure. So you can say it's their project too. It's our project, but at the same time, it's on my channel. So I'm responsible to deal with all this horse shit that's going on, and I did it horribly. I did it absolutely terribly, and you know, that's all. Let's go.
Yeah. He doesn't get, there's no call to me, there's no conversation.
They want to bother them.
Hey, you know, people are saying this shit. maybe you could say something, or is there a way to say it differently, or is this something, honestly, it's not something that even needs to be really addressed at all?
That's right. Ross G says you outright say I wrote that scene, but now you're saying you didn't because I did not write the details of it. I wrote the concept. There's a concept versus actual detail. The concept I came up with. Let's have John be like John Rambo and do a montage of shit, and then John did it all, thought of all the ideas and all the intricacies. I probably had input a little bit in it, but he made it come to light. It's the difference between saying I have an idea and versus the person who actually makes the idea happen. You see? So that's the truth of it.
Yeah.
Basically, people saying I like this aspect of this show that you want me to watch.
Yeah.
But he talks
I am
about
not
the
Barrett.
trailer that he came up with. I came up with that. It's basically the part
Wasn't that the one with
There it is.
Steve and
it's
all
not exactly
that?
a genius idea.
I've shared it on Twitter for
I think
others to
several people
watch.
suggested it. And when it was actually filmed, it's not like it's not like he was directing the
I wasn't.
scene.
I wasn't. I
He's
don't think I
actually
was even in there.
Okay, it was it was something I did. To put it frank,
There was a lot of ad-libbing in Project 7, and there was a lot of trust. It's like, the scene is John Rambo acts like John Rambo and goes crazy. I trust John Rambo to figure it out because he's smart. He's an intelligent guy, and he's creative. He's going to figure it out. I didn't direct him. I wasn't the director. There was no director of Project 7. We all did it together. Like, there was no, I'm head director.
But you got all the money.
We all helped each other to get through it, and I'll be honest, that's why a lot of times the shots look like shit, because there's no director saying, do this, do this, do this.
CGT,
It's
thanks
all
for
of us
hanging
just
out.
doing it on the fly. So he did that completely by himself. I didn't tell him, just do it this way or do it that way, and he shot it a few different times. It was Paul recording.
So
He
everyone
did
was
a
doing all the
shot.
work,
So me saying,
but you
I
got all
wrote
the
that.
money.
Well, I didn't write it. I thought of the concept, and then he ran with it and basically did the rest of it.
about a scene that, the scene where he's like, there's a scene in this episode that a lot of people put together. John wasn't involved in it.
Didn't say that. That's false. He says, there's a scene in this episode that people put together. John wasn't involved in it. Didn't say that at all. I said there's a scene in this episode that's put together primarily by Howard and OJ and a few other people. It's the scene they're going to show. It's Howard and OJ acting it out, and then John had input in it. I never said John wasn't involved in it at all. He puts those words in my mouth because he's angry at me for basically apparently saying that he wasn't a good part of the series or didn't have as much influence as he did. That didn't happen. So I hate to say, but this is also kind of a theme in this video that they did about me. They take one thing that outright is undeniably true. Yes, I outright shouldn't have made that video. I outright said things in the video that were factually untrue. Then they spin it and say that I said something I didn't say. I never said John wasn't involved in that scene. I said it was primarily Howard and OJ, and I said other people, implying, he was involved too. So was Paul filming it. So was probably Andre, okay? They already did this previously. They said, Phil said that we talk shit about him. No, I didn't. I said a bunch of dumb shit I shouldn't have said, but I never said you talk shit about me, and then you have a whole segment about it that I said you talk shit about me. I never said that. So this is a theme with this video is say a bunch of stuff that's true, but then all of a sudden throw shit out there that's not to kind of corroborate what we're saying. They didn't have to do that. They had enough. I fucked up enough. They didn't have to throw other shit on top of other shit when already there's a pile of shit,
OJ and some other people put it together. Of course, it was the great scene where you, what was it? You shoot the gentleman and then you say, you can wash your hands.
Yeah.
Okay. In all honesty, it was put together by you, OJ, and me.
Yeah.
And Andre and Paul filmed it and directed it. So basically, everyone was involved in putting that together but him.
I was there watching the whole thing. I just didn't have any real input on it.
But it's just
So they did the work. You did
Why-
it, but you still got all the
why do you
money.
do these things publicly.
Yeah, it's one thing. I mean,
Because I'm an idiot. Because I'm a sucker. Because I fell for the troll bullshit over and over and over back then. They really got to me. They made me feel insecure. They made me feel like shit. They made me feel like everything I did was a waste of time. They were telling me it publicly all the time. They were making this is how you don't play, saying all the content you ever made in gaming is worthless. You're a terrible content creator. You don't deserve success. And it got to me. And I made tons of mistakes like that. This is one case. There was tons of videos. This is the only one that they're involved in. There's tons of cases where you can see Phil got baited again. Phil got baited again. It happened all the time back then.
all of this is true, like he said. Let's say every word he said is true. Even then, it's fucked up to be saying this.
To be saying this.
You're right.
Not
I
only
should
is
have
it-
said it.
Not only are you saying it, but it's also a lie.
Yeah.
I should have never said
Okay,
anything. It had nothing to
so-
do with anything. And most of it is half truth or
Okay,
partial
let's
truth.
just look at this. So,
doesn't
on
even
that
say.
specific episode, what did I do? Why did I deserve to be treated like that? Okay, I show up, I do the very best I can. I try very, very hard to do my best. I brought OJ into this. I brought Chap into this. Those are
OJ.
people I went to high
Thanks,
school
Chap.
with. I go back a long time. Chap is a professional actor. He played the gaseous snake gentleman. I brought them in, tried my very best, and why is this stuff said? Why does this happen? Right? So I'm pissed off, man. At this
I
point,
say Steve,
And
his stuff is really
I'm gonna
good.
talk about
I
this
think I
on
talked to you first. I think I was ready to be done with the whole thing.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the breaking points for the show
Yeah.
to start ending. It was that, and it was that, and then after that,
Slowly
there was
eroded
other
from
things.
there.
Eroded from there, and then the erosion started getting substantially worse.
Because he saw people say, "Oh, John's the best," whatever,
Yeah.
and that made him so upset.
Yep.
Now I'm angry.
No, I was angry because they were downplaying everyone else and basically saying the entire show was shit, which it wasn't. I was angry because I felt like, particularly Respect the Pact was being disrespected with the things that the trolls were saying. But I shouldn't have said anything. I should just, fuck, who cares about them? The show had good viewership. If you look, the show had hundreds of thousands of views at the time, which is big for my channel back then. So I don't know why I even said a word. I got baited again. But no, I wasn't trying to downplay or insult Rambo at
It
all.
was the
I
trolls'
most
fault,
definitely said it out like that. And in
guys.
addition, here we go again, right? What happened? The trolls messaged John. Hey, John, did you hear what Phil said? Because it worked. They tricked me. They
As
said
one
some shit in
shit
the
does,
video.
Bunny.
Here we go. Send it right to John. And John looks at it and says, what the fuck is this shit? What is this shit? What is wrong with Phil? Why is he such an idiot? Now I have to slap him. Okay, he didn't say that, but he did call me. He's going to talk about that.
And what's funny is I think people are trolling because I think he made statements like in the past about it, like,
Yes.
a little bit, but not to like this degree where he's
I'm
like,
stupid.
pisses me off when you say that you shouldn't say John's the best or something. So people start doing it like out of spite, just to fuck with you.
He's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They might not even necessarily think that. Let me just write this because I know it makes him upset, and then he buys right into all that.
Correct.
Yeah.
100%.
So at this point, I'm really pissed off. So I call him. I call him immediately, and I
Slap him.
fucking have it out with him, dude. I tell him
you should've.
what I'm feeling about it, and I'm pissed off. So
I mean this. I know this is in a joking manner. I know this is in a joking manner. Okay, but I'm just gonna say this. I'm not kidding. If he had walked into my place and slapped my face, I would have been like shocked, but I would have not been angry. Because I mean, he was a really close friend of mine. You know what I mean? Like he was basically my closest friend at the time. And if he was so upset that he felt like it was that much of an insult that I was saying this fucked up stuff, I wouldn't have wronged him. I wouldn't have felt wronged by him. If he punched me in the face, I would have been like more upset that I upset him to that point than him striking me in the face. That's the kind of friendship I felt we had. You know, I felt like there's something really wrong. He'll tell me. So here we go.
to his credit, he apologizes profusely. He says to me that he felt insecure, or he is insecure. He shouldn't have said it. He just got really frustrated with what they were saying. He just couldn't take it anymore. And he had to say something, and he exploded. So he apologizes to me, and I accept it. But he never actually says anything publicly. There's no public apology. There's no clarification about what he said, how it wasn't exactly the truth.
Yep.
And then what basically happens is there's people that are his fans, and a lot of them not very bright, let's be honest here. And they start shitting on me. They come at me and they shit on me because they think, oh, fucking, that's what Phil wants me to do, right?
Wrong. It's the trolls. It's the same people who go to me.
Wrong. It's not
go
me.
to
Me.
Rambo,
Me. It's the
harass
trolls.
him, right? This is not my fans.
Nothing has
This-
ever happened to me.
When have I ever told my fans to go do anything like that at all? Ever. And there's been people who've been outright wrong to me on the internet. Like outright.
You told them to go ask John every time they ask a question. Go ask John. Go ask John. Ask John, guys. Go ask John.
Dastardly fucked up, really nasty shit. When did I ever tell them to go do anything? Never. Now what he's saying is, oh, well, Phil's fans aren't very bright. So when he makes that video and he doesn't publicly denounce what he said, they go and attack me. It's not my fans, dude. Those are the trolls. Those are the trolls that the same people who are harassing me are now harassing you. And if anything, again, I'm sad that they did that because he didn't deserve that at all. He did not deserve that in any way, shape, or form to have trolls coming after him just because he was involved in my content. It's fucked up that these years, see, before this year, before Project 7, I would say that John and Howard, particularly John Howard, again, wasn't really involved in much of my stuff, but John was insulated from a lot of that toxicity and negativity of the internet. He didn't have a lot of that rolling over to him. In fact, most people praised him constantly for his work in my co-op stuff, for his vlogging, for the stuff he was doing on his own channel. They loved it. Then all of a sudden in 2012, when This Is How You Don't Play hit, well now, let's harass the fuck out of everybody, including everyone around Phil and everyone involved with him, his family members, his friends, his co-worker, everyone involved in anything. Harass, harass, harass. So he's thinking, oh, Phil apologized to me. This is great. What happens? He's still getting attacked for it. People are saying, wow, you really didn't do that much at Project 7. I don't even know what they said to him because he never told me that part. So I don't know what Pete trolls are saying to him. I have no clue. I don't know who's going and harassing him or whatever. Certainly I didn't say anything. Again, in that video, did I negatively say that John was taking credit for anything that he said? No. I never said, oh, John's overly taking credit for things. Not at all. That wasn't the point of me even trying to make that video. So I have no idea what they said to him. He didn't deserve anything. They should have been quiet and I wish they never contacted him. Now, he says I never said anything public. He's correct. Until today, I never talked about this. Why? Because again, I'm the front man. I'm the public-facing figure. I want all that vitriol and shit tossed at me. So I think if I say anything further, I already made a stupid video that got us all into trouble. All right? Like everyone already, I look bad. And I said something in that video too that actually pisses me off today. I said, oh, we've been looking at the comments and we think this. That was me, not we. That was me. I was misrepresenting all of us as a group in that video. Okay?
Wow, you were lying, DSP?
Completely wrong
Imagine
video.
that.
I had this conversation with John. He was incredibly pissed at me. We hashed it out. By the end of the conversation, everything was fine. It was water under the bridge. Everything's fine. No lingering issues. Here's how we ended the conversation. Okay? Don't ever address it ever again. If you see criticism come in for the series, ignore it. If you see anything come in, just ignore it. That's what we agreed. So why, if that was our agreement, just ignore it, ignore the trolls, ignore all of it. Why after the fact would I have gone public and talked about it again? It would have actually gone
Because
against
you
what we
did.
agreed to. Our agreement was just don't talk about it ever again. It's fucking stupid. Why are you giving attention to trolls? Just ignore it. John's right. Let's do that. So then why would I go public and say, oh, by the way, let's talk about that subject again? That wasn't what he told me not to, essentially. He's like, don't address it again. But now here we are years later, and he says, oh, well, Phil should have publicly went forward and said something. Well, why? Because he got harassed after the fact. So, again, hindsight's 2020. Maybe the better thing to do would have been going public and said, listen, the whole thing's blown out of proportion. I fucked up. Sorry about that. But we agreed not to. And so then he got harassed for it, and now he feels bad about it years later, like I was hiding the truth from the public. No. So we agreed not to talk about it again, so I didn't. And then now you're mad at me 3 years later because you got harassed for it online. You can be mad at me for being harassed, but don't be mad at me for not doing something that we agreed I'm not going to do. Okay.
Yep.
He wants me to do that. And again, why did I deserve that?
He didn't.
Yeah.
It was my trolls. It wasn't my fans. It was my trolls going after him.
So continue with Project 7, man. So you said
Your
started to
fans,
fall apart
not your
that way. What do you think
trolls.
happens? Where do you
Started to fall apart, and what was basically happening was these guys were working 50, 60 hours a week on getting this shit edited to try to pump it out with these unrealistic timelines. So naturally, what's going to happen is people are just going to get burnt out, which ended up happening. Couple that with the fact, and again, we don't want to talk too much about it, but couple that with the fact with money. These guys are putting all this time and effort into this fucking thing, and what do they get? Gugats. That's what they got. Because when you think about it, right? You would think, oh, because people are, when I say this, people are going to come back and say, well, Phil promoted their channel and that's all they wanted. No. Here's the bottom line, right? You would think out of the kindness of your heart, you would go ahead. Damn, man, these guys are putting all this time and effort in this thing.
It's not even kindness. It's just what's fair is fair.
What's fair is fair. Let me throw them a couple of bones. Whatever the case may be, throw them some money here and there, some percentage of the profits, and this and that. So what ends up happening? John and I are talking about this.
Okay, so before they get it, because they're gonna get ahead of themselves to another portion of this. So now I have to tell you guys the whole story, which, you know, really is no one's business, but they're the ones who brought it up, not me. As you know, we never publicly really talk about the behind-the-scenes situation of Project 7 outside of Respect the Pack didn't do it anymore, and I didn't find a suitable replacement, and therefore that was the end of the show, period. In this video, for the first time ever, they reveal, oh, well, the reason that the show ended is because Respect the Pack wasn't getting paid, okay? Completely false. It really is utterly, completely 100% false. I hate to say it. This is 100% baloney. So allow me to explain the whole situation of what really happened, okay? When John and Howard presented to me the idea that we're going to do a creative show with these guys, we met them. We had a whole meeting at a Starbucks. We sat down for hours, hashing out idea after idea of how this would go and all this stuff, all right? And I remember in that initial meeting, what we started talking about was eventually how do we figure out who makes what, how's it going to go, and all of that. Now, again, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, clip this. Same as before. If you're going to do business with friends, doesn't matter how much friendly you are with them or how long you've known them, you have to have a contract in place.
If you plan on
Don't
fucking them over,
always have bad
make sure you don't have a
feelings afterward,
contract.
period.
Like
Okay?
me, I had no contract, so I could fuck them over
with these
as much
guys
as I want,
about the show,
guys.
because all this has ever done is led to problems. And as much as I look back fondly on the time that we worked on the show, end result was so much drama, so much bullshit, and apparently something that I never knew. This was a key factor in them basically not wanting to be my friend anymore, which I never kw. I didn't know about any of what they were about to discuss until they made this video. It was never brought up with me. It was never fully discussed at all. Never. It was never a topic of discussion ever. So if you don't tell me, I don't know. This is 3 years later, after this project ends, now you make a video exposing the truth of Project 7, but no one ever said this to me at all during the entire time this was going down, okay? Now, let's talk. I'll tell you the truth of how everything went down with our arrangements. We all met at the Starbucks, and it was like a 2-3 hour meeting, all right? And we were talking about what idea do we want to do? Oh, let's do Project 7, let's reboot it. Oh, what's the idea? Oh, I know, I lost my gaming cards. Well, we kind of brainstormed all that on the fly. So right up then and there, we started talking about money. Now, not that it was a huge topic of discussion because none of us were looking to make a fortune on this show. In fact, the initial discussion was, even if it becomes popular on YouTube, great, but how do these shows really take off? And I started telling them about my experience knowing of other content creators who had made fun internet shows. And it's not the show on the internet making the money, it's all the shit that comes after. The merchandise, the DVD sales, getting it syndicated on other channel networks and shit. That's where the money is. It's not the initial, oh, I ran the show on my channel and got so-and-so views. It's everything that comes after. Going to a circuit of conventions. And when you're in those conventions, you have a panel to promote your next project that will make you more money. And then you sell merchandise tie-ins and things. That's where you make money on these projects, okay? It's not about, oh, I got 100,000 views on the video and I made $100 of profit on ads or whatever. That's nothing. That's fucking nothing. It's chump change, right? You're talking big picture. You want to get a web series that gets maybe we made Project 7 and it gets the attention, all right, of everyone around on the internet. Wow, it's a good series. And now all of a sudden, Machinima wants to pick the series up and produce a new series and pay us to do it. And now, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what happens. You get all these, sponsorships. Sponsors want to come in and run their products on the show and shit like that. That's how it works, okay? So I explained this to all of them up front. And I'm like, you know, and by the way, everyone's in agreement. Everyone's kind of like, that makes sense. So, you know, even though, yes, maybe some point down the road, all right, we'll talk about, oh, let's divvy up revenue if there was ad revenue on the videos. We don't know if there will be, if it'll even be popular. Let's talk about merchandise sales, DVD sales. The whole intention was, let's just get together. Let's make this thing. Let's fuck around with it. Let's put it out there on the internet and see if it gets popular. If it does, great. Then we'll talk long-term about money. We'll talk about splitting shit up. The whole idea was we were going to sell t-shirts and DVDs. That was really, like, once season 1 is done, which season 1, just so everyone knows, was supposed to be 6 episodes, 5 story-based episodes, and then a Christmas special. And then that was supposed to become a DVD set that we were going to start producing and selling for profit on the internet, get the word out there, and then season 2 would be hyped up and sell a lot more and all of that, okay?
Like I said,
So, that was the agreement we came to. Now,
the truth according to me.
Respect the
Well,
pact
that's not the truth,
specifically.
DSP.
When we first met,
The truth is the truth, no matter who's saying
meeting,
it.
in front of everyone, we're not doing this for the money. We're not looking to make $1 on this series. What we want is we want our channel Respect the Pact to get attention from the series. We want promotion. We also want to see if we can start monetizing our own content. Because as I said, they had already made 2 very popular videos, the Real Life Pac-Man and the Street Fighter video. They weren't getting anything out of those. They wanted to get into a partnership network, but their channel was very small. No one knew about it. They wanted to be noticed, okay? So, we agreed that what I would do is do everything I possibly could to get their channel noticed, to give them credit for the work, and also, one thing that's never brought up whatsoever in this video whatsoever, which is absolutely ridiculous that they left it out because it's completely unfair, I got Respect the Pact partnered with Machinima so they could monetize their videos. At the time, it was not easy to get a channel into any kind of a partnership because you had to have qualifying criteria. You had to have a certain number of subscribers, a certain number of viewers,
You're able to hop
etc.
from
Because back then, the partnerships on
partner to
YouTube
partner
were all
pretty
managed
easily.
partnerships, meaning that company is vouching for you and your content, that you're not going to violate the YouTube terms of service, you're not going to steal copywritten content. They're vouching for you to put ads on the videos and they get the revenue and you get paid a flat rate. So They wanted their channel to be monetized. That was the agreement we had. Let's get Respect the Pact monetized. Now, we'll make Project 7 for you. We won't even care about the money you make on it because we're going to try to make our own videos on our own channel that are going to start bringing us in revenue and our own revenue streams. In tandem with that, let's go ahead and you promote our content on our channel, and we'll make money on our own shit, and then we can do our own stuff later on, but we can have this nice collaboration with you, getting us the attention we want. On the back end, we'll talk about maybe selling DVDs and merch, and then later down the line, we'll talk further. That was the entire conversation we had, okay? Go look. They were partnered at that time with Machinima because of me. I went behind the scenes and I talked to my contacts at Machinima, and I said, hey guys, here's a great group of guys I'm working with on a project. They're really trustworthy. They got great content. Check out their 2 popular videos. They did. Because of me, they got a partnership, all right? Now, I can't tell you how much money they made on their own videos or the partnership. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't even know what kind of a partnership they got. Was it the same as mine? Was it less? I know it wasn't more, but I don't know what it was, right? I have no clue. I can't even, they couldn't contractually, they probably couldn't even talk about it. But that's what happened. So they're now able to monetize the videos on Respect the Pact. I'm promoting Respect the Pact in all the Project 7 content, and frequently, if they had a new project or something that they wanted to be mentioned, I would mention it if they asked me to do that, okay? That's what was going on. Now, as for Rambo and Howard, we never had a discussion about what they were going to make, because again, we were friends, right? So, here's what we'll do. We'll make the show, we'll promote it.
We never had a conversation with Howard about money because we were friends. Never had a conversation about money because we were friends. DSP, you just claimed multiple times Howard needs to keep his nose out of this because we're not friends. Howard needs to keep his nose out of my and John Rambo's business because John Rambo's my boyfriend, not his. Howard has absolutely nothing to do. I don't know even why he's in this video. He has nothing to do with it. Never had a conversation with him because we were friends. All right, let's continue with the video.
We'll go to conventions to premiere the episode. We'll attempt to maybe sell some merch along the way, and then when season 1 is done, we'll make these DVDs, we'll pump them out. The whole idea here was that I was going to finance it all. Like, I was going to pay for everything. So if the episodes made any money, that money was going to be reinvested into the show, making merch, like making the shirts, making the DVDs. That's where the money was supposed to go. That was profit on the show. It was never, oh, well, we made an episode, and now there's 5 of us involved in making the episode. So you take the actual money you made from Machinima on that episode, you divide by 5, and everyone gets paid. That was literally never once discussed, ever, when we were talking and developing Project 7. Not once. So for them to start this conversation here, saying basically, oh, Respect the Pact didn't get anything. Respect the Pact got exactly what they wanted. Literally to the T of what they asked for, that's what they wanted, and they got it. Now, they're going to talk in this video about how that falls apart, all right? And I will add more to that, because just so you guys know, to prepare for today, I went through every email I ever had with Respect the Pact. I'm not going to read those emails on this stream. That would be, wrong. I'm going to paraphrase as best I can, but I'm going to tell you exactly what happened from what they were telling me, okay? Let's continue.
And John says, I'm going to talk to him. So what does John say? John goes up to him and says, dude, throw him some money, man. These guys, if you throw him some money, they'll continue. If not, they're going to stop.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because like anytime there is a problem, I always do address it right to his face.
It's always done. That's true.
So
which is not being said now.
What does he say?
I forgot to change the camera. Thank you. Okay, continue.
He has the audacity to say, oh, I told them, or I asked them if they wanted money, and they denied it. That's a fucking load of shit.
By the way, timeline's wrong. He's saying all this happened first. Wrong. What happened, the timeline's wrong. He's going to now go into what happened before this. This whole video, the timeline is so skewed, you can't make heads or tails of what they're saying. He's saying that they wanted money, so John came to me and asked me to pay.
See you, Mitch. Have a good day, man. Thanks for watching.
That's completely untrue. It's a completely different sequence of events. They decided not to be part of the show first and outright said, we're done. They literally sent me an email that says, I read it last night. It said, we are done. We don't want to be part of the show anymore for personal reasons. They said some of it is because our channel, Respect the Pact, which was partnered at that point with Machinima, was not getting the views and attention and making the money that they had hoped it was going to do by being involved with this project. That was one factor. But then they also say in the same email, there's also other personal reasons keeping us from continuing with this project. So the email, the way it's written, is stating, we quit. We can't continue. Yes, a portion of that is because we weren't making enough money on our channel, but also we have other personal stuff going on behind the scenes we'd rather not discuss publicly. There's absolutely no way to continue, okay? Then John comes to me a few days later when we're doing our co-op session. He says, why don't you throw the guys some money? I said, here's the email. They don't want money. They outright say right in the email, they can't continue because of personal reasons. So if I now contact them and say, let's talk money, they're going to be like, did you read the fucking email? We said we can't do it because of personal reasons. Like, now the truth of the matter is I did arrange a meeting with them anyway. We're going to sit down and still talk about whatever was going on because I said, listen, I wish you guys the best, and I want you to know something. I appreciate all the work you put into the series. If we have this meeting, it's not going to be me pressuring you to come back. If you want to talk about that, that's something, but I would much rather say, hey, let's just have a conversation, and even if it's goodbye forever, have a nice life, at least we have the conversation, all right? Here's what happened. We had the meeting scheduled at the same Starbucks of the initial place we had met, and I got the shits. I ate leftover pizza, and I was crabbing my brains out that day. So I had to
More
cancel.
butt stuff,
Then
of course.
I never rescheduled because, all right, you want to know the truth? I knew they were already done with the show for good. I knew they weren't going to come back to it, and I have some reasons I can tell you this, but I can't tell you yet because I want them to say it first, okay? So let me go ahead and press play, and I will get to this in a second.
So,
Because I talked to them afterwards about it.
all right, so Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would have talked about how hard the day was. It's a
No, it
remote
wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It was hardest for them by far, and I can vouch for this from someone who's done video editing before, not to the extent that they do, not even close. Even me doing a stupid edited review of like a video game, like a game review, okay, like the old Hateful Truth. Those could take days to edit, and then you think it's all good, you render it, and you go to watch the finished product, and it's shit. And you're like, I fucked it up. I gotta do it all over again. Can you imagine how long it took for them to do those edited shots with the effects and things? Howard's saying, oh, maybe it took him 50, 60 hours a week. I believe it. I 100% fucking believe that fully. Respect the Pack put the most work into the show. I put the second most work into the show. Not because I wrote it, because I didn't. We did it together, and a lot of that was John. But I was the one who had to promote the show, who had to upload the show, who had to push the show, who had to advertise the show, who had to work with Machinima to get the show shown on Machinima channels, which we're not even talking about in this video, but I got the show try to get syndicated on Machinima and stuff like that. I was doing all that legwork with the show. So even though I didn't do as much work producing the show, like actually writing or filming, I was doing all the legwork to get it out there. So I did the second most work on the show. Now these guys are like, oh, our roles were easy. I'm glad they feel that way. My role wasn't easy, and neither was Respect the Packs, okay? They say, oh, it was a day of filming. No. For me, it was a day of filming, constant uploading, editing, re-editing the trailers, pushing them, mentioning it constantly in all of my content, working with Machinima to get it on their networks and all of that. It was a lot of work. It was. And keep in mind that every time that I took time out to work on Project 7, I wasn't making gameplay. That was my most profitable product, which we're going to talk about in a moment, because they're going to start talking money and how much I made on it, and this is going to give everyone a big laugh. So let's continue.
7 hours in one day, and then you go home and you're done.
Before you continue, John, just to give you guys an idea of how long it takes to do things. One of the scenes that we did in that part 3 was a bullet scene where we're firing bullets. They told me it took them 4 to 5 hours to do that, just that scene, and that scene was what, 5 seconds? 5
Yeah,
seconds?
yeah, trust me, I
Holy
know.
shit.
I believe that too.
I know about that. So it gets to a point where it's a lot of work for these guys.
And you gotta realize, back then, rendering takes a lot of computer power. You make a 7-minute video, you do some editing, add an intro, add some things here and there. It can take, with a modern computer, 30 minutes to render. Now imagine having an older computer back in 2012 time, 2013. How long a 7-minute episode would take to edit after rendering and all that. It'd probably be days. So a 5-second clip, especially with all the work they probably put in, could probably take half an hour, if not longer. And DSP did none of the work.
They feel like they're not getting anything back. And they're not getting credit. They're not getting,
Oh, no. Not anyone getting credit. They outright say in their email to me, oh, we know we're getting the credit, and we know you're doing everything you can to promote our stuff. We're just not getting enough notoriety and enough money out of our own stuff for this to continue. That's what they said. They did nothing about credit. They love the amount of credit they were getting.
monetize things, nothing. Okay? Something happened. Andre had basically a big life-changing thing. He's having a kid. Okay? Andre's gonna have a kid. So they basically say, look, we can't do this anymore. We can't do the Project 7 anymore. It's just not, it's not worth our time, man. We got other stuff we got to do. So I had a conversation, like Howard said, with Phil. I said, listen, you have to make it worth their while, man. Throw them money. And I'm not saying throw them like thousands of dollars. At this point, there was already 4 episodes that had come out, right?
Yeah.
So we did four episodes that come out. So I said, listen, just divvy up the money. There's 5 people in this. There's only 5 people, the crew and the whole cast, okay?
Yeah.
The video's made a lot of money. If you look at the views, the amount of views, he gets paid on views. It's like $2 for every 1,000 views that he gets. So simply, figure out how much you made off all these videos. I know that Phil spent a lot of money on props and stuff, so subtract all the costs. That's fair, right? Subtract all your costs, then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways and throw them the cash.
Yep.
And offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're going to continue with the series, but hey, man, at least try. And that's fair. His response: they don't want money. They don't want any money after this. Based on what he says, they told him that.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them. And this is what I mean.
I can pull up the email right now, but like I said, I'm not going to do that. I could literally pull up the email they wrote to me and said, we are not continuing with the series. Yes, the money and the notoriety was a factor, but it's personal reasons that we cannot continue. He already says, Andre's having a kid. I knew that because they told me. They probably shouldn't have. They told me that. And I was like, all right, if he's having a kid, how the fuck is he going to have 50, 60 hours a week to work on our show and hold down a job to raise his kid? I get it. All right? Now let me get this straight. You want me to seem like a pushy jerk and go to them after they outright said, we basically quit. Here's the email in writing. We're doing it on purpose. They didn't call me and have a conversation. They wrote it in an email on purpose. So it was in writing. We quit. Okay? Now you want me to go back to them and try to push it. And be like, well, what if I give you some money? We keep doing it. No, he's having a kid. I don't want to bother him anymore. At this point, when this was what I was told, I said, all right, forget it. I will look for someone else. And in fact, there were 2 candidates that I had to work on this. One of them was actually someone who I had gone to high school with at one point. And my dad was friendly with his family, and he was a professional video editor and filmmaker. And I was someone who I was talking with about this behind the scenes. And I was going to contact him and start making offers. And then what ended up happening was, this happened, they quit or whatever. And within a couple of months, I started getting all this toxicity and negativity about Project 7. Everyone guessing that, oh, the series ended because you fucked it up, or this happened, or that happened. I was like, now wait a minute. Maybe it's not the best idea then. Maybe if we're going to do something new and fresh, we should do something new and fresh with someone new, a new group, rather than start worrying about, continuing Project 7 in general, okay? But then something else happened, okay? In early 2013, I started deciding that I wanted to move out of Connecticut. I said, I don't want to start in a giant creative endeavor, all right? That's going to be an overreaching thing that's going to take months and months to work on. If it's my intention, then within the next year to 2 years, I want to leave Connecticut because I don't like living here, okay? I determined, hey, I can do what I do anywhere in the country. Why am I going to live here? So the whole thing fell apart, and I just said, forget it. And I never did it ever again. All I did was I just worked.
All bullshit, Miss Schools. That's what this new lore is.
If it was something that I did myself, that was it. I never had any kind of a collaboration like this ever again because of pretty much the way it went down, okay? Now, again, I have the email. I read it. Do you want me to be pushy to these guys and try to force them to be part of the project again by offering them money? That would seem pretty fucked up in my book. Like, I think that would be a terrible thing to do. They're telling me we don't want to be involved anymore. They didn't tell me Andre's going to have a kid. They told me Andre's having a kid. So how the fuck is he going to work on the show anymore? He's the one doing all the editing, right? So that was the end of it for me. Now, you want to talk money. This, in my opinion, is so fucked up. These guys don't know anything about the money made on videos on YouTube when it comes to what I was making on Machinima. They don't know anything about what I spent. I never wanted to talk about this. Now I have to, because he's gonna bring it up right there, Mr. Smiley up there, Howard. He's gonna bring it up next in the video. He's gonna start talking about T-shirts. All right? Oh boy.
The
Now I'm gonna start to get upset
T-shirts.
about these fucking T-shirts. I wish we could go back and if I could build a time machine right now, okay, and I could make a DeLorean time machine. I would get in there with Doc Brown. We would go back in time to the moment when I was on Vista Print clicking make these shirts, and I would destroy my computer. I would take a sledgehammer and smash my computer into pieces in front of me and say, I'm from the future, bitch. Don't do it, you fucking idiot. These T-shirts will haunt you forever. And then I would jump into DeLorean and leave. I can't believe the trouble these fucking T-shirts have given me over the years, all right? Now, let's talk quickly about the money involved with Project 7, okay? I financed all the props, okay? Except for the ones that were brought in by Respect the Packs, a few prop guns they already had from other shoots. They were filmmakers, okay? They had this stuff. I financed anything that had to do with the marketing of the show and or merchandise. Me. That was me spending that money, okay? I also financed a bunch of props that were never used, all right? Because we had plans to make all these episodes. We had talked it out. This was a done thing. We liked doing the show after 1 or 2 episodes. We liked doing the show. Everything was good, right? And, so I started buying stuff for the show in advance, okay? So, first of all, let's talk profits and money on the videos, okay? It's impossible to go back in time right now and see in 2012 how many views these videos had. I particularly remember the first video probably had around 100,000 views. The second video did way better than that. I believe it topped 200,000. The third video, we got fucked. YouTube had a bug, a glitch, that screwed everyone's video views up within about a 24 to 48 hour period. And episode 3, when I uploaded it, had more likes, more comments, and more engagement on the video than the first 2 episodes fucking combined. But it claimed it only had like 51,000 views when it was sky high the most viewed video ever, like of the series. It didn't make any sense at all.
So once again, it was not his fault.
We got screwed over royally on that, and I got paid based on views, not ad revenue. So we got fucked in the butt on that episode, okay? And then lastly, there was the 4th video, which was the final episode, if I remember correctly. That year, when all was said and done, if you add all the views together for all the different videos, it was probably a couple million views, if that. Maybe, if that, okay? Maybe less. Again, I can't tell you. I'm guesstimating, all right? So if you do the math, subtracting taxes and all of that, I can guesstimate that the Project 7 videos on YouTube made anywhere between $1,000 to maybe upwards of, like, say, $2,000 of profit. If that, again, we're highballing it.
Profit.
Okay, let's highball it and say it was $2,000.
Notice how he says
that this
profit,
video
not
made.
income.
Boom. Okay.
Profit. $2,000 worth of
Nothing to
profit.
shake a stick at. $2,000 is a lot of money, right? Okay. Now, what did I spend on Project 7? Well, you could argue that every day that I worked on Project 7, pushed Project 7, I didn't make other content that I could have been making, right? I could have been making videos that were going to make tons of money, okay? And I didn't. That I'm not even factoring in here. Forget that. Throw that away. Strike that from the record. That's not even a consideration here, okay? What did I actually spend money on, right? I bought props. In episode 3 of Project 7, you'll actually see a large gun that's from Gears of War. That gun alone was around $300, okay? I bought a ton of other props, like all the wardrobe and things that you see in that episode. I bought. It's all me. Bringing it in. That was a couple $100 all in all. Episode 4, some of that, not all of it I bought, not all, some, okay? I don't even know how much that was, quite frankly. I have no concept in my head. I don't remember anymore. What did I spend money on outside of the episodes? Phil, spent $900 on T-shirts. Me, okay? Clear that up, because he's going to bring it up, and I'm going to clear it up. This is a bullshit story that he's telling, all right? Completely wrong the way he tells it, and I'm pissed off at it because these shirts have haunted me for ages, okay? I spent $900 on t-shirts, Project 7 t-shirts. The intention was we were going to travel to conventions and sell them in person as we premiered the episodes at conventions, and we were also going to sell them through John Rambo's website, which he was already selling other merchandise through to represent his podcast, okay? So literally we weren't going to get any extra cost to sell these things. It was already going to happen naturally, but there was an investment. Back then there was no Teespring. There weren't these websites that make t-shirts on the fly. You had to buy the t-shirts first, all right, in order to actually sell them. I spent $900 on those shirts myself.
He would charge
Before
people
anyone else
$10
was involved
just to
in
enter his
money,
restaurant.
I bought them. It was after the fact that Howard got involved, and we'll talk about that in a minute because he's going to bring it up.
And then if they ordered something he didn't want to kick,
$900 for
didn't want
t-shirts,
to cook, you kick him
$300
out.
for the gun, a couple $100 for. Wait a minute, we're already like $1,500. All right. Oh, by the way, I also invested in a ton of other props you guys have never fucking seen because we were supposed to keep doing this series. I bought a big ass assault rifle from Mass Effect, a Mass Effect replica assault rifle. It lights up, it makes fucking noise. It was going to be excellent for the sci-fi episode we were going to do. We were going to do a whole episode based on sci-fi characters, parodies of Star Wars, parodies of Mass Effect was at its height of popularity back then, okay? I don't even want to tell you how much that one was. That was the most expensive thing I bought, and that was exclusively supposed to be for this series. What am I going to do, play with a fucking gun?
And then
It's
you
supposed to be for
sold
the show, okay? So all these costs involved, all right? All of them. And you want me to be real about how much money Project 7 made, okay? Project 7 made anywhere between $1,000 to $2,000 in ad revenue profit from Machinima's payments to me, and Project 7 made me a grand total of about negative $1,000. I lost money on Project 7. It was a piss-away project.
Bullshit.
I want to do something creatively different. I want to do it with my friends. I feel like this will be something fun to do.
His battery's
And
gonna
I'll have
die
a
because
doing
he's
it.
sitting there
Hey, if we
talking
end up
the
making
entire
money in the long
time.
term on it, great. That really wasn't the intention to begin with. It was supposed to be a fun project I do with my friends, and then if we find a way to monetize it in the long term, great. Apparently, these guys came into it with way different expectations, okay? However, the key to this story is coming up in just a moment. Let me change the battery. The key to this story is coming up, and it reveals everything. And this is a telling factor in this video that if you don't have a frame of reference, you won't get it, but I'm about to reveal it. So let me go swap the battery quickly. You know, keep in mind, other things I didn't talk about was the conventions. We went to 2 separate conventions that I got us into to advertise Project 7. I paid for hotel rooms and shit for that. You know, I mean, I can keep going on and on and on about this. The money factor of their video is so ludicrous and stupid because it's so fake. You want to talk about, Phil spoke out of turn and said fucked up things on the internet about us, great. You want to say money was a factor? You're out of your fucking mind. It just never was. I was the one always spending and always doing everything.
Money was never a factor. Why would that come up? Oh, because they said money was a factor. Well, if they say money was a factor, I'm pretty sure that means money was a factor.
And these guys were looking to make like a fortune, I guess, on this shit or something. I don't know. But again, I'm telling you from my perspective, this was never an issue. It was never brought up. It was never addressed. It was never yelled out.
Because the Project 7 cost him $1,000. He would have made sure everyone knew about it.
Why would you do that if you're mad at someone because you think they owe you money, right? Doesn't make any sense at all. Anyway, let's continue because we're getting to the meat of the matter right now. Let me swap back over. We're almost done with Project 7, thankfully. Let's continue.
There's no conversation.
Right.
So and then what everyone has to realize is this is like a whole bunch of things that has happened in the past that just irritates people because now what ends up happening is it's like, do you value money more than our friendship? Because if that's the case, then why
What is
am I
he
even
talking
here?
about?
Right.
You know,
What is he talking about? Do you value money more than our friendship? I wasn't making money on Project 7, and I also paid your way to go to conventions and shit. Like, what are you talking about? Again, he's like, oh, well, on top of all of that, there also should have been more money coming our way. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, when did I ever pick money over friendship? Ever. And by the way, it's funny because there's parts coming up here where they're going to say, oh, well, you know, I needed money, and then Phil gave me money. So here we
So
go.
let me ask you, did you get anything out of Project 7?
first of all, we're going to talk about that. I didn't get shit out of Project 7.
So no one got paid. Now here's the thing. I got paid.
John got paid.
I got my percentage.
Yeah.
At that time period, there's a point where my car had broken down, and I needed to get. Actually, I got a used car. I bought another car at that time. So I go, Phil, listen, I'm not coming to your house because I have no car. If you want me to come, throw me my percentage from the Project 7, and I'll use that cash towards a new car. And so I got my money. But there's 3 other people, you guys, that got zero.
John Rambo did not get paid for Project 7. This is a lie. However, it's my fault. Because I was trying to be a nice guy and a good friend. So during the whole time we're doing Project 7, John comes to me one week. Well, doesn't come to me one week. He calls me one week and he says, I got bad news. He goes, my car broke down. And I don't have any money to fix it. I need a new car, essentially. I don't know if it was he needed a new car or he just needed money to fix it. I don't even remember what it was. Okay? I don't. But
He's saying he wasn't leasing a BMW Series 3, huh?
And I don't like asking for money, and I know we didn't talk about getting paid for Project 7, but could you give me the money that maybe if we were to break it down, what we made on views, and all I'm hearing is, he needs help. I don't even care his justification. My friend needs help. He knows I have money. He fucking knows I make big money, making videos on YouTube. And my friend needs help. He doesn't want to ask.
Where'd all that big money go,
because
DSP?
He feels like that would be wrong to do. So he's justifying it by saying, all right, I need help, but can you pay it as like a percentage of the profits of Project 7? I didn't have the heart to tell John Rambo that Project 7 lost me money. What was I going to say? I can't pay you, John, because Project 7 lost me money. I made lost money on this project, so there's nothing to give you. Sorry, you have no car now. I don't know. I don't remember these things. I just sent him money because I wanted to help my friend. It had nothing to do with the profits of Project 7 at all. That's how he spun it, but he didn't know that there were no profits. And I was lying to him, basically saying, here's your cut. There was no cut. All right? So, again, I did something where I felt I was helping my friend. I'm doing the right thing here, right? I want to tell him there's no money in this project and that it's basically a friend project. That's it. I'm going to help him out. Years later, this is his evidence to say that I was, you know, why did I pay him and not others? Like, this is a bad thing that I did. I helped out my friend, and I get crucified for it years later. You know what I'm saying? Like, this whole Project 7 thing was nothing but fucking trouble for me. For what? I just wanted to have fun with my friends. I thought we were going to do a fun project together, and all I get is get, you know, attached for it. It's excruciatingly exhausting. Because this is, you guys got to understand something. Maybe for some of you, this is the first time you're hearing it. This is something that I went through for years. And we're going to get to the shirts now. Oh my God, we're going to talk about the t-shirts. Okay? The fucking t-shirts. Fabma says, why not tell him the truth? Because John was the kind of person, he wouldn't have taken the money then. I would have said, I lost money on the project. I don't, you know. And he would have said, well then, all right, I'm sorry I called you. He wouldn't have taken it. I wanted him to get a new car or fix his car, whatever it was. I don't want to fucking have the guy with no ride. That's fucked up. Not only is he doing work for me, we're co-op, he has a job, he has a life outside of that. He needs to go to it. His car probably broke down because of me. You understand that? He's driving his car from New York to Connecticut and back once a week to do co-op with me. It's probably why his car's busted. Feel kind of responsible for that. I want to help my friend. Okay. Let's get to the shirts. Let's get this out of the
Zero.
way.
Now, whatever. From my end, it's whatever. But this is what burns me. Okay. We in the middle of this whole Project 7 thing, we all, you, myself, and Phil, came up with the idea. Let's make T-shirts, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes, and actually it was in the initial meeting that we had at Starbucks. We brainstormed, we will make t-shirts together and eventually sell them, as well as we said we will sell DVDs long term.
what do
Well,
we?
hold on, let me hit the brakes for 1 second, because we're talking about money and we should have gotten money.
Yep.
Like you said, it's not about the money. It's like what's fair.
It's what's fair. Yeah.
Like you
What
have
does
a
that
job, I got a job. Those guys, like, no one's homeless here. No one's like destitute. Or we're like, oh man, Project 7, we need to make this to pay our bills, or we need to make videos to pay our bills. It's nothing to do with that. Like, we don't necessarily need the money, okay? And again, it's not millions of dollars here. It's whatever is fair.
But
Fair. Because as friends, you expect to be treated with respect, and you tried hard on this.
But
This is your cut.
here's the thing.
Since we're a team, as you said, and we all did it together, and you know,
Britney,
it's not one
stop
person,
for a new car.
it should be fair.
Here's
it should be
$5.
divvied up.
To add on to what you
Get
were
a
saying,
Burger King
So-
sandwich.
What's fair? Okay, so what's fair? Did they really want me to divvy up negative $1,000 and give them bills each for $200? You know? And
Well,
could
you didn't
argue,
get
all right,
negative
well,
money.
Phil, you invested all that money.
If you got
But that's
negative
not
money,
fair enough.
you would have made sure everyone
Any of
knew
them came
about
to
it
me and
for
said,
this
hey,
video.
we like to get paid. We need the money. I would say, okay, and I would have paid them. And it would have been out of my pocket. Out of the videos that I made, had nothing to do with Project 7, I still would have paid them. Okay? I did that with John. There's your evidence. I've done that with any of them. So what's fair? Well, it earned nothing. It lost money. But if you want to get paid for it, let me know. I'll pay anyway. No one ever did. Besides John, that one time he wanted money for the car. No one else ever said a word to me about it. Respect the Pact wrote me an email saying we quit, and it's not about the money. It's a personal issue. I don't get it. I'm really lost here. I'm definitely utterly lost. I just don't understand it. And maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Let's continue.
okay? To add on to that. So what happens, right? We go ahead. We don't get our cut, which is whatever at this point. But we start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in a fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel?
BMW.
And how do you think these guys feel after the fact? Is there anything, you know, do you not understand how this burns people when they put all their freaking hard work into this, and you're making all the money and the glory, and none of us ain't making shit?
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
I have no respect for my friends and my family. I don't care about anyone but myself. It's interesting. Very interesting that he would say that. Okay? Now, I've already revealed to you guys that Project 7 lost me money. So these guys are coming to my house, right, to film.
Well,
Project
you
7,
had
so
enough
it's
money
their
for a
house to
BMW.
to do co-op. And absolutely, my house is filling up with stupid statues and dumb shit. And today, I've already told you guys a million times, I was frivolously spending my YouTube money on junk that I didn't need. And long term, it was a waste of time and money. I never should have done it. I know that now. Back then, I thought, oh, it's a new prop for a video or something. I was justifying it in a really stupid way. Okay. The BMW part, I never owned the BMW. I leased it. We could talk about this till we're blue in the face. It doesn't matter. There's neither here nor there. The issue is they're showing up to my house and there's stuff in the house. I'm spending money, but I'm not paying them for their work. Okay? The stuff in my house is stuff that I bought with the other time that I'm making videos on YouTube. You know how I worked 7 days a week with no time off at all for like 3 fucking years? You know how later on these guys will kind of complain and say that everything that I ever did was about money? Well, because I was constantly making content and videos for the internet. I had this workaholic nature, right? And yes, absolutely, that's a problem. Maybe I should have had time for personal stuff. Maybe I should have made more time for my friends. Maybe I should have had a separation to have a personal life along with a public life. I did not do that, okay? For 3 years, 3 fucking years, that I was monetizing those videos hardcore, I didn't even have a day off. Once, not even a day off a week. It was just videos, okay?
You play video games. Literally every single day of your life is a day off. You don't work.
It's like Howard somehow forgets that I have a channel that brings
Yes,
in,
he definitely misses the
millions
point in
of views a
all of
month.
this.
He forgets that there's insane amounts of other content. All I was doing was Project 7, according to this guy, Like, essentially what he's saying is, we need money. But we won't say it. We never asked for it, because that was putting on the internet. I was losing money on Project 7, but he wants money. So Howard asked me for money. Say, I would like to be paid for Project 7. I say, well, we never talked about it. It never was supposed to be a concern or an issue, but if that's how you feel, fine. John did. He got paid. Respective Pack told me, we didn't want the money. We're quitting because we have personal reasons. If they had said, hey, Phil, we want money, they would have got paid. Right? It's just ridiculous. You want money? I'll give you money from what I'm earning outside of Project 7. I'm okay with that. You guys put a lot of work into the series. Great. I understand that. But you're asking for money that doesn't exist. You weren't entitled to because we didn't have an agreement in place about that. So why would I just start giving you money? It didn't make any sense. The money was coming on the back end. If we continued with the series, there would have been DVD sales, there would have been t-shirt sales, which we're going to talk about in a minute, don't worry. And then he's coming in to my house looking at statues and cars, and he's pissed at me. You're pissed at me for what? Did you not see my channel? My channels? At that point, I had multiple YouTube channels. Millions upon millions and millions of views. Not Project 7 views. All my other content was making those views. It's ludicrous what he's saying here. It's absolutely ludicrous what he's saying here. Okay? And then you have no respect.
I don't have any money to pay my friends. Show up on a BMW. Well, no, I don't have any money from the Project 7 guys. I was making tens of thousands of dollars every month, guys. But I don't have any money for my friends. Or putting in the work. Shut the fuck up.
Respect for your friends or your family. Why? Because I bought statues with my money that I earned with my videos? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, by the way, we're going to another convention next week that I arranged for, and I'm paying for the hotel room and the gas for, so, you'll come into that, right? Like, what the fuck?
What the fuck is wrong with that guy?
Thank you, Pat McAfee.
Anyway, it's pretty obvious. I don't think that I even have to say the word. People in the stream chat have already said about 1,000,000 times what actually happened in the situation, okay? Now, please, for the love of God, let's get to the fucking t-shirts.
That's and maybe that's not even true. Maybe it's not true, but that's how it comes off.
See?
Yeah.
And that's what
You
you're
see that?
expressing to other.
Howard goes to the extreme. Phil has no respect for his friends or his family. And then John says, that's probably not true, but that's how it comes off. Wait, what? Who's poisoning the well? Which is the theme we've been talking about. There's a circle of friends. Someone's poisoning the well. Gee, I wonder.
People, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're not.
How do you think people
You're
feel?
not thinking about other. You're not thinking about others and how it
Yeah.
affects them.
Nobody. No. It's the thing is nobody's jealous. Nobody's nothing. It's when people make money. One person makes money off the back of everybody else.
And on top of you're putting videos out there, going, I did that.
Yeah.
I came up with that, and it's like, no, you didn't.
See, now they mix the two things. Was it about money or is it about who did the credit? Now they're mixing the issues. And that's where, again, they do this. They change the timeline, mix the issues. Now you're confused. Oh, well, if this one thing happened, then the money thing is true. You have two different issues with me, then have the two different issues. Don't say, they're the same issue. They're not. He's mixing the two to try to make me look even worse. I wasn't making money on a project. They want money from it. I'll give it to you anyway. Just tell me you want it. No, we won't do that, though. It's a history of passive aggressiveness. It's over the years, these guys had issues that they had with me. They didn't tell me. Or if they did tell me, we hashed it out, and immediately we were supposed to be okay. They said they were fine. Next thing I know, they're still hating me behind the scenes. But how do I know that? They never said anything. And again, I'm not trying to say I'm innocent. I'm not. I made a lot of fucking mistakes. This money issue is bullshit. This never was an issue. It easily could have been resolved. This is something that they created. They created the issue behind the scenes, and then they just propagated this negativity with all of their circle of friends, whatever that means. They just kept circling around and hatred and bad feelings and never told me. I can't do things that I can't fix an issue I doesn't know exists. I'm not psychic. They wanted me to be psychic. They wanted me to be like, oh, Phil is filthy rich, and he's just going to start throwing money left and right all over the place because we worked on a project with him. Like, no, that's not how... All right, let's continue.
These guys worked hard to put that together.
But you had tens of thousands of dollars. Your best year with Machinima was over $300,000. You didn't have $500 to throw to OJ, $500 to throw to Andre. You really had no money to give to Howard, huh?
Hard to put that together.
You didn't
Yeah.
actually come up with that. All right, so let's get back to the shirts thing.
Finally.
This is
The shirts.
I want to get this out of the way before I split the
We
part.
get together
Oh,
and we decide let's make t-shirts. So we all put money together, and I'm gonna throw out the figure. It was about $900.
I just said that.
Okay,
So
I had no idea.
$300 per person. We put
Wrong. $900. Here's what happened. We met at the cafe. We had the ideas, right? We did the initial filming. We met at the cafe again, had more ideas for episode 2. During the initial work on episode 1, all of a sudden, Respect the Pack sends me these logos. I didn't ask for them. They just sent them to me. I said, what are these? They said, oh, these are the t-shirt logos that Howard wants. What? Oh, these are the t-shirt logos that Howard's talking to them about making because we're going to sell t-shirts. Huh? We didn't even discuss this. We didn't have any ideas for logos. Nothing. He was behind the scenes talking to Respect the Pack about making these shirts, and then he basically told them to make them. So they send these to me, right? Here's some t-shirt designs that you guys can sell. I didn't even know they were doing this. I had no clue they were making these logos. Not pictured here. There's 4 or 5 of them. Another one is me holding the Xbox 360 controller upside down like this, looking like a buffoon. There's a few different designs. I purposely said, no, we're going to do shirts. Let's go with the designs that have all of us or our character that we created together. Deathface. Actually, it's not true. I created Deathface for the original Project 7.
I created it, guys, not
for Project
them.
7, the reboot. And that was a work of all of us. But I said, we're going to sell merch. It's going to be merch that's all of us together. It's not going to be just me on the shirt. I want it to kind of be all of us collectively because it's all of our work together, right?
So you get them to pay for
So-
the shirts.
I get these logos from Respect the Pack. I was tasked with figuring out where to make shirts, not them. I was. My job to do this. So I'm looking all over the internet and actually Respect the Pact that said, I heard there's a sale at this place called Vistaprint. Now, incidentally, I bought business cards from Vistaprint before. I like the quality of their work. So I went ahead and I went to Vistaprint. I created the shirts myself with the logos that were made by Respect the Pact. And I bought the shirts, okay? I did. $900 out of my pocket went to the shirts, okay? The shirts show up. They look all right. They're not great. As you can see, they're not full color shirts. Back then, they didn't do full color shirts. Again, this was before Teespray. And so these shirts are at my place. And we determined what we're going to do is John's going to try to sell these on his website where he's already selling T-shirts for his show. John Rambo Presents the Show. It's his podcast. But we're also going to take these T-shirts along with us to conventions, okay, to sell. So at the time, there's a discussion. All right, well, Phil already bought the shirts, so who wants in? I already bought them. Who wants in on this investment that I've already fronted all the money for? Howard says, I want in. I'll pay $300. John says, I can't do that. I can't afford it. So John was never involved with the shirts, the money making of the shirts or anything like that. It was only Howard who had invested this $300, okay? So essentially, it was a $600-$300 cut. I was going to get 2/3 of the profit. Howard was going to get 1/3. Of course, keep in mind, I'm still paying for all kinds of trips and things, so it's a wash. I don't really care about the profits from the shirts. I just wanted something to sell so we could have something tangible the fans could have because they like the series, right? Okay, let's continue.
The money together. Then we start figuring out. We go to these conventions. We do this and that to teach.
So, two people say, we put the money together to buy these shirts. One person, a known liar, says, no, I'd pay for everything. Then it's them if they wanted to get in on it. Which story do you think is true?
Shirts aren't selling. So whatever. I'm gonna cut my losses. I don't give a shit. Right?
You heard what he just said. The T-shirts aren't selling. All right, whatever. I'm going to cut my losses. I don't give a shit. So that's the end of the story, right? There's no more T-shirts involved. That's it. That's the end.
He comes up to us. We're talking about it. He's saying we're not making any money. We sold only a few T-shirts because when you thought about it, once you sold the T-shirts, you were gonna make a decent amount of profit. So we're not making any money. So we're just gonna have to cut our losses. Whatever. At that point, I accept that. Now he leaves here. He leaves Connecticut and he moves to Seattle. He gets to Seattle. He starts doing this Project 7 reboot thing that he's doing, making videos, doing all this stuff. Then I start finding out that he's reselling T-shirts.
By the way, this is all wrong. Not even correct order of anything. Not even close to what really happened. What we have on the screen right here, which you probably cannot read, is what was actually on my Patreon at the time. Pledge $100 or more per month. Patrons or patrons who donate $100 or more a month will receive one of the remaining Project 7 T-shirts from their limited run in 2012. Supplies and pictures are very limited, so the first come, first serve. Okay, and I said free shipping worldwide. And then a personalized video. I will autograph the shirt. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, a bunch of stuff was included. It was a patron perk that you could get a T-shirt along with it. Originally, it was $100. Later on, it was lowered to dramatically less, to $20, I believe. It was either 20 or 30, in which case I was losing money. I'm not kidding. Again, here we go again. Me losing money. Had these shirts up as a Patreon perk, and the cost to ship them worldwide, which was supposed to be included with the cost of the perk, was more than the cost of the shirt. So you have people pledging $20, $30, and it was costing me $40, $50 to ship it worldwide. So I stopped doing that too. I should just stop doing it entirely. I said, I'm not going to do this anymore with the shirts. I'm taking it off because it's actually a loss, okay? So these are like the haunted shirts. You can't make money on them. You got friends who are pissed about them. Right? Now, I'll tell you the full story, because this isn't true yet. Let's keep going, because they're going to continue, and I'm going to tell you the true story, because this is all bullshit. What he's saying right now is completely false. Let's continue.
He's giving them out.
It was for his Patreon.
For a Patreon.
As far as I understand, I could be wrong here, so if I'm
Yeah,
wrong,
he's
please correct me.
Yeah.
Anyone
Trying
else?
to confuse his audience
For
about the
Patreon,
timeline. Like, it doesn't work DSP.
It's, you give a certain amount of money, I think maybe it's 40 or 50 bucks, then you will get one of the shirts.
Yep.
But the problem is he doesn't actually own the shirts.
False.
Yeah, he doesn't own the shirts completely, so he's giving them out now.
False. And this is why they're telling the whole story out of order. I do own the shirts, because Howard did get paid for them. You'll find out how in a moment, because he's going to talk about it. But they're purposely telling the story out of order to make me look bad, and then they try to fix it after the fact, but it doesn't make sense, because the story's already told. The damage is already done.
But it does make sense. And DSP, try watching Pulp Fiction. I'd love to see you do it.
When you watch this video, wow, Phil stole those shirts and sold them later on for profit. But he didn't own them all. Actually, I did, and you'll find out how in a moment.
I don't know if he finished giving them out, or if he managed to sell all of them, or if he sold them, or whatever the case may be. But when I start hearing about stuff like that, or I see videos of him posting that stuff, naturally, what do you think is going to happen? I'm going to get irritated beyond belief. Now, I don't want to go. I'm not going to go into it because now if I go into what I'm going to go into, it's going to derail everything.
All right, hold on.
So
Let's go with the shirt. So, okay, listen. So he's taking shirts that your face is on the shirt.
Yeah.
He has to physically look at your face as he packages the shirt.
I did not design the logo. Howard talks to Respect the Pact to have those logos designed.
And then mail it as he goes to mail it. And never for a second thinks, wait a minute.
DSP, you just told us that you made the shirts, you paid for the shirts, then later asked Howard and Rambo if they wanted to invest in it. How did Howard and Respect the Pack make the designs if they didn't know about the shirts until you told them, hey guys, I paid for a bunch of shirts, do you want to invest in it?
This person paid for a percentage of the shirt.
Yep.
And on top of that, the logos, the actual shirts are made by Andre. He's not getting anything.
The shirts were not made by Andre. They were made by me, financed by me. The logos were made by Andre. That is correct.
Nope.
At one point, the shirts were in OJ's house.
And OJ was the one that was packing it and sending it to the people.
There was a point where that maybe we only maybe sold one or two. So I want to go nuts with that. But yeah, at one point OJ was actually he had them physically. He had them in his basement for months, and I think at one point Phil just said throw them out, and we didn't do it. I was like, no, don't throw them out. Maybe we could just give them away. I was like, give them away like as a prize or something someday, So when he moved, he asked for them back, and I was like,
That is 1,000,000% false. And in fact, that might actually be the one lie that John tells in this whole video. Because pretty much everything John says is pretty factual.
So everything is factual up to this point. This is the only lie he tells in the video. We've been saying that's not true, guys. That's not true. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. That's not what really happened. That's not true, guys. So, was everything that you said wasn't true actually true, and this is the only lie? DSP, remember your bullshit.
Or at least half-truths. In this case, that's a lie.
all right.
We'll talk about
So
that.
I got them from John, picked them up, brought them to his house. I didn't really think about it. And then, yeah, here he goes. Now he's actually using them as an incentive to give him money or whatever the hell it is, And I'm sure his response will be something like, I don't remember that you paid, or I don't know. Or maybe he'll say you never brought it up to me, but you shouldn't have to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you shouldn't have to now.
You really shouldn't have to call him and go, Phil, give me the money from my percentage of the shirt.
Yeah. Now, the way that I look at it for now with this, it's a wash. And this is why it's a wash. Actually, it's not really a wash when I look at it like this because of what he had told me. And this goes back to what we were talking about before about him detracting statements, right? So let's rewind before Project 7.
Okay, so now they just told a story of how I essentially stole a bunch of shirts that I didn't own, moved across the country, and started selling them to make profit. That's what they just said. I mean, in other words, in a summary, right? I'm not making that up. That's what they're accusing me of. Howard is now going to explain in the same video how he doesn't own the shirts and has no stake to them. I don't understand how people didn't understand this, but maybe it's because he told it out of sequence. He's literally going to explain to you why he has no stake in the shirts anymore. Only he tells it in a very exaggerated way, like he tends to do everything. So maybe that's why you guys didn't understand.
Wow, he
So I'm gonna let you
exaggerates
finish, and
stuff,
then I'm gonna actually tell you
guys.
The entirety of the story of what really happened with these shirts.
So what do? We start playing ST, right? We start buying the cabs. So you and I, and just to throw this information out there, the way this thing started was John and I decided to buy a cab, right? The cab shows up. In the middle of this, right? He comes, Phil shows up and he's like, yeah, we're at his house and we're looking at some of his stuff and I found a super turbo board. He has a blue one. So we're like, oh, I didn't know you had a super turbo board and this and that. And he goes, I don't even know if this thing works anymore. So we plug it in.
Oh, this is the board. This is going to be fantastic, guys.
Go to the house, we bring it over to the house, we plug it in, it's dead, right? So CPS2 has a battery, the battery dies, the board dies. So he goes to me, he's like, man, I can't really do anything with it. You can keep it. If you can fix it, just keep it, right? So what do? I got a friend of mine that lives in Manchester, right? He goes, I call him up, I met him online, Bill, and Bill goes, yeah, just come by, I'll revive the board, right? So I throw him I think it was like 30 or 40 bucks, right? He goes, revives the boards for me, rewrites the EPROMs, gets rid of the battery, board works fine, right? So one day he comes up and we start playing ST. I said, oh, I managed to get that board up and running. All right, so when are you going to give it back to me? You just told me you're going to give me the fucking board. What do you mean give it back to you? What, are you out of your mind? I just paid $40 to revive this, and you think I'm going to give it back to you? Okay. So and then this is when this.
Not gonna say
So and then right after what happens, the T-shirt thing happens.
Yeah.
So you know what I say? Fuck it, I ain't giving you shit back. So I'm keeping the board, right? For the T-shirt, for the $300 that you owe me in fucking T-shirts.
Huh.
There you go.
There you go. Okay, time for the real story in the real order that it happened. Okay, so years ago,
Listen to
we're all
this
going Super Bowl together,
bullshit.
And one day, John Howard over my house. I don't remember for what. Probably a co-op or something. Howard's looking all over my house. Don't ask me why. And he finds a Super Turbo board under my bed. It was in a plastic box. A cardboard box. What's a Super Turbo board? He doesn't explain. A Super Turbo board is a game cartridge. Think of when you have a Super Nintendo. You put in a game cartridge. A Genesis. You put in a game cartridge. Okay, but it's for an arcade game. A arcade game cartridge is giant. It's huge. It's like this tall, this wide, and it plugs into a board with fucking transistors and shit all sticking out. That's how you would swap games in arcades. You pop this board off, put a different board on, and now you have a different game playing on that cabinet. Okay. Why the hell did I have a Super Turbo board under my bed? Because I was a tournament organizer on the East Coast of the United States in the late 2000s, and I ran a few tournaments where we needed Super Turbo boards for them, and I bought those boards off of eBay and used them in a tournament. Okay? So one day, John and Howard over my house, Howard's snooping around, finds this board under my bed. Says, what the hell is this doing here? Are you gonna ever use it? I said, nope.
Oh, bull fucking shit. There is no way this person that you claim multiple times in this video was not a friend, was snooping around your house, went underneath your bed and found this. There is not a fucking chance in hell of this being true. I've never... Fuck, I don't know what under my brother's bed. Probably sex toys. He has a lot of them. I know that, but I don't care. It's his, what him and his lady do, whatever. But I don't go under his bed. We've known each other for going on 40 fucking years. I've never been under his bed. He's never been under mine. There is no way this person that... He's not my friend. He's not my friend. Only Rambo was my boyfriend. He was never my boyfriend. I had nothing to do with Howard. Yeah, but Howard came home and he was snooping under my bed, there is not a fucking chance in hell of that being true.
Probably not. He says, does it work? I said, I don't know. You gonna have it? Sure, why not? Take it. I don't care. What do I give a fuck about, right? Take it. It's
So you did tell him, take it. You don't care about it.
useless. It's under my bed. I'm not gonna run any more.
Exactly. Why would he be going under DSP's bed? It makes no
I don't know anything
sense.
about him restoring the board or anything till like later. We start going over his house. Apparently the board's restored. He says we can use it. I think we might have played on it a few times on his cabinet. I'm not sure. I don't care. Have the board. I don't care. You're my friend. I'm never gonna use it. It's under my bed. Collecting fucking dust bunnies. Take it. Okay? Phil wants it back. No. I don't want. What do I want the board back for? I don't have a cabinet. What the fuck do I want a super turbo board back for? Okay?
Because now it works, and now you see value in it. When it was broken, you saw no value in it. Now that it works, you see value in it. Now you want it back. Why would Howard lie about something like this? It makes no sense.
I'm never gonna use it. It's sitting under my bed collecting dust bunnies. You recharge the battery. You're using it. In your house.
Nice desktop.
Why would I ask for the board back? I don't remember asking for the board back. If I did, I would think it would have been in a joking manner. But apparently, Howard hates my guts so much he doesn't understand that. Okay? But I didn't want a super turbo board back from this guy. He essentially just had it for free. Okay? Years later, the Project 7 thing happened. I spent $900 on shirts. He, later on, throws in his $300, says he wants in on the investment. All right? John and OJ have the shirts. They're at OJ's house. John's trying to sell them on his website. No one's buying them. They sold like 1 or 2 shirts. So when we went to conventions, they would bring the shirts along to the convention. We would sell them at the convention. We sold a few shirts. What did they never mention? Oh, I paid Howard for the money of the t-shirts at the conventions. Absolutely, I did. We split the money. Split it. Everyone got a cut. Okay? Everyone made their money on the shirts for what we sold at conventions. Never explained, never elaborated on this video, right? Never happened. Sure. So after all our convention runs are done because Project 7's done, now we got a fucking thing full of shirts that are worthless. They're sitting in OJ's basement. John says to me, what should we do with these shirts? I said, throw them out. I outright told him this. I said, John, throw them out. We don't want to deal with these ever again. Trust me on this. Throw the shirts out. They're worthless. Okay? Okay. One day before I'm moving out of Connecticut, John comes over to help me pack up for the move. And what does he bring with him? The fucking shirts. He plops them down on my floor and says, oh, here's your shirts back. I said, what the fuck is this? He goes, it's your shirts. I said, I don't want these. I told you to throw these out like last year, 2 years ago. What are they? Oh, they were just sitting in OJ's basement for years. Oh, why? Okay. So what am I supposed to do with these now? Right? Now, I don't want them, but they're in with all my moving shit, right? Because he brought them over during my move. So guess what happens? I accidentally moved them with my shit. I didn't actually mean to, but you're marking like 100 boxes to move and shit. You're putting stickers on it. I'm not thinking. Come to find out, I'm not kidding. That box of shirts that I already paid $900 for and I'm never getting my money back for cost me about another $75 to move across the country. Yes, no exaggeration. The company ripped me off that was moving my shit across the country and charged me an exorbitant amount of money for boxes. And so I ended up...
You could have done it yourself. You could have gotten a pod. You didn't have to pay a company to do this. You shipped the car across the country. You and Panda could have had a great American road trip from East Coast to West Coast, seeing the sights, recording all of it, and you didn't. You were a bitch and you paid a company to do it for you.
Paying more money to move them to Washington, okay? So now I'm sitting here in Washington. Now, in the meantime, in the interim of that, Howard says to me one day, because I'm moving, right? I'm moving across the country. He goes, I still got your super turbo board. And just so you know, you never paid me for the $300 for the shirts that never sold, but it was a wash. It's okay. But in exchange for that, I'm going to keep your super turbo board because we use it. We got it on my cabinet. We use it. So I'm just going to keep that. And I said, that sounds like a great idea. Now we don't have to worry about, money owed and shit between friends when I move. You keep the board. I keep the shirts. It's a wash, right? There you go. That was what happened. It wasn't, he's secretly keeping the board to spite me. He asked me if he could keep it. I said, yes, you can have it. I already gave it to you years ago. You've been using it all along. Why would I want the board back? Like, why would Phil want a fucking super turbo board back? I don't have a cabinet. It's a worthless piece for me. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense to say that I would want it back. And, I really got him. I really poked at him by keeping his board because he owed me money. No, Howard. That never happened. You are so...
Why would Howard lie about this
stuff? That he's like a badass and he's like sticking it to everyone around him.
Some of his fans, I believe.
Stuff never happened.
I bet believe him.
He's in person. Howard is the nicest person you will ever meet. But it seems to me like behind your back, he's probably one of the meanest dudes. Like, I can't believe the shit he's saying in this video. That's blatantly lies. Okay, blatantly lies. So let's recap one more time. I paid $900 for the shirts. He wanted in on them and paid $300 later after I'd already financed the shirts. Okay? Then he got paid for all the shirts that had ever sold. So he got his cut of the shirts that sold at conventions and things. He got paid for those. I wanted the shirts thrown out. They were brought to my house against my will. Okay? I paid $75 more.
They forced him to take those shirts, guys. He didn't want those shirts. They forced him to take them.
How much more do I have to spend on them? Right? Then on top of that, he tells me I'm keeping your super turbo board to pay for the shirts. Okay, keep it. So we're even Steven. Where the fuck does this story come from? Right? I'll tell you where the story comes from. the trolls. Because as guilty as I always was of buying into the troll shit, they were just as guilty. When I started putting up those shirts on my Patreon, which I owned once, twice over, paid the shit out of them at this point, okay? Trolls start, oh, but you don't own those. Those shirts don't just have your face on them. There's Johnny Howard on it. Don't you feel bad selling those shirts on Patreon? Which I wasn't selling them. They were patron perks, okay? They weren't actual outright sale. I wasn't selling a t-shirt on the internet, okay? But there you go. Like, oh, don't you think that, you know, that's messed up? No, it's not messed up. It's not. I own the shirts way over the cost of what they should have been to begin with, okay? And it's ludicrous. This guy was paid. He's keeping my Super Turbo board. I challenge you now to go look on the internet and find a Super Turbo board. They're not even available anymore. They're collector's items. They go for a ridiculous amount of money.
Maybe that's why you wanted to keep it, because they go for a ridiculous amount of money.
Today, okay? I don't want to hear this bullshit. It's bullshit. It's petty. It's a ridiculous thing. You want to say Phil fucked up Project 7 because he was talking shit publicly about he wrote it all. Fact. That's a fact. Maybe not in so many of those words, but that's a fact. Phil did not directly pay us for Project 7. That's a fact, except for Rambo, who got paid even though there was no money. I paid him to basically get a car. It's a fact. Phil sold shirts he didn't fully own. That is a bull-faced fucking lie. That is 100% fake. He made it up because he wanted to razz me. He wanted to get me. They were upset with the fact that over the years they didn't like me anymore. They had this built-up resentment. I had a shirt with their faces on it. I owned them fully, but he wanted to say, oh, Phil is such a jerk. He owed me money. I don't owe him shit. Still don't owe you shit. Okay? You're out of your mind. This guy, again, why is he in this fucking video? This video was supposed to be the friendship of me and John Rambo.
You stated multiple times that he was not your friend, but you've also stated multiple times that he was your friend. I never had a discussion like that because they were my friends. Now a discussion like that with Howard because he was my friend. By the way, Howard was never my friend. Only John Rambo was my boyfriend.
And he has fully interjected himself into the situation as a third party that was barely involved in the issues between me and John Rambo, yet he's the one narrating. He's the one telling the story. Like, what is going on here? You have no idea when I first watched this video how fucked up it was. I was like, what is this shit? I can't even believe this is on the internet like this. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, that's the end of Project 7. They're going to move on to other stuff. So, let's split the part. Oh, boy. Okay. Guys, I need to quickly run downstairs and pop a Tylenol. Like, my blood pressure has gone up, and I got a headache. I need to go get a Tylenol and grab something else to drink very quick. I'm not going to go away for more than, like, 2 minutes.
The man is dying because he sat there for a couple hours. He needs medication. He is dying. This man is dying in front of our very eyes because he sat there for a couple hours.
I'm just going to go pop some Tylenol and get another fresh drink, a cold drink, and then we're going to continue, okay?
Makes you wonder how many behind-the-scenes tips he's getting right now that he's not telling people about, that he can go run downstairs and spend real quick in WWE champions.
I'll be right back. Me, but actually I need to let it play for an extended period of time for them to get through it. And there's actually a segment that's me talking that I need to let play too. All right. You guys ready? Here we go. Oh, man. All right. All right, everyone. I'm back. My blood pressure's high. I'm a little upset about that last part. No kidding, right? Let's continue. If you have not watched the first 3 parts, I strongly recommend you do. That entire last part was about Project 7. Now we're past that. We can continue on. Let's continue on.
That's the thing, like, you shouldn't have to go to your friend consistently and bring up, like, why did you say this? Please give me the money you owe me. This isn't fair. You know,
Yeah.
It puts you in a terrible position to have to keep doing that and stuff.
But then it gets to a point where you just get irritated because the guy don't give a shit about you or anyone else. That's what's irritating the most, man.
So, again, since I'm addressing things I've said publicly and giving you my side, some other things happened over the years, man. I'll get into this quickly. Some things started going down, man. More of him, again, like I said earlier, exaggerating things, putting words in my mouth, whatnot. So there's a situation that goes down where it involves, of all things, Howard, Mario Party.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm just going to let this entire story play. 100% of this story is true. I am 100% guilty, so I can sit back and relax and shake my head at what a fucking asshole I was. Ready?
Involving Mario Party. People were going out there and saying, you know, because we're doing a lot of co-ops, they're like, we want to see you play Mario Party with John. We want John and Phil to play Mario Party. Please play it. Phil decides he wants to play with his girlfriend, which is perfectly fine. I really don't care. It's perfectly cool. And just to put it out there, I have no problem with his girlfriend. I've met her a couple times. She was very nice to me. I got nothing bad to say. She's cool people to me. Okay?
That's my ex. Been out of the picture for many, many, many years. That's all we got to say about it. Let's continue.
Okay, so he wants to play with his girlfriend. He makes a video where he says that John doesn't want to play Mario Party. John likes gritty, mature type games. he doesn't want to play that. I'm going to play it with my girlfriend. It's flat out lie. I was up for playing whatever he wanted to play, especially if people wanted us to play it. And, you know, to prove my statements correct and to support them, look at the stuff that we did play. So much crazy stuff, all the Connect games, Kung Fu Riders, whatever else, man. Whatever he wanted to do, whatever the people wanted us to do, I would certainly do it.
Oh yeah, I could do a testament to that because you and I played some really shitty games, man.
And started to dispute that. So I draw the line to Mario Party, but everything else is fine.
Yeah.
So what happens is he says, "Oh, John doesn't want to play that," you know. And this is something people are asking for. So what happens? The common theme: people get pissed at me, and I start getting while I'm going about my business during the day. I start getting messages, and people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit. Maybe not exactly that, but along those lines, man.
Fucked up. That's what he was getting.
And again, I
up.
bring this up to his attention because he wants to talk about how, you know, you're supposed to say things that you feel if you're a man and whatnot. So as I've already given you several examples, here's another one. And I tell him what's up. He apologizes, just like the several times before that, and starts to click. You know, if someone just keeps saying sorry when they do something, they're not really apologizing, right? If apologizing isn't just words, it's I will not do this thing again.
So,
Yeah, on
again,
DSP's
timeline.
eyes, he's clearly
Okay.
Jesus.
Because the way this video
And
was
Rambo
presented
is Judas.
Phil made a video about us on Thanksgiving, right? Phil unfollowed us on Thanksgiving the year before. Phil did something wrong with Project 7. He spoke out of turn, saying that I didn't write the series, and he apologized profusely for that. Okay. Phil said that Respect the Pack didn't want money. Okay. Right? Well, I mean, I'm going in order now that was just discussed in the video. Okay. So now he says the next situation where there was a real issue between me and Phil was that he lied about Mario Party. Okay. He's right. 100% correct. I lied. I made it up. All right. I mean, you want the justification? There is none. My ex wanted to play Mario Party with me, and everyone wanted me to play it with Rambo, but my ex wanted to play it, so we played it, and I lied. That's it. Stupid, bad, dumb, you know. And he took the heat for it. He did. He got harassment online that he was the reason why we weren't playing Mario Party together, which is bullshit. Okay. So this is the second time in our history together that John confronts me about something. You know, he says, why are you saying these things? To which I apologized to him. I said, no, you know, you're right. This is me being stupid, being, again, insecure on the internet, having a face to the public. You know, this is the second time. First time, I basically said you weren't as big a part of Project 7 as you were. I shouldn't have ever made that video. This time, I'm lying about, you know, Mario Party, okay? So I was friends with John since the mid-2000s, up until at this point, that's like 2013, maybe 2014, but I think this was 2013. And the entire time we're friends, there's 2 times that John is mad at me for something. Each time, he addresses it, I apologize, I admit I did wrong, and we apparently got over it, right? Like, again.
Here's the thing, DSP. Oh, I'm sorry for breaking your window. 3 days later. I'm sorry for breaking your window. Next week. I'm sorry for breaking your window. Well, how about you stop hitting golf balls towards my house? No. By the way, I'm sorry for breaking your window again. If you commit an action, you apologize, and you stop doing that action, alright, apologies accepted. If you commit an action, apologize for it, do the action again, apologize for it, do the action again, well, eventually, I'm sorry is done. I'm sorry doesn't cut anymore. Stop hitting golf balls at my house. Maybe, just maybe, you'll stop breaking my fucking window.
Again, did John say, man, that's the last straw? You're
Terrible,
we're
Wesley.
Not co-op with you anymore. We're not going to do smart guys. We're going to not be friends ever again. No, that didn't happen. Life continued. We buried the hatchet, right? We did. So he's bringing these up in the video, but we were fine. So how is this anything to do with the fact that you ghosted me for a year and a half and then kept changing your tune when it came to making content with me, but then wouldn't tell anyone on the internet but me? Making me the guy who has to tell everyone everything you're saying because you won't tell anyone. You're silent on the matter publicly, right? I don't get it. The whole point here is, you know, he made mistakes and apologizing. If he keeps apologizing, it doesn't make any. It's not truthful. He's just saying it. Okay, but then fine. Then why didn't the relationship end there? What are you talking about? If you didn't trust me then, why did the relationship continue on? Why do we have a friendship for another 2+ years? It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? These were things that were done and handled, but apparently not. On my end, they were because he told me they were. I can only know as much as he tells me. Again, I'm not psychic. There's another theme of this. I'm not psychic. It's like I was supposed to be psychic and know this and that about this and that when no one said a word to me, right? I'm not psychic. I didn't know that he was still pissed about that. We talked about it. Apparently, it's done. But now, I can't trust him. Oh, but I was still his friend. Still did co-op. I still got a paycheck. We still went on trips. Like, huh? What is? I don't get it. That again, very confusing to me. All right, let's continue.
Because I feel bad about it. If you keep doing the thing, it's not actually an apology. What do you think about that?
No, I agree with you 100%. And it seems as if it's like a
Keep
common
doing
theme.
It was twice so
where
far. Twice.
He wants to do something.
Over a decade-long friendship.
And
Twice.
somebody keeps, like I was telling you, man, he falls right victim to it all the time. Somebody keeps prodding him
That's
through
correct.
social media or whatever
He's right
for
there.
X, Y, and Z, and he falls right into the trap.
Yeah.
And it happens every single time. He could have just been upfront and said, "Well, I want to play Mario Party with my girlfriend, and that's it."
But he wants to look. I have to make myself look good.
Yeah,
I'll blame it on John.
I'll blame it on John.
That big nose piece of shit.
I don't know about that.
He did not say that. I'm not saying that. I'm just joking
No.
there. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, here's my scapegoat that I can get out of this situation. Because if I play with her, people are gonna dumb down the video or something, or be mad that John's not there. So he didn't want to play it. Right?
Yeah.
Let's get into some stuff here. Basically, from when he moved. In the Thanksgiving video that he put out, his timeline is completely fucked. He talks about how we had plans in the fall. He was going to move. He moved in June. And John and I had plans in the fall. We were going to start doing stuff. Now, on this same channel that he's saying these things on, there's videos from that time period he's talking about doing stuff in that summer. So his timeline is screwed, man.
Yeah, but the timeline he's talking about is the newly established timeline. Like, again, okay, I guess I gotta go through this quickly. When I moved out here, the whole intention was that within a few weeks, maybe a month, we were gonna start doing content together again over the internet. A digital version of our commentary show, Smart Guys, over Skype, and maybe co-op gameplay over the internet like we had done before. He's the one who said, no, I can't do it, okay? So he's talking about a video from Thanksgiving of 2015. That's the abridged, or the amended timeline. The amended timeline was he told me we could do stuff in the fall. So that's why I said in the video from 2015, well, the idea was we were gonna go out there and play in 2015. Right? I'm just giving the amended timeline based on what he told me, so why is this an issue? He's like, oh, here's evidence that Phil's lying in the video. That's not a lie. That's what you changed the timeline to. This is a year and a half later. Of course, I'm going to tell people what the current timeline was, not the original one that got changed. What are you talking about, John?
It's not true. There's no plan to wait till the fall or anything like that. Basically, what he said was after he moves in a couple weeks, we'll start doing things. So he moves in June, things are fine. I actually go there and help him move some stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, let's get into this. So no, I'm not upset that he moved. Okay, and I'm angry or jealous or something, or I got left behind or something like that. If someone's moving, by the way, I've said this to him. I've said this publicly on the show. Before he moved, he was on the show with me. If someone is moving or making a change in their life because they feel it will improve their life, I support that 100%. Just like I've always supported him 100%. You know, or anyone, man. Howie, if you tell me you're moving to Iceland tomorrow because it's going to give you a better life, I'm going to be over there helping you pack, dude.
Cool.
You know, how could you feel otherwise? And that's my take on that, man. Have you had friends that moved away? Do you hate them for doing that?
No, still talk to them
course
and
not.
everything else. And, going back, I wanted to touch a little bit on that whole moving thing, I
Excuse
was a little
Gatling
upset.
gun.
I was very upset at the fact that he...
If only he was as
he
effective
sent
as the
me a
Gatling
text
gun,
message,
though.
like last minute, asking me to do like a co-op.
Okay, he's gonna get into this story, which I forgot. I didn't even realize this was next. I thought it was a different thing coming up. The only reason John talked about that in that segment is because I brought it up in that Thanksgiving video that we watched at the very beginning of this. And in that video, I said, I don't know. Maybe he's resentful that I moved. I don't know. I literally say it's all me guessing because John hasn't said a word to me about why he won't talk to me anymore. Okay. So he's only directly addressing what I suggested and saying it's not true. However, I will direct your attention. I don't have it in this video, and I should have. I'll direct your attention to the final podcast that I ever appeared on when I lived in Connecticut. All right. It was a goodbye show. I got to a segment, Goodbye Phil or whatever. I don't know when the show was. But in that segment, basically, we have a really good heartfelt segment that wishes me the best. It's him and OJ and me all talking. OJ's his friend, who he did the podcast with. And we had a great conversation. And I got off the show, okay? And that was it for me. I started getting messages later that night. People were like, Phil, or not later that, because he didn't do the show live. He did it, he uploaded it to YouTube after the fact. So whenever it went live, I started getting messages from my fans, some of my fans, and actually a couple of my moderators again. And they go, Phil, are you aware that John, when you left the show, said this? I was like, what? What did he say? He basically made a joke with OJ, his friend, that now OJ's not going to abandon him, is he? And they said, even though it came off, or he spun it as a joke, it was very creepy. And people actually took it as like, even though he didn't outright say it, that it kind of had a nugget of truth in it, that he really was sad that you were moving away. And that was his way to kind of say it. And I'm like, no, I didn't hear that. I watched it back. I was like, he did say it. He like literally everything on the show up to that point, he's like happy for you. Everything's good. And as soon as I'm off the show, he says to his friend, hey, so you're not abandoning me now, are you? It's like, wait, what? Huh? It kind of almost negates the whole segment of the show. All right. So that's why I always had this bug in the back of my head wondering, was there resentment that I left Connecticut and there was no more in-person co-op? There was no more traveling for events or anything, right? All went away when I moved. Okay. That's just a guess. He says no. I believe him. I do. But that's why I brought it up in the Thanksgiving video. And that's why he's addressing it here. Now we're going to talk about, here we go again. Something else with Howard. I don't know why Howard is involved. This is supposed to be a video about me and my relationship with John, right? But here we go.
Also, how is this supposed to be a video about you and John? John and Howard sit down, make a video, and your biggest complaint is, it's supposed to be about me and John. I sat down and did a video with GTG discussing the hoax of the moon landing and JFK and stuff like that before. How come Agent Proper didn't watch the video and go, how come this video is supposed to be about GTG? How come James keeps talking about it, guys? GTG is supposed to be talking about the JFK assassination, not James. When? Because there was a GTG and James Lesser video discussing conspiracy theories. So John and Rambo and Howard sit down, do a video together about how much of a piece of shit you are. Maybe that's why Howard's in the video.
Here we go. Another Howard segment. And let's do it. Here we go. Ready?
with
At
him.
least he wanted to sleep with him.
And basically, actually, let me retract on that. Basically, I think what ended up happening was I got caught. Like he sent me a text message, I agreed to it, and I think I got caught in like a jam with something.
Uh-huh.
And I told him, I'm like, dude, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. You know, I got some stuff going on, and this and that. And basically, he makes me feel like shit. Because he writes back, he goes, well, if you don't show up, it just basically solidifies the fact that we're not friends.
Wow.
And dude, he made me feel like shit. Like seriously, like shit.
Yeah.
So what I said was, I you know, it was something I had to do with Jasmine. I told Jasmine, I go, listen, I'm just gonna go. You know, I'm gonna end up going to this thing. The guy's leaving, and you know, whatever. So we go. You know, we do our playthrough or whatever, right? So he goes ahead after the fact, never sends me a text message. Doesn't call me. Doesn't ask me how I'm doing.
From when he moves.
From when he moves. So from that point, I sent him a couple of text messages here and there, and I'm gonna go into something, John, because this basically goes in line into what we were talking about.
Yep.
So I sent him text messages, some random ones, you know, Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving. Doesn't reply back. So I thought that he changed his number.
Okay, so he moves in June.
Yeah.
He's never changed his number.
So I never hear from him again. So
Okay. Let's talk. Again, we already talked about this in this React, all right? I did not have a close personal friendship with Howard. The communications I had with Howard were like, hey, are we going to do Project 7? Are we working on that? Or are we going to go to a convention together? Let's convene on that. Let's talk about that. When we first had started being friendly, he would invite me over to his home to play Super Turbo with everybody else, okay? I think what happened was during the course of Project 7, Howard started to hate me, okay? He just hated my guts. He was mad that I was making so much money and they didn't make anything on Project 7. He was mad that apparently I owed him money for the shirts. He was mad about a lot of things. I get the feeling there's a lot of resentment there, and he basically
Mad at you because I don't have any money to pay you. By the way, guys, check out my brand new BMW Series 3.
he was very angry that, you know, I don't know, maybe I had things he didn't have. Who knows? I don't know because he never told me, okay? What I noticed was a pattern of increasingly bad, negative behavior towards me, starting with the adjournment of Project 7 in late 2012, even though we did continue to travel and do other things, okay? Definitely, one thing I noticed was he basically, like when he was having a get-together for Super Turbo, okay? He used to text me about it and say, Phil, I'm having a get-together for Super Turbo on such and such a date. I hope you can come, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, he stopped texting me entirely, okay? Anything like that. It was John who would contact me and say, hey, Phil, just so you know, we're all going over Howard's on Saturday for Super Turbo. You could come too. And I was like, but he didn't invite me. No, you're invited. Oh, okay. And I would go over and it would be fine. I would show up. You know, it's not like he was like, what the fuck are you doing here? You know, apparently I was invited. I don't know. Now in retrospect, I almost wonder if I wasn't. You know, I almost wonder if actually, because now you think back, like I say, hindsight's 2020. I wonder if he really didn't want me there. You know, and it was John who was like, dude, why are you being like this, Howard? Like, dude, he didn't do nothing wrong. What are you talking about? You know, let him. You know, he's a Super Turbo player. He's renowned. We're gonna learn from him. We play with him. He's a guy's guy. You know, what are you doing? Why are you being like this? Who knows? I don't know. Right? But again, I stopped getting the direct messages and invites from him. It was always like through Rambo. Again, we did not have direct, friendly conversation. Rambo, every week we had friendly interactions and conversations as friends. He was come over to do co-op. We'd have that hour, 2 hours before we even started recording to talk about personal shit. Okay? I never had that with Howard, ever. Only when we were over at his place to do something, to film, to play Super Turbo, whatever. That's when we had our interactions. Okay? In the end of the time that I was in Connecticut, Howard and other people in the Super Turbo community were going to tournaments and stuff themselves and not inviting me anymore. Like, I didn't even know they were going. And then I would hear through John, oh, they're going to the tournament this weekend. I was like, they are? I didn't know anything about it. So essentially, I know what happened. He really got upset with me over the Project 7 thing. He never said a word. And he became passive-aggressive. Instead of, oh,
passive-aggressive,
he
guys.
He basically saw me.
Is that the new
toxic
buzzword
in his
today,
life.
DSP?
Who knows?
Passive-aggressive?
Now, along these lines, at the same time this is all happening, Howard was infamously known as the guy that when you invite him for something, or he says he's going to do something, he cancels. Okay? Not just me saying this. Everyone says this. At this time, I don't know what was going on with his personal life or whatever, but he would frequently say, yes, I'm going to be there. Yes, I'm going to do that. Yes, I will be involved. And then he cancels at the last minute. Okay? He had done this to Rambo frequently when Rambo was trying to film Shotman and Hole Punch, where he's like, oh, we're going to do scenes today. Cancel. Okay? So this is a running thing. John and I would talk about this all the time. That Howard was an infamous canceller, and we didn't know what was going on. Okay, all you could do is speculate. Maybe it has something to do with his personal life, with his girlfriend, or whatever. Who knows? I don't know. I don't care. I just, you know, if you try to get Howard involved in, oh, there's a 3-player game coming up. Should we invite Howard to play? And John would be like, I don't know, man. You don't know if he's going to show up or not. And like, you know, you're right. We don't even know if he's going to show up or not. I don't know. So do we invite him or not? Okay? So, again, now in retrospect, maybe he canceled on me because he didn't like me. I don't know. I think that's what it probably was. I'm just speculating. He never told me. Okay? So, after all this time, finally, it's time for me to move. We're mid-2014. And I had told everyone about the final party for weeks on end. I was bringing back people who hadn't been in my place in years, people from the old school days of me playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 who I hadn't seen in years. You know, this is a big to-do, a big shebang. I wanted everyone there who wanted to hang out with me for a final time because it was a way for me to say, hey, come on over, we're going to party, I'll pay for it, we'll have food, we'll have booze, we'll have games, we'll have a great old time, okay? Was there recording during that? Yes, absolutely there was. Was it meant to be, oh, this is a giant co-op gameplay event? No, it was not. That was not what it was supposed to be. Now, Howard here references 2 completely different events as one. He's saying there was a final co-op event or whatever. But then he's talking about, you know, like the final party, he's going away forever or whatever. They're 2 completely different events, okay? But he's referencing them as one. I don't know how he got them confused. Apparently he did. Okay, so we were supposed to have 2 events. One was going to be a final co-op where Howard and John were going to come back and we were going to do co-op gameplay along with your friend Joe of the Mario and Sonic Olympic Games playthrough. This was agreed to weeks in advance. This was not supposed to be my go-away party. Okay, it wasn't. This is
God, what a bitch.
so he agrees to it. All right. Now John says, I don't know, Phil.
Maybe 5 or 6
I don't
people,
know
I'm
about
sure.
this. You know, he does this all the time. He says he's going to show up. He's not going to show up. Last minute, within 24 hours of this event supposed to be happening, all right, he tries to cancel. Does he have, like, oh, now, by the way, it's fully known I'm moving. This is it. This is the last thing we will be involved in together. This is the last hurrah, the goodbye. Phil, thanks for everything. Have a good life in Washington. We'll, hopefully we'll talk or whatever when you move or whatever. So, fine, okay. He tries to cancel. He texts me and says, I got caught up with something I'm doing with my girlfriend. I can't come. I was like, dude, I knew this was going to happen.
First of all, what a bitch. Second of all, people cancel plans. Plans change. Hey, guys, I'll be meeting up with you at 10:55 for tea time. Oh, no, guys, I just got called into work. I can't make it. Are they going to go on a 11-hour, 17-minute, and 38-second rant about, hey, he canceled plans. We're all going to go golfing, and he canceled plans because he got called into work, guys. It's bullshit. No. They're going to go golfing. They're going to have a good time. They're going to lie about the scores. Well, I'm stuck at work. Dicks.
So, I texted him. I said, Howard, now this is me paraphrasing. I don't have the text anymore. It's basically, Howard, I'm going to be honest with you, all right? I don't know if you got a problem with me or not. I don't understand what's going on. I definitely have noticed a change in attitude towards me these last few years, all right? I really don't know. It's a personal issue with you on your side. If I did something wrong, I have no idea. I wish I knew, okay? But this is literally the last time that you can spend with me before I move. We may never even see each other in person again. I mean, John and I have plans to do cooperative shit. We don't. So this is it. This is like the goodbye celebration for us to do this final cool playthrough. It'll last in history forever, For you to cancel like this last minute, it's not like,
I'll for the sub, WWE fan.
24 hours of it happening, saying you can't come. I get the feeling that there's
How's
an
it
issue.
going?
So what you're essentially saying is, whatever this thing is that you're doing with your girlfriend, I don't know if it's important or not. If it's important, fine. Tell me that. Say this is a really important event. I need to be with my girl or whatever. If that's what it is, that's what you're telling me here. Okay, I'll accept it. But if this is just you dodging me, like, think about how messed up that is.
Well,
This
he's
is you
dodging
saying
me,
You don't value
guys.
all the years of friendship that we've had anymore. Even if you don't even like me anymore, just to show up for one last time, to say goodbye. Like, you wouldn't even have to give him that. You know what I mean? Is it a guilt trip? Fuck yeah, it is. Fuck yes, it is. I guilt tripped him because I couldn't believe that someone who I supposedly was friendly with all these years, we'd done all this work together, we had all these fun times together outside of the work, as Super Turbo players, as Street Fighter players, as friends, I thought, okay? I thought that this would have been something meaningful to him. This is the last chance you will ever see me, possibly. And you're telling me you can't show up within 24 hours of when you said you would already be here because you have to do something with your girlfriend. Don't you think she'll understand? To say, my friend's moving away permanently, I'd like to do this with. So here it is. Howard didn't want to say no because he thought that I would then probably publicly say to my audience, Howard doesn't want to come. He didn't want to deal with the repercussions of that, right? He didn't. So he lied. He said he wanted to come till the very last minute, and then he felt, I'm just going to cancel on him again like I always do. And I called him out on his bullshit for once. And I said, no, you're lying. You don't have anything to do with your girl. You don't. I know it. I know you're full of it. So it's that simple. You're lying to me.
How the fuck would you know if he has plans with his girlfriend or not? Are you his girlfriend? I know you want to be John Rambo's girlfriend, but are you Howard's girlfriend? No? Then how would you know what her plans were? Yeah, I thought they weren't friends. Why are you so upset about someone who's not your friend not coming to your party?
I'm not dumb. So if you ever cherish our friendship, you'll
Yes,
actually
you are
want to say
dumb.
goodbye, or else don't come, in which case I know that you don't like me anymore. Okay?
Never cherished our friendship. You have spent majority of the stream screaming, he was never my friend. He's not my friend. Shut the fuck up.
He showed up. We did the playthrough. He said no complaints when he showed up, right? Nothing. Again, this guy is like, it seems to me like this guy is behind the scenes of anything. He will talk shit about you. He will fucking do whatever. But when it comes to being presented with the person you have a problem with or the issue, there's nothing, right? I couldn't believe it, man. I really couldn't believe the way he was behaving near the end there. It was out of control, all right? So he's presenting it to me as a plain lie, you know? Oh, I'll make it. I'll come. Last minute, oh, I can't come. You're lying. You didn't want to come to begin with. Or else, like, why did you lie to me for the whole time? I would have just told everyone, no, Howard isn't coming. Big deal. I would have been sad because I like the guy. I like the fact he's funny as hell. I like the fact that he adds something to a room with his comedy, with his personality. He gameplay is funny too. I mean, look at that last playthrough we did together. It was hilarious. He did funny things with John dancing around the room and shit. It was funny as shit, right? But it's pretty messed up that he acted like that and basically was passive aggressive to me for about 2 years since Project 7 ended, increasingly more and more and more. All right, and now he's a hard ass, right? Oh, I demanded that I keep his Super Turbo board to pay for the shirts. That didn't happen. Oh, I couldn't go to his final gathering ever, and he didn't understand. No, Howard, you lied to me. You said you were coming.
You lied to me.
It's the last time you're ever going to see me.
That works, guys. I guilted him. Exactly.
It's ridiculous. Anyone who's a friend with someone would say, what is he talking about here? He can't go to the last time he's ever going to see this guy ever? Maybe in life? He can't make it. Oh, okay. Well, your car exploded, right? Your house burned down, or, someone's in the hospital. Oh, no, I got caught up. I got to do something with my girl. Oh. That's like teenager shit. That's like, that's the shit that you tell someone you don't
You're
care
a
about.
teenager, so.
The dog ate my fucking homework. Oh, my girl said something. What are you talking about, man? I'm not stupid. I'm not born yesterday. And it really pissed me off. So, yeah, that was lastly the last real interaction that I had with Howard. He came, we did the co-op playthrough, great, done, over with, okay? So I move across the country, all right? And let's see, was I actively talking with Howard via text before I moved? No, he was already treating me badly. He didn't want to talk no more. He wasn't telling me about gatherings. He tried to cancel on our last meeting ever. So am I going to be talking with the guy friendly constantly via anything, text calls? Of course not. This is the last guy who wants to deal with me. He made that clear with his actions, I figured it out. So he claims, oh, I was texting him. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He was group texting me. When you group all your friends together, oh, happy holidays, everyone. And this group text. He was directly texting me about anything at all. It was only just like arbitrary group text for holidays and things like that. It was not just him. There was tons of people who I had who was doing that kind of stuff from back home. He was only one of many. I didn't respond to any of them. It wasn't like, oh, I was ghosting Howard and purposely not responding to that stuff. It was, you can tell when someone's being real with you and someone's completely faking, right? And he was just doing it to save face and say, oh, I don't have a problem with Phil. Look, he's on the group text that I sent out, everybody. But he wasn't talking with me otherwise. I wasn't talking with him. So that relationship is done. The relationship, again, that I had was with Rambo. We were talking, we were friendly, we were going to do content together, right? So the whole thing here with Howard makes no sense. Yet again, he keeps taking control of this video. He keeps acting like all this stuff is about him. It was never about him, ever. The issue was never with Howard. It was with Rambo ghosting me. That was the issue. I wasn't desperately trying to reach out to Howard and I couldn't get a good anything out of him. It wasn't the case at all, okay? Now, I believe they're about to get into the thing that I warned you guys about at the beginning. I said, there's a segment coming up that is incredibly personally hurtful to me, all right? I think I'm just going to let this play for a long time. We got the segment, they're going to talk, there's going to be a video, I'm going to talk, then they're going to talk. I'm going to let it go, and then at the end, I'm going to pause. I don't even know how I'm going to react. I don't. I've seen this a million times, and I still don't know how I'm going to react to this segment. I hope I don't punch a hole in my wall. I hope I don't cry. It's fucked up beyond belief, this next part, really. I can't believe it, that it exists, okay? Of all the things you can say about me, this is the one that's the tipping point for me, okay? I'm just going to let it roll. Let's do it, guys. And like I said, I don't think I'm going to have much to say. Let's just go.
Oh,
Let's just go, guys.
After him saying to you,
acting like his chat is stopping him from
we're
talking.
not friends, right?
There's no communication at all.
So, December 29th.
Yeah, she got all the Googats, unlike
rolls
him.
around last
Or
year,
Panda Lee.
Yeah, 2014.
and I get in 2014, and I get a message from Chris and a few other people.
I got to clarify, Chris is one of our Street Fighter friends from New York, and basically saying a few other people, this is our circle of Street Fighter player friends he's talking about.
Me too.
That Scott passed away.
Yeah, I start getting messages from Chris, and you called me as well.
Yep.
So you should set it up because it has to do with the Street Fighter community.
It has to do with the Street Fighter community.
Which is a group of people, and we don't talk every day to everybody.
Yep.
But it's a group of people that is kind of like a brotherhood, if you will. It might sound silly, but that's what it is to us. It's a brotherhood of people that spend a lot of time together playing games and traveling and whatnot. And when something like this happens, everyone contacts each other and we talk about it.
And we talk about it. So
one of the brothers has fallen.
Yeah. So basically, Scott, and what people fail to realize.
Oh no! Here comes the tears.
Scott is a very old school player.
Lack of tears, like Amber Turd.
The guy was playing since like World Warrior, and he's the true fucking road warrior.
True OG.
True OG to the point that, just to throw this out there, if you guys, if anybody that's on this video ever goes and looks this up, the video of Daigo going from the first time Daigo ever showed up in the U.S. and this was for an Alpha 3 tournament in the 90s. Alpha 3 or Alpha, I think it was Alpha 3. And he flies from Japan, and the Japanese media are following him around, and this is when he was going to play in this tournament, and he fought his opponent. Got fucking went from Connecticut to fucking California to play Alpha 3. Okay?
Yeah.
He's a fucking OG.
Yeah.
He doesn't play
OG.
anymore, but you got to give the guy respect for the accomplishments that he made in the Street Fighter community for the area that we live in.
Okay.
You know? So the guy passes away, right? So what do? I sent him a message.
And you're the only one, by the way, because I wasn't going to contact Phil because I wasn't talking to him at this point.
Yeah.
Somebody else wanted to talk to him. But Howard here, who hasn't heard from Phil at that point many months since he moved, you decide I'll be the one to tell Phil.
Yeah, so I sent him a message, and I go, I didn't say anything hi or anything like that. The only thing, because the last time I did that, he didn't reply back to me. I said, hey, Scott passed away. That's all I wrote. Doesn't reply back to me. Then, this is what fucking burns me, okay? Yeah. This shit fucking burns the fuck out of me. What does the guy do? A week or two later, makes a video about Scott passing away.
So let's actually start
Here it comes.
the video. So you heard what they had
Holy
to say
shit!
so
He's
far.
actually gonna play the video.
This is the video. And by the way, this is a segment of a podcast that I used to do called Hate Live. It's probably the worst named podcast in history. Obviously, it's not about hate. But we're not gonna get into that today. We can talk. You want to go watch the Down the Rabbit Hole Dark Side Phil? It explains that moniker is not what you think. If this is the first time you're ever hearing about it, all right. But this is a segment of a 2+ hour podcast that I'm doing. All right. This is not a separate video. This is not a special event or anything like that. This is just one segment of a podcast, a variety show that I used to hold on the internet. Here we go.
A segment that I wanted to take some personal time here to talk a little bit about a friend of mine, someone who I mentioned previously on Hate Live Podcast. All right, his name was Scott Hovanissian. In the Street Fighter community, he was actually went by the nickname Vincent Del Pino, and he was, first of all, much older than pretty much anyone who back in Connecticut when we were originally kind of coming up and playing Street Fighter. He was about maybe I'd say 10 years older, if not a little bit even older than that, than most of us. And he is known as one of the people who was kind of around the Street Fighter community in its very early grassroots. So we're talking when Street Fighter 2 was first taking off, he would be the guy that would fly out to Chicago and had friends out in that area who held a tournament called Midwest Championships. And he was a not best friend, but a very close friend of Jason Wilson, who was one of the most known, most renowned tournament organizers for Street Fighter.
How would you know he wasn't his best friend?
And,
did he tell you?
So basically, Scott
No.
was very ingrained and involved in the grassroots Street Fighter community before it blew up, before it became this, oh, it's digital now and everyone plays everyone online. It was more about the in-person arcade experience. And I remember when I was growing up, in the 90s, playing Street Fighter in arcades, I had a friend of mine named T. Carter, who also I've talked about on the podcast before, who befriended this guy, Scott. I guess what happened was that Scott had started going to local arcades and seeing, gee, what's the local talent like in Connecticut? He was one of the guys who traveled out of the state to play classic Street Fighter, okay? But at the same time, he basically wanted to see what the local flavor was like. Who's good locally? Is there anywhere locally people who may be able to stand up to people outside of the state in a competitive nature? Again, keep in mind, everything was very small. There was maybe 2 or 3 major tournaments in the entirety of the United States in the 90s, okay? And so he, I remember, apparently befriended my friend T, and he'd gone to our local arcade, which was located actually in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and he went to our local arcade and watched T playing Street Fighter and was like, wow, this kid is really good. And I think that, looking at his skill level, the amount of stuff that he's pulling off that he figured out by himself, keep in mind, again, this was before the internet, right? Before everything was completely public on the internet. He said basically, wow, this kid could maybe stand up to others and could possibly even, be a tournament level competitor. And he was the person who kind of convinced T, come with me, even if it turns out to be nothing, come with me this once to the Midwest Championships. I want to see if you came out to a tournament and played people from all around the country, how you would do. And he actually, from what I understand, he paid T's way to go out to the Midwest Championships, and T ended up winning the very first ever Street Fighter Alpha 3 tournament ever held in the United States. It was held at Midwest Championships on arcade cabinets. They had gotten advanced copies that you couldn't get anywhere else in the country. Jason Wilson had gotten his hand on advanced copies of Street Fighter Alpha 3, and T ended up winning the whole tournament, to which he got a lot of respect and renown in the mainstream Street Fighter community. They were like, wow, that's pretty awesome that this kid, this unknown player, comes out from nowhere and ends up, winning this major tournament. And so when T came back from that event, he told me all about it or whatever. He's like, you got to start going to tournaments. I was like, how did you even know about this? I don't, again, no internet, right? The internet that existed was so basic. You didn't know about tournaments and stuff. He's like, oh, this new friend that I made, Scott, he's the one who put me out there, and you should really meet him. And I remember that T and I went to Scott's house this
Just
one
because
time.
you didn't know about it
Scott's
doesn't mean
house,
no one else
and
knew about
like I
it
said,
in
he's older, he's
DSP.
about 10, 15 years maybe older than us. So we're talking like probably at that time he was in his late 20s, maybe even early 30s. I don't know. I'm not 100%. I never really asked him how old he was because I didn't give a shit. And we go in his house, and he has an arcade cabinet in his freaking house. He's like, yeah, I play on this all the time. I play Super Turbo. Yeah, he was a Super Turbo player of all things.
So you wanted to use him just like you used Howard for his
He's
cabinet.
always really good with Zhang Yi. And Scott was a quirky guy. First of all, he's short, right? He was about, I'd probably say he was maybe about mid 5 feet to 6 feet tall, so he's much shorter than me. So probably mid 5 feet, 5'6", 5'7", something like that. And he had long brown hair that he always tied back in a ponytail. He looked like the guy literally looked like a grunge rocker from like the 1980s and maybe even early 90s. That's kind of how he dressed. All right. And he was always kind of like an outdoorsy guy. He always had a job where he was either hands-on, the kind of guy that would either be fixing arcade cabinets, so he's covered in like oil and shit and transistors, or at one point he was a landscaper. Then he was into electronics and speakers. So he was that kind of guy. He always had like tools around or whatever. So I go in his house. He has a freaking Street Fighter cabinet set up there, and we stand there playing Street Fighter for hours, which was out of control. Over the years, I got to know him a little better, and he always wanted me to travel. He's always trying to convince me to travel and go to these tournaments, to which I was like, I don't know. And then eventually I did. Eventually I started traveling. I went to the East Coast Championships, and he was there with us, and we went to many tournaments and stuff together. And then after that kind of died out, I'd probably say around maybe 2002-ish. I took a step back because that was the time when I was just finishing college, or I was in the middle of college into finishing college, and I really wanted to find a job that I could keep, and I wanted to basically pay my bills down so that I could get my own place and move out of my parents' house. And at that point, I'd say probably around 2002 to maybe 2004 or 5, even though I played Street Fighter, it was more of a casual thing, and I stopped really going to tournaments and stuff, but I lost track of contact with him during that period of time. And Scott he was a unique personality. Let me explain. He was the kind of guy that he could get along with anyone. He would joke around about stuff. He would be kind of like always the jokester, always trying to be funny. You ever watch when I do a playthrough, or even sometimes when I'm just having a casual conversation or a vlog, and I go, "Oh, you're a dick, man. You guys are a bunch of dicks, man." He used to do that all the time, and he was hilarious. He would just bust out with that in the middle of a conversation, and you'd laugh. And he was a little bit of a weird guy. I'm not gonna lie. My dad knew him because, again, when I was going to the arcade, my dad was like giving me rides to the arcade. This was before when I was a young teenager. I didn't have a car or anything, and Scott would be there playing games and hanging out with T. My dad was like, he's kind of a weirdo, but He was a fun weirdo, and that was the thing. Later on, years later, flash forward to the late 90s.
God, look at all
2000s,
those.
we were traveling
I'm not
together,
monetizing the
Scott would have
stream.
this truck,
Donations coming in,
We had like an
guys.
SUV / truck, and in the truck, he would have multiple TVs. Keep in mind, before
960
before flat
viewers.
screen TVs existed, he would have big tube TVs.
And that's how slow his chat goes.
and
Mind you, this is at
games
1.5
in
speed.
the truck, into his power
That's
adapters,
how
and he would play
slow
Street
his
Fighter
chat
from
is
the
at
way to a Street
1.5
Fighter tournament
speed.
in the back of his truck. That's the kind of guy that Scott was. It was pretty wild. The stuff that he you know, he came up with. Pretty insane. I actually, if you want to hear the story, a testament to how funny Scott was of a guy, go back to the episode of Hate Live where I talked about ECC stories. And if you remember, I talked about how in our hotel room at one time we were at the East Coast Championships, I had my laptop and I had a giant beastly Alienware laptop. I mean, this thing was like literally like this thick. It was a
Forgot this is in it. Here we go.
like a ridiculous amount. It was super heavy, right? And I guess I had some porn or something on there that I hadn't deleted. He starts looking on my laptop because I had it in the hotel room. It's my fault, right? It's my laptop. I shouldn't have had that shit in there in the hotel room for everyone to use. And he finally started playing it for everyone. He goes, "Hey, everyone, come over here. Take a look at this giant black meat." And people are like, "What?" And they run over. It's like porn with a black dude banging some white chick or something. It's like that was. I mean, he caught me.
White chick, I
laughing.
swear.
Everyone was having a good laugh. And I remember there was this time when we were all asleep in the hotel room and everyone was like trying to pass out. And they were all joking around, having fun. I was serious because I was super serious and I really wanted to do well at the tournament the next day. While everyone else there was really there to have fun. And we were all trying to go to sleep in the hotel room. And there was like maybe 10 of us all crammed into this hotel room. And Scott was sleeping under the sink, like in the side room. And he would go, "Oh yeah, oh yeah," and he would just start thumping. So it sounded like he was whacking off, and everyone would crack up, and I would get all pissed. "No, I need my sleep. Everyone quiet. I need to sleep." And you know, I was being an uptight idiot back then. But now I can look back and I can laugh and say that's some pretty funny stuff. But yeah, he was a character. He was, if anything, the best way to describe Scott is that he was a character. And I don't know what happened, what the situation is, because like I said, I haven't met Scott. I haven't seen Scott in over a decade. I mean, it's not been that long. I hadn't seen the guy. I hadn't heard about his health. I hadn't been involved with Street Fighter, so it's not like I've heard much about him or seen him or anything. And I do remember at one point, and this is pretty a bad situation, is that probably the early 2000s, I heard that Scott had gotten sick, like really sick, and no one would really talk about what it was. And then all of a sudden, like 2 months after you heard he got sick, you're like, "Oh, here's Scott's home. He wants us all to go over there." We went over there, and half of his face was paralyzed and just basically like this, like he couldn't even move it. Come to find out, as I told you, this guy, he always did physical things. He was a landscaper. He got bitten by a deer tick and got Lyme disease, didn't know it was Lyme disease, didn't get diagnosed by the doctor properly, ended up having a stroke. So this guy's whole side of his body and face had basically screwed up during the stroke, but after a few years, he rehabilitated it and he ended up going back and being, full capacity and living a full life. I know that he had a family and had kids, and I really, like I said, it's been over a decade. This is what happens. You're friendly with people because of a certain thing like Street Fighter, and then you kind of fall out of touch with them, and really I haven't heard from Scott in a long time. And then all of a sudden this week, I kind of got a few messages from people like Howard and a few other people back home who knew Scott, who kind of texted me and said, "Phil, I don't know if you heard, but Scott passed away." And I'm like, damn, I don't know what it was from, and is it a shock? Yeah, but at the same time,
White Walker Phil.
I haven't seen the guy. And
Not wrong, man.
Anything could have happened. You know what
He's
I mean? Like,
gone
anything could have happened.
downhill.
Who knows what happened to the poor guy?
Look how
But
full
to lose
of
someone
hair
like
he
that,
has
he
there.
literally was the guy who motivated people in
No
Connecticut
line down the
to get
middle
off their
trying
butts,
to
get out
cover
of
up
the
the
arcades.
bald
You gotta get
spot.
out there and you gotta try to play the other competition because it's a lot of fun to travel and to meet people. And I'll be honest, a lot of the times you guys have heard me gripe and complain about Street Fighter, and I openly admit that a lot of the time when I talk about Street Fighter, it kind of has a negative association with it because I'm like, damn, I spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of resources of my life traveling to play Street Fighter, and what did I really get for it? And you can be like that, you can be negative like that, all right? But at the same time, I like to maybe take a positive spin at it and say, well, no, not really, because if I never played Street Fighter, I would never have gotten the confidence to do the kind of stuff that I did, to stand on an arcade cabinet in front of hundreds of people playing a game in person. I was on stage at Evolution in front of thousands of people in the finals of Super Turbo. And if I hadn't done that stuff, would I ever have had the balls to turn on a camera in front of me and talk to it and record myself and do all the stuff that I do today that I've been able to do for a living since 2011? You know what I mean? In a large capacity, I really think that becoming a competitive Street Fighter player gave me the confidence to do the other things in life that I ended up becoming successful at. So if it wasn't for Scott motivating all of the state of Connecticut and really giving us the initial push to leave the state of Connecticut and go to New Jersey and go to Chicago and travel and meet people from all over, I never would have met half the people I met in my life. I never would have seen half the stuff that I've seen in my life. I never would have experienced a lot of the fun things that I've done in my life, and I may not even be here. This podcast itself may be owed to
You hide in a
actions
gated
of Scott Lopez.
community.
And you say to yourself, wow, the chain
Like a
reaction,
bitch.
the domino effect that you can see from a simple little action like don't stand here and play Street Fighter, leave the state and go play
Hey,
Street
look at
Fighter
how
somewhere else.
his
yeah,
beard
that actually
looks.
could have, in a way, led to where I am today. So
And
I'm
look at
incredibly
the
grateful.
top
Scott
one
was
where
an
it's all
amazing
patchy
character.
and
He was a
shit.
fun guy. Again, spearheaded the Connecticut Street Fighter community. May he rest in peace. I hope that obviously that his family and everyone, my condolences are with you, and that's it. Okay.
Dude, don't fucking publicize somebody's death. Are you fucking serious? You don't do that,
And the
man.
bigger issue is, like, he never said anything back to you.
Doesn't say anything back to me, but dude, don't
But
publicize.
oh, thanks for the information. I'll put this in
And
video, but I'm not going to say nothing to you.
Not only that, what does he do? He brings up T, right? Now, T at the time was like one of the greatest Street Fighter players in our area. If he was alive, he probably would have been one of the top players in the country, okay? And he starts fucking talking about this guy, right? So what does that do? Naturally, in our circle of friends, everybody is fucking fuming because there was no need to bring up T. There was no need to bring up Scott.
Yeah,
There was
all
no
the
need to bring
friends
up
in our
people's
circle,
deaths
not
and
his, 'cause he
publicize
has
and
no
make money
friends.
off of it. There's no need for that, man. And he did. You have no respect for people that are alive, for fucking people that are dead. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
So there you go.
Womp womp. Oh, here it comes.
I thought a long time about how I was going to respond to this part.
Here it comes.
Rather than directly respond to it, I think what I'd like to do is...
Amber
Let's tell you a
turd
story.
time.
Quick one. About me growing up in Connecticut and, you know, going to arcades and having that first real feeling like belonging in a group.
God, this is so
I
bad.
didn't feel that way. It felt like I was kind of like an outcast where I grew up. When I went to arcades to play video games, I kind of felt like, because I had some skill, that like I finally kind of belonged somewhere, you know? Like we all liked Street Fighter and we were all competing against each other and all that. I never thought that like playing Street Fighter was going to change my life. How crazy, right? And
hey, Blast Chambers, you came in just in time for the Amber turd section.
What I said there at the end of the video still stands true today, that if it wasn't for me going to an arcade and playing Street Fighter and then being convinced by the people there to go out and do other things with my life, oh, go play in another state and do this and do that. That really was the formative time for me to be a person who was more outgoing. I was an introvert when I was a kid, okay? And it was going to arcades and playing Street Fighter that kind of gave me that feeling of, wow, people like me because I have skill in Street Fighter and stuff, you know? And T. Carter was my rival at my local arcade, What's Your Game, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And we grew up playing Street Fighter together over the years, every version, okay? I told a heartfelt story in that video, that tribute to Scott, about how Scott introduced T to competitive Street Fighter, and then T introduced me, okay? And it changed my life. It really did. I started traveling. I started being more outgoing, meeting people, having good relationships, even though we've already gone about the trolling topic of how bad that was when I was in competitive Street Fighter as well. That's the other video. That's the Down the Rabbit Hole video about me. If you want to look at that react, I explain that in full. But that was, you know, I really look back at that time so positively. I do. Scott was such a unique dude. T was such a unique guy. And they're not with us anymore. And that's not fair.
Not fair, guys. It's not
There are positive
fair.
influences on this planet.
Oh, that's fine, Blast Chambers. You can use all the caps you
They're not with
want.
us anymore.
I ain't
That's
gonna ban you
fine,
for that,
man.
or anyone.
The best of us get taken way too early. The rest of us are just stuck here, right? But previous to me making this video about Scott, which I didn't make a video about Scott, let me clarify that. That's a segment of a podcast that I did. One segment, okay? Was the podcast monetized? Of course it was. Everything that I put out was monetized at that time. It was how I made my living, okay? I wasn't doing interactive streams with contributions during them at that time. Everything at that point was ad revenue. That's how I made my life, my living, okay? I paid for everything. And basically, I wanted to do a tribute to him in the best way that I could, knowing that well that my audience was not going to know who he was, right? And I did the same thing with T, by the way. And I don't have that for you. I don't want to play that for you. That's already been that's not the subject matter of this video that we're reacting to today, okay? But basically, I did a T tribute, and in the T tribute, this is something where people always wanted me to talk about on my podcast about my past and stories about my past. And in the past, someone, because I was known on YouTube, obviously, I was a known YouTuber, and people knew from over the years me talking about my old formative days of Street Fighter that I was friends with this kid T. Carter before he had passed. Someone came to me one day at not a tournament, excuse me, I think it was a convention, it could have been a tournament, and they handed me a packet of photos. The packet of photos was his personal packet. He said, Phil, I want you to have this. I said, what is this? He goes, you know, these are pictures of T, and actually Scott's in a couple of them too. And he says, these are pictures that I want you to have because you are known on YouTube. And he says, T was such a beautiful guy. You know, I'm not talking about his looks. You know, his personality. He was outgoing. He was vibrant. He was full of...
No homo, guys, but he was a beautiful guy. But no homo.
He was the best player in
Wow,
Connecticut.
DSP,
The entire time he
really?
was alive.
Even while Amber turding this, you want to make sure that there's no homo here, guys. It was his personality I'm talking about when I said he was beautiful. Or the fake crime part right now, Blue Ripper.
He was the best player. You have the reach, the clout. You can share his story with people on the internet. So
Yeah,
you know,
this is
not
so
only a lot of people know
fucking
about
fake.
because he didn't get to live that long. And you can be the person to tell his story. So I did. I made a video.
No one told you
podcast
that.
just like that. And I scanned the pictures into my computer. Okay? And I shared it with the world. The podcast doesn't get a lot of views. Okay? The podcast maybe got 10,000, maybe 20,000 views tops. Okay?
I only got 20,000
I thought I did
views
a good
while
job.
exploiting his death, so it shouldn't count,
All right?
guys.
And I did as best I could. Now I'm going to tell you guys something that nobody knows. I was haunted by T's death for a very long time. I actually feel like it was one of the reasons why I originally had depression. because it happened to me at a time in my life when, my God, I hadn't dealt with death or loss. And although everyone in Connecticut was hurting at the time when he died.
So you were in your mid-20s and you never had to deal with death before. No. There's no way that there had never, ever been a grandparent or uncle. You're going to tell me, yep, my great-great-grandmother was 199 years old. I never had to deal with death before, guys. Does anyone here really believe a man in his mid-20s went that long without having any relative or friend of the family die? Friend of the family's grandfather dies, we go to the funeral. Best friend, because their brother, his grandfather passed away, I go to the funeral. Like, that's what you do with your, he never had friends, but his family probably had family friends that have been friends for decades and generations. You know, their grandparents knew each other from school, so their parents knew each other, so their kids know each other now. You're going to really tell me mid-20s, you never had a friend of the family, member of the family, pass away. And this is really your first time ever dealing with death. Mister, I didn't want to ride a bike because everyone just running around shooting at each other, guys. My dad went to the grocery store and someone shot at him, guys. You never dealt with death, ever, until this moment. Wow.
I blame myself.
That's why, Barrett.
I don't know if I ever told this story before to anyone.
Oh, God, he blames himself. Please tell me why.
The day when T died, I met him at the mall before he was murdered. And he was saying to me, oh, we're going to go over someone's house and we're going to play some games or whatever. And I had a car, by the way, at the time. I had a car. And
well, you're bad back, dude.
Offered, hey, you want to come with us or whatever? And I was like, no, I couldn't or whatever. I actually don't remember the specific. And he was like, all right, cool. Because I was thinking maybe I could get a ride with you if you could drive us over there or whatever. And I was like, no, I can't do it. I'm busy or whatever. You know, who knows? There's a kid who I've seen a million times before. I'm going to see him a million times again in my life, right? That day, he was walking home from playing Street Fighter at this kid's house, and a gang member decided to shoot him for no reason. I guess, you know, there's all kinds of guesses, and I guess the rumor that hit the streets was that this gang member, this was their initiation. Oh, prove that you're hard enough to be part of our gang by just murdering someone in the fucking street walking home. He got shot. Okay? And I blame myself, because I said if I had hung out with T that day and I had driven him to his friend's house, I could have driven him home. And maybe he wouldn't have got shot. Now, of course, that's ridiculous. I didn't shoot the kid, right? We all know we're all rational people, we're rational adults, but this is what happens in your fucking head, okay? And he was my best Street Fighter friend at the time. We were rivals. I always said, like, I was Ken and he was Ryu, because Ryu was the better one out of the two, right? And basically, this was a major problem in my head. It fucked me up for a very long time, to the point where until I fucking moved out of Connecticut, all right? Until I moved out of Connecticut, it was haunting me. It was causing me mental problems. Before I moved out of Connecticut, I drove to his grave and couldn't get out of the car. I didn't say goodbye before I left, because I couldn't do it, because I was too fucking weak, because I was so haunted at losing this guy. And this was many...
Wow, this is so fucking fake.
So when I made that tribute about T, all right, I was trying to make up for it. I was trying to be like, I was so sorry that I couldn't say goodbye to him because I wasn't man enough to do it. And I wanted to make a tribute video about it. And I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought better for more people on this planet to know about T than less. All right? Okay? When I made that tribute to T in that Hate Live podcast, okay, I received more hate towards me than I think I'd ever...
Hate you deserved.
My trolls basically spun it and said, you have monetized your friend's death.
Oh my God, what movie was that?
Shit. All right?
I know what movie you're talking about, Nurk.
After I did that tribute to T.
Oh, that's gonna drive me up the fucking wall.
Because we knew T back in the day and seeing those pictures put a smile on our face. And we were...
The one kid was a football player.
And that was really nice of you to do it that way because you didn't have to, you know. And, you know, now more people know T's story. So people who knew T were contacting me and thanking me. All right?
Well, this is off of Raw DSP. This is not from his
Yeah,
video. He
monetized
probably
death, right?
wouldn't
I don't know
post
how
this.
worse you could be of a person to say something like that. All right? So, here we are years later. All right? And Howard, who I have not spoken with since I moved, all he's doing is sending me these arbitrary group texts to everyone. Oh, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Thanksgiving, yada, 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 right? I know it's all bullshit. Because we already talked about it. I don't even have to re-explore it. We just talked about all that. I felt like that he had this resentment towards me for years and years before I moved and all of that. Okay? So Howard, the end of 2014, sends me a text. Okay? Scott passed away. That's it. That's all the text says. Okay? Doesn't say, hi, how you doing? Just says, Scott passed away. All right? Howard thinks that I take that piece of information to go make a monetized video for
And you
personal
made a
gain. That's what
monetized
he said.
video.
Okay. What he
You
said.
monetized the
Just
video.
said.
Well, you said it had over 20,000
All right,
views.
just to reiterate here, this video we just watched, the Hate Live podcast, got 11,000 views on YouTube. Okay, I don't even make $2 per 1,000 views anymore on YouTube at this point. All right, arguably this video maybe made I don't know, $10, no exaggeration, probably $10, $15 tops for the entire podcast, the 2-hour video. The video is a 2+ hour podcast. This is one segment of said podcast. Okay, so you know, he feels that I monetized the death of Scott, and that I'm a horrible person because I did it. Okay, and he says, to reiterate, oh, it's not just me, it's everyone in our friend group, everyone back home. My nose is disgusting. Please let me blow my nose quickly before I continue because this is gross. Okay.
Bullshit. Showing his fingers, eyes started to draw tears.
Oh man. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay. That's better. Now we can continue. Okay. Howard says, everyone back home hates me too for doing it. Because I brought up Scott, I brought up T, I publicized Scott's death.
Which you
Horrible
did.
person who only cares about himself. Again, multiple times he's already
Which
said
you
it.
straight up did.
Okay. Now you guys just saw the podcast segment, right? And you saw it. It's in context now. Okay? So you didn't if you were just watching this video, all right? If you were just watching this video with no context provided, what would you think? This is hypothetical. You don't have to answer me. I'm just saying, think in your head. If you didn't know the context, okay, what would you think? What was the video? What did I say? Oh my goodness, right? Here's what I think. If I didn't see the context, I would have thought I made a video talking, like sensationalized video, an expose on how my friend Scott has passed away, sensationalizing it, talking about how he passed, which I don't do in the video, by the way. I mean, shit. He says, I monetized it. You'd think, the way he's saying it, I created t-shirts on the internet with Scott's face on them, saying R.I.P. Scott. You know, Street Fighter legend forever. And I was selling these shirts with his face on them on the internet, making monstrous profits and using his likeness and fucking about being a horrible scumbag person, making tons of money. Right? Wow. I monetized Scott's death. I had already gotten shit for making the tribute about T.
Howard and Rambo said nothing like that. They said you monetized his death. You did. 20,000 views. How many ads clicks did you get? You monetized his death. You can try to twist it. Well, I didn't. Well, remember when the state of Washington was coming after him for business tax, Mr. This is a business expense. This is a business. I just write this off as a business expense. And then he turned around and went, I'm not a business, guys. I don't sell anything. Just online. I don't actually sell anything. This is the same way of him trying to be like, no, I didn't monetize. I didn't sell anything. I didn't sell any t-shirts with his face on it. So I didn't profit off his death, guys. I didn't monetize his death.
Previous podcast. You might say to yourself,
Sorry.
why would Phil, if I already got that hate, if he already got all that shit tossed his way, why would he make a
Allergies.
second podcast when Scott passed away, someone who was very much in that close circle of friends, all right, in order to, you know, he's going to get the same, he knows he's going to get the same shit. The same trolls are going to say the same thing, the same people are going to do the same thing, and they're going to say it's the second time he did it, right? Sorry,
Snort.
post-nasal drip. Okay? Why did I do it? Because I don't care about what they say. I care about Scott. I want more people to know about Scott. I care about the memory of Scott. One of the most awesome people I met in the Street Fighter community. The guy who I literally say in that video, if it weren't for him, actually saying,
Snort.
hey, Phil, stop playing Street Fighter in Connecticut. Go to 8 on the Break in Dunedin, New Jersey, and play Street Fighter there. If he had never said that to me and I never listened to him, likely I never would have started playing competitive Street Fighter and traveling. I never would have gotten the confidence I had to be in front of people. I never would have been able to do things that I did in my work life and my personal life. I never would have ever placed at Evo. I never would have turned on a camera and talked to it. I never would have live streamed. I never would have done any of these things.
Snort.
Excuse me. Ever, any of them. If it wasn't for Scott, okay? Now, were there ads on that podcast? Of course there were. There's ads on every video I had. I was still partnered with Machinima at the time. And so all the videos that I had those ads on them, you know? And I could have removed the ads. All right? Personally, I just don't see, I'm going to be honest here, I don't see the big deal. When you're doing a 2-hour podcast, a 3-hour podcast, and you're doing one tribute segment to someone, all right? Does that mean that the whole thing has to be, demonetized. And you can argue either way. That's up to you. You can argue that. That's fine. You can say, yes, it should be. All right. My take on it is, if you're going to do that, then separate that portion and make a whole video just about that tribute and then demonetize that tribute. All right. But take a look at shows. And by the way, this is not an equivalent comparison, but take a look at like the Oscars. Every year at the Oscars, there's a big tribute segment. All the big people, all the prominent actors we have lost this year. Right. And they run the segment. It's a big tribute.
Holy shit. You're now comparing yourself to the Oscars.
Is the Oscars demonetized? Did they say, well, because we're doing a tribute on our show today of those who we lost this year, we care about a lot, and we miss, we're not going to have any advertisers on the show. I'm not aware of that happening, okay? At all, okay? So, I'm just, that's the only comparison I can really make, all right? Internet content creation is a new thing for everybody, all right? But for me, I'm doing a 2 or 3 hour podcast. That's the segment I put out. That was it. You saw it word for word. That wasn't edited. That's the segment. Excuse me. Howard comes out in this video, tells me that basically I'm an awful person who only cares about himself. I publicized and monetized Scott's death.
You did.
Originally, I was publicizing the death of a friend, right?
I monetized my dead friends.
Really?
Deleted. Guy's not wrong, though.
Breaking the bank. I didn't make a ton of money. It was 11,000 views on that video. So maybe I made $10, 15 maybe at the time. Who knows? I don't care.
I only made $10 or $15, but I didn't monetize. $10 or $15, even a penny, is monetizing. There's ads on the video. It's monetizing. Jackass.
That wasn't what it was about. Okay, it was one segment, a tribute show, and I'd much rather would have people know about Scott than not, which is why that was in that show. You understand? So, the actual truthful part about this is that Howard says, or the reason I think Howard bring this up, he's upset with me because he sent me a text to say Scott passed away. I didn't respond to him because I wasn't responding to anything from him because he'd been a jackass to me to end there before I moved. Excuse me. And basically, he's personally insulted at that. Okay? Now, Howard was not the first person to text me about Scott's death. Howard has a very overinflated sense of importance in my life. Okay, he does. I already received 2 other texts about Scott's death from people.
He has an inflated sense of belonging in my life. Mister, if you don't show up to my going away party, we were never friends.
Previously in the Street Fighter community, who knew Scott way better than Howard did. I knew Scott way better than Howard did. Right? I was there in the formative years of Street Fighter in Connecticut. I was in the arcades with T and Scott. I was traveling to tournaments with Scott back in the day, ECC and all of that. I spent way more time with Scott than Howard ever did. Okay? For him to basically say something like this, you would think, oh, this was a friend, and we all were equally spending time with this guy, and he was our old buddy. He was my old buddy. He wasn't Howard's old buddy. He didn't know him from back in the day. Howard didn't know Scott, all right, in any kind of a major capacity until much later. He knew of him, but was Howard over Scott's house playing Street Fighter on a cabinet with T? No, he was not. He was never invited. He wasn't going to the tournaments with us. Okay? Howard has absolutely no right to make claim to the rights to say, I had the right to tell you about someone's passing, and because you didn't respond to me about it, you're an asshole. Okay? He doesn't. All right? I already heard about Scott's passing from several other people who knew Scott way better than Howard. Howard was essentially passing info through the grapevine late. All right? And then takes it upon himself to actually be upset because apparently he didn't get credit for it. Right? He didn't get credit for it. Even though in that video, I actually said, if you didn't pay attention to it, Howard texted me and said that Scott had passed away. And I said, and others. Because it's true. Others, you wouldn't know the others. You guys don't know the others. It's old school people from the Street Fighter community. You wouldn't know them. Why would I mention them in the video? Okay? So, to me, this is the ultimate hit below the belt. This is, if you want to say all the things I already said about the video up to this point were completely and 100% true, I don't know how you can actually defend this part of the video. This is insanely hurtful to me. This is actually like, I'm not kidding now. All right? I'm not exaggerating. I don't want to be friends with Howard ever again after this portion of the video. In fact, I would rather never speak with him ever again. I refuse to have any kind of a relationship with someone who has such a aggrandized self-importance to think that this guy was the exclusive person who could tell me that a friend of mine from back in the day had passed away. And that because I didn't personally contact him after the fact and say, oh, thank you so much for the information, and then slam me in a video publicly.
They slammed me publicly.
That I publicized and monetized his death. All right?
Which you did. You said it yourself, $10 to $15. You made $10 to $15 on that video. You monetized it. And you told everyone who watches you about it. What if, I don't know, the guy's family didn't want you going on YouTube and telling everyone on YouTube about the death of their loved one? Just saying.
Right? There's exaggeration. And then there's malicious intent. All right? That's malicious intent right there. That's the actual textbook example of internet defamation. You've seen it. You can't, that is it. You can actually clip that portion of the video there after seeing the context, you can clip that and say defamation. That's exactly what that is. All right?
It's not defamation.
So, I have absolutely positively no desire whatsoever to ever speak to this man again. All right? And I didn't. Besides one more time. I did speak to him one other time. All right? After this very hurtful... Well, I take that back. It was before this. Never mind. I got the timeline confused. I did speak to him one more time. Before this video had come out and his intentions were not clear. I didn't know this, okay? I figured he's being mean to me in Connecticut. He's going to ditch me for my last event. But I didn't know that his feelings were this deep-rooted at the time. All right? Now we know from this portion of the video. Now, I hate to say it. John is involved in this. I'm shocked. I'm appalled. John had gripes against me. But the fact that he's going along with this shit, you know, John knows me. John knows the kind of guy I am. We spent tons of time together. For him to even go along with this and include this in the video, I don't even know what to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can have gripes against me, things I did wrong over the years. You could argue about money. You can argue about anything. But this is blatant character assassination. This is, we hate you. We never want to deal with you ever again. Now, if someone said something like this about you, especially because I was always a closer friend to...
Also, you're a public figure. Second of all, it's true. You said on this very video, $10 to $15. That's monetization.
Scott than they ever were. I knew him before they did. I spent more time with him than they ever did. I knew more about him than they ever did. But somehow they're going to tell me that I don't have the right to do a tribute to my friend and share my memories with him on the internet. I don't deserve that. I don't have the right to do that, right? That's what they're saying in this video, okay? So if someone did that to you, would you ever want to be friends with them ever again? Ever? Would you even want to speak to them again? Would you have any desire to reach out to them and try to mend a friendship? Or would you be like, okay, well, that's it. You know, that's the straw that broke the camel's back. This is the portion of this video. And by the way, there's a fucking hour left. How? This is the portion of the video that, for me, is the end of everything, right? Why, you know, who even cares what else they say in the rest of the video? Because I can tell you, we'll go through it real quick. But I guarantee you, nothing that they say after this, all right, is ever going to top this. This is the worst thing you can basically say about me, besides maybe I'm a murderer, okay, or a rapist or something. That I'm a horrible person who would disrespect and monetize the memory of my friend. And you know what I'm saying? It's ludicrous. I would also like to know who all these people are back home who hate me too. It's funny, none of them said that to me either, right? These fucking people on the internet who just want to, you know, propagate this negative bullshit with each other. And fucking, oh yeah, we all hate Phil because he moved away and everything. Who are you? Where does this toxicity come from? And how the fuck do you get on with your life? If this is the kind of shit, the circle of hate that you have here. For me, right? Oh, no one's going to talk to him anymore. We weren't talking to him. No one wants anything to do with that guy, right? Like, holy shit, man. Do you think I want to go back to Connecticut and rekindle my friendship with my Street Fighter buddies?
You don't have any Street Fighter buddies. You hate it all.
So anyway.
I'd even be avoiding.
Yeah. And like his whole thing will be to retort to you. His response will be, "Oh, you should have told me that you feel like you did." It's like it's back to the apology thing. It's you could tell someone so many times, right? And they apologize, but they keep doing the same behavior over and over. At a certain point, you realize this is who they are. They're not going to. They're not really apologizing. They're not really going to change.
No,
this is how it is, and you have to make a decision. Like, do I want this in my life or not? You know, which is affecting you in a negative way.
Yeah, it affected all of us in a negative way. And I'm at a point in my life. I'll be completely honest.
How did making a tribute to my friend who passed away affect you so poorly, Howard? I'd love to hear that because he won't say that. He'll just say it did. How? How did I ruin your life by making a tribute to Scott, a heartfelt tribute? You are
That's what you were. I'm getting older.
It's all Howard's fault,
and
guys.
one of the things that I cherish in my life now are the people that are around me, man.
Absolutely. I mean, what else is
that? That is what I cherish.
That's all that matters, man.
I don't care about games. I don't care about, about what I have. That doesn't.
If you had millions of dollars right now, but you had no one around you, you had no family or friends, but you had all the money, what is that a good life?
No, it's not.
I don't know.
What are they talking about? This whole video, it's not about money. It's not about the money, but money gets brought up constantly. And now I'm literally referenced as the guy surrounded by money, but has no friends. And would you be happy if you were in that same position like Phil? Like, they literally just compared me. That's me. Again, that's the same as Pay Me Tons. They said Dark Side in the Pay Me Tons video. They literally just said, Phil is the guy with all this money who moved across the country, and now he's by himself, and he's completely alone, and we wouldn't be happy if we had that. All right? They literally just said it. All right? But again, it's not about money. It's not about jealousy. It's nothing about that, because Phil just kept speaking out of turn nasty things about us. Absolutely, this video has nothing to do with money, even though we've mentioned it 72 times so far. Right.
It's not. Yeah. He moves away, which, like you said, at this point, it's your decision. We support you.
Absolutely.
Hope you do well in your endeavors.
I hope everyone does well.
But what happens? He leaves and he doesn't contact us. And the only reason
wrong, contacted Rambo, not you, because I didn't want to speak with your ass.
Reason and I hate to say this.
Wow.
Reason he contacted
salt.
I'm not saying you were not contacted.
But why does he contact you? It's not because he wants to see how you're doing. It's to do playthroughs so he can make money.
Yeah, let me speak on this a little bit. So going back to his Thanksgiving video, he says there's a lot of rumors about why we're not doing stuff. And he goes, it's definitely not about the money. And it's not about me revealing something personal. It's definitely not that.
Okay. This will be the final segment. I will not be pausing as much in this final segment because I need to finish this. It's getting super late. So let's do it.
Bullshit.
Video, everybody. This is already almost a 2-hour video.
It's 9 hours and 8 minutes so far.
All right. All right, everyone. This is the last video of the DSP Reacts to the John and Howard expose or response video, whatever you want to call it at this point. At this point, I don't know what you would even categorize it as now that you've seen it with my responses. Let's finish it.
It could possibly be that I just moved and they're resentful about that. Yeah. So it could be that one, I guess, because that doesn't make him look bad in any way. No. Well, that's fine. So anyway, he moves. What he told me is a couple weeks, when he settled, he's going to contact me and we start doing stuff. So a couple weeks go by. He starts contacting me about things. And quite frankly, he's being pushy about it a little bit. I need to, let's do it when you want to do it this weekend. What time this weekend? Is getting really kind of hammered out a date, kind of pressuring. And I think at one week we even had a date to record something. But I canceled on him because I was going through a very difficult period at this point. And I had every intention and desire to do stuff with him at this point. I had basically destroyed myself, Howard, as you know. I talked to you about it. And it's not me complaining, because being a man, if I'm talking about being a man, I feel like being a man is you make choices and then you deal with the consequences, right? Yeah. You don't run to complain online or cry about what the world owes you all these things. You deal with what you got to deal with, man.
And again, what is he speaking of? I don't know. When did I run to the internet and complain and cry about all these things that the world owes me things? Take a look back and tell me moments where I insulted Rambo and said that. People would ask me constantly, where's Rambo? Didn't Rambo say he was going to be in your stuff? Have you talked to Rambo? And I was trying to talk to John at the time, and he was basically trying to talk to me as much as he could, but you could tell that the guy was hurt. You definitely could. I'm not going to reveal anything private that we talk about, because there's a few private things that we did discuss via text. But I knew that Shaw's made a hole punch had basically put him in a really bad way. All the work he put, time he put into it, basically he overexerted himself. He said so as
Howard's
on the
fault
internet already. And people were constantly pinging me, where's John? Why isn't he in your content? And I'd be like, he just said he can't do it now. We'll do it later. We got plans. We're excited. We're going to do it in the future. And it was just basically delay after delay after delay. It wasn't like, oh, he canceled once, he canceled twice, he delayed. It was just endless. Oh, no, I swear we will do it. No, I swear we will do it. I swear we will do it. To the point where it then became, I can't do it anymore. Basically, don't bother me about it. Maybe one day we'll get to it. Okay? And that's where it was left. Where on earth is there, we're entitled to anything? What are you talking about? I never said I'm owed John to be in my content. That was never a discussion or a thing I said. But here's what's going on. The entire time that I've moved now, you have this mysterious circle of friends behind the scenes who are basically, as I said, poisoning the well. Oh, Phil's a scumbag. Phil owes everyone money. Phil did this. Phil did that. Phil publicized the death of a friend, and Phil did this and that. Man, John, you don't want to be doing stuff with Phil. You don't want to be associated with that. Look at all the negativity on the internet about him now. He's getting, this is how he don't plays out the ass. He's getting this. He's getting that happening to him. Don't deal with Phil anymore. And that's what I feel happened. And that's my speculation purely. I think that John, at first, had every intention of doing shit with me. But as the year unfolded of 2014, and I had moved, and he was completely burnt out, he realized all the toxicity and shit that was thrown against me by internet trolls, and then the people back home somehow got soured, likely because of a certain gentleman on the screen right here who was part of that. And he's
the certain gentleman, you mean Howard?
Tell me that? No. Should have. Okay? But he never did. He just kept goading me on, leading me on, goading me on. So there were situations where we had conversations.
You're not wrong, Barrett. That was amazing. Guy makes
$10,000 to
$12,000 a month.
I was the one
at $148.
I was the one with the YouTube channel. I was the one who every day had to answer to the public, where's John Rambo? I don't know. He won't tell me. And, I definitely screwed up. I should have never revealed anything private. I should have never gone that far. That is completely, utterly my fault.
So I basically had a lot happening. I had really run myself into the ground, sacrificing a lot of things. Doing his content too. I was working on the episode, Shaw's Made a Whole Bunch, episode 9. There's a lot of work. I was doing stuff with Phil as well.
I had already moved. We're talking about months after my move. We weren't doing anything together. This is false. He was doing stuff earlier in the year with me and previous to that, but he was not involved with any of my stuff after I moved. That was all on him. I don't know what he's talking about right now. That was the issue. He said
not my fault, guys. It's his fault.
Saying, no, I can't do it. No, I can't do it. So I have no clue what he's talking about.
And like I said, my job's I'm an independent contractor. I work in real estate. You have to go out on your own and do things to find work. Like you don't just show up for 8 hours and you get the check. It's not how it works. Yeah. So I wasn't doing a lot of real life things because I was sacrificing to make something I believed in and had desire to do. That was my own choice. Okay, I'm not complaining about it.
I'm being told by Nave, he's referencing before I moved. So you changed the timeline again. We're talking about after the move. So we're discussing after the move. He didn't want to deal with me. He was saying he was burnt out.
Change the timeline, guys. It makes everything he said wrong.
Wait, again, what's with this?
That's not how this works, DSP.
You can't jump forward, back. None of it makes any sense. So now he's referencing something else completely unrelated. What is going on? This is what I mean. Like it's definitely something meant to
I get you're confused by Pulp Fiction, but not everyone is.
So
everyone else can follow
why? What's going on? Why are we back in the past now? I don't get it.
Well, I was in a bad spot. It was winding down. I had to start figuring out real life things. So I basically told him, listen, when I need to finish this episode, it's almost done. Okay, I need to figure some things out. When I'm done, I'll contact you and we can do things. Okay? I actually didn't do my own show, the show. I didn't do it for all of July because I was doing precisely that. I was trying to figure things out. And I didn't do much of anything else. I was working on my stuff, man. Getting things done. So I'm finally done with the episode in August. August 13th it comes out, which is a Wednesday. And I'm pretty burnt. I immediately decided I'm going to go on vacation for a couple days. So I go to Twitter and I say, thanks everyone for watching the episode. I'm going into the woods for a while. I'll be back soon. I went to Bear Mountain, Howard. Have you ever been?
Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes, I have.
So I went to Bear Mountain. I camped out in the woods. I unplugged everything. There's no phones, nothing. Okay? Kind of like detox, man. Staring at a computer screen for, at that point, a long time.
Wow. I never knew about this.
I did this again this year. I do this every year now.
Okay.
So I didn't put a message. I didn't contact him and say, oh, the episode's up because, like I said, there was an agreement that we talked about where I said, when I'm ready to do stuff, I'll let you know. It should be soon. But the episode comes out. I put on Twitter. I'm going away. He notices while I'm gone. He notices the episode comes out. So along the way, he starts throwing me messages again. I'm not around to respond to them. So that weekend, he makes a video, one of his videos that he puts out. He says, I've been trying to reach John, but he won't respond to me.
That's the rough plan for this week. And I may be saying, what's going on this weekend, Phil? Because you've been dragging us along every week. What's going on with John Rambo and with Smart Guys and this new show that you guys were going to do? We'd really be interested to know what's going on and is it going to return. In particular, right now,
And it's all Howard's
as we film
fault.
This video, SummerSlam is on television. And as you can see, I'm not watching it, right? So people might be saying, gee, what's going on with pro wrestling? What's going on with Smart Guys?
So this is exactly what was happening is John kept telling me he's going to do stuff with me. So I told my audience, yeah, John says he's going to do stuff. We'll do it. Eventually, I'll let you know when we have details. And then John would not talk to me or not respond or not want to talk about it. All right? And so then my audience says, what's going on? There's a big wrestling event coming up. Are you guys going to do Smart Guys? I don't know. John hasn't contacted me or said anything, so I'm assuming no. But this was just an ongoing thing. It was just to do it. Oh, time passes. Hasn't happened. Oh, sorry about that, Phil. We'll do it in the future when I'm ready. Maybe 2 weeks. 2 weeks passes. Oh, doesn't happen yet. You know, could I have handled it better with my audience? Fuck yes. I should have just said to everyone, listen, guys, this is between me and John. We got to hash it out. We don't have any details. When we have details, we'll tell you. For me, I was the kind of person who was trying to be 100% transparent with my audience, which is a horrible idea. I know that now. I know you can't share, the worse it gets because people always try to twist shit against you. So if I promise people, John said he's coming back right after Sean's Man a Hole Punch, that's what he told me, and then Sean's Man a Hole Punch comes out and there's no John, guess who they come to? Me. Not John. Me. Phil. Where's John? Phil, you said John was going to do it. Oh, God, here we go again. It was just an endless
And you always told them,
string of this
go ask
that
John.
happened
So
since I
then
moved
John got harassed
month
by
after
your
month after month
fans.
that year. And every time I opened my big mouth about it in a video like that, it just got worse because more people say, see, John doesn't want to be in Phil's content. John's avoiding Phil and all of that. Was it true? Was it not? I don't know. I can only know what John told me. He told me no. It was all personal stuff. He's saying as much in this video. But this is the thing. It just got worse and worse and worse to the point where it was constant hounding about John Rambo. Where is he? Why is he? Why is he ghosting you or whatever? Okay. Our conversations between us, started off friendly. And then after a while, I think what it was is every time that I said hello to him, he felt I was going to ask about a show again. Which in reality, here, to give you a very, very brief background, all right? John and I mostly never talked on the phone. It was mostly in person. He would come over to do co-op with me once a week, and that was the time when we had our conversations. And our friendship essentially was the hour or two before we recorded stuff. Okay? We had that personal time every time he came over. When I moved, under the impression we were going to have that. It didn't happen. It's my fault. I am stupid. Didn't realize there's a giant time zone difference. So as I'm streaming and doing content, all right, I'm basically working all day every day, and I don't have time to call him because guess what my free time is? After my streams. Guess what time my streams end? 9, 10 o'clock. Guess what time that is over there? Midnight. Do you think John Rambo would like to talk to me at 1 a.m. to talk about issues?
Except you
or
did
anything?
call them.
I don't
They
think so.
said
I
multiple
don't want
times
to
you would
shoot at 1
text
a.m.
and call them.
So I screwed up.
At 3 o'clock in the morning their time.
Time zone difference, and I had to work so much to make ends meet and pay for all the stuff out here. I didn't have days off. I just didn't have anything, I really didn't. So now what happened? I start texting him instead. And at first he's responding and we're having conversations about stuff, but then he stops responding to the text. And I realize I think he's upset that I'm not calling him or we're not having conversations or whatever. There's not much I can do about that. To me at the time, I was like, dude, what is this guy's problem with texting? Like texting is cool because you can respond whenever you have a free moment. A lot of the times I didn't even know when I was going to have a free moment during the day, but John was always under the impression I was going to call him and have these long drawn out verbal conversations, which was what we would do normally when we had those 2 hours before we filmed. So in actuality, if everything had gone according to plan, and we did actually start making content when John had said we originally were going to, we're going to get on a Skype call and we're going to do Smart Guys. Well, the first hour, we would just talk and shoot the shit and catch up, and then we do the show. That didn't happen because we didn't do it, you see? So we never caught up. And the only time that I really had time for shit like that, even beforehand, when I was in Connecticut, was when I made time because John was coming over to do a day with me, day of co-op, and then we would have our friendship, all right? This is basically completely different situations, John has a separate life. John has a separate job. John has everything separate. My work was my life, And even more so, when I moved
Your work was
across the
playing
country,
video games.
I screwed everything up because I was overextended. I spent too much money and I had to work so much. I had no free time besides late at night. So that was the end of time to talk to John Rambo besides texting. So he hated the texting. I know for a fact. He mentions it. Why couldn't you just call me? Because all I could do was text. Because the only time I had free was late at night because I was working all day. That's my fault. Again, it's my fault. But that's what happened. And so, yeah, it sucks. Basically what I should have said at this point, this was 2014, was, guys, I don't know even when I'm doing anything with John. Just stop fucking bothering me about it. I'd love to do it. Can't. I'll let you know if anything happens. Instead, it was just keep leading people on, and it just got worse and worse. Okay.
Well, I'm very honestly going to tell you, that this past week, John Rambo finally, after years, released the final episode of Shanaz Man and Hole Punch. It's literally feature length. It's like the length of a whole real movie that you would go see at the movie theater, all right? In my opinion, probably one of the best independently created series, one of the best independently shot things I've ever seen in my life. You gotta keep in mind that John Rambo filmed this, wrote this, did all the music, did all the editing himself. And
Can you tell that I was very apologetic for what I had said about Project 7 years before? That I always felt really bad that I basically downplayed John's involvement? when he did Child's Man a Hole Punch, I always tried to blow that show up and say how good it was. I always wanted to make sure that he was emphasized as a great content creator and a great director and all of that, because I felt so guilty about the shit that I had said about Project 7 in 2012, which we already covered.
It's just a tremendous undertaking that he pulled this off.
Which you already lied
And
about,
it
you
was
mean.
Great. I loved it. And I watched it, and I tried to tweet out. I hope if you guys have not checked out,
I highlight how he has to
That
take
is
care of
John
cats
Rambo's
shit.
independent series, and I hope you will, because it's really well done, and it's funny, and it's intelligent, and you just got to check it out. I mean, someone who puts that much time and effort, it deserves more attention than it's getting, right? He started this 2 years ago, and the first few episodes were getting tens of thousands, if not the first episode, I think at this point has 30,000 views, and the guy put so much work into the ending, and because what's been going on with YouTube, you've seen everyone's viewership and following is dwindling, unless you're some huge YouTuber. And so, unfortunately, he's putting all this time and effort in, and it really deserves more attention than it's getting. So please check it out. If you like my content, you're going to love this. It's better than my content, in my opinion. When it comes to anything that I could script or write or do, you should check it out, okay? But that being said, he released that this week. And then after that, he pretty much just kind of disappeared. He actually only tweeted a couple times. I watched the episode actually on Thursday of this week, and I texted him. I said, John, great job. What a great conclusion to the show. Looked really good. What do you think about Smart Guys? Because SummerSlam's this Sunday, so doing it next week might be the perfect time because we can recap SummerSlam and kind of jump into fresh, okay?
So, yeah, I texted him, what do I say? I'm talking about work. I guess it's my fault. It is. Not I guess, it is. I'm talking about, can we do a show? Can we do a show? At this point, he's so burnt out, he doesn't even want to talk to me anymore. You know what I mean? And again,
Doesn't want to talk to me anymore because I'm a piece of shit, guys.
Oh, you don't want to do nothing with Philly. Rip us all off and just scumbag. Doing that. Why are you still
Yes, the
with
fake
him? And,
tears.
ask, hey, are we ever going to talk? I wanted to actually get on a Skype call with him just to have time to talk with him personally, but, he didn't understand that. He thought it was just, we're just going to do the show, you see? And you know what? I didn't say that, and that's my fault, too. A lot of things I fucked up.
He didn't respond. So at this point, I don't know what's going on with John. He tweeted yesterday that he's going away for a few days, but he'll be back for his show on Wednesday. I don't even know what that means. Does that mean that he's turning off everything, turning off his fucking internet and his phone, and he just wants to be alone?
Apparently, yes. He went to this Bear Mountain,
so
right? That's what he
time
did.
and effort into Schnoz, man. He's burnt out. I don't know. Does it mean that he's not interested in doing Smart Guys? I don't know. I'm not the guy to ask. That's the thing. I don't know what's going on with John, and he hasn't responded. So for me, I know that if I didn't want to be bothered and I didn't respond to something, I wouldn't like it to keep being pestered. You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
I already
So
pestered
John,
the shit
I'm
out
gonna
of
give
him.
Space, and if or when he contacts me and says I'd like to do Smart Guys again and I'd like to do our new show, great. But if he doesn't, I mean, that's gonna, I guess, be on his shoulders. We haven't had a conversation about it or anything. He just didn't respond when I tried to contact him this week. So it's all lays basically on John right now. And when he feels that I guess he's rested enough or relaxed enough or in a position where he can jump back in and do some stuff with me, great. But until then, I don't know. It all rests on him. So that's really the situation going on, but real talk. And I'm not saying that's a negative or a positive. It's nothing. It's just real talk. That's what's going on. And I'm waiting to hear back from John. And when I hear from him, I'll let you know what he says. All right? But as of right now, until I hear from John, it's going to be business as usual. Saturdays is going to be one gameplay stream. Because Saturday's the day when I only do a half day of work so that I can go do stuff with Leanna. So it is what it is. If he's ready to come back, great. If not, I don't know. So I'll let you know.
Yes, this is an example of me pressuring him. Someone just say, absolutely. And this is the kind of pressure because it wasn't just me texting him, but then I would say shit like that in my videos, and he would feel even more pressure. Like if he doesn't want to be in my stuff, and then I'd say that in a video, why would he want to be in my stuff, right? So yeah.
Come back from my trip. I got messages from him. I got messages from other people saying, why the fuck won't you talk to Phil? Phil's upset. And
Phil's a bitch.
I'm kind of pissed about that, Howard.
Ooh, nice, Luis.
So I'm kind of pissed about this. I don't contact him. I basically say, look, I'm going to keep holding into what I said weeks ago, which is when I'm ready, I'm going to do stuff. I will contact him. The following week, I get more messages. They mostly are like, how are you doing? And then as soon as you say go, then it immediately goes right into the videos. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. It's like a setup, and then videos. Are we going to make the videos? Let's do some videos. I need to tell people when we're making the videos. Let's do some videos. I don't respond to any of these messages because, like I said, I'm in kind of a bad spot. The episode had come out. Now I'm kind of like, all this time is kind of freed up. So I'm piecing my life back together, putting things back together. And I got things going on that actually matter beyond making videos with him. Okay? So I eventually get a message from him in the middle of the night, Howard. And it wakes me up because I'm sleeping. And I'm pissed off because I have to work the next morning. So I believe I woke up, I'm pissed off, go back to sleep. I remember waking up the next morning and very quickly responding to this in a very nondescript text response, which was basically, please count me out for a while. I'm looking to move. I'm trying to get money together to move.
He's looking to get his shit together, doesn't care about you, DSP.
Which is in reference to doing stuff with him, okay? Because my stuff that I was doing isn't monetized, and I'm not looking to, I wasn't looking to make money with that as my creative outlet. And I said, I'm around most nights. Please call me, okay? So Howard, I'm thinking the next day, Phil will call, right?
Yep.
Because I basically expressed I'm having a tough time, and I said, please call me. So I'm thinking the next day is I'll get a call and we'll talk about things. What I would have told him was, hey man, I need maybe 2-3 months to get my stuff together, to get healthier and actually go to work and undo some damage, which is again I did by choice. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But instead, what happens, Howard, is I'm going about my business the next day. I get a text from the Air Raid Lord, and he says, "Sorry to hear about what happened." And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I'm sorry to hear that you're leaving YouTube." I start getting other tweets from various people with similar sentiments.
This part is so good.
So I go, what the hell's going on here? So I go right to his channel, and I see that Phil did not actually call me. He instead made a video, a monetized video, by the way, where he put the text out loud
All right, now the next thing that was a common question that people have been asking me for weeks, and I finally have a definitive update for you on this one, is in regards to John Rambo. As you know,
Just gonna let it run. Just gonna let it roll. Let's get major progress.
Then shut the fuck
John
up.
Rambo and I, when I lived in Connecticut, pretty much almost every week, it was about 3 weeks out of the month, we'd do co-op gameplay on a Saturday. We'd do our podcast called Smart Guys, where we would do live wrestling commentary on everything that's been going on over the course of that particular week in WWE and sometimes in TNA and even Ring of Honor and other stuff. And we had plans that we were going to start a new show once I moved to the state of Washington, where it would be like a coast-to-coast show where I talk about stuff on the West Coast, he talks about stuff on the East Coast, and we kind of, you know, communicate once a week doing that. And everyone's been...
How cool would that show have been? And we did it like every week or every few weeks. We're talking about different coastal things. Imagine talking about all the shit that happened during, you know, the Trump administration. Talk about all the shit that happened during COVID. That would have been an amazing show, I feel. What a lost opportunity there.
Saying what's been going on with this, what is going on with Rambo. It's now been 2 months you've lived in Washington, you haven't done a Smart Guys, and I've been trying my best to keep you guys in the know and informed on what's going on. You know, John was very inundated with work and working on his show Schnoz Man and Hole Punch. And finally, the final episode of Schnoz Man and Hole Punch was released last week to much acclaim. It's one of the best internet-based things I think I've ever seen in my life. It's really well done, especially for keeping in mind that John did 99% of the work himself, the filming, the writing, the editing, really did everything himself, the music, shit. And I didn't hear back from him after that. I texted him and congratulated him on the show, and I said, it's great, you know, what are you...
Way to finally give John some of his props.
So I hadn't heard from him. Finally, last night, I'll be honest with you guys, I was feeling kind of, not frustrated, but almost worried that something had happened where he was pissed at me or something, that he wasn't responding to anything that I was sending him. And so I went ahead and I texted him again. I'm going to, you know, I told you guys I'm the realest person on the internet. I got nothing to hide. I'm going to tell you exactly what we talked about.
Oh my God.
Text.
Shut the fuck up, DSP.
Here you go. I said, hey, John, I hope you're doing well. Haven't heard from you recently. I'd like to catch up with you, you know, off camera. Don't worry about any filming. I just want to hear how you're doing. We haven't talked in a while, and it feels weird to me. I knew you had Schnozzhole going on, but when you didn't respond at all to my text last week, it felt like something may be wrong. Just let me know. No pressure. I want to know where we stand and that you're okay. And John did respond this morning, and he said, hey, you're going to have to count me out for a while. I need to get my money together so that I can move to a better place. YouTube stuff isn't going to help me with that. I'm around most nights if you ever want to call. So I did respond to him, and I said, all right, in the next couple days, I'll try to squeeze in a time when I can call. I know there's a big time zone difference. But the bottom line is, it sounds to me like John is just not interested in doing anything on YouTube right now. And I'm gonna talk a little bit right now, because I'm gonna be honest with everybody. I think that John does not get the credit that he deserves. I think that John Rambo in particular actually puts in an incredible amount of work ethic, effort, and time into his work that people don't understand. I think that John, unfortunately, didn't get as much, if anywhere near anything, out of the stuff that he put into YouTube like I did, all right? So I'm gonna give you a quick bit of history. Back when I started on YouTube on a whim, you know, I started doing gameplay or whatever, and I had this huge jump in popularity because no one was doing gameplay on YouTube like I was. Everyone was either doing professional level walkthroughs, or they weren't doing live commentary, or it was all nothing like raw, unedited, real gameplay like I was doing on YouTube. I was the only person doing it like that at the time. And it became hugely popular. And then in that particular year, we were heavily into Street Fighter. We were playing Street Fighter 4. Years passing after that into, you know, 2009, 2010, John and I started doing co-op of gameplay and stuff like that. And so John that year actually qualified to go to Super Battle Opera in Japan. And at Super Battle Opera, you know, he documented everything. He went and he videotaped everything. And because he had a following of people who used to look for my content, he made his own YouTube channel, John Rambo. And it was here, like,
wow, DSP actually did something funny.
Wow, John, we love your footage. Would you consider doing gameplay of your own? Would you consider doing projects of your own? And so at that time, John did a few things. He started a series called Games the Series, where he was just playing random games at a gaming store where he knew the employees there. And also with his other friends, off-camera friends who people didn't know, were doing co-commentary with him. And then after a while, he decided he didn't want to do that he preferred to just do gameplay with me, and he went in his own direction on his channel, and he started doing things such as The Show, which is his weekly podcast with OJ, where for about 2 hours, the two of them shoot the shit. They talk about different topics. They do comedy skits. They have guests. They play music. They do all kinds of stuff. It's a 2-hour variety show that I'm very much a huge fan of. And it's funny because when the show started, we're talking some 2 to 3 years ago now, it was just a podcast, meaning there was no video. It was like just audio. You could listen to it as an audio show, and they would put up pictures and stuff that would go through, but it wasn't anything you needed to see. You could literally just listen to the show and be doing other stuff, and you missed nothing. Over the years, John Rambo's The Show has progressed so exponentially, like from being just a podcast to having all kinds of interactive art and things going on, to then having guests on the show, to then having video, and it became a Skype call podcast.
I feel like I'm doing a fucking another tribute, right? What the fuck am I doing here? I'm
Being a piece of shit. Imagine that.
Like, are you shocked that people contacted Rambo and said, hey, Rambo, you're never making content ever again. I'm sorry to hear you're leaving the internet. Like, what the fuck was I doing?
Podcast where you could see video call and see people live on the show, to having all these video packages and things put into it. And then, of course, John, in 2012, when we were working on our own video series called Project 7, John was inspired creatively to do his own thing called Schnoz Man and Hole Punch, which is this show that he's been working on for 2 years and finally, reached completion this past week. And it was a lot of effort and work. And I'm going to say this, I'm angry because John does not get the viewership he deserves. I love his content. I think that the show, and in addition to that Schnoz Man a Hole Punch, and anything that he puts out on that channel is great. It's gold. It's like, it's not, I would not miss it. I watch everything that he puts out on there just like I would watch every episode of a popular television show or every episode of, or even following a funny comedian and what work they work on. His quality and stuff is that good. Now keep in mind, he's an individual. He's independent. He doesn't have studio backing him with millions of dollars so he can have crazy special effects and all that. He learned everything on the fly and he does it himself. And the thing that pisses me off is if you consistently look at John's content over the past several years, the stuff that he puts out on YouTube, it's gotten exponentially better, and his views have gotten exponentially worse. When he started with the show, which was just an audio podcast, that thing was getting tens of thousands of views. Now he struggles to even get a couple thousand views on it.
Why would I say this, right? I'm burying him. I'm basically saying he's unsuccessful. This is the same shit that Review Tech US said.
Gee, I wonder why they don't like you because of this shit.
And I was like, dude, don't you understand? Even if it's well-intentioned.
So you know you're an asshole, but you're still confused why they hate you.
I don't know why. Nothing's changed. The quality has gone up, not down, yet somehow the interest has waned. And a lot of people say to me, Phil, your content, well, you know, you can say 100 things about me. That I'm an asshole, I'm a hypocrite, people hate me.
Oh, I'll say that. It's right there.
There's a campaign against me, and yada, 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 yada. My views have gone down, but not to the point where it's like I get 10% of what I used to. And John, unfortunately, that's what's happened to him. It's bullshit. What the hell happened over there? I have no idea. I've never seen anything where he attacked a fan or there was an argument or he did something wrong. It just seems for whatever reason people gravitated away from his YouTube channel. And over the years, he's put so much work into the stuff that he's done. I know for a fact that he put a good 6 fucking months of work into the final episode of Schnoz Man a Hole Punch. And right now, you go over there, and of course, was he expecting a ton of views? No. What I would say is it's a success in regards to the people that watched it, loved it. So if a couple thousand people watch it and love it, I guess, you know, mission accomplished. But I know for a fact that's his heart, soul, money, and time that was invested in that thing. And
that's why they have time for you.
So much so
womp
that it
womp.
was, at this point, just for the artistic vision, and not for the fact he was going to get anything monetarily out of it. He didn't even monetize the final episode of Schnoz Man and Hole Punch. So he knew from the get-go that the series over 2 years had declined in viewership so much that it wasn't going to be getting anything significant. He didn't even bother putting ads on it because he didn't want the artistic vision ruined by ads fucking popping up all over his work.
This is basically the nicest drag ever. I'm dragging him through dirt, mud, shit, feces, but I'm being nice about it. I'm still dragging him, though.
So, John is a hard worker. John is a
drag,
dependable person, and I really feel that I don't know from what the cause was that all of a sudden his viewership, you know, declined like it did over the past couple of years. And I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves. And I feel bad when I get a text like that. That basically he's saying he's giving up on YouTube, except for I know he's going to continue to do his podcast, the show, but basically that he doesn't want to do anything on YouTube. He has to focus on real life work to save up money and be able to move. That pisses me off. I hate that because I mean that's a creative vision that's been crushed. You know, here's someone who's a very creative person who I know if he had the means to do it, that he could make epic series for the internet, and he can't do it now. He has to go focus on 9-to-5 job because he needs to save up his money. And it's so disappointing, especially because I'm such a good friend of his, that is the situation. And all I can say is that, you know, from my standpoint and my perspective, work-wise, is it a disappointment that John's not going to be in my content anymore, or at least for the foreseeable future? Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, I'm an adult, and I realize that this is John's life and it's serious business, and that if that's his decision, I absolutely 1,000,000% respect it, and I say good luck to him, and I hope that, you know, he has massive success with whatever he's doing so that he can actually, you know, start making some money because YouTube didn't pan out, and now he can do stuff, you know, in his life to improve his life situation. I am the exception to the rule. I am the lucky one. I am the one out of the million who tried to make it big on YouTube. I take that back. I didn't try to make it big on YouTube. I just tried to get anything going on YouTube that could possibly work. As a hobby, it blew up, and because it blew up at one time and I was the popular thing, I'm able to make a living doing it today, even though I'm not the popular thing anymore. I still have enough that I can make a living, but I'm the exception. Right? I'm the lucky one. And it sucks that someone like John, who has all that creativity, it didn't work out for him. And it's bullshit. And I hate a world where that's not fair. You know what I mean? It's not fair. It's not fucking fair. And I can understand there's a lot of people that are frustrated, just like John, who you have creative talent and you can't make it big on YouTube. And I understand. Because it's bullshit. It's not fair. It's kind of like perfect timing. You know what I mean? And
perfect timing, guys.
Luck of the
No,
draw,
it's not.
really,
It's not
I was
perfect
the
time
lucky
for
one,
you.
And millions of people are not. And that's very frustrating to me because, as you know, John was an integral part of my work. John is my friend. I loved having work and friendship involved because it really was a great thing. But I knew when I was making this move to Washington that it had to be done. It was going to be a massive positive. So far, there has been a massive positive. And if anything, the one major negative right now is that, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do stuff with John. From time to time, I'm going to give him a call. I'm going to try to give him a call in the next couple of days. Hopefully, we can catch up, find out what the heck's going on with him. And
this was the situation where I basically realized I just can't call a guy. I never had free time except nights, late nights, you know.
Never had free time, guys. What's not my fault?
Could not be streaming because I had to pay the bills. You know, I put myself in that situation. It's my fault. But even I say it in a video and then I didn't do it because I couldn't because I was stupid.
You know, if you want to keep in touch with John, definitely check out his YouTube channel, John Rambo Presents, where he's going to be uploading weekly his podcast and all that stuff is going to be continuing on over there. And I hope I win for him. And I'm going to be keeping in touch with him privately offline. I know this is a huge change for everybody because we were all expecting, you know, this wasn't something that John and I discussed before. It was a completely different story. And apparently there was this epiphany in the past 2 months where he just realized he can't do YouTube stuff anymore. You know, that's life. It is what it is. So, you know, I just got to move ahead. And no hard feelings whatsoever to anybody. Seriously, how could I possibly have hard feelings for a guy who supported me, who was there for me, who we had a working friendship and a great business relationship for several years, and it was only that I chose to actively move? How could I be upset that he is moving on and doesn't want to be involved with that YouTube-related content anymore? I mean, I would be such an incredible egomaniac, selfish asshole. You know what I mean? And I'm not. You know, like I said, I love the guy. I wish him the best, and I hope this stuff works out for him. So there you go. You know what I mean? There you go. That's the definitive answer. And if anything changes, like he said, count me out for now. He didn't say count me out forever. There's a possibility that maybe in the future there'll be big stuff coming up. Maybe, you know, John's in a better situation.
And
in
just
years' time,
crying,
he wants to
begging
do
for him to come back.
He wants to come back and do Smart Guys.
Hey, Josh.
Well, I'm not going to push the issue. I'm not going to harass the poor guy.
I'm not gonna push the issue, guys. I swear. As he
Contact
pushes the
John,
issue.
and when John, you know, makes a decision that maybe he wants to come back, he can. Now, unfortunately, what this means is what's going to happen to Smart Guys, right? Because this is what everyone. Phil, when's the next Smart Guys? I don't know now because Smart Guys integrally from day one. It was me and John. Right? And we worked well off of each other. I had one perspective, he had another. A lot of times we had varying perspectives, we had different opinions on what was going on, and it was good the way that we played off of each other in that show. And would it even be worth it to continue that show when it's only one person? You know what I mean? Now, there is obviously a possibility to continue the show and maybe find people who are interested in pro wrestling who want to give their takes on what's been going on. We can maybe have special guests that we rotate through, but I don't want to do that without having input from people who have been fans of Smart Guys for years. I would be an asshole. Oh, I'm just going to change it, fuck it. I want to hear everyone's feedback. What do you think? Would it be better as a show that I continue by myself? Would it be better as a show where I have guests who maybe are rotating co-hosts on the show? Would it be better if maybe I've tried to find a one person who could be a co-host permanently? Or is that it? Should I just retire the show completely and just continue on? As you guys know, for the past 2 months, on Saturdays, I'm just doing one gameplay streams, or should I just do that instead? So I would definitely like to hear your opinions on all that stuff, whether it's on Twitter, at They Call Me DSP, whether it's in the comments of this video. Please go ahead and submit me all that and let me know. I will mull it over. I'm not going to promise anyone Smart Guys is returning soon because I want to think about it for a while. And in particular, with this hardcore gaming season coming up, I may be so inundated with stuff anyway. Maybe this was the right time for this to happen. But I'd like to hear your opinion and feedback, okay?
So I canceled it because ultimately I felt that the show had no purpose without John. That show was not just me, it was me and John. Without John, it wasn't Smart Guys anymore. I dabbled with the idea that maybe I would just do a new show. I just ended it. And you know, at that point, I didn't have any more pressure to really watch pro wrestling, but I did. I continued to watch it for several years, but yeah, I mean, is there anything?
You still watch it.
I mean,
that's why you get pissed off when people spoil.
I'm not gonna be doing anything for a while, if ever. I'll
What
let
you
know if
call
that
it?
changes.
Pay-per-views.
None of your business. Why? It's none of your business. Seriously. But back then, again, I was so Mr. Transparent. I got to share everything with everyone. I got to document everything. Keep in mind, I was filming all over my house. I was filming all over everywhere I went. I was
Double
editing.
the fills,
Now,
double the
that's
gout.
completely different. Like today, I would just say, "Oh, fuck off. None of your business, man. Stop getting in our business." You know? Do I want to do content with John? Yes, but we're not. Too bad. I'll let you know if and when we are and deal with it. Right? But I wasn't like that back then. I didn't have boundaries. So John texted me saying personal shit. I read it like an asshole, and then I bury him for like 40 minutes. I bury the guy. Oh, his content's good, but no one watches it. It's a shame. I mean, in one way, I'm alluding basically to the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm used to pick up content and push it, and it would be popular, and then the YouTube algorithm changed, and just like my channel, his channel had been suffering too. But I don't say any of that. Again, you have to understand that when you're going to say negative shit about someone or something, it's going to just be tossed at them. And that's exactly
And
what
yet you don't understand why they don't like you.
DSP Gaming is failing. Look, the views are going down. Phil has to make drastic action now or he'll go out of business. I'm like, dude, Rich, why'd you make that fucking video? Don't you understand that when you make that video, people now will come and laugh at me and deride me and do nasty things towards me and say, oh, what did you, I didn't understand that back then because I was a fucking idiot. Now I get it, but this is like, 7 years later, 8 years later. Older and wiser now, but back then, that was the dumbest thing I could have possibly done in the situation. I was completely in the wrong.
Whatever reason, he goes out to give me a bunch of compliments and then kind of buries me after that, which is a weird mixture of
I did
feelings
bury
to do sometimes.
It was a happy burial.
It's okay if I speak negatively because I complimented you first.
It was like, you're great,
okay, right?
but you're still
Yeah,
failing.
exactly.
He does the same thing where he goes, I'm going to be honest with everyone. That usual spiel. He talks about how John's giving up on YouTube. He doesn't want to do stuff on YouTube anymore. He kind of implies like I'm upset about views. I'm not getting enough credit or views or money, and very far from my feelings on things.
That's awesome.
I don't think I ever. It's very hard to make the argument that I tried to make a living on YouTube or I tried to make money on YouTube. Okay, the stuff I put out is not going to reach a lot of people. It's not really possible. It's a two-hour podcast, which is weird. It's a web series that's weird. It's very different than taking a video game that millions of people know about. It's advertised and doing a playthrough. People can find you in a search. And like for my stuff, I know what the ceiling is. Like the first Guys in a Whole Bunch episode, however, was like 20,000 views.
Yeah.
That's my ceiling. It's not 200,000, 2 million, 20,000. I then spent the next 3 years making more of those, knowing what that ceiling is. It's never a goal to get fame or money. It's like, this is what I like to do. This is what I want to make. The show we've done, almost 200 episodes. We know what the ceiling is.
Yeah, exactly.
Good. So I get all these messages from people saying, I always liked your content. Sorry to hear you're leaving.
Wow.
In the same video, he talks about how he's the exception. I'm the one in the million that can do this, that can make it. Well, congratulations, man. Again, we don't make the same type of content. And he refers to himself as the realest motherfucker on the internet.
Stupidest motherfucker.
And he
Stealing
lies
information.
as much as he can.
When he could have just called. And by the way, Howie,
Yep.
he has never actually called me to this day, which is 15 months later. Well, maybe 13 months. He's never actually called.
Yeah.
And in this video, he said, I'm going to call him. He's never actually called me.
Yeah. Now do you want I don't know, I just why don't you roll into the next bit?
All right, hold on. So
Yeah.
I feel like as a friend, you would call and you say, what's going on? Is there something I can do to help you out? Which is what you did. we talk, right?
Yeah.
And you would check
I
in
call,
once in a while. and
I
how you
call
doing?
John. I call John maybe once a week just to see how he's
And I
doing.
would tell you, like, yeah, this is what's going on, and
Yeah.
it's not that you could fix the situation. I'm not looking for someone to be like, I'm going to fix your problems. It's, talking it out, right? Let you know I support you, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's that. And I want to talk about this. He'll often say, I'm the realist. I'm the most, honestly, here's the truth of the matter. When people do that, they're usually doing it for a reason. It's usually because they're not telling the truth.
Exactly.
For me, I have a lot of mannerisms and things that I say in my dialect, talking to people on the internet.
Because you
every
lie
single
a
day for
lot.
40 years. When I say, the truth of the matter, or the bottom line is, or I'll be honest with you right now, what I'm doing is trying to emphasize that what I'm about to say has weight or importance. Okay? Maybe I'm dicking around right before that, making a joke, cracking, making a stupid comment, laughing, being silly. But I'm trying to tell you, okay, the silliness is over. I'm about to talk about something that's kind of important, so listen up. That's what I mean when I say that. And it's a quick way to say that without having to say, oh, by the way, guys, I'm about to drop all the levity and to be serious right now, so listen up. I just say, hey, the truth of the matter is, or hey,
Truth of the matter is, I'm about to lie.
Important, listen. But he is taking it like every time I say that.
That'd be hilarious, Snark.
A lie, that's
Well, if that was true, he wouldn't have any facial hair left.
Toxicity that's seeped into his opinion of me, thinking that because I say those things all the time in my dialect, it means that I'm always lying. Couldn't be further from the truth, but he feels that way at this point, you see? So I have no defense at all. I never should have read the text. I never should have made basically a burial segment in that podcast about I love his content, but it doesn't get attention. I did make it sound like he was retiring from the internet, although oddly enough, I say he's still doing his own show. So how is he retiring from the internet if he's still doing his own show? I don't make sense. I'm listening back to myself, and I don't make sense in that clip. It's a very, very, very bad clip. That's why I put asshole over it, because that's probably, out of all the things I did in this video, probably the worst thing. Okay.
If every time you spoke and you go, here's the honest truth of it. Let me be honest with you for a second. I'm the most honest. I'm the realist. That's a warning sign.
Yeah, big one.
Because why you feel the need to say that?
Because I'm joking half the time when I'm talking with you.
I just
guys.
think
I'm trying to bring levity on my streams. I want you to know that I'm saying something that I feel is important and truthful at that point. I'm not being a dick or a jokester, teasing anyone or, making a dumb comment about a game. It's something important. That's why I do that, to break it up. It's not like in the middle of a conversation, I would just say that.
Thanksgiving video, he talks about, I have no idea what I did wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. If you go to that video from August where he's reading my text, there's random people in the comments, man, and on Twitter and whatnot, that don't know Phil personally, don't know me personally, well before there's a problem, that there's an obvious problem between us publicly. There's people that are saying, maybe you shouldn't read someone's text out loud like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there's
amongst other comments like, you're a piece of shit, you ruined your own life and John Rambo's, a million other insulting things. And you can only, at that point, you can only take comments seriously to a certain extent. I'm not saying the comments weren't correct, they were, but I wasn't actively reading my comments for anything of any intelligence. It was basically a lot of toxicity and trolling there. I didn't really pay attention.
People that will watch and immediately go, why are you reading someone's text out loud? Obviously,
Exactly. Why are you reading text out loud, bitch?
Why are you doing that? Well, here we are all these months later, and he still has no idea. But random people can figure it out immediately after watching the video.
Yep.
So that was pretty much it. That kind of broke the back right there, man. Because again, you had all the stuff in the past, which many times saying things publicly that's saying things publicly about me that's not true, and then saying please don't do that. And here we go, like the biggest infraction of all, in my opinion. It's a big thing for me.
See you later, Mace. Mace was a longtime fan watching this all day. He has to go. We're in the home stretch. I'm done within less than like 20 minutes. We'll be done.
I mean, that trust, because how do you really be friends with someone if you can't trust them? How do you tell them things? Part of a friendship is kind of like the intimacy of it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You share things about your feelings or family or whatever. That's kind of it's gone. It's gone right there, man. So I don't respond to it. I don't say anything publicly. My reaction is basically like, all right, he says he's gonna call me. In that video, he actually says he's gonna call me. Let's see if he calls.
Again, I could not call, and that's my fault. My lifestyle was wake up, record, broadcast, upload, record, broadcast. Oh, I have free time at 10 at night, which is 1 a.m. his time. So I can't call him. I texted, and he didn't like the texts. He wanted a personal call. I did not give him a personal call. I just texted, and he didn't like that and ignored my text.
So
Exactly. He told you to call him, and you
in the
refused to
interim-
call him because you're a
in the middle of
jackass.
this, in the middle of this,
Lying is the only means of exhaling. That is a very good
First he
line.
starts with John, starts sending John these text messages, like in the middle of the night. So now, when you do the math,
This is 2015 now. This is much later, and again, this is why the timeline is skewed. He makes it sound like, oh, this is happening right now in 2014. Nope. This is 2015. 2015 was the worst year of my life at this point, besides maybe my channel was being insanely destroyed by trolls and fake copyright strikes. I was being DDoSed. I got swatted. My personal life was falling apart here with my significant other. I was feeling awful. And this would have absolutely been a time in my life when I absolutely would have loved to have some friends to talk about it. But I had now been ghosted by John Rambo. Not Howard, because I talked to Howard, but I've been ghosted by John Rambo ever since that late 2014 situation. I had not heard from him since then. I did try from time to time to reach out to him and say, hey, I hope you're doing well, this and that, and he just completely ignored me outright, okay? So what they're about to reveal is truthful information. I'll explain what's going on for the first time after they are done talking about it.
right? John starts getting text messages at 6 o'clock in the morning. That means it's like 2 o'clock in the morning there. So now, when you start reading them, you start looking at it, and it doesn't make any sense.
3 o'clock in the morning, again.
And
Hard
it's not
times
even
before.
coherent. So you start wondering if the guy was, like, if he's been drinking and texting.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's really weird. So basically, I called John up, and John, John goes, yeah, he's texting me. It's really weird, and he keeps texting me, and I'm not responding back, and and like when he texts, like he's sending these messages, like he does feel sorry on one end, but but then he says something that, like later that contradicts it completely. So
What happened there?
You just get to the point where like this is not good to have in my life.
yeah, it's
That's
not
sad
good to have,
because
yeah.
It doesn't mean you hate the person. It doesn't mean
Yeah,
that
Joe's money over his
you
friends,
know,
of
it's like,
course.
you hope they could fix whatever they got going on.
Yeah.
But they're just doing so much damage to you and themselves, you know?
Yeah, and then you look at it and you're like,
That's what it's like.
there's no consistency to what, there's no rhyme or reason, no consistency to what he does. So and then John goes like, just get ready because you're probably gonna get a text message. So a few weeks ago, what does he do? He texts me,
Yeah.
and it's weird because he starts off with like, hey,
So I heard you hate me now or something.
yeah,
Like,
he
based
goes,
on what,
hey,
man?
I haven't talked to you in a while. I hear you and John both hate me now.
Yeah.
No one, I haven't talked to this guy in like
Is there someone
in-
telling him the wrong
Yeah.
things? I don't know.
I have-
Maybe
I have-
there is.
I have.
Yes. All right, you ready for the explanation? It's not good.
The
Terrible.
lie.
I was depressed as shit that year. Everything was falling apart around me. I was actually afraid I was going to lose everything.
He said the line, my depression. Okay, back to the video.
I thought that my YouTube channel was going to basically be shut down, or I was going to have such a loss of monetization on my YouTube channel that I was going to not be able to pay for anything. I was not going to be able to pay for my home. I was not going to be able to pay for anything at all. And like I said, at the very same time, with all the horrible things that were happening to me that year, my personal relationship also had fallen apart at the seams. And late 2015 into, say, the first half of 2016 was a very tumultuous time with so much shit going on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't even know about. We're not going to get into that. Some of that is addressed in the Down the Rabbit Hole react that I've already done. But essentially, I was really, really, really fucked up in the head at this point. I was heavily drinking all the time at night. I would basically do a full day of content on the internet for you guys, and then I would drink myself to sleep because I was fucked up. I was depressed as shit. I didn't think there was any way I was going to get out of it. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. I wasn't enjoying what I was doing for a job anymore. I was jaded. I was just, I hated everything around me, essentially, at that point. And then, yeah, some late
Oh
nights.
my
I know,
God,
I
this
know
is
this sounds
great.
fucking pathetic as shit, because it is. There were some late nights when I would get drunk and I would start reminiscing about the past. I would start reminiscing about the times when I would do co-op with John, or we would do Smart Guys. And so I would actually be drinking like crazy and then watch our old content together and be depressed as fuck and fall asleep watching it, okay? Playthroughs and everything, you know. And then it got to the point where what happens when you're a drunken, depressed idiot mess? I already had done this before in my life, and here I am doing it again in 2015. I start sending out texts and shit at night in the middle of the night when I shouldn't be. Everyone's asleep. I'm drunk as fuck. I'm stupid. I'm sending out these texts. Oh my God, John, I'm so sorry. I hope we can make up. I don't know what happened. If I did anything to fuck over your life or whatever, I hope you'll forgive me. You know, shit like that. Pathetic shit. It is pathetic. Is it really an attempt for me to reach out to him and mend our relationship? Probably not. It's fucking me being depressed in the booze. It's not genuine. It's fucking me feeling bad.
You're right, it's not
Right?
genuine.
And there's no excuse for it.
It's
disgusting.
bullshit.
I'm actually very upset with myself that I did it. And it happened for a while. It wasn't just like, oh, it happened once or twice. It was like over the course of months. I know I kept texting John like that sometimes at night. And I know he was very upset. And I was shocked he didn't block my number. Seriously, I'm shocked he didn't block the shit. How's he putting up with this? And again, he never responded. So it wasn't like, hey, fuckface, stop doing this, you dumbass. Like, what are you doing? I don't fucking want text from you anymore. Stop bothering me. It's just nothing. Silence. And speaking to the void. All right? Which I don't know how much you guys know this, but when you're depressed and you're not getting any response, it just makes you feel worse. And by the way, this is not blaming them. This is me. This is all on me, not them. This is them 100%. And this eventually led to self-destruction and the culmination of what happened, them making this video, because what they're talking about when I texted Howard out of nowhere. I didn't text the guy in the fucking mood. So I texted him and said, hey, I heard you guys hate me. Oh, that is true. I did hear that they hated me. So after all this time that this is happening, all right, and I was getting more and more increasingly depressed, as you saw, occasionally I would talk about them in my videos, and I believe it was a stream or something that I mentioned them. I get an email from someone stating, hey, Phil, just so you know, I know that you're so, upset about Howard and John, not Howard, just John, not talking to you. So I just want to let you know that I ran into them. I was at a YouTube thing in New York. I think it was one of their studio things. And I guess John and Howard were there together. They were filming. Now, being a fan of you, I walked up to them and I approached them and I wanted to introduce myself and said, hey, I love your stuff. By the way, what's going on with you and Phil? Phil, now for since like almost, half a year, hasn't heard from anyone, what's going on? To which they responded to the person and said, we don't want to associate with Phil anymore. All the shit going on with him, all the drama going on with him. We have some personal issues with him that we don't want to discuss with you, but we want nothing to do with him. So we wish him the best, but we want nothing to do with him. Now, they said as much. In this very video, they actually revealed this, that they had said that to people at events just like this, okay? So one of those people told me that this is what happened. And here I am the whole time. I'm in the dark. They're not, again, John had never responded since like the fall of 2014 in any way, shape, or form, not returning texts or anything. And what I hear is that they hate me now, basically. I heard they hate me now. Wow, that really made me feel good in 2015, right? When I already was at one of my lowest points of my life. I was depressed and drinking. So it just exacerbated the whole situation, okay? So, again, this has nothing to do with them doing anything wrong. They have the right to shut down the friendship. They have the right to not talk to me. 2015 was an awful, awful year for me, and I was a drunken, depressed fucking mess. Now, when you are a depressed mess, I talked about this a bit in of all things, my reaction to the Wings of Redemption down the rabbit hole video. That was over a month ago. You can watch that right here on the channel if you'd like. And I talked about when you're depressed, sometimes you do things for no logical reason, only because you know that doing those things will destroy something and feed further into your depression. All right? This has happened to me many times over my life where I get so depressed about
And
something
then you drink more.
that I then purposely do things to ruin a friendship, to ruin a relationship even further than it's already been damaged. There's people who literally out of the blue, I decided I would just not speak to them ever again. This was very early on when I was like in my early 20s. Oh well, I'll never speak to that person ever again. Fuck them. There's people who've been nothing but nice to me in my life, and I shut them out. Okay? And again, this is not me justifying it. It's wrong to do this. But I've done it many times in my life. Whenever I feel depressed, this seems to happen. It's a running pattern with me and alcohol. Okay, I get very bad when I get depressed. Said, I was at a point in 2015 where I was at such a low, I was at that point. And so I decided, since these guys are not going to talk to me, I've now found out they hate my guts from someone who has talked to them in person, and they have not told me this up front.
So he doesn't know what anything is.
And then at least we'll have closure, right? So I forced their hand. I started talking about them in videos. There was the Thanksgiving Ask the King, where someone directly asked. That was the very beginning of this whole event.
So you're blackmailing them, or extorting them.
On purpose. It was a calculated move to force them to react. But I was thinking they would react to me and say, hey, Phil, in private, shut the fuck up. We had enough of your shit. We don't want to be friends with you. We've moved on. Leave us alone. I fully expected that's what was going to happen. I thought maybe on a shocking whim, perhaps they would say, oh, well, we're sorry about all this. Let's work it out. I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought it was going to be the former. It was going to be destroy everything. Burn it all down. That's what depression does, man. It makes you want to destroy it all and then say, fuck it all. I don't care after the fact that everything's destroyed. I was already feeling like shit. Why not just destroy everything around me too, right? So that's why I acted like that. And it's incredibly embarrassing. It was all public too. It wasn't even like, oh, this is public shit I was saying on my podcast, public shit that I was saying in my videos. And then behind the scenes, I'm drunk texting these guys. Shit. And I know they didn't believe me. I'm not stupid, but, it was out of control. Okay? All right.
I haven't talked to this guy since he left. The day that he left, that was the last time I talked to him.
Yeah, it was rewinding a bit. So after he does the video with the text message and all that, he did a pre-stream like the following weekend where he says like stuff with John had kind of become stale anyway. It was basically an attempt to be like, the entire thing was basically like to write me out,
Yep.
for no reason. Because like if you just call
Yeah,
him,
but you're right about he
man,
gets on his
he'd be like,
depression and alcoholism.
but it was an attempt to kind of write like we don't need John anymore. He's a fucking loser. He's got all problems, and we don't need him. We're gonna keep going with watching my stuff. Got very defensive, like almost like I was doing something wrong to him, when I really wasn't. I did not wrong him by
No, he wasn't doing anything wrong in regards to he didn't want to be in my content. He was doing the right thing for himself. I just wish that he would have said it instead of saying, I'm going to be in your content. It's coming. No, really, it's going to happen. And he kept leading me on. It's kind of like the same deal with Howard before I left Connecticut. He would say, oh, I'm going to be at your event. No, I'm going to be at your event. No, I'm going to be at your event. Within 24 hours of the event, I'm canceling. My girl says we're busy. Like, what? And I felt like that's essentially...
Because the girl's having sex with him. You're not, so just saying.
That thing that he and I had talked about that was bad in the past. I wish he did that differently. I wish he at least would have been honest with me. All right? And I don't feel like he was being honest or transparent with me at the time. I feel like he just didn't want to be in my stuff. Yes, there was personal shit going on in his life, but also now we know there was this stuff going on back in Connecticut. People didn't like me. There was poison there, being spread around about me, about completely unrelated issues. And definitely, all that being said, this is a situation that I wish went down completely differently, and it didn't. I don't know what I can do about it now, but it's done. He's right in saying he didn't do anything wrong in regards to not wanting to be in my content. I just wish that he had been completely transparent with me about it, and it probably would have avoided a lot of these issues. But the issues were created by me after the fact.
by not being able to do his content. There's a video, man, that somebody sent to me, okay, which was taken from one of his streams, dude. So he basically was talking about me around this time period. It was like August or September, and he's going off about how John lives with his parents. John lives in the middle of nowhere. He's got all these problems, and as usual, it's like what I was saying. Like, we don't need that fucking loser around here, He didn't specifically say the loser part, but he did say the other stuff.
Didn't say anything like that at all.
Here's the thing: he doesn't know anything about my house, who I live with. He has never been to my home. He's never expressed interest in doing that. He doesn't really know who's in my life or anything about the situation. And you guys saying things like that on a public stream. Yep. Someone that's supposed to be your friend. So I contact him after this. Immediately after, sent him a text message because he wants to say that. Oh, no one.
Yeah, the timeline is skewed. I can't remember exactly when this was, but this was definitely in that time frame of me doing fucked up stuff on my streams in regards to Rambo, because he wasn't really giving me transparent information or responding that much. Again, it was me trying to justify a reason why he's not going to be.
Why you were drunk and depressed, dude.
Home, he's got to handle those. This whole YouTube thing isn't his focus. But why am I saying shit like that? Even if it was true or not, because I'll be honest with you now. Oh, I said it. I'll be honest with you. So that means obviously that I'm lying now. No, from my recollection, that was factual information. The shit that I said. From my recollection, we had behind the scenes conversations like that, and I was revealing that information to the public, which I shouldn't have done. He's saying, oh, we never even talked about that. He's making it up. I swear we did talk about that via text. Okay? I wouldn't just pull something out of my butt like that out of nowhere. In regards to, no, I've never been to his house. But he told me all about it in the past. I knew what area of New York he lived in. I knew about who he was living with, and all of that because we talked about it. So it's funny because he's basically saying here, oh, he didn't know anything about that. Maybe it really was true, and he's trying to like defend himself here to say, oh, it wasn't real because he's afraid of doxing and shit. I don't know. But the shit I said back then, to the best of my knowledge, was truthful. It was just wrong to say it. Completely wrong to say it. He's sharing personal information about me. Why the fuck am I reading that and talking about that on my streams? But again, the timeline's fucked because I think this already had happened previous to the Thanksgiving thing, but now he's bringing this up again.
Never expressed any problems or I don't ever heard of any problems of John having with me. So I sent him a text and said, I caught wind that you're saying very private things. By the way, not true things, lies about me. In one of your streams, I expect that you will not be posting that to YouTube. I hope that you will not be uploading
And
that
yet
to
he
YouTube.
does every single
So,
fucking
He
time.
didn't respond.
Doesn't matter
And
what
I
it
do
is,
not
he
believe
posts it to
that,
YouTube, no matter
I don't
what.
think he did actually post it. It was one of those like pre-stream things. Well, again,
Uh-oh. Yeah, it comes back quickly, I think. Most of it.
especially like every interaction has to eventually do with videos and stuff, man. He talked about the Thanksgiving video, talks about like we were talking about shows and stuff. There'll be a message like, hey, you're watching Gotham. And I'll be like, yeah, it's pretty decent. And then it'll just immediately turn into, yeah, let's record this weekend.
See, and he felt that way, but that's not what was happening. I was trying to reach out to him and be a friend and talk via text. I couldn't call him. I just couldn't. I didn't have the time until super late at night to be doing that kind of stuff. But I know I was watching a show. We both like comics. Let's talk about Gotham. We talk back and forth about it, for a bit. Things we liked, things we didn't like. And I say, oh, by the way, any chance that we're going to do anything soon? Because I'd like to actually, again, my frame of mind, because I'd like to actually talk with you, on a time that I can take out of a day, make work out of it, so I can have time to talk with you beforehand. This is, again, what we used to do when we would come on Saturdays for co-op. The first hour or two of us doing it wasn't doing it. It was just talking about fun stuff, having our friendly interactions. Then we would turn on the cameras and start recording the content. I wanted that back. He just wanted me to call him outside of all of that stuff. Okay? Again, workaholic, bad way to go about having friends when all you're doing is work, and all your interactions with them is work, right? And it's easy to say, well, Phil, you could have just dropped everything and called him. I mean, you're right. I could have. Absolutely. You're right. But, at that point in my life...
You could have called him, but he never did. He never did.
Life here in Washington State, I was fully focused on the things going on here, which weren't great in 2015, 2014. They were much better. But you're right. There's no... the excuse here, the only excuse I can make is not really excuse, explanation is when you're separated physically from something, from the person. All right? It's not out of sight, out of mind, because I still remembered him. I wanted to do stuff. I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to hang out with him. I wanted to make content with him over the internet. But it wasn't as easy as, okay, my Saturday is that he's driving over, we do it. It was, man. So now we got to try to schedule in when we can both do it with the internet. It makes it more complicated. My schedule already, I'm working all day, every day, and just barely making enough money to make ends meet at that point. And because I got myself into so much debt and shit. So it was like, I can take time out and call him and have a conversation on the phone. But I don't know if it's necessarily going to lead to anything better in a friendship. I don't even have time for the friendship. I wanted to have the work happen so I could cut the time out of the work to have the friendship continue. I know this is completely wrong. Everyone's probably like, what the fuck? You call your friend, you hang out with your friend. That's not how it was. In my mind, it was, oh, work. So have the scheduled work and cut out a section of the work to be friends and then do the work after. That's how it always was. And it's fucked up. Completely fucked up. Especially because, again, before I became a full-time YouTuber who monetized my videos, I did spend time with John. We went to tournaments
Wait for
all
this
kinds
video
of fun
and
stuff
then I
together.
might
It had
decide
nothing to
it.
do with making videos for YouTube. And that went away when I became a full-time YouTuber. My fault. He's right. 100% here.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you thinking, man? And I'll admit there's many texts he sends which I just don't respond to because how do you trust it, man?
Yeah.
How do you trust this isn't going to become something that's I got to talk about in video now?
Yeah, pretty
John's
much.
talking to me all the time.
And that's one of the reasons why I was reluctant to why I didn't reply to that text message, because I looked at it and said, well, if John went through this nonsense with him going ahead and posting these text messages on or reading these things on his vlogs, then what's it going to keep him from doing it with me?
Or if you respond, it becomes like, oh, Howard's talking to me. What the fuck, John's?
Yeah. So why even put myself in that predicament? That's why I didn't even bother texting him back. I just left it like that. But then, like I said, he goes, writes these text messages, sends text messages to John, then sends me a text message, and then what does he do right after? He goes ahead, he posts a video.
Yeah, this was maybe 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. And
Yeah,
then
immediately posts a video.
That was the first thing they addressed.
Post this video on Thanksgiving.
So yeah, 2 weeks ago we both got texts like the middle of the freaking night. While we're
Middle of the night. I got this text message. It was like 4:30 it was 5:30 in the morning. So that was I think it was like 3 in the morning over there, 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
So I look at it and I talked to John and I said, I really think he's drinking.
He basically these texts. I'm not going to go word for word because that's what happened to me. I'm not going to do that, but he basically expressed that he wants to kind of work things out.
Yeah.
But he really doesn't because you saw what he did on Thanksgiving. So it's basically like an ultimatum kind of thing. Like, if you don't fucking talk to me, respond to me right now, then I'm going to go publicly and try to fuck you.
I mean, it wasn't trying to fuck you. It was again. He's right. It was basically like, you've been ghosting me for a year. I'm depressed as fuck. I want to destroy everything around me. I want an answer. Is anything ever going to change, or is it always just going to be, you ghost me forever? And it worked.
Womp womp.
Destroyed everything. It worked, man. It destroyed absolutely, positively everything about this relationship. There was no way, after they made this video, that this was going to continue, which is odd because we're at the end of the video, and wait till you hear how they end it. It's baffling to me. So let's finish this.
Publicly. That situation, okay? And like if you and I had a problem, Howie, which you never know.
I know, right?
And I felt really bad that you're not speaking to me. I'm probably not going to make things worse.
No,
by saying feel like you're, whatever he said, the insults that he said in a public video.
Yeah, and
it's almost like he's always got to try to save face. I'm the winner. There's no winner in this situation, man.
No,
And
I
I
didn't
would
think there was
try-
going to be
I
a
would
winner.
try to-
Again, they are off base here. There's no winner here. I wasn't trying to be, I'm the guy that is the winner here. I knew there was going to be a culmination and an explosion. I thought it was going to be they contact me behind the scenes and say, fuck off, never again, stop contacting us, block, block, block. Or, wow, all right, let's finally hash it out. John, I thought it was going to be John.
So because they didn't act like you would,
I thought it was going to be the
you were
forum. Fuck you,
confused.
block, block, block. I had no idea they were going to make a public video like this at all. Because again, 90% of
After
the
you
video-
made
first off,
multiple
I know there was
public
resentment.
videos.
I know there was resentment about all these things that happened over the years. It's first
You
time
made
it blew my
multiple
mind.
public videos, and you're surprised that they
feel
made
like shit,
one.
But we'll talk about this in a second.
to address
Let's
it
end here. Finish this.
personally versus doing it the way he does. And personally, I'll be completely honest with you, John. I really think that he watches too much
This is
WWE because it feels like
WWE.
no, I'm not lying to you. It
What are you
feels like
talking about?
it really feels like he tries to make his channel like that, where it's full of drama.
When?
It's all drama.
Alright, yeah.
Just to try
When? Your entire existence is drama. Mr. reading text messages on live stream. Mr. shitting on them on live stream. Mr. exploiting a friend's death on live stream.
to create controversy.
My channel is all drama. Has he ever even watched the fucking channel? I played video games constantly. The vlogging was the rare shit. He's acting
And
like I'm
cry
huge on
and
it.
beg.
What is he talking about here?
And beg
It
and
doesn't make any
cry.
sense at all. What he's saying is completely nonsensical stuff.
So that he can get more views.
Yeah,
And it's-
we're feeding into it right now.
Create controversy.
And
get
we are. We're
views. Oh, that's
feeding
me.
into
Like I said, he's still finding ways to monetize this after this time. But
yeah.
let's bring up that. So WWE smart guys, man. People often ask him like, "Are you doing smart guys?" And they'll just throw me under the bus. Like, it's up to John. It's 100% on him if we'll do it.
There it is. Ask John, guys. Ask John.
I got
Ask
some text from
John.
him from last summer where he's basically like, "Let me know when you want to do smart guys, so I'll start watching wrestling again." So what that says to me is like, you're not really a fan of it. You don't really watch it. You will watch it if you could make a video about it, and you're going to make a video about it because you want to monetize a video.
So at this point, when you get to this, you're at the end of it now, and you're like, so everything now is evil. Everything I do is wrong. Everything's evil, right? There's no
Yep.
jokes anymore. Again, this is the
Everything's
world
wrong.
he
You-
does. So anything
nothing
Bill
to do
does
is good.
Is the mindset. He's only in it for the money. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. Everything is evil. Everything's bad. So
Yep.
there's a running joke that we used to make when we did Smart Guys that wrestling sucks. Like most pro wrestling was bad. I mean, there's a few rare times when the CM Punk plotline happened and we liked that. But in general, that the wrestling was
Yeah, he
bad. It
loves
was like
CM
bad. It wasn't
Punk.
as good as the stuff that used to be on TV. It's a running joke that, is bad. Okay? Now, when he contacts me about, or we're talking about this, it's a joke. Oh, I'll start watching wrestling again once, we're going to do the show. I just moved. All right. I hadn't been actively watching wrestling because I hadn't been actively doing anything or falling back into my habits. All right. But I was still following. I still knew what was going on in wrestling. I was reading stuff online, social media and the like. And I was eventually going to get back into it. I feel like a great way to get full-fledged back into it after not being, attached to it for a couple months would be for the show. It was a joke. Oh, I'm not watching it. We'll watch it again when we're going to make the show. It's a joke, it sucks or whatever. Now, this couldn't be further from the truth. Allow me to flip this a little bit. I don't really like doing this, but this is, at this point.
What, tell the
John,
truth?
At the end of the video here, he just starts throwing Hail Marys. What's the last few things I could say bad about Phil? All right. During the course that we were making Smart Guys, all right, I was watching everything. I was watching every program on WWE, including Raw, SmackDown, and other formative shows that were coming out at
You
that
mean
time.
NXT?
Plus, Impact Wrestling. Every week I was watching Impact Wrestling. John didn't like 90% of the wrestling. So every once in a while, he'd watch a Ring of Honor show and bring that to the table. But for the most part, he'd come in, and after maybe just a few months of doing the show, expressed to me that he didn't like the wrestling stuff anymore. He wanted to keep doing the show and talk about it. But he said, so just so you know, I'm going to come in, and I'm not going to know anything about the shows because I didn't watch them. But what we're going to do is we're going to open up. I had an iPad at the time. We'll open up your iPad, and we'll use this app to go through the
So a
results
guy
of the
who
show.
went to
So you don't have to watch
WrestleMania
any of the
doesn't
wrestling.
care about wrestling.
You can go through it 'cause
Gotcha.
you watched it, and as you're talking about it, I'll give you what I think about what happened on the show, but I haven't watched it, right? So kind of funny, the whole time we're
How's the guy
doing
who goes
Smart
to
Guys,
WrestleMania,
arguably
but he
half
doesn't
the time
care
in the
about it?
second half
Mhm.
we were doing the show, he wasn't watching
Right.
wrestling. He was basically having me talk about what happened, going through results, and giving my opinion on it because I'd watched it, and then he would chime in, all right? We didn't know that. He was good at bullshitting, I guess, all right? But here we are, years later, the show's retired, we want to restart it. I make a joking comment, oh, I'll start watching it again now, I haven't watched it in a while, wrestling sucks. Oh, see, Phil only watched wrestling because he would monetize it. Dude, we were making a show together, monetizing it, and you didn't watch it. So what are you talking about? Like, completely hypocritical there. And that irks me because that's a particular situation where I was really carrying the workload for that show, and he was just riding along. And
Oh,
now
you
years
have
later,
never carried a
what's the last
workload
few
ever
results we can go through at the
anywhere.
end? Oh, he made a joke about
You
wrestling.
can
That means
barely
he
pick up a
monetizes
gallon of
wrestling.
milk. There's no way you carried a
Sure, whatever you say,
workload.
John.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just really weird, like I'll start watching when you let me know that we're gonna do the show. Otherwise, I'm not gonna fucking look at it, I don't know. Let's go to Thanksgiving last year, man. We only got maybe a couple things here left. Just to get out of here.
There's really nothing left. They're just going to reiterate
Not
things they
ruin
already
the
said
entire
at this
day
point, if I
here.
remember correctly.
Yeah.
Because life is good, man. If you let life be good, there's a lot of great things you could be doing with yourself.
Oh, exactly.
So yeah, on the Thanksgiving video that he put out this year, he talks about how last year he was not invited on the Black Friday show that we did for 2014.
Oh yeah, definitely
the one
because
fact, OJ
it
wasn't actually there
PG.
either. Does that mean that?
But what are you gonna
know,
do?
OJ, it was actually just you and I actually.
Yep.
Still making plenty of
and
money,
also
so I
doesn't
guess
bring
it's
up the
working
fact that
for
last year on Thanksgiving,
WWE.
He is when he decided to unfollow me on Twitter. Which again, like today, you're supposed to be with your family and friends and whatnot.
We've already addressed all of this, but in quick summary, every year he had me on his Thanksgiving show to talk about Black Friday deals, and it was me and first it was me and Howard, then it ended up being OJ some of the years. This particular year, 2014, when I moved, again, he's not talking to me at all. He's basically ghosting me at this point. He says he's going to be in my content when he's ready. I'm thinking, well, he's doing his content. Maybe he'll want me to be on his show. All I did was send him a text saying, hey, I'm available if you want me to be on the show. That was it.
He didn't
I
want
don't
you,
think there was
so
nothing
get
against
over
or
it.
Anything like that. And then people ask me after the fact, of course, what are people going to do? Well, Phil, we were watching this Thanksgiving show and you weren't on it. You're always on it. Don't you think that's a bad sign, Phil? And against the trolls. Don't you think that's a bad sign? Don't you think that means that he doesn't like you? You see? And, you know, what they're trying to say, oh, no big deal. Well, if that's no big deal, then me unfollowing you on Twitter should also be no big deal, right? If you always have me on a show, you actively don't ask me to be on a show for the first time in many years, all right? And that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything if I'm casually unfollowing you on Twitter. If my trolls contact me and say, haha, you weren't on Rambo show because he hates you, then you should also ignore when they say, haha, Phil unfollowed you on Twitter. It goes both ways. But this entire video is, oh, everything Phil does is wrong, right? But when we have the same reactions to stupid, arbitrary bullshit that shouldn't matter and trolls contact us, it's awful for us, you see? And again, that's my fault because I'm the one who has the internet following, makes a living. It's those trolls that are doing the same thing to both of us. They would never have been trolled if they were never involved with my content to begin with.
And
Yep,
causes
all
me
your
to get a bunch
fault.
of shitty messages, just like this year.
That's on him, not on me.
So there's something out there where people will be like, people are saying, John, unfollow Phil on YouTube. Well, the fact of the matter is, I never actually followed him in the first place. So I didn't unfollow him. I also didn't follow OJ and Howard. I didn't follow any of you guys on YouTube. You know, so I didn't actually follow him and then consciously unfollow him. That's like very fourth grade nonsense, which he has done. He doesn't follow. I still follow him on Twitter actually because I'm not going to go through the trouble of unfollowing someone like.
Stupid. If someone
He says he cries about it.
oh, why did you unfollow? Fuck you. Why are you even asking?
Third grade, but he's unfollowed all of us in all things.
Yeah.
Okay.
He like I said, he threw the first stone. So now he's wondering why we don't talk to him. And then, you know, when you start looking at some of the underlying issues, you'll realize why.
It's a freaking circus, man.
It's a circus.
He's doing the Patreon. We talked about the shirts.
And he's the biggest clown in that
So he's
circus.
kind of emptying the barrel here.
Empty the barrel.
Yeah.
It's already a 2 hour, half hour
A couple
and a
months
half video.
ago,
Keep going.
maybe it was September, August of 2015 this year. He put out a montage of a co-op playthrough that we did, and put ads on there.
Hello again, everyone. Darkside Phil
Here it
and
is.
welcome to the best
Still
and most
monetizing
DSP
them.
classics, where we turn back the clock and take another look at some of the most classic, old, funny, and weird playthroughs that I've done in my years on YouTube. The patrons have spoken, and this time we'll be checking out a little game called TV Superstars.
And it's pretty obvious that like I don't want to do anything with you or be associated with you. And then just, let me put out a video that's got John in it, so I can put ads on it.
Wow.
You know? And why would you? Well, I can see why you would do it, but again, like there's obviously some problems with the relationship. Why do you think that's a good idea?
Wow.
On top of
Yeah, what do you think
wow,
Rambo
so-
and Howard think about
Wait, we
him
have to
doing
address
those
it?
retrospective
Well,
events
should I address
now?
that? Is there a point? I mean, we already talked about all of our arrangements over the years. You know, he got paid for that work at the time, very generously for it. Okay? There were never residual agreements. There never will be residual agreements. I can't even figure out residuals. To this day, I can't figure out residuals on that stuff. It's my content. I own it. I have the right to use that forever in perpetuity. I own the rights to the video. Is it in good taste? Well, if I was doing a whole, let's do a
When Back to the Future 2, I think it was made, the actor who played a character in Back to the Future 1 was on it too. They then used a different actor, and then the movies got sued for it. Just saying, DSP.
ginormous project with 4 million parts that's going to bring me in big bucks, and it's going to be all about the best of John Rambo. Okay, maybe that would be
He
considered.
doesn't want to be doing this, but he needed the
Right,
money.
I'm
He
doing
really
the project
did to
on
pay his
Patreon.
bills.
And the viewers themselves say we loved those days back in the day. So that's old school DSP and Rambo. Can we do like a montage of the best stuff from back then? Right? What is wrong with that?
Once again, it's the fans'
Well,
fault, guys. It's the fans'
monetize,
fault.
Anything monetized with him on it is bad. Patreon is bad. Anything bad. Anything is bad. Anything with money bad. But again, we're getting into the video. This isn't about money, right? This video is not about money. However, this is never number one.
It's about you using them.
Into the video. It's not about money, even though he was paid for those videos, right? This is like
It's about
this is my
you
argument all the time.
using them
That I paid you
and
a
your
license
dead
fee to play a video
friend
game,
for
okay?
money.
I paid the fee. Now I'm doing a let's play of it. You claim my video for music. I paid the fee to use the content in your game. All right? You've already been paid for that. Now I'm able to use it forever. Get it? Same thing here.
He got paid for the videos.
Nope.
He received
Not how that
compensation. That was the
goes.
agreement we had. There was no future agreements or anything about anything else in the future. How can you then say, how dare you ever,
Yeah, he's
ever
fucking
do
desperate,
content
Luis.
ever again in anything? Ever. Like, I have to erase any interaction I ever had with Rambo and Howard off the internet. No.
Probably should.
It happened. It's all there. It's documented. It will stay there forever. I will make 2 pennies every year on all the content we did, because like I said, the old videos don't get monetized.
Except for the
ads
membership
don't.
goals you did
Almost
for
nothing
the
on
retrospective
ancient videos.
events.
It's the new stuff that I constantly pump out that makes the ad revenue, not ancient videos. You know?
Yes,
it just doesn't
it
exist.
is.
It's a myth of YouTube that the old videos are getting tons of ad revenue. They don't get the same ads on them as the new videos. It's bullshit. So he thinks, oh, Phil in perpetuity will always be making a living off of the content we did. No, I mean nothing on it. It's ridiculous. It's a horrible argument from someone who doesn't understand the way YouTube works and someone who doesn't have a leg to stand on in that argument.
You don't know
because
how
he
YouTube
first
works
worked
either, so
what
shut
he
the fuck
wanted,
up.
By the way, like he thought it was too much at the time, as we've already discussed. Okay.
Talks about behind my back on his forum or elsewhere. I always catch wind of it. Man.
We
People
already
feel
talked
that
about
way.
that. We already talked about that.
And it gets to a point where it's too much, man.
Yeah, and then you figure if you don't, because then what happens is you don't go ahead and address it. And we were trying to avoid addressing this for a long time. But like I said, he goes and makes a video, and then he starts with the shit again with, making a video, trying to, and like I say it all the time, and a lot of other people say it, he's terrible at damage control.
I agree
terrible.
with that.
And sometimes
100%.
when he addresses things,
Back
it makes
then
it
it was
ends
awful.
up
Much better
being
at it
even
today.
worse
Great.
than what it really was.
You're not
Well,
better at
I
it
think
today.
what-
You're still the
I
worst
think we
at
probably
it.
didn't even have to do this
Yeah.
because when someone says like it's 100% on their side, I did nothing
Yeah.
wrong. Like no one believes that.
No,
I didn't-
no,
everything
yeah,
correct.
Maybe some people do, but most people are like smart enough to be like, wait a second, that's really.
Yeah.
Like these other people we just lost our minds and became these fucking heinous villains, and it's usually not how the real world works, man.
We're on
Maybe
DSP,
you're
that's
not
what
some
happened.
WWE thing.
Right.
But
I think I'm a
No,
heel in real
yeah,
life.
and I
Like I said, that was my persona in
he-
Street Fighter, not
you
real
can tell
life.
just even from the beginning, why, like even from his name, like the King of Hate.
This
And
is
it's
so
like he-
bullshit. Howard knows what the King of Hate means. He was there during the entire time when I was the King of Hate in Street Fighter. He knew what it meant. He's completely lying to his audience at this point to try to make points that don't make any sense. He knows that the King of Hate is not that I'm a hateful person on people on the internet. He's being a jackass here.
He enjoys.
He
that.
says
lives by that. And
hatefully.
it's like, I understand if it's like a facade for like YouTube or whatever. The
He
case
says
may be, but, like,
hatefully.
when you're doing these things in real life to people that are close to you, then you start questioning.
Oh
whether
yeah,
or not,
Darkseid destroys
if it's a
Thanos.
facade or if it's the real you.
And look, man, at the end of the day, he didn't kill anybody.
No, he didn't.
He doesn't deserve to be put in prison or something. Or
Darkseid has power
I
without
have
the
no hatred
Infinity
towards him.
Glove.
I wish him the very, very
Thanos
best.
has power without the
Whatever
Infinity
he
Glove,
does
but nowhere
today,
near as much as
there's just stuff
Darkseid
that's been
does.
put out there that needed to get the other side of it.
Sorry, my allergies are
a lot of
fucking killing me.
misinformation. And that stuff, that'll piss you off, man. People say things about you that aren't true enough times. You gotta get your
And
statement.
I think the
there's people out
allergies
there
might
that
have
probably
taken are
still
starting to wear off, so I'm gonna have
or
to
deny
start
the
taking
things that were said here
different
today.
ones.
Yeah,
What-
it's
whatever.
See if I
not,
can't
it's
trick
not
my
gonna matter
allergies.
anyways, because no matter how you look at it, you gotta live by that philosophy. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, and that's what's gonna end up
And
happening.
DSP is definitely an
anything
asshole.
we'll talk about today, it's gonna get misconstrued in some way, shape, or
Yeah,
form.
that's how it goes.
You know?
That's
Yeah.
why I don't want to get
Misconstrue it,
involved.
what
I got
you
other
guys
stuff to
did.
do, man.
Yeah,
I
and
got
then
fun things to do. Like life is pretty simple, man. Like I know you kind of think you kind of crack the code. You go to your job, you do the best you can. You go to your job, and maybe you don't like your job that much, but everything leads to something else.
What's he talking about?
You know what I mean?
What does that have to do with
wherever
anything?
you may work out there, you're learning something.
A job is something you do,
may not
DSP, to
be
get
more realized.
paid.
But you're getting something out of it.
Not
You're
begging.
getting experience, life experience that you can apply to something else. And I think life is kind of like a ladder, and you keep trying to climb.
I don't get it. What
So
you're talking
it's a
about?
great
A
height.
job? What's that,
And
guys?
then, when you're off time, you don't spend your time shitting on other people. You don't spend your time being angry about things or feeling like the world owes you stuff. You spend your time
You wanna talk about
doing something you
projection,
might enjoy
huh?
with people that you enjoy being around.
So this is the big summary. This is If they watch my content, obviously not. If they did, they would know that's not what it was, but that's what they feel.
That's
Very
exactly what we're doing right now.
My friends. You don't
Don't
need
need the
to
money.
views or
The views of the money, it's not what it's
whatever
about.
the hell it is.
Yeah, last time, and like I said, I live by that. The last time I checked, YouTube doesn't sign my check, so to me it doesn't really.
Would you really want? Okay, would you really want them to? Would you want them
No,
to? be your-
I personally wouldn't because I can't deal with that. It's constantly having and like I said, I'm gonna give credit where credit is due, and I'll be completely honest
Yes,
with you.
blue collar beggar.
I'm very impressed at how successful he has gotten.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a very successful person for what he has done. In the past
He
5
was.
years, he was a pioneer. In the
They had to
beginning.
declare
I'm not gonna say
bankruptcy
that
like a
he wasn't,
bitch.
Absolutely.
But I think he's stuck in a rut. There's a lot of Let's Players, and it's hard to compete now unless you do things differently. And I think he's in a really bad spot, and that's why he's trying to reach out to us, but he doesn't know how to reach out. He does it in a negative way, and it really
Just too
burns.
much damage has been done.
Too much damage has been done, and it continues, and the damage continues because he doesn't know how to divert the damage.
Yeah.
He just adds to it.
But I do care about him. And I hope he does great things.
Yeah,
I hope he could. If he is in some sort of, I don't really know, honestly. If he's in a tough spot, emotionally or whatever,
Which I was.
income-wise, I hope he can turn around. I think he
I mean,
can.
it wasn't about the income.
The
it was about
mod
emotion.
depression.
I was incredibly depressed, fucked up in the head, and got absolutely no kind of positive reaction, understanding, or anything from these guys. Nor maybe should I have, because again, we hadn't been talking and everything. But still, it's funny because they're in a video like, gee, maybe someone.
Or if
is
you take the
pissed
what
that I
if
feel a little
Ultron that had all the
disappointed,
Infinity
maybe
Stones,
like, reach out.
he could probably beat Darkseid.
nah, let's make a video about him for 90 minutes.
Maybe
I don't
take
know
a person without, using something on the outside,
And
like
I just want to throw this out there, and this is for
yeah,
is for John
Superman,
and
Wonder
myself.
Woman.
This is the last time we're going to address this.
Okay,
I'm not going to
okay.
continue doing this. He says one thing, we say another. I'm not going to do
Ooh,
this.
Doctor Doom took down
Alright,
Galactus.
so-
I might. We'll see.
And of course,
Yep.
obviously,
But you're
Squirrel
done.
Girl.
You're done.
I'm pretty much done because it's. You know what?
Squirrel Girl could beat Darkseid
I'll
without
say
even
this, okay?
trying,
I'll say
but
this.
that's Squirrel
So,
Girl's power.
Instead of making a monetized response video,
Batman gets
trying
lucky.
to,
He
you
has
know,
to blackmail
post
him.
something on your forum, or maybe I won't see.
Don't
you or
let us go.
something
I
like
blow up
that.
your whole entire planet.
Trying to make profit. off of it.
Okay, I guess better let you guys
You know
go.
what you said you were going to do back in August 2014? Give me an actual call. Give me the call that you promised that you were going to do.
Give both of us the call.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You have the call. I'll be happy to talk to you.
Give
about
both
it.
And he
of us
never
the call. Why
called.
would I call Howard? I'm still confused. No, give both of us the call. No, I still want the call. I mean, I hate your guts and everything, like I've explained in this video, but please give me the call too. I need the attention.
Whatever you want to talk about. Okay.
Yep.
And then that's that, man. That's that. And if people want to come here and well, you can come here and do whatever
Basically,
you
how
want. It's
Howard
just
goes from
a bootleg
Yeah.
channel.
not a
Yeah.
friend to a
If you
friend,
wanna
back to
come
not a
shit on
friend,
me
back to a
and,
friend.
You know, people out there, if you guys want to shit on me and say like your views are shit, whatever you want to say, man. My channel is me having fun with my friends. I don't put ads on my stuff because I don't have to. I don't ask the audience for anything except to hopefully have a good time and have a great time doing what I do. So please, again, tell me that I'm not successful. Okay, tell me I'm not successful. Or you could just do the usual thing and say
You have someone who loves you in your life,
But,
you're
that's
doing
true.
better than
That's true.
DSP.
You Juno's bastard.
DSP has no one in his life that loves him.
Just calm down, buddy.
Uh,
Is that the end of this thing? This atrocity?
yep, that's it.
Okay. Adios, everybody.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the end. That's the very last second. I didn't leave anything else out. Okay, so here's the epilogue. Because of course everyone wants to know, well, what happened? What happened when this was released?
Wait a minute, he's about to monetize this.
How did it all end? All right. So this was released. I can finally take this off. Thank God. This was released 3 days after my Thanksgiving vlog. It was released, like I said, on that Uncanny Not Men channel. Why they had to make a new channel to put this up, I have no idea. Apparently, within a day
Trying to
or
hide
so
it from
of the
you,
video
and then you
release, not
immediately
only
found
was the
out
video deleted, the
anyways
channel
and
was
destroyed
too.
it.
Okay, completely deleted from the internet. But the internet doesn't forget, and immediately it had been ripped, archived, and reposted all over the internet. So even though the original is not intact, this still has been all over the internet. All right. So what happened? I got contacted by everybody, by my fans, by my haters, longtime friends like the Airy Lord, all reached out to me saying, "Damn, Phil, wow, don't know if you're aware, but apparently your former friends have put out a hit piece against you, and we have no idea if it's real or
You
not."
mean the
true or not.
truth?
Well, not real or not, but we don't know if what they're saying is true or not. But my God, some
They
of
put
the
out
things
the
they
truth
say
against
are
you
pretty bad.
guys. And allow
To the point
that.
where it really feels like character assassination. But if it's true, obviously you're pretty fucked. That's probably the end of your career on the internet. All right, so bad. So
Masturbating in front of
true or not?
children, you're
Why'd you ask me
fine.
that? I said, I'm not even gonna answer that. I don't know. I didn't watch it, yet at that time. So, certain people start telling me what's in the video. I didn't watch
Alright,
it. Certain people tell me what's in the video,
some
and they
camera
say,
talk. People like Superman, Darkseid, Wonder Woman, whatever, yeah, they are insanely more powerful than anyone in Marvel. That's because their enemies are more powerful, for the most part. For, like, Iron Man, he's going up against the Mandarin. Superman's going up against gods. Hulk is going after the Abomination, pretty much has the same powers as he does. Wonder Woman is going against gods. Spider-Man, for the most part, oh yeah, they got some serum, like the Green Goblin serum. But it's the Shocker, a guy in a suit. Darkseid is an actual god. And so yeah, for the most part, DC versus Marvel, DC is going to win, but that's because DC themselves, they're all insanely more powerful. It'd be like Naruto versus Dragon Ball. It's like, well, Dragon Ball wins no matter what, because even Yamcha is 1,000 times more powerful than, I got weights on my legs, I can blow up a planet. Like, it's two different universes, so yeah, like, we're fighting the god of destruction. We're fighting against a warlord who's conquered half the galaxy. Versus, oh, he did a hand symbol and threw something at me. Well, I'm going to use a hand symbol and block it. Like, it's two different, even, well, Marvel and DC are both superheroes and superheroes. Like, yeah, but they're two different worlds or two different universes. So, yeah, it's Condiment Man. Ooh, Fate versus Strange. Fate has the power of... Oh, but that'd probably work against him, though. Because Fate's all about balance and justice, and... Doctor Strange like he doesn't have that limit, I guess you would say. Where fate would be like, oh, I can't do this because it would unbalance the chakras or whatever. I'm sure he'd be like, well, fuck it, this works, it works. But yeah, it's just, I think for that, it'd be Doctor Strange would win that. But Unleashed, Dr. Fate, where just pure power, he might win. Ooh, Bleach versus Naruto. I think Bleach has that. Naruto, like, in universe, this person's really powerful. In universe, that person's really powerful. But outside the universe, it's like, alright, well, he took the weight off his legs. Okay. I have the power of a gun. I win. So yeah, like, in universe, oh, well, this character in Naruto is really powerful. He has this. Like, yeah, but give me the power of a gun. I win. Have me fight against anyone from Dragon Ball or DC, Marvel, whatever. Like, I have the power of a gun. We have the power of being gods. Like, it's not going to be the same thing. So unfortunately for Naruto, outside of the universe, who could they beat? I mean, in real life, as long as though you didn't have the power of gun on you, they would win any fight. Bruce Lee could probably beat him, though, in his prime. Also, like, Bruce Lee wouldn't be distracted by sexy no jutsu or whatever. He'd be like, alright, whatever. Bam! Punch in the throat anyways. They also have to worry about what their powers actually are. Like, Squirrel Girl's defeated Galactus, Doctor Doom, Thanos. She's defeated everybody. Because she has the power of parity. Same thing for One Punch Man. One Punch Man wins any fight where it's funnier for him to win it. He goes up against Thanos, he wins in a single punch. He goes up against a 5-year-old girl walking down the street licking her ice cream, he's gonna slip, fall, hit his head on the curb, and knock himself out. Because it's funnier that he loses to this 5-year-old girl. Terrible, Wesley. I've been to jail a few times, but that's because I was visiting someone. Without Squirrel Girl versus One Punch Man, it would come down to which one would it be funnier to lose. I think it would be funnier if One Punch Man lost that to Squirrel Girl. One Punch Man would be like, I'm One Punch Man, I'm gonna punch. And then, no, he slips, falls, gets tripped by her tail or something, and then he loses. So I think in that fight, it would be Squirrel Girl as the winner because it would be funnier for One Punch Man to lose. And it's no way, and a lot of people like they hate Squirrel Girl and stuff because she beat this person, she beat that person. Took all Avengers to beat this guy, and she beat him single handed. Like, yeah, because her power is the power of parity. Alright, well, alright, back to the video.
Basically, not only did they have issues with Project 7, but they had issues with your way you talk about Scott. They literally say in the video,
You monetize Scott's death, what you did.
About you saying you're drunk, basically. Of course, they didn't say that. They said this is what they think. That you're drunk, that you're an abusive friend, all this stuff.
You
Like,
are.
what do you mean? Oh, well, they said that you called them in the middle of the night. Or not called them,
You
excuse me,
did.
texted them in the middle of the night. Sounded like you were drunk. And I was like, oh, shit. I was like, it's one
Because
thing
you
to
did.
go out, and they're going to say, Phil's a jerk or whatever. It's another thing that they're now telling the internet. Oh, so Phil's a depressed drunk, which is essentially what you can piece together from that video.
One Punch Man win majority of the battles
I said,
against
what do I
One
do
Piece,
about
but then he'd lose at the end.
I could address it publicly, or I could take
Even
action
better,
immediately
he
to
would
make sure that
dominate, and then
the
he'd get
fucked up things that I'm
against the
doing when
weakest
I'm
person in
happening,
One Piece and
right?
lose.
So what did I do?
Because that'd be funny.
Deleted not only their numbers
You
from my phone,
dig,
I
holla
deleted the entire
holla.
history of us ever talking, right? Emails. Deleted it all. Because I knew that when you're depressed and drunk, you always want to go back to that shit. Because it's happened to me before. I deleted it all. There's nothing. There's no history left. It's gone. From my phone, from everything. From my emails, gone. Nothing. There's no correspondence left between me and them. All deleted. Been depressed again and reach out to them again. Because they made it pretty abundantly clear in this video.
And you're a piece of shit, yeah, we know.
For me again. At least that's the way that I did. When someone's saying to you, you monetize the death of your friend, and you publicize their death, you didn't pay us what you owed us, you constantly said nasty things about us, and we basically have had it. You're drunk, you're texting us at night, doing all this fucked up stuff. When again, I didn't watch the video yet. These are people telling me this. So my initial reaction is, I guess I don't want a chance ever doing that again. So I deleted it all. So as of that moment, which is probably like the day after they released the video, I had no chance to ever reach out to them because I didn't have their contact information. I deleted it completely. Okay, I don't have it anymore, which is a good thing. I feel.
Way to be a bitch.
If I had become drunk again and did something stupid.
Again, you mean every single fucking night?
So that was that, and that was done. As I told you, I did not actually watch the recording until months.
So
not
1 a.m. Eastern.
All right, and at that point, like I deleted everything, and in my mind, I'm thinking, if these guys ever want to talk to me again, they'll reach out to me and they'll talk to me. They have my
But they
information.
don't.
I'm the public figure here. I'm the one who has a YouTube channel, a Twitch channel. I don't know if I was doing YouTube or Twitch at the time, but you know what I'm saying? A Twitter. They still have. They knew my address. You know, they still had.
Why does he say Twitter's so weird?
They had a desire to ever.
That's super annoying that he says Twitter's so weird.
They could have. All right. What's funny is in this video, you've seen it now in its entirety. All right. The things they've said about me, the accusations they've made, I've fessed up to the things that I feel I did. There's a lot of things in this video that are completely either misconstrued or actually completely exaggerated to a point of absurdity. The fact that they would say I publicized and profited off of Scott's death.
You did.
Insulting things anyone could ever say to
$10
anyone.
to $15 is profiting off his
I don't have a desire to ever
death.
talk to you ever again. Okay. That's of all the things you can say in this video. Fine. That's the one that's like you can't come back from that. You know what I'm saying? When I actually finally watched this video and I saw the malicious way that Howard was saying stuff like that, I was like, that is it. I
Howard,
never, ever will want to speak.
Rambo was there too.
I wish him the best. Hope he has a great life. But if anything,
Rambo
it
said
shows
the
me
same
pattern of
thing.
behavior of someone who, when they're in your face, they're friendly.
But
to
Rambo
you.
was his
They
boyfriend,
like
so
you. They want to be in
Rambo
stuff.
can do whatever the
Content.
fuck he
They want
wants
to
and get
trip.
away with it.
Then all of a sudden, behind your back, they're constantly saying bad things about you. They're saying this and that about you. Oh, you should have paid. You didn't pay. Oh, you should have done this. You didn't do this. You're a bad friend. You're this. You're that. You're publicizing that. You're doing that. What? Wow. And never once was that ever brought up to me. Ever. Howard, not once ever said a word to me negatively. Never. Okay? Rambo did. A few times. Like I said, probably twice when I was in Connecticut. Each time.
Because you pissed him off because you're a piece of shit.
He forgave me. We moved on positively with our lives. We kept having a relationship where we'd make content together. We'd have fun together. I paid for all the.
Damn, was a good trade.
For most of the time, not 100% of the time, but most of the time, it had something to do with cost of gas, hotel room, or whatever. Getting access to the events. That was me. It all continued after these conversations we had that were, oh, you did something wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. I really bad. I was insecure. I screwed up. All right, I forgive you. Great. Let's keep going. Right. Let's have a fun life together. Here as friends. So the fact that
I'm gonna do fromage. How's it going?
The moment I moved, the attitudes changed. Right?
Yeah, he's narcissist. Narcissists don't feel bad for their actions.
There's another reason why I can't do this. There's another reason. There's another reason. Now I'm not even going to give you the reason anymore. I'm just not going to respond to you anymore. And we've already gone through this, so you know the situation. I was in the wrong a lot, but this is not a situation that was one-sided. This is a situation that was kind of two-sided, and it seems to me that now that you watch this in its entirety, and you get the frames of reference.
Yeah, but I feel Batman could be
It was a
blackballed
combination of many
because
different factors, including trolling to both of us on both
Batman
sides.
is Batman. That's what he would
handled
do.
The trolling, even though I very frequently mismanaged it and said dumb shit because of it. I carried on. They could not. We were feeling so hurt by the troll. Oh, your fans, your misguided fans came and insulted me. They were my fans. Those are the same trolls that troll me on a daily basis, but you for some reason thought, right?
You kept telling your fans, go ask Howard, go ask Rambo, go ask Rambo, go ask Howard.
Things end, right? These miserable fucking
And then they did. Now you're gonna claim, no, it wasn't my fans, it was trolls, even though I directly told them, my fans, go do this.
And that was a major factor over the years about that, okay? And you would even say at the end of all of this, you might say, well, Phil, would you ever talk to John and Howard ever again? Howard, no, I'm done. There's zero chance I would ever want to speak another word to that guy.
Because you don't love Howard.
He interjected
You
himself
love
into this video to
Rambo,
begin with.
but you don't
He
love
was
Howard,
not
so you don't
the subject
care.
matter. The subject matter was supposed to be the friendship between me and John that ended when I moved for some odd reason that now has been extrapolated upon in this video, right? Why is Howard in this video? Howard doesn't like me for various reasons. You can agree
If
with
I was
me,
in the
disagree
wrong,
with them,
but
maybe agree with some,
they're all wrong
Why is he
too.
in this video? The problem was me and Rambo, and always was. We were the ones who were going to have that extended friendship after I moved. How the fuck is he in here? What does he have to do with any of this? And he's the one who says the most inflammatory things in this video, and he was never part of the equation, ever. He acts like he is. He's not. All right? It's ridiculous. The extent that he's in here as an instigator and the things that he's saying about me, I want nothing to do with this guy. I hope he has a great life. I hope he has a great family with kids and all that. I have no idea. I don't follow the guy. I have no clue. I hope that he's happy. All right? I really do. I just want nothing to do with him ever again after this. Now,
Well,
Rambo,
he's off the internet.
I really do love
I
him.
really hope someone does get a hold of
All right?
Rambo and Howard and be like, hey, you know what DSP did, right?
He
He monetized
friends
you
at the time.
again.
When I moved, it all ended. It just did. Like, we never were the same after I moved. In fact, I never even felt like we had a meaningful friend-like conversation after I moved, okay? So to me, that friendship ended in 2014. It's not 2022. The guy has no internet presence anymore, all right? I know nothing about it. I hope that he's having a good life. I do. I hope he's having a good life and he's safe somewhere, all right? However, what could possibly come from me talking to Rambo at this point in my life? Let's be honest, all right? Let's be honest. We're disconnected for how many years?
You could divorce your wife and marry him instead. It's legal now.
Sadly, when it
You
comes
marry
to
him instead. You're the
no
person
matter
you
what,
truly love.
the negativity ends up rubbing off, right? Can we agree there? Like, even if I'm well-intentioned, even if I don't want anything bad to happen, whether it's trolls, whether it's something else negative, it always seems to rub off, all right? I'm going to be honest with you guys again. Another thing that I've never really revealed. You may notice, and by the way, this person I'm about to mention is going to be shocked because he didn't know I was going to bring him up in this video. I have a person who I've done co-op with over the years by name Brian, okay? He actually was a friend of Rambo and Howard. He was in Shaw's Band a whole bunch as an actor. Over the years, we've done cooperative gameplay, okay? And
And then you
He,
stopped because he was more
over the
entertaining than you.
years,
You hated
has
the fact that he was
expressed
more
desire
entertaining
to
than
do more
you.
co-op with me.
And your fans
Right?
liked him
He's been
more.
friendly to me behind the scenes. I've been cold to him, and I don't talk to him that much. This is why. Right? I don't want to engage with a close relationship or friendship with someone outside of maybe every once in a while you get a little bit of co-op or a little bit of interaction, and that's friendly stuff. I don't want to engage in this kind of friendship again because of this. Because I never once had any issue with these guys in person. And the few times that there were, we hashed it out. But look what happened. Even with all the well intentions in the world, right? Look what happened, right? It fucking exploded. It got toxic as fuck for everyone. Not just me, for them too. I'm sure on their end, they were constantly being bombarded with toxicity and fucked up things. You know what I'm saying? And in that regard, I don't ever want that to happen to anyone else ever again. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I feel like even with the best of intentions, if I had a friendship again with someone like that, it would just go toxic again. I really feel this, and I know that's fucked up because Brian's a
And
really
you're the
guy.
common
He's a nice
denominator
guy,
here,
friendly.
aren't you, DSP?
Every once in a while, he hits me up with like a text.
Almost
message
like
going
it's
on, I wanna
you that's the problem.
talk, or just be friends, or do you want to do a co-op or whatever? And I know he feels that I ghost him. I don't talk to him a lot. That's on purpose. I almost feel like how can I say it? Like I'm poison. If I try to be friendly with someone,
You're poison.
and
You're
spend any time,
toxic.
it's just gonna be bad for them. It's fucked up to think that way. I know, but I do. I've got this stigma stuck in my head about this.
So you're a piece of
This
shit.
always happened in my life. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm
I feel
saying?
any kind of interaction that I ever would have with Rambo would just be bad for him. That he's probably out there having a good life. He's probably out there having a great time. And I want him to have a great life and a happy life and a family, whatever he wants. I want him to have success. I want him to have notoriety. I want him to love life. All right? Because we had those years together when he was loving life when we were together and we were doing fun stuff together. I know for a fact because he told me. There was always fucked up stuff that was happening kind of in our personal lives, but when we were together doing co-op, we were traveling for a trip, we were having a good time together. That was the highlight, right? As I said, to them, it seemed like it was business. To me, that was fun. To me, that was the fun shit. The fact that I made $1 doing it was hilarious. I'm having fun with my friends. We're making money doing it. This is ridiculous. This is like the best of all situations, the best of all worlds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you were making money, but your friends weren't.
And now I
You
look
were
back at that
splitting
fun
them
with
for
it.
that
I don't
money.
think it'll ever happen again. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm a very different guy now, by the way. I make different content.
You're not different at
I have a
all.
kind of audience. I am married, happily married. I
Sure
live
ain't
in the country.
Madachi.
All right, I'm separate. I'm in a situation now where I'm able to successfully make content that doesn't need to have that anymore. I don't rely on someone else to be part of my content to have that. There's no possibility of toxicity to come over. Why do
Even
you
though you
feel
offered
like
your
I'm viewers? This is
wife,
why.
Kat,
Toxicity.
as
The troll
when
is
she
involved.
comes here, she'll be able to do videos with
Why
me.
would I
It'll be
not have any friends
great.
outside of my wife? Because this is why the toxicity. Why does my wife and I have a private life that isn't publicized on the internet? This is why. You see, this is something that's happened to me over and over and over in my life now since I became a YouTuber. I'm seeing this happen with even my closest of friends who are supposed to be, the biggest friends of my life, and look what happened. So how can I say that would not happen again?
Friends,
Invite
plural,
Rambo
but I
to my
thought
life's
Howard
friends,
wasn't your friend. I
right?
thought only Rambo was.
So that's why. Do I have time for friends? In reality, I don't have a lot of time for friends either. I wouldn't really have much or any time for friends. If anything, I want to spend more time with my wife to begin with anyway. But I don't even get past that first step. You know what I'm saying? I don't even get past that first step of, let's go past the step
Know
of,
what I'm
we did
saying?
co-op together online, we had some fun, playing Apex Legends or whatever. Let's now extend that to personal life, have personal conversations. I don't want to go there. I just don't. Because it's toxic shit, and I'm afraid. I am afraid. I'm afraid to stop history from repeating itself. I'm in a good place right now, personally in my life. I'm happy with my life. I wish I had more time to spend with my family. I just spent 12 hours on a stream. I'm sure my wife's furious with me, because I'm pretty sure she didn't expect me to be on here as long as I was. Okay?
Took 11 hours to watch a 2.5
If anything,
hour
what I will leave
video.
you guys with is this, all right? Some advice, things that I've learned. The first life lesson that I learned out of all of this, all right?
Is that you're a piece of
is
shit and no one should
If
trust
you're gonna
you?
mix business with friendship, you absolutely, positively must have a contract. Doesn't matter how friendly you are with the people. It does not matter how much you think you're different from other stories you've heard. Like I knew about the Screw Attack story with Stuttering Craig and Handsome Tom and how their friendship had fallen apart. I said that'll never happen to us. Apparently, that's exactly what happened to us. We were no better. We were no smarter. We fell right down the same hole, the same problems. So no matter what, have a contract in place so that way everyone knows what's going on and there's no unreasonable expectations down the line. What's fair is fair. They said a million times. What's fair to me is what we agreed to, and you guys wanted and never asked for anything more. Not, Phil's some crazy philanthropist who's going to start pulling out wads of money out of his pockets and tossing it in the air, which, by the way, I kind of did whenever we went on trips and shit. And I was paying for stuff and everything. I thought everything
Then you
was
showed
good.
up in a BMW
Yeah,
after telling them you
told
couldn't pay
otherwise.
them.
Another life lesson for everyone out there, okay?
Gross, Barrett.
Separate
Take
your
a
private
sip,
life
sleazy
from your
asshole.
public life. Even if you're an internet content creator, you have to have a separation. You can't have every moment of your life documented and put on the internet. And if you have a friendship that's based around things that are only public, it's not really a friendship. Okay? With John, I absolutely had moments that we had private stuff behind the scenes. With Howard, that was never the case. We almost
Very
never had it.
private,
We always
if you know what I
content on the
mean.
internet, going to a Street Fighter tournament. That was our interaction. That's not a real friendship. Okay? You should absolutely have a separation between the public and the private, because when you only have everything public facing on the internet, all right, that's when it all goes wrong. You have to have actual, relationships and understandings behind the scenes, or else it's not really a relationship in my
Like
opinion.
when you're a piece of shit
Okay?
like you. Just
Lastly,
saying.
the last thing I leave you with, my longest stream ever, all right? Never be afraid to be upfront and honest with someone about anything, okay? Never. Same thing that I said in my video from 2015. Sorry, I still believe in it today. If you have an issue with someone, excuse me, I just belched. Tell them. Be upfront and honest and transparent about it. Don't let it stir. Don't let it fester. You know, with John, he did bring up things from time to time with me. That was good. With Howard, that never happened. He never said a word to me negative. But then he says all this shit behind my back. Apparently, again, the circle of friends that hate me. And then he's involved in the video, even though he's not even my friend. Like, what the fuck is this? Right? Don't be afraid to be honest and upfront. If you are honest.
So was he your friend or was he not your friend? Like this entire video, you keep flip-flopping. Just over and over again of he's my friend, he's not my friend, he's not my friend, he's my friend, he's not my friend.
Up front with someone about an issue. And they're angry with you because you were. All right? That's not someone who respects you. Right? That's not a friend. A friend should be appreciative of the fact that you want to address issues and get them worked out. A friend should be someone who's not offended when you bring up their shortcomings because you want them to understand that you want them to.
But you're offended by your shortcomings.
I wasn't like that with them because when John brought shit up, every time I was like, oh my God, that feeling. Like, I can't believe I fucking pissed off John. He's the one person I never want to piss off on this planet. And I did because I fucked up. I did stupid shit.
The only person you've ever loved.
I was never angry that John ever brought up something to me that he called me out for. I was happy that he did. All right? I let him down as a friend over the years. And that's sad to me, you know? And I think at this point, like I said, this is it for me. I'm not bringing this up again. We've covered it for 12 fucking hours. Well, I guess it was more like 10 hours. I'm done with this shit. All right? I'm not talking to Howard ever again. Maybe at some crazy, random chance.
11 hours and 6 minutes so far.
To Rambo, excuse me. But at this point in my life, I've moved on. I don't think anything good could ever come of it. Being honest, if you call me right now, I'd be like, I don't think I want to answer that phone. Because the moment I answer it, the toxic shit starts coming through the lines again. And I don't want him to be touched by that. I'm sure he has a great life. You know, away from all that shit. He doesn't want to
be like, oh, John, please take me back. I love you.
So,
snort.
I hope this is the end of it. If you have questions moving forward, well, John and Howard, watch this. That's it. Done with it. I moved on completely. Not even a topic of discussion for me. All right? I'm a different person now. It's a different life. And I hope that at least some of you learned something out of me doing this. Maybe this will help you to stop from making the same exact mistakes that I made over time. I'm not a perfect guy. Not even close to being a perfect guy. I made tons of mistakes. I'm very regretful of the fact that these guys were hurt by me.
Good beat Bugs Bunny.
You know, that's life. I think 7 years later, probably all happy how our lives went.
Good Squirrel Girl beat Bugs Bunny. Ooh.
Hey guys, that is it.
That'd be a great question.
Shit. Like I told you guys, I need a break from drama. I'm not doing this shit for a long time. That was too long. I'm done. We're ending it right now. Thank you for watching. Whether you watched on stream, you watched on demand on YouTube, I hope that you learned something. Peace.
You're a bigger piece of shit than anyone ever thought before.
What I just clicked.
And this part would be unrecorded on his channel, but thankfully we got raw DSP.
Okay, guys. I gotta get out of here, but like I told you guys, I'm gonna do a final segment of shout-outs for you guys. Alright? Let's just do shout-outs and then we'll end it. Alright? Here's what we'll do. Final shout-outs and then we'll end it. Alright? So, let's do the YouTube side first. So, Tizwaz, we have this membership for 7 months. Mango Jewel Pod did a super chat. Talking about Blues Clues. Prizalius did a super chat. Saying, I'm a silver year since 2012. For all the years, I believe in you. Hoping for all the best in your career. Thank you. Mr. Anti-Ant did a super chat. Saying, I'm stopping by. Haven't watched many of your videos lately. Curious if you'll play Ratchet and Clank up your arsenal or Deadlock. Last thing on my mind right now. Thank you for the super chat. Here to help did a super chat. Says, damn, almost $1,000 on the live stream. Or $1,000. Almost 1,000 viewers on the live stream. Yeah, we did. We had over 1,000 at one point.
Oh.
Dime did a super chat. Long time coming.
$1,000. Mind you, the animations pop up. He hit all the tips. So, you got almost $1,000 in tips there, huh? DSP, you can tell us the truth. You got almost $1,000 in tips during that stream, but you got to hide them all. You got to hide all $1,000 in tips, huh? Good to know.
Appreciate the content effort over the years. Thank you. Here to help. Became a channel member. Thank you. And go Jewel Pods did a super chat. And my dog has stepped on a bee. I'm sorry to hear that. Kevin Bernstein did a super chat. Don't cry. There's nothing you can do. You did nothing wrong. He's doing memes when I'm crying. How nice.
You did everything correct.
Take some time off to seek hope for loss of your friend. Zigstyle did a super chat. He says, what's up, Phil? This will be your longest stream ever. Officially, it is. Kevin Bernstein did a super chat. He said, with friends like John who needs enemies. No. Kevin, you're not funny. You're off base. You're being a dick. Fluffy did a super chat. Maybe you should read DSM-5. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Okay. And it was just 2 tips that had come in. One from Jasper Worships Talos for $4. And a $10 tip from Damien El Mascador. He says, in all the years that I have watched you, never before have I seen you this vulnerable regarding the tribute to Scott. I'm touched that you would so openly share this side of you.
Oh my God, bullshit.
For this token of your courage. You're welcome.
Hey Zane, how's it going?
I don't know if I was going to explode or what was going to happen when I talked about it. So, all right, guys, that's it. I'm pooped. I'm not on time for nothing else. That's all I got for today, man. I got to get out of here. I got to upload and get the fuck out of this office. All right? So thank you for watching. That is that. We're done with that shit, thank God. Tomorrow, what are we doing? Skyrim on the first stream and Zelda on the late stream. All right? I didn't monetize the vast majority of today. All right, I want to say thanks to anyone who did support the channel in any way. There's tons of likes on the stream. There was like over $100 in super chats, 11 members. I have no idea if the memberships went up or down. I'm not checking that now. Tips is $60. It's better than 0, considering the fact that, I wasn't talking about it or anything, and I'm not shocked.
Really, it's only 60, huh, Mr.
Tomorrow we're
$1,000 on the stream.
Tomorrow for going back to usual. Sound good? I hope so.
Nice slip up there.
All right, all. Thank you. Hope you have a good night. Hope you enjoyed the show. And I will see you all in the morning for actual gameplay now this is over with. We have a lot to talk about. We have to talk about the next Viewer's Choice event. We have to talk about, the next React event. Right? All right, everyone. get out of here. Let's have a good night. And Jesus Christ is still on. Oh, that's right. I turned it off. That's why. All right, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. All right. Peace out. I'm gonna upload. It's gonna take forever to get this uploaded. See you tomorrow. Later.
11 minutes, no, 11 hours, 12 minutes, and 13 seconds. 11, 12, 13. Goddamn DSP, you really just exploited John and Howard again for money. Again. When their main complaint is you using them for money. Again. Oh, that Amber Turd segment was amazing, Zane. Just, oh my god, like DSP's really doing this, isn't he? He's really going to try to pull an Amber Turd and fake cry on stream, but it didn't work. Just like with Amber Turd. Because as a narcissist, he feels nothing. Will never feel bad for what he did. Because in his mind, he did nothing wrong, he did everything correct. We all know that. Would be great if he ever got his comeuppance, but probably never will. Like DSP, you need to learn how to cry on cue. Be a lot easier for you to act like you actually cared about someone. I mean, we all know you don't care about anyone else but you, but at least try to make it look like you do. God damn, it's been like 7.5 hours for me. 7 hours, 35 minutes, and 12 seconds so far. God damn. Took me 7.5 hours to cover his 11 hour and 12 minute string. God damn. Well, I think with that, guys, I'm going to have to say holla holla to everyone who showed up, everyone who contributed. Thank you very much. Unlike DSP, I don't need the contributions, but I do appreciate them. I actually appreciate them more than he does because he feels he's obligated to it. He expects to get money. He expects you, yes you, to give him money. And if you don't, it's your fault, not his. Me, if I get a tip, if I get super sticker or super chat, whatever, I am very appreciative of it because holy shit, thank you. I do this for fun, but the money does help. Don't get me wrong. No, hey, you get $150 on the 21st. Nice. But if it takes me 3 months to reach $100 to get paid, it takes me 3 months to do it. Fuck do I care? I have a full-time job. Anything that comes in is greatly appreciated. I just gotta say, unlike DSP, you guys are great. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all. Hopefully you had a great time, entertained by it as much as I was. As always, like, subscribe, comment down below, and have one hell of a day, and in this case, one hell of a weekend, because tomorrow's Friday. Some people, it is the weekend already. My one friend, normally he works Tuesday through Friday, but tomorrow, well, this week he's worked Monday, now he's working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, taking Friday also. So as he gets home from work, which probably been about 2 hours ago, he'll be on his the start of his vacation. Start of his long weekend. Good for him. Anyways, see you guys.